This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Zon Angry Beast Warwick. Dragon Country, Yincheng No. 1 High School. On the huge playground, more than 300 senior high school students stood scattered around. Some of them were surrounded by a group of strange creatures, such as spiders the size of basins, lizards the size of hounds, rhinos as tall as a person, and even red elves the size of a palm. Those students who had creatures around them all had bright smiles on their faces, while those who had no creatures around them looked very lonely. "Fatty, what kind of war beast do you have?" a tall and thin boy asked enviously. The boy called Fatty laughed and said, "It's a blood hyena, a black iron level 1 war beast. By the way, I also gave it a cool name, Blood Fawn." Beside the fat man's feet was an adult Alaskan hound. Its hair was blood red, and its pupils also had a strange red color. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, looking ferocious and creepy. "Ho!" The bloody hyena bared its teeth at the tall and thin boy, and the boy retreated in fear. "Ha. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I won't hurt you." The fat man smiled with a prank. "Is that so?" The tall and thin boy forced a smile and cursed bitterly in his heart. "Fatty, what are you so proud of? It's just that you have awakened successfully and become a summoner." Although he thought so in his heart, the tall and thin boy also understood that after becoming a summoner, the gap between the fat man and his life would become larger and larger, and eventually become parallel lines that never intersect. This is the gap between summoners and ordinary people. The last one, Xiao Yao. A heavy voice came from the podium. Suddenly, the playground was quiet. All the students held their breath and watched the boy who slowly walked up to the podium. The boy was about 1.8 meters tall, with a white face with sharp corners, handsome and sunny looks, and a pair of bright eyes under his long hair. At this time, these eyes were full of determination and confidence. "Do you think Xiaoshen will succeed?" "That Xiaoshen, what else can he do?" "Yes, he's the great god who has topped the grade list for 3 consecutive years. Although there is no necessary connection between the success of awakening and grades, I always feel that Xiaoshen will succeed." On the stage, Xiao Yao took a deep breath, calming down his excitement. "It's been 18 years, my golden finger will finally appear this time." Yes, Xiao Yao is also a glorious time traveler. It has been 18 years since he traveled from Earth. In these 18 years, he has been waiting for this day all the time. The planet he is on now is called Sky Blue Star, where there are incredible supernatural powers. In short, this is a world of summoners. Hundreds of years ago, an unprecedented catastrophe occurred on Sky Blue Star. Huge space cracks appeared all over the world without warning. Through these cracks, countless monsters from other worlds entered Sky Blue Star and slaughtered humans crazily, due to the lack of heavy firepower at that time. At the beginning of the catastrophe, humans suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, with the research on space cracks, a new type of material has appeared in everyone's vision. This material is named Awakening Stone by humans. Through the Awakening Stone, some people can communicate and summon monsters from other worlds, and sign soul contracts with them to become a powerful summoner. After signing a contract with humans, the monsters also become war beasts in the mouth of summoners. On weekdays, war beasts live in the beast control space opened up by the Awakening Stone, and appear beside the summoner at any time when they need to fight. After research, humans discovered that after training, fighting, and recuperation in the beast control space, their growth rate is much faster than that of monsters growing freely in the wild. At the same time, the growth of war beasts will also feed back to the summoner, allowing the summoner to have strong physical fitness and some extraordinary abilities. Since then, humans finally have the power to resist monsters. For hundreds of years, the situation of humans and monsters competing against each other has gradually formed on Tianlan Star. Nowadays, countries around the world hold a unified summoning ceremony for all high school students every year. The reason for choosing high school students is that only children approaching 18 years old have soul strength strong enough to open up the beast control space. Those who successfully awaken in the ceremony will become a powerful summoner. As a time traveler, Xiao Yan naturally also looks forward to the golden finger. And if there is one, it must appear at this moment. Let's start. On the stage, a man in military uniform said in a deep voice. Xiao Yao nodded, took a black awakening stone from the man in military uniform, and then cut his finger with a disposable knife at hand, dripping blood on the awakening stone. Wow! As the blood merged, The awakening stone suddenly emitted a bright light. Instantly, Xiao Yao's mind was brought to a psychedelic space, and he witnessed the birth and expansion of this space with his own eyes. This is my beast control space. Right? Ding. Absorbing unknown energy. The Alliance Summoner system is activated. An electronic sound suddenly sounded in his mind, and Xiao Yao's eyes showed ecstasy uncontrollably. I knew it. How could a glorious traverser be without a golden finger? At this time, a piece of information came into his mind. His cheat code was called the League Summoner System. Through the system, non-human heroes in the League of Legends can be randomly summoned as war beasts. At the same time, dozens of cards appeared in his mind out of thin air, and were displayed in front of him one by one. Rengar, Mantis, Fizz, Monkey King, Treant, Galio, Amumu, Mordekaiser, Stoneman. Those strange and familiar faces seemed to bring Xiao Yao back to the time when he was in the canyon more than a decade ago. I can't go back. Xiao Yao sighed. He had lived in this world for 18 years, and had already integrated into it. He was an orphan in his previous life. Now, he would not want to go back even if he had the chance. Suddenly, dozens of cards were stacked together, and quickly cut. The system sent another message. He could stop at any time. The top card was his first hero. Then come on. Looking at the constantly switching cards, Xiao Yao was certain in his heart and shouted directly, "Stop!" As if the pause button was pressed. The card suddenly stopped in midair. At this time, the first card in the deck slowly turned over. It was a huge wolf head. Against the dark green background, the scarlet eyes revealed infinite murderous intent, and the sharp teeth were exposed, which made people feel cold all over. Warwick, the angry beast of Zon. Skills: blood hunger, mouth of the beast, blood tracking, ancestral howl, endless binding werewolf. My first jungle hero. Xiao Yao was delighted. Werewolf was one of the heroes he was most familiar with and loved to play. As an old jungler, Werewolf Warwick was the first hero he played when he was a jungler in college. Even after the revision, it did not affect his love for this hero. Werewolf has damage, bloodsucking, control, displacement, and is very comprehensive. Such a hero became his first war beast. What else is he dissatisfied with? I don't know what Werewolf Warwick will become in the real world. Bang! At this time, the werewolf card suddenly exploded, and the hot energy gathered into a huge black ball, and flew into his beast control space at a very fast speed. After entering the beast control space, the color of the black ball gradually faded. At the same time, a wolf-shaped figure gradually appeared in front of Xiao Yao. It was a black wolf half a man's height, with a well-proportioned body, long limbs, sharp fangs exposed, and scarlet eyes revealing bloodthirstiness and cruelty. But when he turned his head and made contact with Xiao Yao's eyes, the cruelty in his eyes quickly faded, and the originally scarlet eyes became black and white. Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and at the same time, a white light flashed around him. Suddenly, a wolf howl resounded through the heavens and the earth. The lone black wolf raised its head and howled, and its domineering aura raged around like a wave. The suffocating pressure enveloped all the students. They felt their hearts were tightly gripped, and some of them couldn't breathe. Looking around, all the war beasts were lying on the ground, trembling. This was Warwick, the angry beast of Zon. Chapter 2: Powerful Golden Finger. What a strong momentum. On the stage, Captain Wang looked at the domineering posture of the black wolf, and could not help but admire it. "Captain, what kind of war beast is this?" Another young soldier beside him asked in a low voice. Captain Wang shook his head. "I can't tell, it may be a new species. It looks so majestic, what a lucky boy." The soldier said enviously. "I knew Xiaoshan would succeed." A little girl in the audience came to her senses, and jumped up excitedly. "It's not you who awakened. Why are you so excited?" The boy next to him curled his lips. But in fact, he was silently wailing in his heart. "He is handsome, good at studying, and even the war beast is so mighty. Is there any way for us ordinary people to live? Is this the real Warwick?" Looking at the black wolf that was as high as his waist, Xiao Yao was very satisfied. Although it is not the same as the shape in the game, this is the normal appearance of the war beast. If it comes out in the form of a werewolf, it will make him uncomfortable. "Xiao Yao, you can go down first," Captain Wang said to Xiao Yao. "Oh, okay." Xiao Yao pointed to the audience and said, "Warwick, let's go." He decided to keep the name Warwick, and for the sake of convenience, He would call him Xiaoke. A wish Xiaoke howled, and his voice sounded a little childish. He led Xiaoke off the stage, and many people looked at the two with awe and envy. After retreating to the corner, Xiao Yao suddenly stopped, as if he had seen something magical. Xiao Yao, is this your war beast? It looked so domineering. At this time, a chubby boy who was just over 1.7 meters tall, holding a cute gray cat in his arms, walked to Xiao Yao's side, and said with some envy. He was Xiao Yao's best friend in the first high school, Su Xingliang. Xiao Yao's eyes were sluggish. Looking at the lines of illusory text in front of him, he nodded subconsciously. War Beast names 1 Rage Beast War Beast Level Black Iron Level 1 War Beast Skills Blood Hunger, Beast Mouth, Blood Tracking, Unusable, Ancestor Howl, Unusable, Endless Binding, Unusable. Isn't this the game panel? Sure enough. The cheat code is still powerful. But what does unavailable mean? Is it because the level is too low? Looking at the cat in the little fat man's arms, the black wolf growled, scared the cat, and quickly got into the little fat man's arms. Don't scare him. Xiao Yao recovered, squatted down, touched Xiaoke's head. The black hair was as shiny as ink, like silk. Feeling the warm and friendly breath of Xiao Yao, the black wolf closed his eyes, rubbed his head in Xiao Yao's palm, swung his tail, and let out a low growl of pleasure, without the arrogant and domineering attitude just now. Xiao Yao, have you named your war beast? The little fat man asked, scratching the cat's chin, soothing him. Xiao Yao said, Warwick, nicknamed Xiaoku. Warwick, what a domineering name. It fits your war beast very well. The little fat man gave a thumbs up. Liang Yang, what's the name of your war beast? Xiao Yao turned his gaze to the little cat in his friend Su Xingliang's arms, and a few lines of light blue words appeared before his right eye. Battle Beast named Gray Shadow Cat. Battle Beast Level Black Iron Level 1 Battle Beast Skill Rapid Explosion. Su Xingliang said with a smile, I named him Pai Dan. Pai Dan. Xiao Yao twitched his lips, looked at the cute gray shadow cat, and couldn't be associated with Pai Dan. Just be happy. There are quite a lot of summoners who have successfully awakened this year. Su Xingliang looked around, sighed. Xiao Yao glanced, nodded and said, more than 40 out of more than 300 people succeeded. This ratio is already very good. According to statistics from national authoritative organizations online, the success rate of awakening ceremonies around the world is about 10%. Among the more than 300 people in their class, more than 40 have awakened, which is a very high ratio. I go see how the others are doing. Su Xingliang held his preserved egg and walked towards the other summoners. Xiao Yao smiled, and his attention turned to the light green prompt bar on his left eye. Character Xiao Yao Level Black Iron Level 1 Summoner Skills Blood Hunger, Beast Mouth, Blood Tracking, Ancestral Howl, Endless Binding. Choose 1 from 5. Tip: once the skill is determined, it cannot be changed. After seeing these lines of words, Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a strong surprise. After the summoner signs a soul contract with the war beast, his physical fitness will be strengthened to a certain extent according to the war beast's ability. Some summoners can obtain certain skills of the war beast, but the probability is very low, especially among low-level summoners, which is almost rare. When the awakening is successful, Xiao Yao feels that his body has undergone a small change. His muscles seem to be tighter, and his sense of smell is much more sensitive. Just now, he smelled the faint smell of shampoo on Su Xingliang's hair. However, he had not expected to obtain the war beast skill. After all, the probability was too low. Not even 1 out of 10,000 black iron summoners would succeed. Now he could choose from Warwick's 5 abilities at will. How exaggerated it was. With a golden finger, he could do whatever he wanted. Xiao Yao smiled brightly, and studied the 5 skills carefully. Bloodthirst. Warwick's normal attack will cause extra damage. If the health value is less than 50%, then he will get extra healing effect. If the health value is less than 25%, this healing effect will be increased to 3 times. Mouth of the Beast. Warwick bites the target, causing additional damage and healing for a portion of the damage. Charging allows Warwick to lock onto his target, causing Warwick to jump behind the target after biting. Blood Hunt. Passive. Warwick gains additional attack speed when fighting an enemy with less than 50% health. He can also detect nearby enemies with lower health, gaining additional movement speed when moving towards them, which is tripled when the enemy's health is less than 20%. Active. Warwick can sense the position of all enemies. The enemy closest to Warwick will continue to be affected by Blood Hunt for a period of time. Ancestral Howl. Warwick gains additional damage reduction for 2.5 seconds, and Warwick will howl and frighten the surrounding enemies. Endless binding. Warwick jumps forward, jump speed and distance are affected by movement speed, suppresses the first enemy he encounters, causes additional damage, and triggers Warwick's attack effects 3 times. At the same time, Warwick will receive the healing amount of all damage during this skill. Looking at the skill introduction, Xiao Yao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Each skill is very powerful. Which one should I choose? Chapter 3 Mouth of the Beast. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yao finally made a choice. Character Xiao Yao level Black Iron level 1 Summoner skill Mouth of the Beast. He also carefully considered choosing this skill. Q's skill Mouth of the Beast is Warwick's main damage skill, which also has a healing effect, and also has a short-range lock, displacement ability, which can be said to be the most comprehensive of the 5 skills. Now, please ask the students who have not awakened to hand in the Awakening Stone, and the students who have successfully awakened to bring their own war beasts, and gather at the side of the playground. Captain Wang stood in front of the rostrum, holding a loudspeaker and shouting. After the awakening is successful, the Awakening Stone will be integrated into the summoner's body, and become the cornerstone of the beast control space. Those who fail to succeed on the spot will be allowed to keep the Awakening Stone for a period of time. But if they still fail after 5 minutes, it means that there is no hope of awakening in this life. Soon, hundreds of students handed the Awakening Stones in their hands to the teacher dejectedly. And Xiao Yao also stood at the designated position with the other summoners. After the Awakening Stones were collected, Captain Wang said to the loudspeaker, "Students and teachers who have not awakened can leave now. Summoners who have awakened successfully, please stand still and wait." 10 minutes later, there were only more than 40 summoners, and their war beasts left on the playground. In addition, there were 5 soldiers like Captain Wang. In these 10 minutes, Xiao Yao looked at all the war beasts. There were more than 40 war beasts of all kinds. Small ones such as gray shadow cats, earth rats, soul discs, ghost-faced spiders, etc. There were many medium-sized ones, such as Xiao Yao Warwick, Swift Dog, King Kong Leopard, etc. There was only one large one, which was the war beast of Zhou Hongyu in Class 3, the Iron Rhino, with the skill of Savage Charge. It was also the only one among all the war beasts that was at the Black Iron level 2. Of course, there were also a few war beasts that were not in animal form. For example, a girl had a palm-sized fire elf on her shoulder, and a boy's war beast was a 2-meter-long blood-sucking vine. Xiao Yao also noticed that Zhou Hongyu's short sleeves were stretched to the brim, which should be the manifestation of the war beast's increased strength when feeding back. At this time, the playground was in a mess, with the chattering of classmates and the roars of war beasts competing. Fortunately, every summoner was restraining the actions of the war beasts, so there was no fight between the war beasts. Captain Wang walked down from the podium and said to all the summoners, "Classmates, I know you are very excited to become summoners, but please be quiet now. We need your cooperation on something. We need to file the information of each summoner in the National Summoner Database. Next, please fill in your basic information and the type of war beast. Of course, the ability of the war beast is the privacy of each summoner, so you don't need to fill it in." Captain Wang took out a poster-sized piece of paper with a QR code printed on it, and the words National Summoner Information Database printed below the QR code. I hope everyone will take this seriously. We will check the information of each summoner with their respective files. Once we find that it is not true, it will seriously affect your entrance examination. Captain Wang's words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts, and some people's thoughts were immediately dispelled. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. The information that needed to be filled in appeared 1 second later. According to the information, he carefully filled in his true situation. In fact, most of the information that needs to be filled in is basic personal information, such as ID number, date of birth, family members, home address, school name, etc. There are only 2 lines related to war beasts. One is the type of war beast, and the other is the level of the war beast. When the summoner signs a contract with a war beast, the war beast's information will be automatically obtained, because the types of war beasts in the other world are extremely complex. Many people's war beasts are extremely rare, or even unique, so the names of some types are only known by the owners of the war beasts. Xiao Yao felt that the name of Zon Wrath Beast was a bit strange to fill in the information database, so he randomly named it Black Wind Wolf. War Beast level, Black Iron level 1. After filling in all the information, Xiao Yao checked it, and when it was all right, he decisively clicked submit. In fact, he could understand the intention of this move. After all, as the summoner's ability improves, everyone has the ability to have a huge impact on society, especially those summoners with bad personalities, who may even kill people at will for some benefits. So in order to put a yoke on the dangerous group of summoners, the country needs to understand their family situation and other social relationships. After all, even the most vicious criminals will have people they care about the most. Of course, for Xiao Yao, with his personality, it is naturally impossible for him to do those illegal and criminal things. And his family background is very clean. So there is no hesitation in filling in this information. After everyone submitted, Captain Wang nodded to his colleagues, and then said, "Dear students, you can go home and share this good news with your family. Of course, there are some things that need to be reminded to the students. In the city, everyone should take their war beasts back to the beast control space to avoid causing disturbances. After returning home, please check the summoner's rules online as soon as possible and keep the above regulations in mind. Once someone violates the relevant regulations, it will have a huge impact on you and your family. Okay, I won't say much else. Finally, congratulations to all the students for successfully joining the summoner team. I hope everyone will guard our land and protect our dragon soul in the future." Protect our land? Protect our dragon soul. Everyone straightened their postures, saluted and swore an oath. This declaration is the first sentence every student learns in school, and it is also the belief that all dragon people need to carry throughout their lives. Disband? With Captain Wang order, more than 40 new summoners walked together in groups of 3 or 5, talking about their war beasts. "Hi, Xiao Yao. Your war beast is so cool. What kind is it?" Xiao Yao classmate Lu Lei came to his side, looking at the majestic and cute Warwick, and asked curiously, "It should be a new type of war beast. I named it Black-Winged Wolf." "Black-Winged Wolf, a cool name," Lu Lei said enviously. "Your war beast is not bad either." Xiao Yao glanced at the purple-feathered bird on Lu Lei's shoulder. War beast name Lightning Falcon, War beast level Black Iron, level 1 War beast skill Lightning Strike. The Lightning Falcon's claws clasped Lu Lei's shoulder, but it did not cause Lu Lei any pain at all. It tilted its head and looked straight at Warwick with its watery eyes. "Xiao Zi is really good." Lu Lei gently touched the feathers of the Lightning Falcon, and said with some pride, "I believe that when Xiao Zi becomes a gold-level war beast, it can take me to fly in the sky." Most war beasts will gradually grow larger as their levels increase. When flying war beasts grow to gold level, they will have the ability to carry people. However, the number of flying war beasts is rare. So once a flying war beast reaches gold level, major forces will extend an olive branch. Looking at the arrogant and extraordinary look of the Lightning Falcon, Xiao Yao was also very envious. He tried to recall which hero in the Alliance has the ability to fly. Chapter 4 Family. After chatting with a few classmates who were close to him, Xiao Yao also took Warwick back to the beast control space. After all, even if he became a summoner, he still needed to take the bus home. Xiao Yao Yanqing No. 1 High School was very close to his home. It only took 15 minutes to take the bus. On weekdays, he took the bus to and from school. The community where his family lived was called Yujing Garden. It was also ranked high in Yanqing. Although it could not be compared with those luxury residential communities, it was one of the best in Yanqing in terms of residential quality and community greening. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as he opened the door, before he entered the house, Xiao Yao habitually shouted, "My son is back." Xiao Yao mother Lu Hui came from the living room and smiled at her handsome son. "I'm back? Where's my dad?" Xiao Yao changed his shoes and asked casually. Lu Hui took off Xiao Yao's school bag and hung it on the wall. "Your dad is in the kitchen cooking for you." "Wow. My dad doesn't have to be on duty today." Xiao Yao was a little surprised. His father Xiao Li was the captain of the Yanqing law enforcement team and a gold-level summoner. He was very busy on weekdays and rarely went home for dinner, let alone cooking for Xiao Yao. "Isn't today the day you awaken? Your dad took a special leave to come home and celebrate for you." "Oh, my dad has so much confidence in me," Xiao Yao said with a smile. "Of course, I have confidence in my son." Xiao Li walked out of the kitchen, wearing an apron. He was not tall, but his face was firm, and he had a strong tough guy vibe. "I was a little worried at first, but now looking at your appearance, you should have awakened successfully." Lu Hui asked with a smile. That's right. Xiao Yao raised his head proudly. On the bus. He couldn't wait to share the good news with his parents, but he still resisted the urge to call, waiting to tell the news in person. In his previous life, Xiao Yao was an orphan and never experienced the warmth of family affection, but in the 18 years since he traveled through time, his parents' unreserved love made him completely integrated into this family, and he regarded them as the closest people. Come! Let me see your war beast, Xiao Li said with interest. Okay. Let me show you my partner Warwick. Nicknamed Xiao Ku. Xiao Yao distanced himself from his parents. With a thought, Warwick instantly appeared beside him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Warwick felt the dangerous aura from Xiao Li. His body tensed, his hair exploded, and his hind legs slightly bent, blocking in front of Xiao Yao in a defensive posture. Hey Xiao Ku. Relax. This is my dad. Xiao Yao squatted down, stroked Warwick's hair, and said softly. After hearing Xiao Yao's explanation, Warwick slowly relaxed his body, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiao Li. Well, this black dog is quite big. Xiao Li was calm, with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Yao's face darkened. Dad, Xiao Ku is a wolf, not a dog. Haha. It turns out to be a wolf. Xiao Li laughed. As an experienced person, he could tell the difference between a dog and a wolf. He just wanted to tease his son. Yao Yao, what is Xiao Ku's species? Lu Hui asked. It should be a new species. I named it Black-Winged Wolf. Because Xiao Ku's species was registered in the National Summoner Database, Xiao Yao also said this to the public. Black-Winged Wolf, I've never heard of it. But it looks good. Xiao Ku could immediately perceive his powerful strength. This keen perception really surprised Xiao Li. But it's good this way, so that I can detect the danger in time, and prevent my son from encountering an irresistible opponent. Let's eat first. I made your favorite braised spare ribs. Xiao Li walked into the kitchen, and brought out the steaming spare ribs. By the way, there are some extra spare ribs in the refrigerator, you can feed them to Xiao Ku. War beasts also need to eat on weekdays. The larger and stronger the war beasts are, the more they eat. Like Xiao Li Gold Level War Beast, the Thunder-Winged Blue-Eyed Tiger, it needs to eat more than 10 pounds of meat for one meal, and also needs to add some supplementary food. If the country didn't subsidize summoners, and if Xiao Li didn't have a high salary, those few war beasts alone would have bankrupted his family. Generally speaking, huge war beasts are fed in specific places, and ordinary residential buildings can't bear their weight at all. Fortunately, Xiao Ku is weak and not big, so it's easier to feed him. Xiao Yao took out the fresh ribs from the refrigerator, and Xiao Ku's nose moved, and he could smell the meat immediately. It wagged its tail, stared at the bag with its round eyes, and made a ha-ha sound from its mouth, just like a puppy waiting to be fed. Look how greedy you are. Xiao Yao took out a steel basin from the kitchen and poured nearly 2 kilograms of ribs into the basin. After touching Xiao Ku's head, Xiao Yao pushed the steel basin forward. Eat it. At this time, Xiao Ku couldn't wait any longer. He buried his head in the basin, and his sharp teeth instantly gnawed the ribs into pieces. The sound of bones breaking rang out in the room. The family didn't care. Xiao Yao often fed Xiao Li war beasts when he was a child, and he had already built up a strong heart. As for Lu Hui, although she was an ordinary person, she had been with Xiao Li day and night for more than 20 years, and had seen more war beasts than Xiao Yao. So this sound didn't affect her. Dad, is it time for the school to organize a field trial? Xiao Yao asked while eating spare ribs. Yes, this is a necessary process. The main purpose is to let you experience the cruelty of the wild and understand the true world of summoners. Xiao Li nodded. Generally speaking, after a new batch of summoners are born, the local summoner association will organize field trials for the school as a group. All new summoners voluntarily participate. Of course, because of the protection of professionals, almost no one would give up this opportunity. The purpose of the trial is just as Xiao Li said. On the one hand, it is to let students experience the cruelty of the wild, and wake up those middle school boys who think they are invincible just after awakening. On the other hand, it is also to select those summoners who are worth training. After all, a good summoner must first have a powerful war beast, and at the same time have a firm will. Only such people have the opportunity to embark on the road to becoming a stronger person. After the trial, you will start the summoner training. Your main task is to master the basic skills of the summoner, Xiao Li added. The awakening ceremony of the whole country will be arranged in the first semester of the senior year of high school. After awakening, the summoners will be arranged for training to learn some basic knowledge and skills. The battle of the summoner is not just to let the war beast go out and stand aside to watch. The attack training of the war beast, the cooperation training of the war beast, the knowledge of survival in the wild, and the combat training of the summoner are all necessary abilities for a qualified summoner. Especially the combat training of summoners. It is a very important course for summoners. You should know that the war beast is connected with the life of the summoner. Once the summoner dies, the war beast will also die. So whether it is survival in the wild or a life and death fight between summoners, there are very high requirements for the survival and combat capabilities of the summoner himself. In the battles of high-level summoners, because the physical fitness of the summoners themselves has also been greatly enhanced, there are often scenes of war beasts fighting with war beasts and summoners fighting with summoners. So mastering skilled combat skills is extremely important for summoners. Chapter 5 Summoner Training Base. After dinner, Xiaoli returned to the law enforcement team. Although it was already past 8 o'clock, as the captain of the Yanqing law enforcement team, he still had a lot of things to deal with. After his father left, Xiaoyao also took out 2 books that he often read. 9th edition Common Mutated Plants. 5th edition Wild Monsters. These 2 books are a must for every family, and are also required textbooks for all middle schools. In this dangerous world, whether you are a summoner or not, you must understand the true face of the world. By learning this knowledge, many people later became botanists, cultivating many important herbs, grains, fruits, and other new species for humans. Some people also became monster scientists, studying the weaknesses of monsters of different races, and the monster races that can be raised for humans. Of course, for summoners, botany and monsterology are knowledge that must be mastered. After all, other people are not like Xiaoyao, who can tell the race and level of monsters at a glance. To survive in a world full of dangers, summoners must remember all known monsters and plant species. Xiaoku squatted at Xiaoyao's feet, his head resting on his arm, sleeping soundly, and occasionally licking the corner of his mouth with his bright red tongue. Xiaoyao did not take Xiaoku back to the beast taming space, but put him next to him. After all, there was only Xiaoku in the beast taming space now, and he felt a little lonely. Xiaoku was not like a husky, who would destroy the house and make trouble. On the contrary, he was like a sensible and clingy child. He wanted to stay with Xiaoyao as soon as he came to this world, and he followed Xiaoyao wherever he went. Of course, Xiaoyao was also very happy with Xiaoku's performance. After all, who doesn't like such a sensible and clingy pet? After reading for 2 hours, Xiaoyao closed the book and put it in the bookcase. Reading every day has been his habit for many years. Having lived 2 lives, Xiaoyao naturally knows the importance of knowledge. In his previous life, he often regretted not studying hard in school, which made his life very difficult. So he will never repeat the same mistake in this life. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Xiaoyao returned to the room and found that Xiaoku was looking at him with his confused eyes, as if asking, "What did you do just now?" Xiaoyao touched his head and tenderly said, "Good night." The light was turned off, and the room was dark. After a while, 2 even breathing sounds were heard. Early the next morning, Xiaoyao set out for the summoner training base in Yanqing. Having just become a summoner, he wanted to test how strong Xiaoku's fighting ability was. There are many people who hold this thought. Along the way, Xiaoyao saw many young people on the same bus with him. Through communication, most of them were headed for a small training base near the wild. It was mainly used for training summoners of bronze and below. There were many artificially domesticated monsters in the training base, which was suitable for low-level summoners to improve their war beasts through fighting in the training ground when they were not strong enough. Silver and above monsters could not be artificially domesticated by humans. Summoners above that level can only enhance their combat effectiveness through outdoor combat, in addition to training against other summoners in large training grounds. Taking bus number 40, Xiaoyao chatted happily with a boy named Taizhan on the bus. Taizhan is also a senior high school student. He is tall, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with obvious muscle lines. It is not known whether he is gifted or works out regularly. According to him, his war beast is a powerful ape, also black iron level 1, and today he wants to see the combat effectiveness of his war beast. The powerful ape is a common war beast, but being common does not mean it is not powerful. On the contrary, the powerful ape has extremely strong combat power. At the black iron stage, The powerful ape can have up to 5 times the strength of an adult man. As it enters the bronze and silver stages, the power and defense of the powerful ape will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, compared with other war beasts, the powerful ape is also more intelligent. Some well-trained powerful apes can even use weapons. But the upper limit of ordinary powerful apes is the gold level. It is difficult to break through the racial restrictions without evolution and mutation. But no matter what, the powerful ape can be regarded as an extremely excellent melee killer among low-level war beasts. About an hour later, Xiao Yao finally arrived at this small training base. Walking into the base with Taijan, a young guy came towards them with a smile. "Welcome. Are you two summoners?" "Yes." The two nodded at the same time. "Will you train alone or separately?" "Single training. Whether it is Xiao Yao or Taijan. The purpose of this visit is to test the strength of the war beast. So they will definitely choose to train alone." "Okay, this is the price list of our training ground. You two can just make your choice and pay the fee." The guide handed 2 booklets to the two of them. Xiao Yao opened the booklet and looked at the price list. Black iron level 1 limestone rabbit 500 yuan / piece / hour. Black iron level 2 limestone rabbit 700 yuan / piece / hour. Black iron level 2 Gale dog 800 yuan / piece / hour. Black iron level 3 Gale dog 1200 yuan / piece / hour. Black iron level 3 Ghost face spider 1400 yuan / piece / hour. Black iron level 3 green scale snake. I only saw black iron level 4, and it was meaningless for Xiao Yao to go above that. The small training ground provides monsters of all levels below silver for sparring. There are 14 types of monsters domesticated by humans. Although not many, they are the result of the efforts of many generations of monsterologists. However, the price is really high for ordinary families. The average monthly income of each family in Yinqing is only about 10,000 yuan, which makes it difficult to afford the training expenses. Moreover, if a monster is killed during training, you need to pay double the fee. Of course, you can take the monster's body away or have it mailed to your home. Before leaving, Xiao Yao told his mother the purpose of today. So his mother generously transferred 5,000 yuan to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's father is a gold-level summoner, and also the captain of the Yinqing law enforcement team. So he has never worried about money since he was a child. 5,000 yuan is just a small amount of money for their family. Taijan, I plan to practice with a gray rock rabbit first. What about you? Xiao Yao asked. Taijan replied, me too. Okay. Then let's go and pay the money. After paying the money, Xiao Yao and Taijan each received a key. There are thousands of independent and enclosed training rooms in the training base, which is to protect the privacy of summoners. Only with a key can the door of the training room be opened. Xiao Yao followed the instructions above his head and found his own training room. 208, this is it. Opening the door, an extremely empty room came into view. The room is 10 meters high and nearly 20 meters long and wide. Several rows of incandescent lamps are embedded on the top of the wall, emitting bright but not dazzling light. There is a 1.5 meter tall robot in the corner, holding a rifle. It is the security robot in the training room, to protect the summoner. Once the summoner finds danger, he can shout for help immediately. The voice-controlled robot will immediately aim at the positioning chip in the monster's body and shoot within 0.5 seconds. One shot is fatal. Of course, the loss of the chip is also included in the doubled cost of the monster's death. But if the chip is not damaged but the monster dies, the price is the same. Don't ask why. It's a monopoly business. Chapter 6, The First Battle. Boom. At this time, a wall in the training room suddenly made a sound. A long crack gradually expanded. Behind the crack was an iron track. Under Xiao Yao's gaze, an iron cage containing a gray rock rabbit was transported into the room along the track. After the iron cage entered the room, the crack on the wall slowly closed. Click. At the moment the crack closed, the induction lock on the iron cage was unlocked, and the gray rock rabbit rushed out of the cage. War Beast named Gray Rock Rabbit. War Beast level Black Iron level 1. War Beast skills. The Gray Rock Rabbit is the weakest of the monsters domesticated by humans. Its body shape is close to that of an adult Maine Coon cat. Its hair is gray, its 2 ears stand up high, and it has excellent hearing. Its hind legs have strong explosive power, and its skull is hard. Once it hits a person, the ribs of ordinary people will be broken directly. At this time, Xiao Yao also summoned Warwick. A Wushao could made another iconic howl as soon as he appeared. Looking at the gray rock rabbit in front of him, Xiao's eyes showed excitement and bloodthirsty look. No matter how well behaved he is in normal times, Xiaoke is still the violent and warlike Zon angry beast in his bones. Go, Xiaoke. Looking at Xiaoke, who is ready to go, Xiao Yao mind moved and he gave the attack order. A whoosh! Xiaoke roared, his body burst out at a very fast speed, his thick knee pads stepped on the ground without making any sound. The gray rock rabbit let out a series of low roars from its mouth. Since it was born, it has never seen other species, so it has never known what fear is. Seeing a black big guy rushing towards him, he kicked his hind legs and shot out like a spring. The two after images, one black and one gray, collided in the air, making a dull sound. Boom! Xiaoke relied on his weight and strength to knock the gray rock rabbit to the ground, and his 4 claws pierced into the gray rock rabbit's flesh, making it scream in pain. A red blood bar of the gray rock rabbit suddenly appeared in Xiao Yao's left eye. Health 70%. Xiaoke held down the gray rock rabbit's body, and casually opened his bloody mouth and bit the gray rock rabbit's throat. At this time, in Xiao Yao's eyes, the gray rock rabbit's blood bar dropped out of thin air to only 35%, and it was gradually decreasing. The severe pain made the gray rock rabbit struggle hard, and its powerful hind legs kicked the ground fiercely, making a muffled bang 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 sound. But Xiaoke's teeth cut into the gray rock rabbit's flesh and blood, and at the same time, his heavy body pressed on the gray rock rabbit, making it difficult for him to move. After a few seconds, the gray rock rabbit finally stopped struggling, and there was no more light in its eyes. Experience value +5. Xiao Yao saw a line of words in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoke's status also changed to Battle Beast names 1 Rage Beast Battle Beast Level Black Iron Level 1, 550, Battle Beast Skill Beast Mouth. Wow, killing monsters can level up. Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a strong surprise. This simple and crude upgrade mechanism made him see the possibility of becoming stronger quickly. In this world, if a war beast wants to upgrade, it must rely on daily training, fighting, and recuperation. And it also depends on the quality and potential of the war beast itself. For example, Su Xingliang Gray Shadow Cat can only reach the silver level at most, and Taijan's powerful ape can only reach the gold level at most. Without evolution and mutation, most summoners' first war beasts will not break through the gold level, and whether they can be upgraded is not controlled by the summoner. But Xiao Yao is different. He only needs to let Xiaoke fight and kill enemies continuously, and he can distance himself from his peers in a short time. And he believes that Xiaoke's strength ceiling is definitely not just the gold level. He is Warwick, the angry beast of Zon. What does the gold level mean? Awoo! As soon as the gray rock rabbit died, Xiaoke raised his head and roared excitedly. The originally black and white eyes also had bloodshot eyes, filled with high fighting spirit. Xiaoke ran over, circled around Xiao Yao, and kept making a howling sound, as if saying, I want to fight 10 of them. Got it. Got it. Xiao Yao touched his head, and helped Xiaoke choose an opponent on the self-service training system in the room, and paid the money. The Iron 1 Gray Rock Rabbit was too weak, so he chose the Iron 2 Gray Rock Rabbit. After paying, less than a minute later, the Gray Rock Rabbit was teleported from the tracks again. As soon as it came out of the cage, the Iron 2 Gray Rock Rabbit saw the bloody corpse of its companion next to it. It bared its teeth, half crouched, and slightly bent its hind legs, attacking Xiaoke. The Iron 2 Gray Rock Rabbit was obviously larger than the Iron 1, and its gray fur was more shiny. In winter in Yanqing, many businesses sell gloves, ear warmers, and fur made of greystone rabbit fur. The soft touch and fashionable gray color make these things popular. Ah! When Xiaoke saw the greystone rabbit, the scarlet color in his eyes became even more intense. Following Xiao Yao's order, he rushed towards his opponent again. Thump thump thump! The greystone rabbit kicked the ground with its powerful hind legs, rushing towards Xiaoke, making a muffled sound. In comparison, Xiaoke's movements were lighter, as silent as a killer. Just as the two were about to approach, Li Feng immediately issued an order. Mouth of the beast. Swish under Li Feng's order. Xiaoke's speed suddenly doubled, and the distance of 3 meters was reached in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoke swung his sharp claws and hit the gray rock rabbit's eyes. Puff! Xiaoke's sudden doubled speed caught the gray rock rabbit off guard, and the sharp claws tore his eyes. The severe pain made his eyes black. Xiaoke's movements did not stop. The moment he approached the gray rock rabbit, he showed his fangs and bit into the gray rock rabbit's throat. At that moment, a hot current suddenly appeared in Xiaoke's body, which shocked him. and his strength seemed to increase. Xiaoke shook his head violently, and bit off a large piece of flesh from the neck of the gray rock rabbit. Blood spurted out from the neck of the gray rock rabbit like a fountain. In Xiaoyao's eyes, the blood volume of the gray rock rabbit dropped sharply, and it returned to 0 points in less than 10 seconds. Xiaoke kept chewing the flesh in his mouth. Blood and meat foam flowed slowly along the corners of his mouth, and his eyes burst into dense red blood. He looked like a brutal demon wolf, bloodthirsty and scary. Xiaoyao didn't expect that the iron level 2 gray rock rabbit couldn't survive a single move in Xiaoke's hands. The difference in strength was too big. However, this also shows that the gray rock rabbit is indeed just a low-end monster. It has no skills, low upper limit of strength, lack of attack methods, limited sparring effect. And it is not cheap. The 2 gray rock rabbits cost Xiaoyao 2,400 yuan, and only half of the money his mother gave him is left. Looking at Xiaoke's appearance, it is obvious that he is not satisfied yet. Xiaoyao sighed. It looks like he will bleed again today. But it is worth it. After killing the iron level 2 gray rock rabbit, Xiaoke's information also changed to War Beast names 1 Rage Beast War Beast level iron level 1, 1550, War Beast skill Mouth of the Beast. Chapter 7 Gale Dog. The experience value of iron level 1 is 5 points, and the experience value of iron level 2 is doubled, a total of 10 points. Kill 3 iron level 2 greystone rabbits, and 1 iron level 1 greystone rabbit, Xiaoke can level up. Of course, the idea is beautiful, and the wallet is very realistic. He doesn't have that much money to find a sparring partner for Xiaoke. The outdoor survival trial is about to begin, so it's better to kill those monsters that don't cost money. But the remaining money is enough to help Xiaoke find another good opponent. On the self-service battle system, Xiaoyao placed an order again. Black iron level 2 Gale Dog. 1 minute later, as the iron cage flipped into the room, a Gale Dog that was close to the size of an adult Tibetan Mastiff appeared in front of Xiaoyao. The Gale Dog's hair was mixed in color, the whole body was light black, but its 4 claws were pure white, and there was also a long and white scarf around its neck. Its sharp teeth were exposed, and its sharp claws scratched the ground, leaving long white marks. Battle Beast named Gale Dog. Battle Beast level Black Iron level 2 Battle Beast skill Speed. The Black Iron level 2 Gale Dog was obviously much more powerful than the Black Iron level 2 Gray Rock Rabbit. Not only did it have sharp teeth and claws, but the most important thing was that it also had a speed skill. Speed is a common skill of many war beasts or monsters. Just as the name implies, it can speed up running or sprinting after use, and it can play a very important role in fighting or escaping. Seeing the powerful Gale Dog, Xiaoke was not afraid at all, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. Xiaoke, go ahead. With the guard robot, Xiaoyao also put aside his concerns and let Xiaoke fight to his heart's content. Both of them are black iron level. A small level difference will not cause too big a difference in strength, and because of the different species, many high-quality war beasts can fight across small levels. Xiaoyao believed that. As a Zon Wrath Beast, Xiaoke could definitely defeat the iron level 2 Gale Hound. Wang smelling the strong smell of blood on Xiaoke, the Gale Hound took the initiative and rushed directly toward Xiaoke. While moving, the Gale Hound used its own skills. Fast. Whoosh in Xiaoyao's eyes. He only saw black and white lightning rushing toward Xiaoke. And the speed was so fast that he couldn't see the specific appearance at all. A whoosh. Xiaoke howled excitedly, revealing his bloody sharp teeth. And his body was bent and kicked, also bursting out at an astonishing speed. The two afterimages collided, making a dull bang. The raging wind dog and Xiaoke used their sharp claws and teeth to attack their opponents frantically at the same time. For a moment, dog hair and wolf hair flew everywhere, and blood splashed everywhere. The most primitive and cruel battle scene appeared in front of Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao clenched his fists and stared at the front. The shocking wounds on Xiaoke's body made him very worried, and he wanted to go up and help Xiaoke. But he knew that his strength was still too weak, and now he would only become a burden to Xiaoke. However, Xiaoyao also discovered that, even though Xiaoke was one level lower than the Gale Hound, his strength was no less than that of the other party. Since the two were in a tug-of-war, the Gale Hound's speed advantage could not be brought into play. In Xiaoyao's eyes, the health bars of Xiaoke and the Gale Hound were slowly decreasing at the same speed. With the further the battle went, the more Xiaoke advantage gradually emerged. Blood hunger allowed Xiaoke every attack to carry additional damage, and once Xiaoke's health was less than 50%, the blood-sucking effect of blood hunger would be triggered. so his HP can be locked at around 50%. Compared to the Gale Hound, his injury is very serious. His body is covered with claw marks and bite marks. Blood has dyed his hair red. His white collar and claws have turned blood red. Xiaoke, mouth of the beast. Seeing that the Gale Hound's HP has reached 30%, Xiaoyao also gave the order again. Ao Xiaoke activated his skill. His two claws grabbed the Gale Hound's face again. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide and tore off a large piece of flesh from the Gale Hound. This attack directly raised Xiaoke's health by 10%, and all the small wounds on his body healed instantly. One Gale dog howled in pain, his claws waving wildly, struggling hard. Xiaoke also jumped aside, looking at Gale dog coldly. His black and white eyes had all turned blood red. The opposite emotions of coldness and bloodthirstiness were perfectly intertwined, making him look like an experienced hunter, quietly waiting for the death of his prey. Woo! The dizziness from blood loss made the Gale dog whine. He staggered to stand up, but a few seconds after he stood up, he fell to the ground. Xiaoyao watched his health gradually decrease from 15% to 0, feeling that his opponent was no longer alive. Xiaoke also relaxed his body and panted heavily. Xiaoyao walked quickly to Xiaoke's side and checked his injuries. The wounds rolled up flesh and blood, dyeing the surrounding hair red. There was a deep wound on Xiaoke's forehead, and it would touch his eyeball if it went down a little bit. Xiaoyao felt distressed to see such an injury. He gently stroked Xiaoke and slowly calmed Xiaoke's restless heart. Fortunately, as long as the war beast is not dead, it can slowly recover in the beast control space. War beast names 1 Angry Beast War Beast level Black Iron level 1, 30/50ths. War beast skills Beast mouth health 67%. Killing a Gale dog is equivalent to killing 2 Greystone rabbits just now. However, the difficulty of the battle is completely different. Greystone rabbit. Yes! Xiaoyao's eyes lit up and said to Xiaoke, "Xiaoke, how many more times can you use the beast's mouth?" Xiaoke tilted his head, put down a few fingers on his right paw, and made a gesture of 1. The skills of the war beast are not infinite. Each use will consume a certain amount of mental and physical strength. Xiaoke can use the skill 3 times at the Black Iron level 1, which is already very good. Is that so? I have thought of a way to recover from the injury. Xiaoyao quickly walked to the side of the self-service training system and ordered another sparring partner. Iron level 1 Limestone Rabbit. Xiaoyao's idea was very simple. That is, to let Xiaoke use the beast's mouth once to quickly recover from his injuries. Then this blood pack should not be very strong, and the Iron level 1 Limestone Rabbit is just right. Feeling Xiaoyao's inner thoughts, Xiaoke nodded humanely and stood up to wait for the arrival of the blood pack. At this time, Xiaoyao suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoke, "Xiaoke, don't do it for a while. I want to try my ability." Xiaoyao also knew the skill of Beast Mouth, but he had never used it. Now that Xiaoke was by his side, he wanted to see what effect this skill would have when he used it. Ayo! Xiaoke howled happily twice. He also wanted to see what it would look like when his master used his ability. A minute later, a Black Iron level 1 Grey Rock Rabbit also entered the room. Chapter 8 Xiaoyao Beast Mouth. After entering the room, the Grey Rock Rabbit was obviously startled. The bodies of 2 compatriots were lying in front of him, and there was another bloody corpse in the distance. Although he didn't know what species it was, he knew it was much stronger than himself just by looking at its huge size. On the other side, a black guy was staring at him covetously, and the bloody smell and strong sense of oppression from his body made the rabbit unable to breathe. Who am I? Where am I? Mom, I want to go home. The Grey Rock Rabbit stared at Xiaoke and moved towards the corner little by little, as if he was imagining that he couldn't see me. Couldn't see me. Aww. Xiaoke yawned in boredom. He had just experienced a hearty battle, and now he saw such a weak opponent. He really couldn't get interested. Xiaoyao took cautious steps and slowly approached the Grey Rock Rabbit. Although Xiaoke was there to support him, the Grey Rock Rabbit was still a Black Iron level monster and should not be underestimated. Seeing a human approaching him, the Greystone Rabbit tilted his head. What does this human want to do? Is he going to bring me food? In the eyes of the Greystone Rabbit, the role of humans is to bring me food. Is this Greystone Rabbit a fool? Why is it motionless? Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. The defenseless look of the Greystone Rabbit formed a sharp contrast with his own posture of being on high alert. You make me look stupid like this. Fortunately, there was no one around except Xiaoke. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Looking at the gray rock rabbit 3 meters away from him, Xiao Yao simply gave up the intention of defensive counterattack, stepped forward, and kicked the gray rock rabbit hard with his right foot. Bang! Xiao Yao directly kicked the gray rock rabbit 2 meters away, and it hit the wall heavily. Huh? The gray rock rabbit quickly got up, baring its buck teeth, and showing a fierce look. Glancing at the black guy lazily lying on the ground in the distance, the gray rock rabbit was refreshed, and looked at Xiao Yao with a look full of unkindness. Stupid human, you are looking for death. Boom! The hind legs kicked hard, and the whole body rushed toward Xiao Yao like a meat egg. Xiao Yao's mind was startled. He knew very well that his speed was definitely not as fast as the gray rock rabbit, and his fist was not as hard as the gray rock rabbit's head. So from the beginning, he did not intend to hold back. Watching the gray rock rabbit getting closer and closer, Xiao Yao gathered strength in his body, and then rushed forward. Gathering strength, the beast's mouth. As he moved forward, Xiao Yao stretched and bent his right fist, turned it into a dragon claw, and then grabbed the gray rock rabbit's head fiercely. It seemed as if some kind of power was added to the tearing hand, and it actually left 5 bloody scratches on the head of the gray rock rabbit. Then, the body was driven by an unknown force, and appeared behind the gray rock rabbit as if teleporting. Oh my god! It was so fierce. Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a strong surprise. Looking at the gray rock rabbit in front of him, he kicked the gray rock rabbit toward Xiao without thinking. Squeak in midair. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the black guy, the gray rock rabbit screamed miserably. Mouth of the beast. Crackling. Xiao bit the gray rock rabbit to death. Feeling that some of the wounds were slowly healing, Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's a good blood bag. Good cooperation. Xiao Yao excitedly waved his fist. Although he is a summoner, which man is willing to be just a spectator? Seeing that he can also play a role in the battle, Xiao Yao can't help but look forward to a higher level. It is said that summoners above the diamond level, their own combat power is no less than that of ordinary gold-level war beasts. What a terrifying existence that would be. Xiao Yao had seen his father's golden-level Thunderwing Jade-Eye Tiger, and was deeply impressed by its powerful strength and destructive power. How strong would a human with golden-level combat power be? Thinking of this, Xiao Yao suddenly had a strong desire. I must become a top summoner. Perhaps it was due to the blood-sucking effect of the beast's mouth. Although Xiao Yao was not injured, he still felt a heat flow in his body, which slowly subsided after a while. A Wu Xiao walked to Xiao Yao's side, his eyes showing fatigue that could not be concealed. After using 3 skills, his mental strength was almost exhausted. Go and have a good rest. Xiao Yao gently touched his head and took him back to the beast control space. He took a look at Xiao's health, which had reached 75%. He believed that he would be fully recovered in 2 days at the latest. Of course, he had to keep up with the nutrition in the meantime. It seemed that Xiao had to have a snack at night. After clicking on the checkout button on the self-service battle system, a staff member in uniform knocked on the door and walked into the room. Sir, you ordered 2 black iron level 1 gray rock rabbits, 1 black iron level 2 gray rock rabbit, 1 black iron level 2 Gale dog. All 4 monsters died, so the total cost is 5,000 yuan. You have already paid 2,500 yuan, and you need to pay another 2,500 yuan. The staff member glanced at the system on his phone and said politely, Okay. Xiao Yao paid the rest of the money quickly. Sir, do you want to take these bodies with you or have them mailed to your home? We mailed them to your home. After all, they were his trophies. It would be a good idea to go home and make spicy rabbit head and dog meat hot pot. Then please pay the additional 120 yuan for the courier fee. 120. Xiao Yao's eyes twitched. The courier fee he paid for the things he bought from Haicheng was less than 10 yuan. But he was charged 120 yuan for an hour's journey in the same city. It's really fucking black. I thought the 5,000 yuan my mother gave me was more than enough, and I could save some pocket money. I didn't expect that I would have to pay 120 yuan now. Summoners are too expensive. I complained in my heart, but Xiao Yao still paid 120 yuan obediently. After receiving the money, the staff said, You can leave first. We will send these bodies to your home within today. Okay. Xiao Yao left the training base, waited for a while, and then took the bus home. In the car, he counted the gains of today. First, he understood Xiao's real fighting power. There were almost no opponents in the Iron 1 level, even in the Iron 2 level, as long as they were not particularly strong species. They would only be defeated by Xiaoku. But there was no guarantee for higher levels. Xiao Yao could only say that it was no problem to take down the Iron 3 level Grey Rock Rabbit. But if he wanted to change to the Iron 3 level Gale Dog, he would probably have to go through a more tragic battle to know the result. Of course, he was reluctant to let Xiaoku fight against a Black Iron level 3 monster. Realm crushing is the kingly way, and fighting against a higher level is only a last resort. Secondly, he also tested the effect of the beast's mouth. Although it can't kill a Black Iron level 1 monster instantly like Xiaoku, it can at least cause considerable damage to the monster. If it hits a person, it is estimated that it can directly tear the person's throat. This effect has made Xiao Yao very satisfied. After all, he is only a Black Iron summoner. When he becomes stronger, maybe he can scratch through the steel plate with one claw. Finally, of course, it is Xiaoku growth. After killing 4 monsters, Xiaoku experience value has reached 35/50. He can level up as long as he kills a Black Iron level 2 Gale Dog. Although Xiaoku needs to recuperate now. He has no money to find monsters to practice with. But the school will soon organize a wilderness survival trial. And Xiaoku will have a chance to level up then. Chapter 9 National College Summoner League. After returning home, my parents were not at home, but this was also within Xiao Yao expectations. Xiao Li, of course, is not to be mentioned. As the captain of the Yinqing law enforcement team, he has too many things to coordinate and deal with, and often does not return home until late at night. And his mother, Lu Hui, is a partner of an accounting firm in Yinqing. Because of Xiao Yao, Lu Hui tries to ensure that she returns home on time every day to cook for her children, but she is also very busy during work hours, and has no time to take care of Xiao Yao. Fortunately, Xiao Yao had lived 2 lives, and he was much less of a worry than other children, since he was young. The 2 of them were relieved that Xiao Yao was alone at home. Half an hour after Dongdong arrived home, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Yao opened the door, and saw the courier dragging a huge box to the door. With his enhanced sense of smell, he could smell the blood in the box immediately. "Sir, this is your express delivery. Please sign for it." Xiao Yao took a look at the shipping address, and it was indeed sent from the training base. "Thank you." After the courier left, Xiao Yao dragged the box directly, and walked to the vegetable market next to the community. He was a summoner, not a butcher, and things like skinning, bone cutting and meat cutting should be left to professionals. "Uncle Lu, help me." Xiao Yao dragged the box, and came to a meat stall. "What's the matter, Xiao Yao?" Uncle Lu asked with a smile, and he seemed to be very familiar with Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao pointed to the box under his feet. "There are several monster corpses in it. I want Uncle Lu to help me deal with them." "No problem." Uncle Lu agreed readily. He moved the box to the back of the stall, and cut the seal. "Wow! 3 greystone rabbits. 1 Gale Dog." "Xiao Yao, are you a summoner now?" "As a butcher for more than 20 years. Uncle Lu has handled many monster corpses. He is naturally familiar with the most common monsters such as greystone rabbits and Gale Dogs." However, when he thought of Xiao Yao's age and the corpses of this batch of monsters, Uncle Lu immediately realized that Xiao Yao had also become a powerful summoner like his father. "Haha, good luck, good luck." Xiao Yao smiled modestly. As expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. Uncle Lu praised, and then said, "What are you going to do with these bodies?" "Chop off the rabbit heads for me first. I want to ask Uncle Zhang next door to make 3 spicy rabbit heads for me, and skin and bone the rest, and cut the meat by the way. Uncle Lu, the meat of the Gale Dog may need to be kept in your cold storage for a while, because our refrigerator can't hold it. The Gale Dog weighs more than 80 gene. After bleeding and skinning, it weighs more than 40 gene. Their refrigerator can't hold so much meat." "Okay, this is easy. I have my guy deliver the rabbit head to Lao Zhang when I'm done. You can come and get it in 3 hours. But Lao Zhang will need to process such a big rabbit head for a while. The head of the limestone rabbit is the same as that of an ordinary cat. Xiao Yao has never eaten such a big rabbit head before. I don't know if it will be tasty. But since we have killed 3, we can't waste them." "Right? Okay. Then I trouble Uncle Lu later. How much is it? Including Uncle Zhang handling fee?" Xiao Yao asked. Uncle Lu thought for a moment and said, "Give me 200. You have a lot of these things. It really takes some effort." "Okay. Then thank you, Uncle Lu." Xiao Yao took out 200 yuan in cash, and turned to leave. At this time, the apprentice Xiao Li walked up to Uncle Lu and whispered, "Master, Isn't 200 yuan too little? It's not easy to deal with these monster corpses. 200 yuan is not enough for an apprentice like him. Uncle Lu glanced at him and said, You know nothing. Seeing Xiao Yao figure walking farther and farther away, Uncle Lu said, Do you know who he is? Who? Xiao Li asked in confusion. He was new here, so he naturally didn't know Xiao Yao's background. Uncle Lu said, His name is Xiao Yao, his father is Xiao Li, he is the captain of our Yanqing law enforcement team. Ah, the law enforcement team. Is that the law enforcement team composed of all summoners? Xiao Li exclaimed. Uncle Lu glanced at him calmly. His father is a powerful summoner. And now he has become a summoner too. Why do you think I only want so little money? If I wasn't afraid that Xiao Yao would not accept it, I would not want to take his money. Understand? Understand? Xiao Li nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. And flattered him, Master. You are still good at handling things. I will learn from you in the future. Stinky boy. Uncle Lu laughed and scolded. You have a lot to learn. If you want to gain a foothold in society, it is most important to be sensible and know how to deal with things, especially for small businesses like ours. You need to know who you can't offend and who you should flatter. Otherwise, anyone can knock you down. I understand. That's enough. Then I'll leave these things to you. You can handle them in 2.5 hours. Uncle Lu chopped off 3 rabbit heads and carried them away. Xiao Li. After returning home, Xiao Yao first summoned Xiao Ke from the beast control space, wanting to see how fast he recovered. As Xiao Yao's mind moved, Xiao Ke appeared out of thin air beside him. The sudden change made Xiao Ke open his eyes instantly. But when he saw the familiar environment, his eyelids slowly drooped again, and he fell asleep again in a few seconds. Xiao Yao took a look at his health. 77%. An average of 1 health point per hour. This recovery speed is already very good, and he will be fully recovered by this time tomorrow. After gently touching Xiao Ke's head, Xiao Yao took him back to the beast control space. Now that he has nothing to do, Xiao Yao goes online and opens his favorite video. The video of the National College Summoner League. This event is the most watched event every year. Dozens of the top summoner universities in the country will send their ace students to participate in this event. The competition is in the form of single-player solo, and the strongest college summoner will be determined in the end. According to statistics, the top 5 in each competition, as long as they are not dead, will at least become platinum-level summoners many years later. Platinum level is considered high-end combat power in Longhua. Xiao Li, the captain of Yanqing law enforcement team, is only gold level. During the annual competition, it is the busiest time in Longhua. Beer and beverages are often sold out. Not only will summoners pay attention to the competition, more than half of the ordinary people in Longhua will watch the live broadcast of the competition. It can be said that this event has become a national level, and the popularity undoubtedly occupies the top spot every year, and far exceeds the second place. Xiao Yao watches the live broadcast of the competition every year, and he has also imagined himself standing on the highest podium, enjoying the cheers and praises of the whole people. But now that he has become a real summoner, and has a powerful golden finger, his dream is no longer a fantasy. It will take a few years before he can participate in the competition. But from now on, he will watch the competition again from the perspective of a summoner and learn from it. For his dream, he must prepare in advance and fight for it. Chapter 10 Family Status. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Yao's parents went home together. Wow, what's that smell so good? As soon as they entered the house, they smelled a strong meaty aroma. Dad, why did you come back so early today? Xiao Yao came out of the kitchen and showed a surprised expression when he saw Xiao Li. Xiao Li hung his clothes on the hanger and said with a smile, I heard from your mother that you went to the training ground today, so come back early to see how your training is going. How is it? Xiao Ke's fighting ability is not bad. Right? Xiao Yao nodded. Very good, today Xiao Ke killed 3 gray rock rabbits, and a black iron level 2 Gale dog. I am cooking the meat of the Gale dog now. That's really good. Xiao Li said in approval. The fighting ability of the Gale dog is not bad, Xiao Ke can fight across levels, and his fighting potential is also top-notch. But I haven't eaten the meat of the Gale dog for a long time. Today I will see how your cooking skills are. You come just in time. Xiao Yao walked into the kitchen and brought out a large pot of meat. The dog meat is just out of the pot. Come and try my cooking. Walking into the dining room, Lu Hui was shocked by what was on the table. 3 heads as big as adult cats were placed in the middle of the table, covered with chili oil, but several pairs of eyes were staring blankly ahead, making Lu Hui's whole body hairy. Son, what is this? Lu Hui's face showed a disgusted expression. Spicy rabbit head. This rabbit is a limestone rabbit, with a slightly larger head, Xiao Yao said embarrassedly. When the spicy limestone rabbit head was ready, he was also shocked. If he really had to choose such a big head, he would not be able to eat it. Throw it away. Throw it away. Such a big head is so creepy. Lu Hui picked up the plate and walked to the kitchen, and then heard a plop. The spicy rabbit head fell into the trash can. Xiao Yao and Xiao Li looked at each other, showing a helpless look. At home, the mother who controls the financial power is the sky, and the father and son can only obey. I feel much better now. Let's eat. Lu Hui came out with a few pairs of chopsticks, and then said, Eat. Eat. Try my cooking skills. Xiao Yao knocked the bowl with chopsticks. He didn't get to eat the rabbit head, but it was processed by others after all. But he made this pot of dog meat himself, which has a different meaning. Let me try it. Xiao Li picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to taste it. Well, not bad. Very fragrant. Xiao Li nodded with satisfaction. Hearing his father's affirmation, Xiao Yao chuckled. The monsters in this world are very powerful, but at the same time, their meat is much better than ordinary livestock and poultry. For example, the meat of the Gale dog is chewier and more fragrant than other meats. Of course, Xiao Yao has never eaten ordinary dog meat. After all, it is a good friend of humans. By the way, Xiao Yao suddenly stood up, took out another pot of cooked meat from the kitchen, and placed it not far from the dining table. Then, he summoned Xiaoke. As soon as it appeared, Xiaoke's nostrils twitched a few times, and soon locked onto the meat beside him. Xiaoke, eat quickly. Xiao Yao pushed the basin to Xiaoke's mouth, touched his head and said. Xiaoke leaned over to the basin and smelled it carefully, then buried his face in the basin and ate it with relish. Seeing Xiaoke eating happily, Xiao Yao smiled slightly. This basin was the Gale dog meat he cooked in salt water, and it must taste much better than unprocessed meat. Xiaoke is injured, so he should eat more to replenish his body. Xiao Li sat at the dining table and watched, and sighed. Why are you so anxious to hurt each other? Dad. Xiao Yao's face darkened. Xiaoke is a wolf, not a dog. Yes. Yes. Yes, I forgot again. Xiao Li slapped his head and said embarrassedly, It was a slip of the tongue, and you should come and eat. Xiao Yao glanced at him speechlessly, and returned to his seat to eat. In addition to dog meat, Xiao Yao also made a dish of green vegetables and tofu and cold lotus root. Dog meat is very popular. I need to add some vegetarian dishes to cool down. After dinner, Xiao Li unexpectedly sat on the sofa and watched TV. Hey, Dad, don't you have to go to the team? Xiao Yao asked curiously. Xiao Li sat in a comfortable position. A lot of people from the Summoner Association came to Yanqing these 2 days. The public security of the entire Yanqing is under strict control, but I am fine here. That's right. Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Xiao Li is mainly responsible for the crimes committed by Yanqing summoners. Now that so many summoners from the association have come to Yanqing, who would be so stupid as to choose to cause trouble at this time? The sound of even breathing suddenly sounded. Xiao Yao turned his head, and saw that it was Xiaoke who fell asleep again after dinner. Xiao Yao took a piece of cloth and wiped Xiaoke's face, which was covered with flesh, and then took him back to the beast control space. How is Xiaoke's injury? Xiao Li asked beside him. He could see the wounds on Xiaoke's body. Although they were not deep, there were too many of them. It's not a big problem. You can recover after a day of rest. That's good. The easiest way to upgrade in the Black Iron stage is to fight. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. The most important thing is to cultivate the tacit understanding between you and Xiaoke, and to grasp the timing of the battle. If you don't have a firm grasp of some basics at a low level, then, when you reach the gold level or above, it will become your fatal weakness. Xiao Li taught earnestly. Understood. Xiao Li didn't say that he would let Xiaoke fight continuously. Xiaoke's blood contains the gene of fighting and bloodthirsty, and it can only be fully stimulated through sufficient fighting. Besides, Xiaoke can level up by killing monsters. If he doesn't kill more monsters, wouldn't it be too unfair to his golden finger? It's too dangerous for you to go out in the wild with your current strength. If you want to train, you should go to the training base. It's quite suitable for novices. Xiao Li said. The training base is good. Xiao Yao said helplessly. It's just too expensive. Just these monsters cost 5,000 yuan, not including the 120 yuan shipping fee. Go to your mother for money. Xiao Li spread his hands. My money is all with your mother. I guess my pockets are cleaner than yours. I think so too. Xiao Yao curled his lips. He at least saved some New Year's money, but his father didn't have any private money at all. His salary was directly paid to his mother's card, and he had to apply for money in advance every time he needed it. It was really pitiful. Dad, tell me when you are out of money in the future, your son has money. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows and said, You little brat. Xiao Li laughed and scolded, If you keep showing off, I will let your mother take your money away. No. 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 You will both lose. Xiao Yao waved his hands quickly, and then curled his lips. I just feel sorry for you, but I didn't expect that my kindness would go to the wrong person. I don't need your pity. Xiao Li patted Xiao Yao on the back. Go check the information of the field trial. I guess you will start next week, so be prepared in advance. Okay. Chapter 11 Wilderness Survival Trial. After returning to school, all summoners were notified that Yanqing No. 1 High School would organize its summoners to participate in the Wilderness Survival Trial the next day. Those who are interested need to sign the agreement with their parents. All the summoners in the school signed. After all, the Wilderness Survival Trial is a very routine project. Over the years, the casualty rate is less than 1%, which can be said to be almost non-dangerous. The trial lasts for 3 days, and the summoners must prepare their own food, water bottles, tents, mosquito repellent, and other necessities. Fortunately, there is already a complete list of outdoor supplies on the internet, and many stores will also sell a complete set of supplies. So there is no need to worry too much. The next day, 42 new summoners got on a school bus fully armed. The school bus of No. 1 High School has been specially modified, with a 5-centimeter thick steel plate reinforced on the surface. And the tires are also larger than those of ordinary buses. At the same time, the tires are made of special rubber, which is tough and elastic, and the shock absorption effect of the body has been enhanced, so it can drive smoothly in the wild with poor road conditions. After getting on the bus, all the students were excited. After all, ordinary people don't have the opportunity to go into the wild. But the magical and exciting videos of the wild on the internet are always attracting these energetic children. Now they are about to get in touch with the wild. And this feeling is like a child riding a roller coaster for the first time. Nervous and expectant. After getting on the bus, Xiao Yao sat with his best friend Su Xingliang. Xiao Yao, did you go to the training ground the other day? Su Xingliang asked. I went. Xiao Yao nodded. How was it? How was your Warwick's combat power? Su Xingliang was a little curious. Well, not bad. I just killed 3 greystone rabbits and a black iron level 2 Gale dog. Xiao Yao looked indifferent. You are showing off. Su Xingliang curled his lips. This good friend of his usually looks quite cool, like a genius, but only those who are close to him know that he is a big sultry. How is your Pai Dan? Su Xingliang sighed. Pai Dan is just a little timid, but he is still very powerful in real combat. At least the black iron level 2 gray rock rabbit is no match for Pai Dan. But I dare not try the black iron level 2 Gale dog. I am sure Pai Dan cannot beat him now. That's not bad. Xiao Yao nodded. Although the gray shadow cat is small in size, it is definitely not bad in combat. The rapid burst gives him super burst speed, and with a pair of sharp claws, it is not an exaggeration to call him an assassin among the black iron. However, cats are naturally timid creatures, and they need to be trained well in the future. At this time, the school bus was full of chaotic conversations. There were only more than 300 people in the first grade of senior high school, and 8 classes. After 3 years, everyone was at least familiar with each other. Among the more than 40 summoners, most of them could call each other by name. Now that everyone has become a summoner, many smart students walk back and forth in the school bus to get to know students from other classes better. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, several young people in their 20s walked into the school bus. Ahem, everyone. Please be quiet. The Dean of Studies, Lao Zhang, said in a hoarse voice. These are the elite members of the Summoners Association, and they are also responsible for your safety in this outdoor survival trial. Next, please introduce yourselves. As soon as Lao Zhang said this, the school bus immediately became quiet. Hello everyone, I am Gui Yufan from Kyoto University, a silver level 3 summoner. A handsome young man smiled. Hello everyone, I am Yen Feiyu from Kyoto Mizuki University, silver level 2 summoner. A gentle and beautiful girl introduced. I am Guojun, Modu Junhui University, silver level 2 summoner. Wangjia, Yamashiro University, silver level 1 summoner. After listening to their introductions, everyone in the school bus couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The strength of these 8 people is above silver, and their schools are all good universities in the top 20 in the country. Among them, Kyoto University, Kyoto Mizuki University, and Magic City Military University are the top 5 universities in Dragon Country. No one thought that the Summoner Association would send such a group of top students to protect themselves. Hello, Senior. Hello, Senior. At this time, a clever boy spoke first. Hello, Senior. Senior. The others also reacted and said in unison. Xiao Yao also shouted. And at the same time, his eyes were focused on Gui Yufan from Kyoto University. Not only because he was the strongest, the best school, but also because Kyoto University was his father's Shaoli alma mater. Okay, next I will assign everyone to these 8 summoners in the order on the list. Everyone listen carefully. Old Zhang read out loudly according to the list. Li Ming, Su Xingliang, Wang Jieqi, Xiao Yao, Xingyi, Lu Lei, the 6 of you follow the leader Gui Yufan. Yes. The 6 people looked at each other and shouted loudly. Xiao Yao smiled. His team was full of classmates, and the leader was the most powerful Gui Yufan. He was very satisfied with this assignment. He Ming, Li Ziki, Duan Bo, Wang Hui, Chang Haodian, Zhao Xian, the 6 of you follow the leader Yin Feiyu. Yes. These people also shouted excitedly. Yin Feiyu is not only beautiful, but also a senior at Kyoto Mizuki University. Beautiful and strong women are always the most popular. Lu Jia, Su Ling, the 5 of you follow the leader Gui Jun. Wang Chu, Li Feng, the 5 of you follow the leader Wang Zhe. After all the personnel were assigned, Lao Zhang looked at the summoners and politely said, Do you have any notifications? Gui Yufan smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, I think we should let the members of each group report to the team leader now, so that we can get to know each other along the way. No problem. Lao Zhang turned his head and shouted, Now everyone should report to the team leader according to the list just assigned. Yes. Soon. The team leader sat in different positions on the school bus, and the team members sat around the team leader. The 6 members of Xiao Yao team quickly sat down next to Gui Yufan, and everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. After all, this was a summoner from Kyoto University. With silver-level strength, it was difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with such a prodigy. Hello everyone. I am your team leader Gui Yufan. I will lead you to complete the wilderness survival trial in the next 3 days. Now everyone, please introduce yourselves. Gui Yufan smiled. He spoke very gently, and his eyes were like crescent moons when he smiled, which made people want to get close to him. Hello. Senior, my name is Lu Lei. The outgoing Lu Lei straightened his back and spoke. Hello. Senior, my name is Li Ming. Li Ming is thin and small, and his skin is darker than the average person, but he has a good personality and likes to joke with his classmates. Hello. Senior, my name is Wang Jieqi. Wang Jieqi is the only girl in the team, and she is also very outgoing, and she can get along well with both boys and girls in the class. Hello. Senior, my name is Xingyi. Xingyi is not tall, but his grades are always among the best, and he is very popular with those girls who are average in academic performance. Every time during evening self-study, there will always be people around him asking questions. Hello. Senior. My name is Su Xingliang. Hello. Senior. My name is Xiao Yao. Okay, now I know everyone. In the next few days, I will lead everyone to complete the wilderness survival test. At the same time, please obey my instructions. After all, the wilderness is a very dangerous place. Even I dare not say that I can guarantee everyone's safety 100%. Gui Yufan still spoke very politely, but everyone could hear the warning in his tone. I understand. Senior, the 6 people said in unison. Chapter 12 Entering the Trial Field. After everyone was assigned, Lao Zhang also left the school bus. He was just an ordinary teacher, and the next trial was still left to professionals. The school bus driver was sent by the Summoner Association. After everyone was ready, he notified everyone and started the bus directly. Destination: Yinqing Trial Field Number 1. The forest area around Yinqing has been completely controlled by the government. According to the different locations of the area, it has been divided into field training grounds with different numbers. This place not only provides a relatively safe trial site for summoners, but also serves as a strategic deep section between Yinqing and the wild. The dangerous monsters in these trial sites have been cleared out, and the highest level monsters are only silver level. which is why the top students in charge of this trial are at least silver level. At the same time, there are troops stationed outside the training grounds. And there are also a lot of surveillance inside the training grounds. So even if a highly dangerous monster sneaks in, it will be cleared out by military experts as soon as possible. Trial field number 1 is the least dangerous of all the fields. Most of them are iron grade. A few are bronze grade. And silver grade is almost unheard of. Therefore, it is most suitable for these novice summoners who have just awakened. Senior, why are all the people protecting us college students this time? I remember that they were all members of the Summoner Association before. 30 to 40 years old. Lu Lei looked at Gui Yufan and asked curiously. Others also looked at Gui Yufan curiously. Every year, there are many sharing posts about the trials of novice summoners on the internet. The vast majority of the personnel responsible for protection are experienced summoners in the association, and they are not young anymore. There are very few college students who are responsible for participating in this activity. Gui Yufan smiled and explained. This is an agreement reached between major universities and the Summoners Association this year. In the future, the trial tasks of new summoners can be participated by college students every year. On the one hand, it can alleviate the pressure on the association's summoner manpower, and on the other hand, it can also increase students' social practice experience and earn a certain amount of school points at the same time. Is that so? Then senior, why did you choose Yanqing to do the mission? Wang Jieqi asked. Because I am from Yanqing, and I am your direct senior. I graduated from number 1 high school 3 years ago. Gui Yufan smiled. Oh my god, senior. You are also from number 1 high school. Everyone's eyes widened. No one expected that the senior they were talking about was really their direct senior. The 8 of us are from Yanqing. Yin Feiyu and I are from number 1 high school. The rest are from number 2 high school and number 13 middle school. Senior Yin is also from our number 1 high school. Everyone's eyes lit up. At this time, Li Ming secretly looked around and whispered, the seniors from our number 1 high school are the most beautiful. Uh-huh. Everyone laughed happily. And even Gui Yufan couldn't help but chuckle. He was very happy to be able to lead the juniors and seniors from his alma mater to complete the task. And these guys have good personalities. So the next few days will not be so boring. In the next hour or so, several people asked Gui Yufan many questions, such as how he got into Kyoto University, whether university life is wonderful, and whether there are many beautiful girls in the university. Gui Yufan patiently answered all these questions. The scenery on the roadside flashed by at high speed, from the bustling city at the beginning, to the wilderness later, and now the dense jungle. After 2 hours, the school bus finally arrived at the starting point of the number 1 trial field. Everyone, you can get off the bus now. The driver said loudly after stopping the car. Get off the bus. Everyone couldn't wait any longer, and when they saw the bus stop, they ran out of the bus. After everyone got off the bus, a team of soldiers with live ammunition came to the crowd. They were from the garrison troops at trial field number 1. Everyone who entered the trial field had to buy a permit before they could enter. Smugglers would be subject to heavy penalties or even jail time. However, the trials for new summoners were free and provided by the state. After everyone showed their student ID cards, the soldiers checked the information in the database one by one. After 10 minutes of verification, the soldiers issued a 3-day access card to everyone and let them pass. The 3-day access card means that everyone can only stay in there for 3 days. Extra fees are required for more than 3 days. Everyone, please be quiet. After entering the trial field, Gui Yufan clapped his hands. The sound was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. In the next 3 days, each team leader will lead the team members to act in groups. Please obey the command and ensure your own safety. I won't say anything else. See you in 3 days. After Gui Yufan finished speaking, several captains led their respective team members to different directions. Senior, how should we go? Looking at the dim forest ahead, Xiaoyao could not hold back his excitement and nervousness. Just follow me. Gui Yufan waved his hand and led the team to the left front. The centuries-old trees in the forest were connected like an ocean, and mottled light spots scattered down, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. The soil and dead leaves under his feet were soft, and it felt like a carpet when he stepped on them. Except for Gui Yufan. The others were entering the forest for the first time. They looked around like curious babies, exploring everything in the forest. White leaf flower. Xiaoyao suddenly squatted down and looked at a flower with white leaves in the bushes. According to the description in the book, White leaf flower has the effect of moistening the lungs and relieving coughs. It can quickly relieve coughs after soaking in water. Most cough medicines are also based on white leaf flowers. This is the first time Xiao Yao has seen wild white leaf flowers. He is very happy to feel that the book is shining on reality. Yes, this is the white leaf flower, Gui Yufan said. In addition to monsters, there are many valuable plants growing in the wild. White leaf flowers are just the most common plants, but they also play a very important role in human health. So the wild is both a crisis and an opportunity for humans. Senior, are there any very strange plants in the wild? Li Ming asked. Many. Gui Yufan said. For humans, the wild is still a mysterious forbidden area. Most of the wilds have not been surveyed. But I know that there are many very strange plants. For example, the immortal flame flower. A diamond-level war beast once ate it, and was directly promoted to the master level. And the rejuvenating grass. Anyone who eats it can keep a permanent appearance until death. Wow, everyone exclaimed. Several boys exclaimed because of the immortal flame flower. And Wang Jieqi exclaimed because of the rejuvenating grass. Of course, precious plants always grow in extremely dangerous environments. So everyone should work hard to improve their strength first. Yes. Everyone was excited and full of fighting spirit. Chapter 13 Wind Demon Rabbit. After entering the forest, Xiao Yao and the other 6 summoned their war beasts. Su Xingliang war beast is the gray shadow cat. Pai Dan. He usually holds it in his arms. But after entering the forest, Su Xingliang still puts Pai Dan on the ground to walk, allowing it to fully utilize its advantages of speed and flexibility. Lu Lei Lightning Falcon stands on his shoulder, and occasionally flies into the air to observe the situation ahead. Wang Jieqi War Beast is a bewitching butterfly, Black Iron Level 1, and its skill is Bewitching Pollen, which can put the opponent into a coma. The butterfly is about the size of 2 palms, and usually flies over Wang Jieqi head and shoulders. Li Ming War Beast is a chameleon, which has the ability to change color and can blend well with the surrounding environment. At the same time, his tongue has a strong penetrating ability, and can penetrate a 2-finger-wide solid wooden board with one blow. It can be said to be a powerful invisible killer. Xingyi War Beast is a bullet rat, which is twice as big as a normal rat. At the same time, his abdominal cavity has a strong air compression ability, which makes the air cannon he spits out have the power of a bullet. So it is called a bullet rat. Xiao Yao also summoned Xiaoke. After a few days of recuperation, Xiaoke's scars had disappeared. At the same time, his eyes were more determined, which made him look more majestic. After looking at the war beasts of the people, Gui Yufan nodded with satisfaction. Except for Xiao Yao War Beast. He knew about the war beasts of the other people. They were good in both quality and combat effectiveness. Although he had never heard of the name of Xiao Yao War Beast. The Black Wind Wolf. It looked like a wolf-type war beast, which was a relatively strong type in combat effectiveness. Okay, everyone. Next, you need to be careful. I want to attack weaker monsters. Everything depends on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Yufan also summoned his war beast. The powerful ape. His powerful ape is more than 2 meters tall, with muscular body and messy yellow hair, looking like a wild man. Xiao Yao eyes also showed the information of the powerful ape war beast named Powerful Ape War Beast Level Bronze 4 War Beast Skills Giant Force Burst. Gui Yufan is a Silver 3 level summoner, which means that his strongest war beast is exactly Silver 3 level. So the powerful ape is not his main war beast. However, the Bronze 4 level powerful ape is also very strong. At least in the number 1 trial field. There is almost no opponent. It is more than enough to protect everyone. Woo! As soon as it appeared, the powerful ape circled around Gui Yufan, making low roars in its mouth, as if venting its dissatisfaction. Okay, I was in the city for a while before, and I couldn't let you out. Today, you can relax. Gui Yufan combed the hair on the head of the powerful ape with his hands, and said helplessly. Aoo, hearing what Gui Yufan said, the powerful ape curled his lips in a very human way, and then he jumped lightly, and climbed up the tree. With the sound of leaves rustling, the powerful ape disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the disappearing back of the powerful ape, with a confused look on their faces. Isn't he here to protect us? Ahem, you don't have to worry about him. He will show up when he wants to. Gui Yufan coughed, and then said, next, you can appoint a team leader, who will arrange the next itinerary. And I will only be responsible for protecting your safety. Ah, is that true? Everyone was very surprised. Is it reliable to arrange the itinerary by yourself? Senior, what if we take the wrong road? Will we be in danger if we go too deep? Li Ming said with some worry. Don't worry, I will point it out if you really go too deep. Okay then. Everyone looked at each other, and finally focused their attention on Xiao Yao. No other reason, it was because Xiao Yao was always the first in the class, the first in the grade, a fighter among the top students. In this environment, the first thing that comes to mind is the one who is the best and most reliable. Then I will be the team leader. Xiao Yao readily agreed. He also thought that he was the best candidate for the team leader. First, because he has lived 2 lives. His mental quality and experience must be much better than others. Second, because he has a wide range of knowledge. Plus the bonus of the system. He can clearly identify the level of the monster, and thus make the best judgment. If someone else sat in this position, he would not feel at ease. Xiao Yao said, first of all, I think we need to find a suitable place to stay. This place should be dry and convenient for us to spend the night. That makes sense. Everyone agreed. Then let's go this way. Xiao Yao pointed to a road casually. Now they had no map, so they could only explore on their own. Gui Yufan smiled without saying anything. Just casually spread his hands, meaning it's up to you. Let's go! Seeing that Gui Yufan had no objection, Xiao Yao let Xiaoke lead the way, and the others followed behind him. Rustle. The sound of dead trees and fallen leaves being trampled rang out in the silent forest. Xiao Yao and his group walked slowly, their eyes scanning around from time to time, always keeping alert. Wawa wawa. The sound of wings fluttering rang out, and a purple bird approached the group like lightning. But no one was alarmed. They watched the bird land on Lu Lei's shoulder, making a chirping sound. Xiao Zi said that 200 meters ahead, there are 6 wind rabbits foraging. Lu Lei said, after the summoner signs a soul agreement with the war beast, they can understand each other's meaning. In view of this, Lightning Falcon is undoubtedly the best scout in the team. However, although Xiaoke can understand Xiao Yao words, he rarely speaks, and has a rather cold and taciturn taste. This also makes Xiao Yao look at the interaction between Lu Lei and Lightning Falcon with some envy. What should Xiao Yao do? Do you want to kill them? Su Xingliang waved his fist, looking a little tempted. But this is normal. Wind Demon Rabbit is a common monster of black iron level. Its strength is only slightly stronger than the artificially raised Grey Rock Rabbit. If you don't dare to do it, then this trial will be meaningless. Kill them! Xiao Yao said firmly. Xiaoke is only 15 points away from leveling up. Since he has this condition, he must do everything he can to improve his strength. Fight them! Several boys also roared excitedly. Their desire to fight was completely ignited. We need to plan a strategy before the battle. Xiao Yao calmly analyzed. The Wind Demon Rabbit is average in strength and timid in character. If we rush up, we will definitely scare them away. So now we need to formulate a strategy to lure them over. What do you think? How should we do it? Everyone agreed with Xiao Yao's point of view. Let's do this. Xiao Yao said first. Let the bullet rat sneak over, shoot the Wind Demon Rabbit, and then quickly run over here. Although the Wind Demon Rabbit is timid, it will resist with all its might if it encounters a challenge from an opponent of similar strength. Let's try to lure them over with this method. Okay. Everyone turned their attention to Xing Yi. Xing Yi patted his chest and said, Leave it to my Bullet. Bullet was the name he gave to Bullet Mouse. Chapter 14 Black Iron Level 2 Blood Tracking. Swish swish swish. The breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and the mottled sunlight shone through the layers of shade, bringing light to the dark forest. In the bushes, 6 wind rabbits were leisurely eating grass, but their ears were always erect, listening to the movements around them. Compared with the greystone rabbits, the wind rabbits were slightly larger in size, and their fur was light blue, so they were difficult to be found in the grass. And, unlike the domesticated greystone rabbits, the wind rabbits lived in the wild all year round, and were much stronger than the greystone rabbits in terms of vigilance and combat effectiveness. Snap, snap, snap. The 4 upper and lower front teeth flipped, like green grass juice oozed from the corners of the mouth. The wind rabbit squinted its eyes in satisfaction, then found a sunny place to lie down, feeling the warmth of the sun. Schwa. At this time, the sound of the grass suddenly sounded in my ears. The hair of the 6 wind rabbits instantly exploded, gathered into a ball at a very fast speed, the body slightly bent, the red eyes swept around. Bang. A ball of invisible gas passed through the jungle, and hit the eyes of a wind rabbit with a bang. Squeak. The wind demon rabbit let out a shrill scream. It covered its injured eye with its claws. Blood quickly flowed down its eye and dripped onto the ground. The remaining wind demon rabbits were startled and looked vigilantly in the direction of the attack. The breeze blew through the grass, revealing the attacker. It was a bronze mouse, with big, bright eyes and a smug smile on its mouth, as if cheering for its attack. For a moment, all the wind demon rabbits glared at the mouse, with murderous intent bursting out of their red eyes, especially the injured wind demon rabbit, whose single eye was bleeding red and whose buck teeth were clattering. They didn't expect such a small thing to dare to attack them. It was simply looking for death. The bullet mouse felt the murderous intent, and the smile on its face froze instantly. It took a deep look ahead, turned around, deliberately shook its tail, and then scurried away. Ho-ho! The one-eyed wind rabbit let out a low roar, and its powerful thighs pushed the ground hard, rushing towards the bullet mouse like a sharp arrow. Seeing this, the other 5 wind rabbits followed closely behind. Wah-wah-wah-wah. The bullet rat and the wind rabbit ran wildly in the forest, passing through the grass, crossing the dead branches, stepping on the fallen leaves, breaking the original tranquility of the forest. Here they come, get ready. On the high slope, Xiao Yao crouched down and whispered to the students beside him. 1 for each of the 4 of you, and I take the remaining 2. This arrangement had been confirmed before. Xiao Yao was just reminding his classmates again. Although the others were a little worried about Xiao Yao's arrangement, they felt that it was a bit risky for Xiao Ke to fight 2 alone, but seeing Xiao Yao's firm and confident eyes, they still chose to believe Xiao Yao. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Several people saw the wind demon rabbit approaching the bullet rat. At this time, Xingyi's face also showed a faint worry. War Beast named Wind Demon Rabbit War Beast level Black Iron level 2 War Beast skill Wu saw that the Wind Demon Rabbit had been surrounded by several people. Xiao Yao stood up suddenly and shouted, "Do it!" A Wu Xiaoku responded first. He appeared from behind a large tree that was hugged by 2 people behind the Wind Demon Rabbit. He jumped forward and knocked down a Wind Demon Rabbit in one fell swoop. Squeak! The huge pressure behind it scared the Wind Demon Rabbit so much that its hair stood up. It kicked the ground with its legs frantically, trying to push the enemy behind it down. But at this time, Xiao Ke had already exposed his sharp wolf teeth. He used his claws to hold down the body of the Wind Demon Rabbit, and then bit it down. A large piece of flesh was torn off with a crack, and blood spurted out like a pillar. Xiao Ke spat out the flesh in his mouth, and was unyielding. He bit the Wind Demon Rabbit's spine again and broke it. In Xiao Yao's eyes, the blood volume of the Wind Demon Rabbit instantly returned to 0. At the same time, Xiao Yao's classmates were not far behind. The lightning falcon flew down from the branch, like a purple lightning, and flew in front of the Wind Demon Rabbit in an instant. The sharp beak pierced deeply into the eyes of the Wind Demon Rabbit, and then stirred fiercely. Ho-ho! The Wind Demon Rabbit let out an unconscious low roar. Its brain had been destroyed by the lightning falcon, and it had lost all its vitality. Pidden! Come on! Su Xingliang clenched his fists and cheered for his gray shadow cat secretly. Miao Paidian heard Su Xingliang's voice and used his skill Rapid Explosion. Several gray shadows covered the Wind Demon Rabbit like a big net. At close range, the gray shadow cat was not afraid of the Wind Demon Rabbit, which was 1 level higher than it and was known for its speed, because it was much more agile than the other party. The sharp cat claws left wounds on the Wind Demon Rabbit, and the Wind Demon Rabbit turned back and forth anxiously, but it could not catch Pai Dan's figure. A few seconds passed, and while the Wind Demon Rabbit was unable to react, Pai Dan scratched the opponent's throat with one claw. The artery burst, and the bright red blood spurted out. The Wind Demon Rabbit's eyes gradually dimmed, and it fell to the ground soon. Well done, Pai Dan! Su Xingliang excitedly waved his fist. Seeing Su Xingliang's reaction, Pai Dan tilted his head back and meowed shyly. Li Ming War Beast Chameleon was also very powerful, and the battle ended earlier than Pai Dan. It had already used its own skills to change color and blend into the grass under its feet. When the Wind Demon Rabbit arrived, it pounced on it, and its tongue shot out like a javelin, destroying its brain directly through its eyes. The whole process took only 3 seconds, which can be said to be a perfect display of the skills of the forest killer. Xingyi Bullet Mouse was no exception. It had already aimed at the Wind Demon Rabbit that it had injured. When other war beasts attacked, the Wind Demon Rabbit was in a state of confusion. It turned around, took a deep breath, and its mouth bulged like a small bun. Then, Bang! The air bullet blinded the other eye of the Wind Demon Rabbit. And the Wind Demon Rabbit became completely blind. Squeak! The blind rabbit made a sound of fear and anger. It was blind. The intense pain eroded its nerves like a tide. It ran around like a headless fly. Boom! The Wind Demon Rabbit crashed directly into a big tree and fainted instantly. A pair of big hands grabbed its 2 ears and lifted it up in the air. Xingyi said with a smile, "This wait is called waiting for the rabbit." Compared with other students, Wang Jieqi's battle was more difficult. Her war beast was the soul-bewitching butterfly, and her skill was the soul-bewitching pollen. For the soul-loving butterfly, although the pollen made the Wind Demon Rabbit a little drowsy, it still lacked a fatal attack method. Seeing that the classmates had dealt with their opponents, Wang Jieqi was a little anxious. But she had no other way. After all, the soul-loving butterfly's current ability can only go so far, unless it is silver level. The pollen of the soul-loving butterfly can have the characteristics of neurotoxin. "Leave it to me next," Xiao Yao suggested. Xiaoke had easily dealt with the second Wind Demon Rabbit. Seeing Wang Jieqi's dilemma, he also wanted to help and earn some experience points. "Then I trouble you," Wang Jieqi said gratefully. Xiao Yao smiled slightly and gave Xiaoke an order in his heart. Xiaoke turned around, facing the last Wind Demon Rabbit, with excitement in his eyes. Not only because of his bloodthirsty character, but most importantly, he was upgraded. In Xiao Yao's eyes, Xiaoke information changed to Battle Beast names 1 Rage Beast Battle Beast level Black Iron level 2 Battle Beast skills Blood Hunger, Beast Mouth, Blood Tracking, Ancestral Howl, unusable. Endless Binding, unusable, after upgrading to Black Iron level 2. Xiaoke has grown in all aspects. And most importantly, he has unlocked a new skill, Blood Tracking. With a chuckle, Xiaoke took a bite and easily killed the drowsy Wind Demon Rabbit. At this time, his experience value became Black Iron level 2, 10/100. When Xiaoke was at Black Iron level 1, he could get 10 experience points for killing a Wind Demon Rabbit. But after being promoted to Black Iron level 2, the Wind Demon Rabbit could only bring him 5 experience points. Of course, Xiao Yao was not dissatisfied with this change. After all, he could level up by killing monsters. Xiaoke's promotion path was much better than other war beasts. Chapter 15 The Foothold. The battle ended quickly, within 2 minutes. All 6 Wind Rabbits died. Gui Yufan nodded with satisfaction. Although the Wind Rabbit race is relatively rubbish, without many means of attack, it is a Black Iron level 2 monster after all, 1 level higher than everyone's war beast. These juniors were able to resolve the battle so cleanly, which shows that they still have good potential. Especially that junior. Gui Yufan set his eyes on Xiao Yao. From the formulation of the trap plan to the subsequent battle, Xiao Yao and his war beast performed impeccably. Especially the war beast was upgraded to a higher level during the battle. Although Xiaoke's upgrade was very secretive, the unconscious fluctuation still did not escape Gui Yufan's eyes. However, Gui Yufan was not surprised. After all, many war beasts were upgraded during the battle. Fighting and training are always the best ways to upgrade war beasts. It was just a few days before the awakening, and this wolf-shaped war beast was upgraded to a higher level, which shows that its potential is extraordinary. By the way, what's the name? Black Wolf? Black Hair Wolf? At this time, Xiao Yao has walked to Xiaoke's side, carefully feeling the changes in Xiaoke and himself. After being promoted to Black Iron level 2, Xiaoke's body has grown slightly. Strength, speed, endurance, mental power have all increased to a certain extent, and the most important thing is that the skill of blood tracking has been unlocked. Blood tracking passive. Warwick gains extra attack speed when fighting with enemies with less than 50% health. At the same time, he can also detect nearby enemies with lower health, and gain extra movement speed bonus when moving towards them. The above bonus will be tripled when the enemy's health is less than 20%. Active. Warwick can sense the position of all enemies. The enemy closest to Warwick will continue to be affected by Blood Hunt for a period of time. This skill is very powerful. On the one hand, it can gain additional attack speed and movement speed bonuses during combat. The lower the enemy's health, the higher these two bonuses. On the other hand, it can also sense the enemy's position. No matter whether it is the enemy closest to you or the enemy with low health, Warwick will be able to detect it. It can be said that after being promoted to Black Iron level 2, Xiaoke's strength has taken a big step forward, and Xiaoke's strength growth will also be reflected in Xiao Yao himself. Although he did not feel any changes in his physical fitness, His sense of smell has obviously become much more sensitive. The bloody smell of the wind demon rabbit, the earthy smell of the soil, and even the smell of mosquito repellent on the students in the distance are constantly entering his nose. This feeling is like a patient with severe rhinitis having his nose cleared in an instant, which is sour and refreshing, and a little uncomfortable. Xiao Yao couldn't help pinching his nose. Other smells were fine, but the strong smell of blood and feces coming from nowhere really made him feel sick. Xiao Yao, what should we do next? Su Xingliang walked over to him, holding his preserved egg, and asked. Xiao Yao let go of his hand, shrugged his nose, suppressed the nausea in his heart, and said, "Let's leave here first. I'm worried that the bloody smell here will attract other monsters." "Yeah, that's right." Xingyi also nodded. As one of the top students in the class, he also has a deep understanding of the habits of wild monsters. Many monsters will look for prey based on the bloody smell around them. Now the bloody smell here is so strong, it is indeed not a safe place. The other people had no objection to Xiao Yao's decision, so everyone put on their backpacks, and followed Xiao Yao into the depths of the forest. Along the way, Xiao Yao slowly adapted to the feeling of sudden enhancement of his sense of smell, and this ability also brought him considerable benefits. For example, when walking on the road, he could smell a foul smell from a distance. He knew that there was a group of monsters living in front of him. This smell was not only their strong body odor, but also mixed with the smell of feces. In the animal and monster worlds, this smell of feces is an important sign that many monsters have occupied their territory. So Xiao Yao led the team away from this direction early. After that, they did not encounter other monsters, which disappointed the others. After all, they had just fought a clean and neat battle, and they were still thinking about showing off their power once more. However, perhaps because they were so numerous, many monsters moved away from them in advance after noticing the movement. With his excellent sense of smell, Xiao Yao led his team to find a stream in the forest. The water here was very clear, so they poured the water into their own water bottles with confidence and washed the war beasts. Xiaoke squatted on the shore, his bright red tongue constantly stirring in the stream, as if he was addicted to it. After arriving in the forest, Xiaoke seemed to have activated the wildness in his body. He was much more active than usual. Usually, he liked to stick to Xiao Yao, but here, he completely let himself go. Sometimes, when Xiao Yao wasn't paying attention, he would run away without a trace, and then run back obediently in a few minutes. Seeing him so happy, Xiao Yao didn't stop him. After all, the nature of wolves is to be aloof and free. In the city, Xiaoke couldn't run so freely. So in the forest, Xiao Yao was more willing to see him release his nature. Fortunately, Xiaoke also knew that this was a dangerous place, so he never ran far, and he would use his sense of smell, which was much better than Xiao Yao, to explore the surrounding situation. After everything was done, the group walked for a while, and finally found a place to stay. "Let's stay here tonight." Xiao Yao looked at the terrain here and nodded with satisfaction. This location is flat and much drier than other places, which is very suitable for setting up a tent for the night. Others had no objections, and soon several people enthusiastically set up the tent. However, because it was their first time, no one was familiar with the operation, and they couldn't set it up after a long time. Gui Yufan, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, so he took out his own tent and taught everyone how to set it up. Setting up a tent is actually very simple once you learn it. Soon several people set up their own tents by imitating others, and fixed their sleeping bags. It was already evening, and the forest began to get dark. There was no lunch, so everyone was hungry. They took out the food from their backpacks and started eating. The food in the wild was simple. Besides energy bars, compressed biscuits were some high-calorie foods. It was impossible for them to have a barbecue in the wild like in the novel, not to mention whether the bloody smell would attract other monsters. Just peeling, bone removal, meat cutting, and setting up the grill were not something they could do. Moreover, barbecue was a technical job. If you were not careful, it would be dark outside and dirty inside. Therefore, most people would not choose to barbecue in the wild. Chapter 16 Admission Standards of Kyoto University. At night, the forest was dark, and the noisy cicadas were annoying. Xiao Yao and his companions took out the night lights from their backpacks, lit them up, and gathered together. This night light is designed for people who survive in the wild. It has various shapes, and the brightness of the light can be adjusted freely. At the same time, The night light has a strong endurance ability. A single charge can support the maximum brightness for more than 500 hours. It is one of the essential props for every adventurer. Because they were worried that the light would attract other monsters, everyone just turned down the brightness of the night light to the lowest. Under the dim light, several people showed excitement on their faces. This was their first time to spend the night in the wild. They were both excited and nervous. Fortunately, they had a master like Gui Yufan by their side, so they were not too worried about their safety. "Senior, can you tell us how to get into Kyoto University?" Su Xingliang asked. Hearing this question, everyone looked at Gui Yufan expectantly. Kyoto University is the best university in Dragon Country. Even if an ordinary person is admitted to this school after graduation, he can far surpass his peers. And for summoners, Kyoto University is undoubtedly the best. No matter the faculty or various resources, Kyoto University has always been at the top of the list. Even Mizuki University is slightly inferior. Now that everyone has become a summoner, who wouldn't want to enter this top university in the country? Gui Yufan smiled and said, "You are all summoners. But if you want to become a member of Kyoto University, you must first pass the first-class score in the cultural courses." "The first-class score?" Xiao Yao. Sheng Yi looked relaxed. As the top students in the class, the first-class score was a bit too easy for the two of them. But the others were still a little worried. In fact, their grades were not bad, and they could pass the first-class score in the usual test. But when they became summoners, their desire to study also dropped rapidly. After all, they have become powerful summoners, who would be willing to study hard. But after hearing what Gui Yufan said, they quickly adjusted their mindsets. Since Kyoto University requires academic scores, other top universities will also have requirements for academic scores. So even if you can't get into Kyoto University, you can't relax your academic studies if you want to go to other good universities. There are 5 academic courses in Lingua Science class, namely Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Biology is the most difficult one. It not only tests basic biological knowledge, such as genes, cells, chromosomes, etc., but also the identification and characteristics of various common animals and plants in the wild. Therefore, the score of biology is the highest, 50 points higher than Chinese and mathematics. Of course, even in the liberal arts class, in addition to Chinese and mathematics, you also have to take exams in politics, history, geography, and biology. Both science and liberal arts students have to study biology, and liberal arts students have to study one more subject than science students. So in this world, students who choose liberal arts are even rarer. It seems that you have to study hard in the future. Su Xingliang murmured. Gui Yufan patiently said, "Don't think that you can give up studying after becoming a summoner. If you want to become the top summoner, you will inevitably come into contact with your own wild environment in the future. If you don't have enough knowledge, you won't be able to recognize even the treasures of heaven and earth in front of you." Kyoto University does not only train powerful and reckless summoners, but also trains talents with comprehensive strength, insight, and knowledge. There is still more than half a year before the college entrance examination. If you want to get into a good university, you must not relax the requirements for cultural courses. "Thank you, Senior. We understand," Li Ming said gratefully. If it were not for Gui Yufan's reminder, even if they later realized the importance of cultural courses, it might be too late. Gui Yufan smiled and continued, "In addition to the cultural courses, the next step is to test the strength and potential of your war beasts." "Senior, how is this tested?" Xiao Yao asked curiously. "The strength of the war beast may be seen, but potential is invisible and intangible. How to judge it? It's very simple," Gui Yufan said seriously. "After the cultural course exams of the college entrance examination are over, you will participate in a wilderness survival test, which is of course different from the current one. By then, it will all depend on you. In the trial, your performance will be noticed by the examiners. First, they will judge the potential of your war beasts. For example, if someone's war beast is a species like the wind demon rabbit, then even if the level of the war beast is high, it will not be admitted to Kyoto University." At this point, several people showed worried expressions on their faces. After all, they didn't know whether their war beast potential met the admission standards of Kyoto University. Seeing everyone's expressions, Gui Yufan smiled. "Don't worry. Your war beast potential is fine. At least in Kyoto University, I have seen the same species. Except for Xiao Yao, of course. After hearing what Gui Yufan said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Xiao Yao was not worried. After all, Xiaoku's potential was definitely much stronger than other war beasts. If they were all okay, then Xiaoku would definitely be fine. Then it depends on the combat power and level of your war beasts. When awakening at the same time, the stronger the war beast is, the higher the level is, and the greater the potential is. Even if they are the same species, there are great differences in individuals. According to my experience, your war beast must reach at least Black Iron level 4 to have a chance to be admitted to Kyoto University. Black Iron level 4. Except Xiao Yao, everyone else looked embarrassed. There was only half a year left before the college entrance examination. Now their war beasts were only Black Iron level 1. No one could guarantee that their war beasts could be upgraded to Black Iron level 4. After all, they were still some distance away from Black Iron level 2. Gui Yufan's face was calm. He didn't actually say that, according to the species of their war beasts, even if the war beasts of these people reached Black Iron level 4, they would only have a chance to pass the exam, but this chance was not very big, unless the combat power of the war beasts was very outstanding. Only when they reached Black Iron level 5, they would be more confident of passing Kyoto University. Of course, if the war beast can reach the bronze level, then it is almost certain to be admitted to Kyoto University. Of course, he has not heard of such a god for a long time. After all, if you want to break through from Black Iron to bronze in half a year, it is as difficult as the bottom student in the class to be admitted to Kyoto University in half a year, which is almost impossible. Xiao Yao is full of confidence. After all, Xiaoku is already Black Iron 2, and it is only a matter of time for him to break through to Black Iron 4. At most, he can spend more money to find dozens of sparring partners in the training ground. He believes that as long as he can be admitted to Kyoto University, he can still ask his mother for the money. If you meet these 2 points, and you have a clean background and have never done anything illegal, then you have a chance to be admitted to Kyoto University. Gui Yufan clapped his hands. Okay. It's getting late. You should go to rest. By the way, remember to let your war beasts guard the door. And don't sleep too deeply. Always stay alert. Understood. Several people nodded and walked into their respective tents with a lot of thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 17, Blackwing Goshawk Shadow Mantis. No one spoke all night. In the morning, the air in the forest was a little humid. Perhaps because they spent the night in the wild, several people did not sleep well, so they got up early. Everyone's breakfast was also simple: a box of milk, an energy bar. To increase sales, energy bars are now made into various flavors by merchants. Xiao Yao ate chocolate-flavored ones in the morning, and the taste was no different from ordinary chocolate. You guys should arrange your own schedule for today, Gui Yufan said, and then stepped aside. Captain, what do you think? Su Xingliang approached Xiao Yao and asked. Xiao Yao shrugged. We don't have a map, so we just go with our feelings. But I think we can walk along the stream, so we have a higher chance of encountering monsters. What if we encounter a powerful monster? Wang Jiechi said worriedly. What are you afraid of with a senior here? Right. Senior? Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows at Gui Yufan. Gui Yufan smiled gently and said nothing. After Su Xingliang said this, Wang Jiechi also reacted. Yes, with the senior here, we can naturally deal with those who can beat us by ourselves, and those who can't beat us will of course be handed over to the senior. Thinking of this, she also nodded and said nothing more. Then let's do it this way. Xiao Yao looked at everyone and saw that no one had any objections, so he packed his backpack with everyone and walked towards the direction of the stream yesterday. The forest was very lively in the morning. Everyone could hear the roar of an unknown monster from time to time, which frightened them and made them slow down their pace. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed across the sky. Everyone looked up suddenly and saw a mighty and domineering hawk perched on the branch directly above them. Its black wings were more than 3 meters long, and its feathers were blown up with the color of steel. Name of War Beast: Blackwinged Hawk. War Beast level: Black Iron level 5. War Beast skill: Wings of Steel. Xiao Yao heart tightened instantly. This was a Black Iron level 5 hawk, which was much stronger than everyone else. And because it was a flying monster, except for Lu Lei Lightning Falcon, the other war beasts might not be able to touch it. Lu Lei Lightning Falcon was just a meal for the Blackwinged Goshawk. Everyone slowly formed a circle, looking at the goshawk above their heads with vigilant eyes. Except for Xiao Yao. No one else knew the level of the Blackwinged Goshawk. So they were extremely nervous. The sharp eagle eyes swept through the woods. And suddenly its eagle eyes shrank, as if it saw a powerful enemy. It took a deep look below. And the black-winged goshawk flapped its wings and soon left here. After the black-winged goshawk flew away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they didn't know the black-winged goshawk's level, they knew from the sense of oppression it exuded that. Except for Guiyufan. They were no match for it. Encountering such a strong monster right at the start instantly extinguished the slight pride that everyone had after winning the battle yesterday. Everyone understood that if a novice summoner like them didn't have a silver-level master by their side, they probably wouldn't survive a day here. Go on. Xiao Yao glanced at the terrified crowd and said firmly. He was still too weak now. So weak that any monster could kill him instantly. Fortunately, this was a great environment for him to grow. He must seize the opportunity and work hard to improve Xiaoke level. Others also reacted. The appearance of the black-winged goshawk also aroused everyone's fighting spirit. Everyone present was young, and no one was willing to admit defeat. Even if he was not a match for the black-winged goshawk now, he would definitely have a war beast that was 100 times stronger than it in the future and become the top summoner. Seeing everyone full of fighting spirit, Guiyufan nodded secretly. Never admit defeat, never give up is the necessary quality of an excellent summoner. Which top summoner did not grow up step by step in the blows, in blood and fire, in life and death? And the spirit of never giving up, never admitting defeat is the best quality that drives their growth. It seems that the juniors I brought this time are all good. Guiyufan had a faint smile on his face. He was looking forward to their performance in the college entrance examination in the near future. You know, even in Kyoto University, because of the competition for resources, various small groups were born, and the groups formed due to geographical reasons were the most common and the most solid. The strength of their Yenwu association was only above average in Kyoto University. If some fresh blood could be added in the future, perhaps Yenwu association could go further and obtain more resources. In the following march, Xiao Yao led everyone to walk more cautiously. Because of the fear of encountering powerful flying monsters, Lu Lei did not dare to let the lightning falcon continue to fly and explore, but just let it hover at a low altitude, following the pace of the large army. Roar suddenly. A loud roar sounded in his ears. Xiao Yao's heart was alarmed, and he rolled to the side. Less than a second after he left, a black arm blade swept across, and the strike missed. The arm blade directly chopped the tree beside him, cutting a gap of nearly half a meter in the thick tree. Xiao Yao raised his head, looked at the almost broken tree, and was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. If it was a second later, his life would be gone. Fuck. Even Guiyufan, who was always gentle and polite, couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, Xiao Yao was alert. If his team members had an accident here, he would be finished. Not only would the parents of the students not forgive him, but the school would also give him a serious punishment. Damn. Which idiot actually let this thing in? Looking at the black monster in front of him, Guiyufan cursed in his heart. He originally thought that there were no powerful monsters in the #1 trial field, so he only released the powerful ape. Who would have thought that he would encounter this thing? This thing is placed in the #1 trial field. Is it going to kill all the other adventurers? Name of War Beast: Shadow Mantis. War Beast level Bronze, level 3. War Beast skill: Shadow Stealth. Xiao Yao looked at the information of the monster in front of him, and felt a wave of fear in his heart. It turned out to be a bronze level monster. If it weren't for the roar just now, I'm afraid I would really die here. Roar, a tall back suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Its hair was messy, its muscles were knotted, and its body was half bent in an attacking posture. It was Guiyufan, powerful ape. Everyone retreat. Guiyufan shouted loudly. Shadow Mantis is a killer among killers. With a pair of sharp arm blades and the stealth of Shadow Stealth, it can be said that even a Bronze 5 level war beast will fall into his trap if he is not careful. This kind of monster is not something that these high school students can face. Even watching from a distance may kill you. After hearing Guiyufan's words, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of meters, and Guiyufan also followed everyone to the side. With a flash of white light, he summoned his second war beast. Name of War Beast: Wind Spirit Bird. War Beast level Silver, level 1. War Beast skills: Wind Blade, Wind Speed. As soon as the Wind Spirit Bird appeared, it raised its head and let out a long cry. Its body was larger than the black-winged goshawk just now. Its whole body was emerald green, and its wings, which were more than 4 meters long, spread out and stirred up a gust of wind, making the people on the side couldn't help but step back a few steps. The wind spirit bird turned its head and looked at Gui Yufan, and chirped a few times, with dissatisfaction in its eyes, as if to say, "Why did you let me out now?" Gui Yufan smiled bitterly and said, "As soon as you appeared, the other monsters had already hidden far away. I will let you out to play when I get back. Now you stay by my side, and keep an eye on Yuan." The wind spirit bird looked at the high school students on the side, and then turned its attention to the battle in front. Chapter 18 Shadow Mantis Dies Surprise. Roar. The powerful ape stood up straight, and let out a roar. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his exploding muscles bulged like hills, and his fists collided with each other, making a dull bang. Across from him, the nearly 2-meter-tall shadow mantis was staring ahead with its compound eyes without any emotion. His shell was as black as ink, without any color, and the sharp arm blade exuded a chill, and the thin wings kept vibrating, making a buzzing sound. Gui Yufan's face was calm. He could feel that the fluctuations emitted by the shadow mantis were only at the bronze level, which was just enough to be an opponent for a Yuan. He was not worried about the safety of the group and the powerful ape. After all, his wind spirit bird was at the silver level, which had an overwhelming advantage over the shadow mantis. Even if a Yuan was not an opponent, the wind spirit bird could save a Yuan's life in time. Of course, he was still full of confidence in the war beast he had carefully cultivated. Bang! The powerful ape took a step, and swung his hammer-like fist at the shadow mantis. The shadow mantis flapped its wings and leaped up, not only avoiding the attack of the powerful ape, but also flying to the side of the powerful ape at a very fast speed. And the arm blade cut its neck in a cold arc. The powerful ape roared, without dodging or avoiding, raised one arm, blocked the arm blade, and clenched the other hand to hit the shadow mantis in the face. Bang! The shadow mantis flew backwards 2 meters, and several compound eyes were blown up. The powerful ape took a look at the wound on his arm. The wound was not deep, only about 2 centimeters, and this degree was just a skin break for him. Gui Yufan watched the battle and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Yuan's diamond fruit was not eaten in vain, and his defense was indeed improved. If Yuan could evolve into a powerful diamond ape, he would be able to break through the limit of the gold level race. However, the diamond fruit is still too expensive. If Yuan wants to evolve, he will have a long way to go. Roar! I will kill you while you are sick. After years of training and fighting, the powerful ape has long understood this truth. He stepped heavily and rushed towards the shadow mantis like a cannonball. Hiss! The shadow mantis's mouth opened and closed, and its originally cold eyes became even colder. Swish! The 2 arm blades drew across. He didn't believe that his sharpest weapon couldn't hurt the big guy opposite. The eyes of the powerful ape were full of fighting spirit. This time he still didn't dodge. His right fist was charged and blasted out. It looked like a boxing punch. The tearing arm blade chopped on the fist of the powerful ape, and a few blood flowers splashed instantly. But this injury couldn't stop the fierce attack of the powerful ape. Bang! The heavy fist like a hammer hit the black shell, as if a steel plate was hit by a hammer, and suddenly dented inward. The light green juice splashed, and the body of the shadow mantis hit the big tree behind it heavily, and the big tree shook violently for a moment, and the leaves fell one after another. In Xiao Yao's eyes, the blood volume of the shadow mantis dropped to 47% in an instant, which was close to the level of serious injury. Hiss! The mouth of the shadow mantis opened, and the originally cold eyes revealed a trace of panic. He stood up quickly, and his figure moved, like a black smoke, and merged into the shade of the surrounding trees. Shadow stealth. This is the skill of shadow mantis, which can blend into the surrounding shadows, but it has a certain time limit, but even so, it is still a very powerful skill, which can play a decisive role in both assassination and escape. The shadow mantis ran very fast, leaving Da Yuan and Gui Yufan no time to react. Okay, let him run away. Gui Yufan shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to kill this mantis to give Xiao Yao an explanation, but he didn't expect this thing to run so fast. But in the dim forest, there were shadows everywhere, and the stealth of the shadow mantis was indeed difficult to detect. Even he could not track it. Senior, I have a way to track that guy. Xiao Yao's face showed a cruel look. Damn, this thing almost killed me. It would be hard to vent my hatred if I didn't kill him. Do you have a way? Gui Yufan looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. If he could track the shadow mantis, then this matter would be easy. The shadow stealth would not last long as he could find him. Killing him would be a piece of cake. Xiao Yao nodded. Because he had signed a soul contract with Xiao Ke, he could clearly know Xiao Ke's status. In Xiao Ke's eyes, A bright red shadow stretched into the distance in the air, which was the direction where the shadow mantis escaped. After being promoted to Black Iron Level 2, the blood tracking soon came into play. You lead the team, I will follow you. Gui Yufan made the decision on the spot. In the past 2 days, he could see Xiaoyao's character. He was a calm and cautious person, and he believed that Xiaoyao would never say something big at this time. Xiaoyao glanced at Xiaoke and nodded. Xiaoke immediately understood what Xiaoyao meant. He howled, his eyes full of anger. Xiaoyao had just experienced a near-death experience. He hated the shadow mantis and his weak self. Fortunately, the other party was injured, so he must find him. Following the illusory blood path in the air, Xiaoke led everyone to run. After running for about 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaoke suddenly slowed down and approached the front little by little. Xiaoyao knew that his group was very close to the shadow mantis. As expected, less than a minute after they carefully moved forward, they saw a wounded shadow mantis leaning against a tree, silently recovering from its wounds. Seeing this, Gui Yufan waved his hand, suggesting that the powerful ape could move. Looking at the shadow mantis in front of him, the powerful ape actually raised a human-like contemptuous smile. He stretched his body and rushed forward at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Perhaps it was because it didn't expect someone to chase it, or perhaps because of its own injuries. It wasn't until the powerful ape came within 10 meters of it that Shadow Mantis discovered the opponent's trace. But this distance was just a blink of an eye for the powerful ape. Boom! The iron fist hit the head of Shadow Mantis, and it exploded directly. Light green, black juice splashed, and a broken headless corpse fell to the ground. Xiaoyao looked ahead with some envy. If this Shadow Mantis was killed by Xiaoke, it might be directly reborn 2 or 3 levels. Of course, he knew this was impossible. Even if the Shadow Mantis was seriously injured, Xiaoke could not deal with it. It would only take one blade for the other party to kill Xiaoke. After the Shadow Mantis died, the mighty ape returned to Gui Yufan's side, roaring a few times, and seemed a little proud. I know. You are awesome. Looking at the somewhat arrogant war beast, Gui Yufan smiled helplessly. Each war beast has its own personality. The mighty ape's personality is undoubtedly the most eccentric, with the lively and unruly nature of the ape clan, which often gives him a headache. Xiaoling, then you should go back first, Gui Yufan said to the Fengling bird beside him. His mission this time was to lead this group of juniors to a wild survival trial, but in the number 1 trial field, Xiaoling's deterrence was still too strong. No monster dared to approach him, which was not a good thing for this group of juniors. If they couldn't encounter monsters, they couldn't gain knowledge, accumulate combat experience, which went against the meaning of being a team leader. The wind spirit bird puffed its mouth and nodded reluctantly. A flash of white light appeared, and the wind spirit bird returned to Gui Yufan beast control space. At this time, Xiaoyao frowned. He found that after the Shadow Mantis died, Xiaoke could still see a clear red shadow in his eyes, which meant that there was still a wounded monster around, and the shadow did not extend too far. Obviously, the wounded monster was nearby. Thinking of this, Xiaoyao said, Senior, is there another wounded monster nearby? Oh! Gui Yufan looked at Xiaoyao with some surprise, and then said, Then take me to see it. Xiaoyao nodded. He didn't know what level this injured monster was. If it was like Shadow Mantis, he would be killed if he went there rashly. But it would be much safer to have a master like Gui Yufan by his side. Following Xiaoke, Xiaoyao and Gui Yufan gradually approached the end of the phantom, while the powerful ape stayed to protect the others. Going around the thick tree, Xiaoyao and Gui Yufan saw the unconscious monster on the ground, and their eyes showed a strong sense of surprise. Oh my god! I'm rich. Chapter 19 Red-Eyed Fox, Go EDG. Name of War Beast Red-Eyed Fox War Beast Level Black Iron Level 5 War Beast Skills Red Fox Demon Flame HP 20%. A red-eyed fox was lying on the ground in a coma. Its fur was red, and it looked like a ball of fire. But there were deep wounds on its body and legs, and dark red blood had stained its fur, making it look very miserable. Of course, seeing the red-eyed fox was a great surprise for the two. The red-eyed fox is not very strong, but it has a pair of magical eyes. After the red-eyed fox dies, its eyes will be transformed into 2 fiery red gems in a very short time. At normal temperature, it is the same as ordinary gems. But if it is in low temperature, the gems will automatically emit warm heat. Because of this characteristic, many people like to hunt red-eyed foxes and polish their eyes into gems to sell to the rich in the north. in winter. Wear a necklace or ring made of this gem, and you will never feel cold all winter. But because red-eyed foxes are rare, and they are extremely vigilant and cautious, the price of this gem has always remained high. Xiao Yao and Gui Yufan did not expect that they would actually encounter a red-eyed fox, and it was unconscious. Isn't this a windfall? Xiao Yao. Although I am a little embarrassed, I would like to ask if you can sell me the 2 eyes of the red-eyed fox. I will pay 800,000. Gui Yufan said a little embarrassedly. 800,000 is a bit low for purchasing 2 red-eyed fox eyes, but it is indeed the only money he has now. Xiao Yao shook his head. Senior, we found the red-eyed fox together. We each got one. If you want it, I sell it to you for 400,000. If it weren't for Gui Yufan protection, he would have died in the hands of the black-winged goshawk or the shadow mantis, so he naturally wouldn't monopolize the red-eyed fox's eyes. Gui Yufan said firmly, you found this red-eyed fox. I can't take your things for nothing. Besides, you've already suffered a loss by selling it to me at 800,000. I can't take advantage of you anymore. Looking at Gui Yufan's determined eyes, Xiao Yao said helplessly, okay then. By the way, Senior, can I let my war beast kill it? Xiao Yao asked with some expectation. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoku is naturally no match for the Iron 5 level red-eyed fox. But it is in a coma now, and 2 people were so close that they didn't notice it. In this case, it is almost certain that Xiaoku wants to kill it, killing an Iron 5 level monster. I don't know how much experience I can gain. Okay, I leave it to you, Gui Yufan said cheerfully. He could see that the red-eyed fox was on the verge of death, and now it was only 1 breath away. Even an ordinary person could kill it. Xiao Yao excitedly waved to Xiaoku. Xiaoku immediately understood what Xiao Yao meant. He flew forward, bit the throat of the red-eyed fox, and then tore it violently. A large piece of flesh was bitten off by Xiaoku, and blood burst out like a fountain. At this time, the red-eyed fox suddenly opened its eyes. Its body trembled violently, and its eyes showed panic and despair. But it was too weak after all. Xiaoku pressed it tightly, making it unable to move. Just like that, within a few seconds, the red-eyed fox's eyes completely lost their spirit. Xiao Yao stared at Xiaoku's experience value. At the moment when the red-eyed fox died, the experience value suddenly jumped and became black iron level 2, 70 out of 100. Ah! It increased by 60 points? Xiao Yao was a little surprised. He thought that a black iron level 5 monster could at least allow Xiaoku to level up. It was probably because the red-eyed fox was seriously injured, so the experience points did not increase too much. But it was not a big problem. Now he was only 30 points away from leveling up, which was 5 or 6 wind demon rabbits. And it was also good this way. After all, Xiaoku had just reached black iron level 2. If he was promoted to another level within 1 day, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Xiao Yao decided that he would act cautiously next time, and it would be best not to let Xiaoku continue to level up in the next 2 days. After the red-eyed fox died, the 2 carefully observed the changes in it. As expected, the pair of clear eyes gradually became turbid, and finally transformed into stone. Gui Yufan squatted down, picked out 2 bloody stones with a dagger, and then carefully cleaned the blood on the stones with his own water bottle. Leave these 2 stones to me, and I will transfer 800,000 to you after we get out. Gui Yufan smiled, and he didn't expect to get such a reward after a mission. It was a complete surprise. He had thought of the uses of the 2 gems. One of them was given to the minter, who took good care of him. It was said that the minter's mother had rheumatism all year round. In addition, the winter in Kyoto was cold, and rheumatism often broke out. Even though the minter had invited many doctors, experts, and even summoners with healing abilities, he still could not cure the disease. This gem could relieve rheumatism very well, which was verified by others. If he gave this gem to the minter, he would be very happy. The other one will be given to his girlfriend. It will be their 4th anniversary soon. This gift will definitely be a big surprise. Xiao Yao nodded readily. Senior, you take it first. After these few days of contact, he also has a certain understanding of Gui Yufan. This is a gentle and principled senior. He believes that the other party will not steal his money. Gui Yufan smiled gently. Seeing that Xiao Yao is so confident in him, he is also very relieved. He also evaluated his team members in the past 2 days. Among them, Xiao Yao's performance made him most satisfied. Whether it was team leadership, knowledge reserves or war beast strength, he was firmly ranked first among the crowd. Such a talent is very likely to become his junior. Gui Yufan wiped his left hand, and the two gems disappeared in Xiao Yao's eyes. Damn! What is this? Space equipment? Xiao Yao asked in surprise. Gui Yufan pointed to the ring on his left hand. This is a ring made of broken sky stone. Mine is only the lowest level broken sky stone. The area inside is only 1/3 of a cubic meter. Usually, I only put some valuables in it. Sky-breaking stone? So magical. Xiao Yao stared at Gui Yufan's ring and looked at it carefully, his eyes full of curiosity and desire. This is a space ring that is essential for killing people and robbing when you go out. Gui Yufan smiled and said, "Don't look at it. When you get admitted to Kyoto University and accumulate enough credits, you can also exchange for a space ring." Xiao Yao nodded heavily. His goal was to get admitted to Kyoto University and become an alumnus with his father. Now he has another reason to apply to Kyoto University. But senior, where did you get this sky-breaking stone? Such a magical thing. How come he has never heard of it? Even his father has never mentioned it. Gui Yufan shrugged. I don't know much either. It seems to have been found somewhere in the past few years. Okay. Seeing that Gui Yufan didn't know, Xiao Yao didn't ask any more questions. Go back. Although there was a powerful ape guarding there, Gui Yufan was still a little worried. After all, a Yuan's character was really naughty and a little out of tune. He regretted it now. He should have let the wind spirit bird guard those juniors. Fuck. Brother Hui? The red-eyed fox was killed. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the side. Xiao Yao and Gui Yufan turned their heads and frowned at the same time. Chapter 20 Scare Off, Smash DK. Not far away, 3 burly men were walking over angrily, and 3 war beasts were following them. War beast named Rock Lizard, War beast level Bronze, level 3 War beast skill Earth Rock Spike. War beast named Flamingo, War beast level Black Iron, level 5 War beast skill Flame Ball. War beast named Poison King Peak, War beast level Black Iron, level 5 War beast skill Poison Tail Needle. The 3 men came over aggressively, and one of them saw the empty eyes of the red-eyed fox, and he cursed directly. Fuck, you 2 bastards, quickly return my things. Xiao Yao frowned. But because of his lack of strength, he did not say anything. But Gui Yufan's face became extremely ugly. As a proud child of Kyoto University, when had he ever been scolded like this? Gui Yufan said lightly, What do you mean your stuff? I killed it. So those 2 eyes are naturally mine. A bald man on the left said viciously, The 3 of us chased it for a whole day, and we caused the injuries on its body. You are just taking advantage of it. If you don't want to die, hand over the things quickly. TSK. Gui Yufan raised his mouth with a disdainful arc. You let the red-eyed fox run away because of your lack of strength, and you still have the nerve to bring it up. In the wild, in order to compete for treasures, he has experienced many such scenes. He can see that the strongest of these war beasts is only bronze level. With such strength, they dare to speak rudely. It's simply nonsense. You are looking for death. The leader Li Hui showed a fierce look on his face. With a big wave of his hand, the rock lizard behind him pushed forward, with legs slightly bent, and a faint yellow light appeared on his body. You have to know that they spent a lot of money to enter the #1 trial field. The trial field is different from the wild. Anyone can enter and exit the wild at will. But the trial field is controlled by the state. If you want to enter, you must pay a certain amount of money. In the past 2 days, they have put all their energy into hunting down this red-eyed fox. If they can't get the eyes of the red-eyed fox, everything they have done will be in vain, and they will lose a lot of entry fees in vain. If the rock lizard is not slow, and the red-eyed fox is very cunning, how could they let the 2 guys in front of them get the advantage? Fortunately, these 2 people look very young, and one of them looks like a high school student. Such people are naturally not very strong. Boy, hand over the gemstone, and I will spare you. Li Hui gave a final warning. The trial field is not like the wild. The military has set up a large number of cameras here to monitor the situation of the entire trial field. Although these cameras cannot cover the entire trial field, no one can guarantee whether there is such a thing around. He still didn't want to hurt anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. Gui Yufan smiled contemptuously and waved his hand. A burst of white light emanated from his front. The wind bird spread its wings and brought gusts of wind. It looked at Gui Yufan with a puzzled look, as if saying, You just put me in, and now you let me out again. What are you doing? The strong wind blew past, and the powerful momentum made several people retreat several steps. The Flamingo and Poison King Feng were also frightened and fell to the ground, trembling. This is a silver level wind bird. Li Hui's heart was shocked. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually a silver summoner. He became a silver summoner in his 20s. Could he be a student from one of the top universities? Compared to him, I have been living like a dog for the past 30 years. But why would a silver level summoner come to the #1 training ground? There is no challenge for them here. At this time, Li Hui focused his attention on another younger boy, and glanced at Xiaoke beside him. He couldn't help but wonder if Gui Yufan touched the wings of the wind bird, and said calmly, looking ahead, I took the things, do you have any objections? If these people had a better attitude, he could give them some compensation because he got a bargain, but these people started to curse and swear, so he gave up the idea. Brother Hui. The big man on the left had a bitter face, not knowing what to do. Li Hui clenched his fists, and said unwillingly, sorry, we admit defeat, and we will leave immediately. He couldn't guarantee whether the young man opposite him was a ruthless summoner. As an old man, even if he was unwilling, he would not speak harshly at this time like some fools. That was not having backbone. That was forcing people to kill and silence them. He would not make such a stupid mistake. Gui Yufan watched the other party retreat quietly without any obstruction. Even if the other party was rude, he was not guilty of death. Since he had taken advantage of him, he would not be too unreasonable. When the three people completely disappeared from his sight, Gui Yufan said a little embarrassedly, Xiao Ling, you go back first. Feng Ling you. I have only been out for less than 2 minutes, and you want me to go back? She looked at Gui Yufan angrily, looking like a baby who was unhappy. Gui Yufan touched her head helplessly, and said softly, Okay. I will buy you your favorite red flower worms when we go back. When she heard that there were red flower worms to eat, Feng Lingya's expression eased a little. She raised her head proudly, and disappeared on the spot with a flash of white light. Xiao Yao twitched his lips. The senior's war beast really has a personality. Gui Yufan saw Xiao Yao's expression, and said helplessly, each war beast has its own personality and emotions. Getting along with them is just like raising your own children. You will understand when you have more war beasts in the future. The more war beasts, the harder it is to lead a team. Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Although he only has 1 war beast, Xiaoke, but his father has 4 war beasts, each of which has its own personality. The domineering nature of the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger, the unruly nature of the black demon ape, the loyal nature of the red flame dog, and the lazy nature of the iron-back bear. He was very familiar with Shaoli war beasts, and he would often feed them from childhood to adulthood. Sometimes the personalities of different war beasts really made Dad very embarrassed. They were not like characters in the game, which were completely controlled by the players. On the contrary, they were living creatures, with their own emotions. They would make noises and scream when they were unhappy. Sometimes it was harder to coax them than to coax women. I don't know if my future beast will be as obedient as Xiaoke. Xiao Yao is very satisfied with Xiaoke's character. He is obedient, quiet, has strong execution ability, has the arrogance of a wolf, and the clinginess of a puppy. I hope the next beast can be like Xiaoke. However, there are many non-human heroes in League of Legends. Mantis, lion dog, giant bug, tree, fizz, volibear, monkey, cat. Which hero will my next beast be? Chapter 21. The trial is over. Brother Hui, are we just leaving like this? Wang Fu was unwilling to give up. This is the eye of a red-eyed fox. It would be no problem to sell it for 1 million after a little processing. Each person would get at least 300,000. This is their income for most of the year. And now, he didn't get any money, and lost a large sum in the admission fee. What should he do next? He never had the habit of saving money. When he had some money, he would spend it all on fun. The current situation is that you have to pay a day's admission fee for every day you stay. But if you leave directly, it means you have to lose a lot of money in vain. It's neither going in nor going out. Li Hui's face was gloomy, and he said, kill more monsters today, and bring back more materials to stop the loss. Before they entered the #1 trial field, they could guarantee that the daily income would be higher than the daily admission fee. After a few days, the backpacks were full, and everyone could earn 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Although it was not much, it was at least acceptable. But they have spent all their energy on tracking the red-eyed fox these 2 days, which has resulted in not only no profit this time, but also a lot of losses. Another big man, Wu Guangwu, said bitterly, who would have thought that 2 little brats would intercept us? Damn, The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Wang Fu cursed, damn it. I don't know where that kid came from. He has a silver level war beast at such a young age. What is this person doing in the #1 trial field? Fried fish? Li Hui said in a deep voice. He should be the leader of this year's New Summoners Wilderness Survival Trial. He also came from that time, so he naturally knew that there would be such a process for each session. Leader? Wang Fu was surprised. Aren't leaders usually experienced summoners? Why would such a young person be chosen as the leader? Wang Fu still remembered that more than 10 years ago, his trial leader was a middle-aged man. A silver-level summoner, who was very powerful, but had a terrible attitude. He released his silver-level war beast as soon as he entered the trial field, resulting in him not seeing a single hair in those 3 days. Wang Fu was furious when he thought of that experience. He had achieved nothing in all these years, and it had a lot to do with that irresponsible middle-aged man. If he didn't lay a good foundation, how could he become a talent in the future? Li Hui said, the boy next to him is a summoner who has just awakened. I heard that the city held a unified awakening ceremony some time ago. Calculating the time, it should be their wilderness survival trial now. Wang Fu said bitterly, Brother Hui, we can't afford to offend the silver-level summoner. But we have to find some ground to fight back against this high school student. Li Hui glanced at him. There are millions of people in Yanqing. Where are you going to find him? Besides, I can't afford to bully a high school student at such an old age. So let's just let it go this time. Wang Fu lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his expression was a little distorted. He finally made a lot of money. But now not only did someone steal his money, but he also had to lose a lot of money in vain. This sense of gap was really unacceptable to him. Li Hui looked at him for a long time, sighed silently. Fuzi, remember? You follow the naked jungle law outside. If you are not as good as others, you can only admit it obediently. When you are strong enough, you can pay it back naturally. Don't waste money all the time in the future, and spend it on some shady things, and spend more time training war beasts. After that, Li Hui said helplessly, I will pay the admission fee for you this time, and this money will be deducted from your next income. Thank you, Brother Hui. Wang Fu's expression was slightly better, but he still hated what happened just now. Boy, don't let me find you, or I will make you pay. Xiao Yao didn't know that he hadn't said a word, and was targeted by a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He had just gathered with the main force, and was planning the next move. Let's follow what we said before, and continue to move forward along the direction of the stream. I think it's okay. Everyone agreed with Xiao Yao's plan. Following the direction of the stream, the possibility of encountering monsters would be greatly increased. So far, a few people have only experienced one battle, which is obviously not enough for everyone who is full of fighting spirit. Gui Yufan watched the discussion with a smile on his face. He had 2 arm blades on his back, which were cut off from the shadow mantis. After paying Xiao Yao the 800,000, he was really penniless. So he should bring back as many valuable materials as possible to restore his health. Of course, he remembered his lesson this time and placed the powerful ape near the others, and never let it run away. Now thinking back to what happened to Xiao Yao just now, Gui Yufan was still scared and broke out in a cold sweat. So even if the powerful ape was reluctant, he had to ensure that the powerful ape could arrive at the scene as soon as possible when danger occurred. In the following time, everyone walked along the direction of the stream according to the plan. As expected, they encountered several groups of monsters in the middle. They solved the monsters that they could solve by themselves, and let the impatient powerful ape solve the monsters that they could not solve. After several battles, the combat experience of the war beasts increased at a visible speed, and the coordination between the summoners and the war beasts became better and better. There was even a certain degree of cooperation between the different war beasts. This was the real purpose of Dragon Country arranging the wild survival trial. Through real wild combat, let the new summoners fight, survive, and grow. During this period, Xiaoku also killed a few monsters. After the experience value reached 90/100, Xiao Yao did not let Xiaoku continue to attack, in the name of giving students more opportunities. Of course, others are also happy to see Xiao Yao's arrangement. After all, they have seen how powerful Xiaoku is. His combat power is much stronger than other war beasts. He kills faster and kills more monsters, so their training opportunities are naturally less. And from Xiao Yao, they learned that Xiaoku has reached Black Iron level 2, which makes them even more jealous. Gui Yufan did not say anything about Xiao Yao's decision. Since Xiao Yao did not want the war beast to take action again, he naturally had his considerations. Each summoner has unique insights into the training of his own war beast. It is best for outsiders not to interfere too much. Time passed quickly, and the 3-day trial period ended. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Gui Yufan led the team to leave the trial field. Although everyone was a little dusty during these 3 days, they definitely gained a lot. Senior, are you leaving? Wang Jiechi said reluctantly. Gui Yufan has taken good care of everyone in the past few days. Now it's time to say goodbye. And everyone is reluctant to leave this big brother next door. Gui Yufan smiled and took out his mobile phone. Come on. Let's create a group. And you can ask me any questions in the future. It is a kind of fate to know you all. I hope you all can be admitted to Kyoto University. We will see each other again then. Everyone took out their mobile phones, added Gui Yufan, and created a friend group. Okay. Gui Yufan put his mobile phone away, said with a smile, I have something to do here, so I won't send you back to the city. You guys should work hard. See you in Kyoto. See you in Kyoto? Everyone nodded vigorously. Looking at Gui Yufan departing back, the emotional Wang Jiechi burst into tears. Don't cry. Lu Lei patted her shoulder. Senior is also from Yanqing. We will meet again if we have the chance. Wang Jiechi wiped her tears, looked eagerly at the direction where Gui Yufan left, and said nothing more. Let's go back quickly. Mom and Dad are worried. Xiao Yao pinched his nose helplessly. His nose was too sensitive, and the smell from everyone's body for 3 days made him very uncomfortable. I don't know why Xiaoku didn't react at all. His sense of smell is much stronger than mine. That's right. Li Ming glanced at the dozen missed calls on his phone, and said quickly, I report to my family first, and we go together later. Hearing this, everyone reacted immediately, and picked up their phones to call home. Chapter 22 Father's Teachings. On the way home. Ding. The phone rang. Xiao Yao picked up the phone and took a look. 800,000 yuan was deposited into the phone account. Glancing at Su Xingliang who had fallen asleep, Xiao Yao put away the phone, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. If nothing unexpected happens, I will start professional summoner training when I return to school. War Beast combat training, War Beast direction selection, summoner physical fitness, and combat training. All of this made him very interested. Of course, in the next stage, he planned to improve Xiaoku level. After all, he now had a lot of money. If he spent money at the small training ground, it would be enough for Xiaoku to reach the bronze level. By then, not only would he have an extra war beast, but he would also be able to get into Kyoto University. Looking forward to it. An hour and a half later, the car stopped at the terminal. This car was a 7-seater commercial vehicle they had booked from the #1 trial ground. The fare was shared equally by several people, and the destination was set in the center of Yanqing. Liang, we're here. Xiao Yao pushed Su Xingliang beside him. Are we here? Su Xingliang sat up straight, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and got off the car in a daze. Comrades, see you next week. After sharing the fare, everyone hurried to take a taxi home. After living in the wild for 3 days, there was no feeling before, but now when we return to the city, everyone feels itchy all over, and they can't wait to go home and take a nice hot bath. Mom, I'm back. As soon as he entered the house, Xiao Yao shouted loudly. I'm back? Son! Lu Hui didn't even put on her slippers, and ran directly to the door of the house. As soon as she saw Xiao Yao, she said distressfully, You've lost a lot of weight in the past 3 days. Xiao Yao touched his face. He didn't know if he had lost weight, but he did eat less later. After all, no one can stand eating energy bars and compressed biscuits for 3 meals a day. Mom, I'm going to take a shower first. Xiao Yao threw his backpack aside, hurriedly took some clothes to change, and rushed into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Xiao Yao felt a layer of skin rubbed off all over his body, and then he turned off the faucet. After changing his clothes, Xiao Yao looked at himself in the mirror. He was 1.83 meters tall, with a slender and well-proportioned figure, handsome and sunny facial features, and his skin was white and rosy just after taking a shower. There was only one word to describe him: handsome. He walked out of the bathroom after being narcissistic for a while, and took out a bunch of fruits from the refrigerator very skillfully and ate them. He knew that before he came back, his mother would prepare a lot of delicious food. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Xiao Yao held the door, stretched out his little head, and asked with eyes full of longing, Mom, what delicious food are you cooking tonight? roasted beef, sweet and sour spare ribs, and mouth-watering eggplant. Lu Hui flipped the pot and turned her head to say, "Oh!" Xiao Yao shouted excitedly. After eating energy bars for 3 days, his mouth was dry. When he heard that there were so many delicious foods, he felt his stomach rumbling. "Will my dad be home tonight?" "Your dad will probably be home soon," Xiao Yao said with some surprise. "He's been quite free recently, and he can go home so early." "You're back, and your dad wants to see if you've gained anything in the past few days." Xiao Yao smiled. "The gains are not small." "Oh!" Lu Hui turned her head and asked with some curiosity, "It seems that you've experienced a lot in the past few days. Let's talk about it when my dad comes back." Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows and went back to the living room to pack his backpack. The tent and backpack had to be cleaned at a professional laundry, and the remaining equipment was placed on the balcony, waiting to be used later. More than 20 minutes later, Xiaoli also returned home. "Dad, you're back. Hey, son, you're in good spirits." Xiaoli patted Xiao Yao's shoulder, and he felt that Xiao Yao had changed a lot in the past 3 days. "That's..." Xiao Yao raised his head proudly. "Let's eat first." Lu Hui's voice came from the kitchen. "Here I come." Xiao Yao sat down at the dining table with a brisk step, tapped the edge of the table with chopsticks, and looked at his favorite dishes with anticipation. "Tell me, how have you been these days?" Xiaoli asked as he picked up his chopsticks. Xiao Yao ate his meal and vividly recounted his experiences. When he heard that the team leader was a student of Kyoto University, Xiaoli was startled, and couldn't help but recall the time when he was in college. "So many years have passed without me noticing. Even my junior has started to be a team leader now. Time flies." When Xiao Yao said that Xiaoke had reached Iron Level 2, even Xiaoli was very surprised. It was less than a week before the awakening day. Xiaoke could reach Iron Level 2 in such a short time. It can be seen that his potential is really extraordinary. Black-Winged Wolf, this race should be remembered. Later, Xiao Yao talked about his encounter with Black-Winged Goshawk and Shadow Mantis. Of course, he concealed his experience of escaping death, so as not to let his parents worry about him. Shadow Mantis. Xiaoli frowned slightly. He remembered a recent case in Yanqing. After expert analysis, the war beast that committed the crime was a Shadow Mantis. Of course, this matter was kept secret, and he did not intend to tell his wife and children. He continued to listen to Xiao Yao. Later, my senior Gui Yufan and I encountered a comatose red-eyed fox. I originally planned to split it with my senior, but he insisted on not taking it, and was willing to pay 800,000 for the pair of eyes. So I had to sell it to him. After coming out, the senior quickly transferred the money to my card. Xiaoli nodded in appreciation. "This Gui Yufan is good, a principled child." Xiao Yao echoed. "The senior is indeed a very good person. By the way, Mom, I want to keep this money for myself, and use it to find a sparring partner in the small training ground in the future." 800,000 is indeed not a small amount, so Xiao Yao still needs to seek the opinion of Ms. Lu Hui, the chief financial officer. "Keep it for yourself. Summoners will have many places to spend money in the future." Lu Hui readily agreed to Xiao Yao's application. "Hey, my son has more money than me," Xiaoli said sourly. "Dad, if you run out of money in the future, tell me, I give you money." Xiao Yao patted his chest with great pride. "You little brat." Xiaoli laughed and cursed, rolling his eyes at him. "But the red-eyed fox was injured by the other 3 summoners, and they threatened us later, but they were scared away by the senior's wind bird." At this point, Xiao Yao's face showed an embarrassed look. Seeing his son's expression, Xiaoli put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Xiao Yao, remember? In the wild, you have to fight for all resources by yourself. Whoever kills it owns it. Don't have mercy or sympathy for anyone. Also, although the sentence is a bit cruel for your age, I still want to tell you that in the wild, you must be vigilant against everyone. Sometimes even your teammates cannot be fully trusted. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Yao nodded. He understood what his father meant. Throughout the ages, because of interests, how many people have been killed by people around them? When the interests are big enough, even your own relatives dare not be trusted, let alone teammates. "Okay, since the trial is over, just take a good rest at home for 2 days. You will start training next time you return to school." Perhaps because the atmosphere was a bit serious, Xiaoli quickly changed the subject. "Yes, the news has begun to spread." Xiao Yao was a little excited. He had long wanted to see the summoners training. What exactly would be taught? Study hard, the foundation determines your future development. I have told you this truth many times. Xiaoli said. Don't worry. Xiaoyao nodded heavily. Chapter 23 Mysterious South Campus. When returning to school on Monday, all new summoners were notified to go to the South Campus of No. 1 High School as soon as possible. South Campus, we can finally go to the South Campus, Su Xingliang said excitedly. The South Campus is the campus built by Yincheng No. 1 High School for summoners. The entire campus covers an area of 100 acres, and only new summoners can enter every year. For a long time, the South Campus has been an extremely mysterious and alluring place for the students of No. 1 High School. Now they can finally take a glimpse of it. After all the summoners arrived at the school gate, a tall man in black took the manual and compared it with the personal information on it. After entering the school, everyone stood still, not knowing where to go next. Classmates. At this time, a rough voice came from the front. Everyone looked closely, and saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes and unshaven beard walking over. For a moment, 42 students focused their eyes on the man. Hello everyone, I am your coach for the next 6 months of training. My last name is Zhou, you can call me Coach Zhou. Coach Zhou has a rough voice, but he looks cheerful and friendly, giving people a kind feeling. Hello Coach Zhou, everyone said in unison. Okay, next. Please stand in 6 rows. Our assistant will give everyone the map of South Campus and the code of conduct. Please keep the code in mind. If you violate it, you will be removed from the training team, and your qualification for this year's college entrance examination will be revoked. Hearing what Coach Zhou said, everyone was shocked. Eliminating the training team and canceling the qualification for this year's college entrance examination, this consequence is unbearable for anyone. After standing in line, several young assistants behind Coach Zhou handed the documents in their hands to everyone. After receiving them, everyone's first reaction was to open the code of conduct and read it carefully. 1. Private fighting is strictly prohibited. 2. It is strictly prohibited to bring outsiders into the campus. 3. It is strictly prohibited to intentionally damage school facilities. 4. It is strictly prohibited to command war beasts to maliciously hurt people, including outside the school. There are 17 rules in total, not many. Everyone quickly scanned them and felt relieved. The requirements in the code of conduct are not too harsh. As long as everyone is cautious and controls their emotions, they will not violate the relevant regulations. Everyone, follow me first. Coach Zhou waved his hand and directed the team to move forward. Xiaoyao compared the map, and it seemed that they should go to the playground. In addition to the playground, the South Campus also has a cafeteria, teaching buildings, dormitories, gyms, war beast breeding houses. The degree of completeness is far beyond the main campus. It is indeed a campus built specifically for summoners. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone finally reached the playground. This is a playground about the size of 3 football fields. I don't know what material is used on the ground. It feels as hard as cement floor, but also as elastic as rubber. It is very magical. After Coach Zhou instructed everyone to stand, he began to speak. Dear students, in the next 6 months, whether you are training or studying, you will spend your time on this campus. Many people showed surprised expressions, and some people looked a little embarrassed. The group of people who were in trouble naturally had a partner in the main campus. Xiaoyao, for example, looked calm. There was nothing he could do. Being single meant being free. Of course, this was also related to the fact that there were no girls he liked in school. If there was a beauty like Lu Yifei in school, you can see how fast he would get out of being single. Quiet! Coach Zhou pressed his hands together. The voice was not loud, but it made everyone's heart tremble. Those who disagree can leave now. Coach Zhou's eyes swept across the audience like a knife, and many people were frightened by him and quickly lowered their heads. Since no one quits, I will continue. Coach Zhou's tone slowed down, and he continued, I will introduce you to the next training section. First, the choice of the direction of the war beast. Due to the different types of war beasts, their skills are different, and their future development directions are also different. Simply put, the war beasts suitable for attacking mainly strengthen their means of attack, such as strengthening the hardness of their claws, the sharpness of their teeth, and the sensitivity of their bodies. The war beasts suitable for defense strengthen their defense, such as strengthening the hardness of their skin and their ability to resist blows. The war beasts suitable for assistance mainly cultivate their grasp of timing. Of course, All war beasts must repeatedly practice their war beast skills. Physical strength plus war beast skills are the important factors that determine the strength of war beasts. The specific direction of the war beast depends on your own choice. Of course, our coaching team will also provide professional advice and guidance. Second, actual combat. Training alone will never cultivate a strong war beast. If you want to improve the strength of the war beast, actual combat is always a hurdle that cannot be avoided. I believe everyone has also experienced it in the wilderness survival trial in the past 2 days. War beasts that have seen blood and those that have not seen blood are completely two different concepts. Of course, actual combat is also crucial for the running in of summoners and war beasts. In short, actual combat will be the top priority of our next training. I will arrange for you to fight each other, and also arrange some other wild monsters to fight with you. The third point is also very important, which is the training of the summoner itself, including physical training, combat training, and survival in the wild. The intensity of the training for the summoner will be greater than that of ordinary special forces. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a wave of fluctuations. We are summoners. We just need war beasts when we fight. What's the point of training us? Are we supposed to fight the war beasts ourselves? Many people don't understand this arrangement. One boy asked directly, Coach Sho, why do we have to accept this kind of training? Isn't it enough to train the war beasts? Coach Sho looked calm. He had guessed that someone would ask this question. So he said calmly, I just want to ask one question. Can you guarantee that the enemies you face in the future will only attack your war beasts? The scene was quiet instantly. Coach Sho continued to ask, if you are in the wild, when facing large-scale monsters, can you guarantee that they will only attack the war beasts and ignore you? Seeing the silence below, Coach Sho said coldly, the war beasts are war beasts, you are you. If the summoner dies, the war beasts will not survive. The purpose of training is to prevent you from becoming a burden to your own war beasts. Don't think that monsters in the wild are all stupid. Those high-level monsters have IQs no lower than humans. They also understand the principle of capturing the leader first. So even for the sake of the war beast, you have to run faster, run farther, and try to survive in any environment. Are there any questions? Coach Sho shouted. No. The playground responded in unison. Xiaoyao was calm. He had learned all the training plans from his father. And he knew that Coach Sho had not told the whole story about the training reasons for the summoner. When the summoner reaches the platinum level, he can merge with his platinum level war beast and possess all the abilities of the war beast for a certain period of time. By then, a summoner who is proficient in fighting will be able to kill a summoner who can only use the turtle punch in seconds. Of course, Xiaoyao also knows why Coach Sho did not say this reason. Because most summoners will never be able to advance to the platinum level in their lifetime. Even Xiao Li, as a top student of Kyoto University, has been stuck at the gold level 5 for many years, and has not made any progress. However, for all summoners, it is not a bad thing to master powerful fighting skills. Who knows when they will use them? Chapter 24 Black Oak. Okay, I give you 10 minutes to think about it. After you've thought about it, line up according to the signs on the ground. The first row is the attack department, the second row is the defense department, the third row is the control department, the fourth row is the auxiliary department. You can think about it yourself, or you can talk to me or our assistants. Let's get started. Coach Sho is a man of decisive character. After he said this, he stepped aside. At the same time, several assistants stood at the front of the 4 rows, waiting for students' inquiries. Without thinking, Xiaoyao went straight to the attacking team. Besides the attacking team, could Xiao choose any other direction? There were many people who were as decisive as Xiaoyao, such as his former teammates Li Ming, Lu Lei, Xing Yi, and his best friend Su Xingliang. The lethality of their war beasts was quite good, so the attacking team was obviously more suitable for them. Another teammate, Wang Jiachi, was a little hesitant. Her war beast was the bewitching butterfly, and her current attack method was only the bewitching pollen. So she struggled for a long time between the control and auxiliary systems, and finally chose the auxiliary system. 10 minutes had passed, and before halfway, all 42 summoners had chosen their direction, and no one asked for the opinions of Coach Sho or the assistant coach. Children of this age still prefer to make their own choices, and are unwilling to listen to the opinions of teachers or elders. They even think it is shameful to seek the opinions of teachers in front of classmates. In the end, 27 people chose the attack system, 8 people chose the defense system, 4 people chose the support system. And 3 people chose the control system. What surprised Xiao Yao was that Zhou Hongyu, the summoner who had a black iron level 2 iron rhino upon awakening, actually chose the defense system. Although the iron rhino is as hard as iron skin as its name suggests. Considering its tonnage, unicorn horn and the beast's skill savage charge, Xiao Yao thinks that the attack system is more suitable for him. However, everyone has their own considerations, and Xiao Yao and Zhou Hongyu are not familiar with each other. So he just felt a little surprised, but did not say anything. Coach Zhou stood aside, looking at the manual in his hand, and watching the students' choices. The manual recorded the names of all students, the beast information, and the leader's evaluation of each person. That's right. After the wilderness survival trial is over, each team leader will make an evaluation based on the performance of his team members. In addition to describing the strength and potential of the war beasts, the evaluation will also judge and score the performance of the summoner himself. Gui Yufan evaluation of Xiao Yao is calm personality, strong judgment, leadership, rich knowledge reserve, fast war beast training speed, evaluation A+. Zhou Hongyu team leader's evaluation of him is honest personality, dedication, but weak leadership, not decisive enough, higher war beast compatibility, evaluation A. These 2 are the only 2 students who scored A among all the students. Although different team leaders may have subjective differences in the scoring standards, they can get a scores enough to show their excellence. Coach Zhou expected that Xiao Yao would choose the attack system. His war beast is in wolf form, and only the attack system is suitable for him. As for Zhou Hongyu choice, Coach Zhou also thinks there is no problem. First of all, although the Iron Rhino has an advantage in tonnage, its attack method is too simple, only a straight collision, and precisely because of its large tonnage, its flexibility is much worse, and it is useless if it can't hit anyone, no matter how strong its attack power is. Secondly, considering Zhou Hongyu personality, people like him who are honest and willing to contribute are obviously more suitable for the defense department. As for the remaining students, Coach Zhou took a look and only felt that the choice of 2 people was debatable, but he would not bring it up now. Young people have a personality that will not turn back until they hit the wall. If these 2 people are mentioned now, they will definitely not be convinced. Only after they wake up, he will adjust the training plan for the 2. Okay, next. The assistants will start training with the students of their respective departments. As soon as Coach Zhou finished speaking, the assistant standing at the front of the attack team said, "Dear students, I am your assistant Wu Hao. You can call me Brother Hao. Just follow me." Wu Hao turned around and led the students of the attack team to one side of the playground. There was a row of black wood. Each wood was 3 meters apart. Xiao Yao counted them and found that there were 50 of them. "Let me introduce them to you." Wu Hao stood at the front and pointed to a piece of wood and said, "This wood is called black oak. It is hard and is mainly used to sharpen the claws of war beasts, the sharpness of their teeth, and the power of their skills. Is there anyone who wants to try it?" The people below looked at each other, and finally a fat man raised his right hand and shouted, "I do it." Xiao Yao turned his head and glanced at him. He remembered that the fat man was called Wang Jidong. Because of his fat body, he was quite famous in the grade. Wang Jidong walked to the strongest side of the team, with a flash of white light, summoned his war beast. War beast name Blood Hyena. War beast level Black Iron level 1. War beast skills Bloodthirsty and Violent. Looking at the Blood Hyena, which was slightly smaller than Xiao Ku, but looked more ferocious, Xiao Yao was looking forward to its performance. Feeling that the classmates' eyes were focused on him, Wang Jidong's face flushed strangely, and he waved his hand and shouted, "Blood Fang, go!" Wu, hearing the master's order, the Blood Hyena's eyes flashed fiercely, and its hind legs kicked violently, and its bloody claws grabbed the black oak. The sharp claws brushed past, but there was no sound. Instead, a look of pain appeared on the Blood Hyena's face. Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they saw this scene. They found that there were no claw marks on the black oak, not even white marks. The hardness was too scary. Wang Jidong looked unhappy. He volunteered to go forward, thinking that he could show off his skills in front of his classmates. But he turned out to be a negative example. This result made him embarrassed. He raised his foot in shame and anger, ready to teach this unpromising guy a lesson. At this time, the Blood Hyena was lowering his head, looking lonely, and the expression of pain on his face could still be seen. The Blood Hyena's expression was like a basin of cold water, which instantly extinguished the anger in Wang Jidong's heart. "What am I doing?" He slowly put down his feet, with a guilty look on his face, and gently stroked the blood hyena's head. Feeling the gentle touch on his head, the blood hyena lowered his head and whimpered twice, as if apologizing to Wang Jidong. "It's okay, you did a good job." Wang Jidong was silent for a moment, and then comforted him. "This classmate, you go back first." Wu Hao saw the changes in Wang Jidong's movements and nodded silently. The war beast is the summoner's lifelong partner. Soul to soul. Born and died together. It can be said that the relationship between the two is closer than that of relatives. If you are ruthless to the war beast because of your emotional changes, then such a person is definitely not worth training. Fortunately, this child can correct himself in time. Otherwise he will be abandoned today. Chapter 25 10,000 meters. Classmates, you have seen it too. Wu Hao looked at everyone and said, "Black oak is hard, and has extremely high toughness, so your next task is to use it to sharpen the claws, teeth, and skills of the war beasts. Whoever can be the first to leave a mark on the black oak, the school will reward him with a gift." There is a reward. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Getting first place, not only can you stand out in front of your classmates, but you can also get a reward. At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Let's start. As Wu Hao stepped aside, the students summoned war beasts and began to attack the black oak. After Xiao Yao summoned Xiao Ke, he first stepped forward and touched the material of the black oak. He could feel a certain elasticity with a light press, but as he continued to exert force, the black oak did not change at all, just like pressing on a block of iron. TSK, this thing is enough to be used as a weapon. Xiao Yao stepped back and began to direct Xiao Ke to train. "Xiao Ke, don't use your full strength for the first time." He still remembered the reaction of the blood hyena just now. "Don't use too much force and break the claw." "Ah!" Xiao Ke nodded gently, then used 50% of his strength, raised his claws, and hit the black oak. The wolf claws hit hard, just like hitting cotton, no sound. But this was also within Xiao Yao expectations. "Xiao Ke, try harder." "Ah!" Xiao Ke also got angry, his eyes were stern, and he used 100% of his strength to rush forward. Bang! A sound like a bowstring being flicked rang out. Xiao Yao noticed that the black oak trembled slightly. Walking forward, Xiao Yao got close to the black oak and carefully observed the place where Xiao Ke attacked. But to his disappointment, there was still no trace on the black oak. "Xiao Ke, bite it with your teeth and see." Xiao Yao gave the order. Although Xiao Ke was not big, but in terms of bite force alone, it was definitely stronger than the Nile crocodile with the most terrifying bite force in the previous life. Ayo! Xiao Ke fighting spirit was completely aroused. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and bit the black oak hard. "There's hope." Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He saw that the black oak had sunk a little under Xiao Ke's sharp teeth. "Ah!" Xiao Ke gritted his teeth, and his body trembled slightly. But after using all his strength, he found that he couldn't bite it anymore. So he had no choice but to let go. Xiao Yao hurried forward and found that there were indeed 2 rows of tiny pits on the black oak. But the pits returned to their original state in just a few seconds, and there was still no trace left. Huh? It's so difficult. After patting Xiao Ke's head, Xiao Yao sighed. Wu Xiao Ke growled twice, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if saying, "I can do it. I believe in you, Xiao Ke." Xiao Yao hugged Xiao Ke's wolf head, encouraging him. Bang at this time. A loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and saw a palm-sized fire elf standing on the shoulder of a short-haired girl. The fire elf had just used her fireball technique, and when she saw that everyone's eyes were turned to her, she quickly flew up and hid in the girl's pocket. Energy-type fire spirits are really rare. Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. There is also a simple classification of war beasts in the world. The wild beast type is the most common. Generally speaking, viviparous and egg-laying war beasts on land, sea and air belong to the wild beast type. In addition, there are insect type, plant type, rock type, energy type, undead type, and special type. Special type refers to those types that are not suitable for any type. Among the students in the first high school, the wild beast type is the most. There are also a few insect types, and there is only one plant type and energy type. Go on, Xiao Ke. Xiao Yao patted the black oak, encouraging him. A wish Xiao Ke roared, and began to attack the black oak with his claws and gears. At this time, the roars of various war beasts and the encouragement of summoners rang out on the playground. Wu Hao saw this scene and nodded silently. In fact, the black oak is not just a target for the war beasts. It is a relatively rare material. After being attacked, the black oak will secrete an extremely thin liquid that sticks to the attacker. Because this liquid is extremely thin, it is almost unnoticed. But this liquid is indeed an excellent polishing agent. After being applied to the claws or sharp teeth of war beasts, it will gradually increase their sharpness. The more times it attacks, the better the polishing effect. Of course, for war beasts like fire elves that do not rely on their bodies to attack, the role of black oak cannot be played. But the skills of war beasts also need to be trained frequently. The fire elves continue to cast fireballs at black oak. Then as their proficiency increases, the power will naturally be improved. As for why I didn't tell the students this, it was because Coach Show had other arrangements. After training for a while, most of the war beasts were already very tired. So some of them simply squatted down and stopped training. Attention! Assistants! At this time, Coach Show's voice suddenly sounded in Wu Hao Wei's microphone. Please bring your students to the rostrum, and the war beasts will stay where they are and continue training. After hearing Coach Show's words, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this arrangement meant. If the summoner doesn't bring his own war beast, isn't he afraid that they will get into trouble if they stay here? Everyone come and gather, and the other war beasts stay where they are and continue training. Wu Hao shouted loudly. Xiao Yao patted Xiaoku's head and said, Xiaoku, I'm leaving first. You train well. Xiaoku nodded, with a firm look in his eyes. Blackwood, I'm determined to fight you. After organizing the team, Wu Hao led the team members to the direction of the rostrum. When they arrived, the students from the other 3 departments had already lined up. Dear students, Coach Show stood at the front of the team and said with a serious expression, next we will start the physical training of summoners. What? So soon? The students looked at each other. They were just training the war beasts. Why are they training us all of a sudden? Ignoring the reactions of the students, Coach Show continued, the first item is a 10,000-meter long-distance race. Our entire runway is 1,000 meters long, which means you need to run 10 laps. 10,000 meters? The student's eyes widened. I heard it right. 10,000 meters? Usually, I almost vomit blood when I run 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters, coach. You really want to kill us, don't you? Pa pa pa. Coach Show clapped his hands and said loudly, everyone, get ready at the starting line. After hearing this, no matter how reluctant everyone was, they had to stand at the starting line obediently. When everyone was almost standing, Coach Show waved his hand. Start. Chapter 26, There is a Gay Relationship. With the order from Coach Show, many people rushed forward and immediately opened up a distance from the people behind. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang had already made an appointment. The two of them mixed in a large group at a leisurely pace and moved forward at a constant speed. What's the point of rushing so fast? It's not a 1,000-meter race, it's 10,000 meters. Big guys. Su Xingliang curled his lips and muttered softly. Xiao Yao smiled. Long-distance running also requires skills. Follow the first echelon, you have a greater chance of persisting. If you are surrounded by people who give up halfway through the run, it will be difficult for you to persist. Ah! Su Xingliang breathing stagnated and said, then let's go for it. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Don't talk, pay attention to your breathing, and follow me closely, I will lead you to finish the race. Okay. Su Xingliang had 100% trust in his great friend. Since he said he could lead him to finish the race, he would definitely do it. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang kept the frequency of 2 steps and 1 breath, 2 steps and 1 inhale, and soon finished the first 1,000 meters. I feel like my physical strength has improved a lot, Su Xingliang whispered. Xiao Yao nodded. It should be the power of the war beast feeding back. He also had this feeling. After 1,000 meters, it was just the level of warm-up. Even if he could run 1,000 meters easily before, it would never be as casual as it is now. Wow, what a magical feeling. Su Xingliang smiled excitedly. He didn't have this feeling at other times, but when he took the test today, he realized that his body had changed so much. Keep going. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. At 3,500 meters, Su Xingliang's breathing was a little chaotic. He tried to raise his calf as much as possible, trying to relieve the pain. Come on, keep breathing. Xiao Yao encouraged him. So far, he has not felt any discomfort. But this is also expected. The war beast's feedback to the summoner is based on the characteristics of the war beast itself. For example, Su Xingliang Gray Shadow Cat, its characteristic is strong explosive power, so after feedback, Su Xingliang's explosive power is the most obvious, and other aspects are slightly inferior. For example, Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino has great strength and high defense, so Zhou Hongyu's strength is also stronger than others, and his skin is also tougher. It's no exaggeration to say that Xiaoku is a wolf. In addition to his keen sense of smell, his greatest characteristic is his strong endurance. Even an ordinary wolf can run 20 kilometers at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. And Xiaoku's endurance is even more abnormal. So after feeding back, Xiaoyao's endurance increased dramatically. I didn't notice this before, but as soon as I started long-distance running, the effect of endurance enhancement became apparent. When running across one side of the playground, the attack-type war beasts squatted aside, watching their masters. Some war beasts wanted to run with their masters, but were stopped by their masters in time. Xiaoyao saw Xiaoku was also staring at him, his head moving as he ran. He waved his hand and communicated in his mind through the soul contract, Xiaoku. Don't worry about me. Continue training. Let's work hard together. A Wu Xiaoku sharpened his claws on the ground, turned around and continued to attack Black Oak. One man and one wolf, both working hard for their goals. Wu Hao was standing next to Black Oak at this time, observing the movements of each war beast. Seeing that only Xiaoku was still training, he could not help but nod secretly. As expected of an A+ team, they are indeed extraordinary. The reason why he did not mention the characteristics of Black Oak just now was to observe the character of the war beast and the summoner's requirements for the war beast. Whether it is a human or a war beast, there is an innate laziness in their bones. But to become an excellent summoner, a powerful war beast, both sides should have a tenacious character and strong willpower. Attacking Black Oak is very bitter and boring. But only war beasts that can endure countless pains and boring training can grow faster. Looking at Xiaoku, who was training silently with a firm look in his eyes, Wu Hao evaluation of this pair of duo has reached a higher level. I can't run anymore. After 5,000 meters, Su Xingliang's lips began to turn white, and he felt like his lungs were on fire. There was a strong smell of rust in his breath. At this time, many people had fallen behind, running forward with difficulty, slower than a 70-year-old grandmother. Some people even gave up and sat on the ground motionless. Coach Zhou stood on the podium, observing the performance of the crowd, and said nothing. I help you. Seeing that his friend's condition was really bad, Xiaoyao put one hand in Su Xingliang's arm and dragged him forward. At first, Su Xingliang was still a little uncomfortable. He felt that running like this, he had to work hard to keep up with Xiaoyao's pace, which was even more strenuous. But as Xiaoyao kept adjusting the angle, strength, and rhythm, Su Xingliang felt relaxed after adapting. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters gradually, Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang caught up with the first echelon. Seeing Xiaoyao dragging a person forward, but his breathing and demeanor did not seem to be at all laborious. Many people were shocked by this scene. This is too amazing. Although long-distance runners can easily run 10,000 meters, it is probably impossible for even professional long-distance runners to drag a person like Xiaoyao and be so relaxed. 8,000 meters. 9,000 meters. When it came to the last 1,000 meters, Su Xingliang whispered, Xiaoyao, let me go, I will run the next 1,000 meters by myself. With Xiaoyao running assist, his physical strength had recovered a lot, and he could finish the next 1,000 meters by himself. And Su Xingliang felt that it would be quite embarrassing if he was dragged to run the whole course like this. Okay. Xiaoyao decisively let go of his hand. At the moment of letting go, Su Xingliang felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a heavy sandbag. But he still endured the discomfort and followed Xiaoyao's pace. In the last 1,000 meters, there were only 5 people left in the first echelon. In addition to Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang, there were Zhou Hongyu, a girl, and a boy. Xiaoyao had an impression of both the boy and the girl. The two were students with sports specialties. He often saw these sports students training on the playground of the main campus. Among the 5 people, except Su Xingliang, who was a little out of breath, the other 4 did not show any signs of fatigue. This made Su Xingliang exclaim that he was abnormal. In the last 500 meters, Zhou Hongyu and the other 2 sports students began to speed up, and they immediately pulled away from Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang. Xiaoyao, you should speed up too, don't worry about me. Su Xingliang said breathlessly. It's okay, there's no reward for running in front. Xiaoyao patted his friend's arm. Come on, the last 500 meters. Damn it, let's go! Not wanting his friend to be dragged down by himself, Su Xingliang gritted his teeth, tried his best to move his legs, and began to slowly speed up. Go! Under the scorching sun, the two teenagers rushed to the finish line side by side. Such a passionate scene was seen by everyone, and they nodded. Well, there's a gay feeling. Chapter 27, A Week's Harvest. I can't do it anymore. I feel dizzy. Su Xingliang sat down on the ground, and his body was about to fall backwards. At this time, a hand supported his back and made him sit up again. Xiao Yao sat beside him and said, If you lie down at this time, you will vomit 90% of the time. It's so serious. Su Xingliang swallowed his saliva and sat up obediently. You too. Drink some water. Wu Hao walked to the two of them and handed them 2 bottles of mineral water. Thank you, Brother Hao. The two of them took it quickly and gulped down the whole bottle of water. Ha! I feel alive again. Su Xingliang tilted his head, put one hand on Xiao Yao's shoulder, and then tilted his whole body to the left and leaned on Xiao Yao. Oh my god! Why do I feel you are heavier again? Xiao Yao sat up straight and said with some disdain. Maybe I have grown muscles. Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows. At this time, the second echelon of people began to approach the finish line. But there were still more than 20 people struggling to move forward. At this speed, it will be noon by the time everyone finishes. Almost. Perhaps the fact that someone had already crossed the finish line stimulated some people's nerves. Those who had given up sitting on the ground before also stood up and continued to run. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and half an hour. More and more people ran across the finish line. Now only 2 girls were still running hard. One of them was the girl with the fire elf. At this time, the fire elf was flying in front of the girl's head, waving her little fists, and making a series of incomprehensible sounds. The cute appearance made the group of teenagers smile like perverts. Elves are much cuter than girls. The relationship between the 2 girls seems to be very good. Encouraged by the fire elf, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, try their last bit of strength. Come on! Come on! Come on! I don't know who started it, but everyone on the playground started cheering for the 2 girls. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100. There we are. The moment they crossed the finish line, the 2 of them softened at the same time and were about to faint on the ground. At this time, the assistants who had been prepared hurriedly supported the girl, and one of the female assistants also summoned her own war beast. War beast name Wood Elf, War beast level bronze 5, War beast skills flying leaf technique. Nourishment of wood. The body of the wood elf is a circle larger than that of the fire elf, and it has a pretty appearance and a beautiful wreath on its head. As she raised one hand, 2 green light balls flew towards the girl. The light balls merged into the body, and the girls felt as if their bodies were nourished by some substance, and their fatigue, thirst, and weakness were instantly relieved a lot. Thank you, teacher. The 2 girls stood up straight and thanked sincerely. Have a good rest. The female assistant smiled gently. Coach Zhou looked at his watch. 1 hour and 40 minutes, that is 100 minutes. 10 laps. The slowest person ran for 100 minutes, 10 minutes per lap. I have to say that their physical fitness is really poor. Next, we have to train them well. He looked at the messy students lying below with a stern face, and shook his head helplessly. Okay, the morning training is over. The assistants will take the students to eat. You can rest in the dormitory at noon. The combat training will start in the afternoon. After Coach Zhou spoke, the assistants of each department first took the students to take the war beasts back to the beast control space, and then led the students to the cafeteria here. The cafeteria is not big, but the dishes are complete. For lunch, braised beef, spare ribs with black beans, fried lamb with green onions, broccoli with garlic, salty eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Eat as much as you want, no limit. Xiao Yao, who was already hungry, served every dish. Until the plate was full, he stopped. Of course, some people had no appetite after a long run, so they just ate a few and left. There is a student dormitory building in the South Campus, with a total of 5 floors, but now only the bottom 2 floors are used. The boys are on the first floor, and the girls are on the second floor, and each person's name is written on the door. After finishing his meal, Xiao Yao walked into his room, and found that it was completely a hotel. A big bed, a small balcony, a bathroom and toilet. The room was very clean. The bed was spotless. and it looked like someone cleaned it regularly. Lying on the bed, I fell asleep without realizing it. The fighting class in the afternoon was a course that everyone was very interested in. After all, whether boys or girls, they all hope to have good martial arts, even if they can't use them in the future. But it's good to show off and pretend. The first class taught basic boxing and footwork. This was too easy for Xiao Yao. Because of Xiao Li, he started to learn Sanda and mixed martial arts since he was a child. Even though he could not be called a professional now, at least his foundation was very solid. The coach also discovered Xiao Yao fighting foundation, so he simply let him serve as the fighting assistant in the class and tutor other students. Just like this, a week passed. This class, which Coach Shou called the special training class, had an extremely fulfilling week, with war beast training and physical training in the morning, fighting training in the afternoon, and cultural classes in between. In addition, the school arranges a weekly cultural exam. So these hard-working students not only have to go through devilish training during the day, but also have to study late at night. Life is much harder than before. This also makes many people whine. Isn't it said that after becoming a summoner, you can easily win? Why am I so miserable? Of course, complaints are complaints. Everyone can see the significant progress of themselves and the war beasts. In addition to the improvement of the summoner's physical fitness, the war beasts have also undergone significant changes. For example, Xiao Yao felt that Xiaoke's claws and teeth had become sharper, from leaving no marks on the black oak, to now gradually seeing a few white spots. He believed that it would not be long before Xiaoke would pass. What rewards did the school prepare? I was looking forward to it. What surprised him was that, although he did not kill any monsters, Xiaoke's experience value increased by 5 points this week, and it had reached 95 out of 100. He only needed 5 points to level up. Such changes made him understand that, in addition to killing monsters, training can also make Xiaoke stronger, which is consistent with the upgrade method of other war beasts. For other war beasts, in addition to eating some heavenly treasures, there is only one way to upgrade, which is training, cultivation, and fighting. In comparison, Xiaoke's upgrade method is much simpler and cruder. Kill monsters. Kill monsters. Kill monsters. Although training is good, it is indeed not as exciting as killing monsters. As long as you kill more monsters, becoming a king is not a dream. On Friday night, Dad Xiaoli hadn't come back yet. Mom said that a serious murder case involving a summoner had occurred in Yincheng. Xiao Yao didn't care. The law enforcement team was used to deal with such criminal summoners. With Dad's gold level 5 strength, is there anyone who can stir up trouble in Yincheng? Tomorrow is the weekend, and he has a very important mission. That is to take Xiaoke to the small training ground to break through. Chapter 28 Shadow Mantis reappears. Shigong District, Jiankong Road. Captain Guo, I don't find anyone here, a tall young lady said with an unpleasant expression. The man called Captain Guo was a man in his 40s, tall, broad-shouldered, with a sharp look in his eyes. Captain Guo didn't say anything, but waited quietly. After a while, 2 more men ran over and shook their heads at the same time. Captain Guo, we don't have anyone here either. Impossible. The young lady immediately shouted. I saw him disappear from here with my own eyes. Shireen. But we have searched all over this area, and we really can't find him. The thin Zhang Chao said helplessly. Captain Guo, I really saw Xie Zhen disappear from here. Yi Shireen turned her head to look at Captain Guo, with an anxious look on her face. Captain Guo waved his hand and said in a deep voice, I suspect this guy has inherited the ability of Shadow Mantis. Shadow Stealth. No way. Is he so lucky? The other man Jiao Jun widened his eyes, and couldn't believe it. There are indeed some lucky people who can inherit the skills of war beasts, but the probability is too low. And the lower the level, the less likely it is to happen. This is related to the physical fitness of the summoner. For summoners of the black iron and bronze levels, the probability of inheriting the skills of war beasts is less than 1 in 10,000. It was hard for him to believe that the murderer was such a lucky person. God is too blind. Captain Guo calmly analyzed. I analyzed his crime scene, and combined with the current situation, I can almost confirm my guess. Then Captain Guo, what should we do? Zhang Chao looked at the residential area with tall buildings around him, and couldn't help but collapse. If we searched house by house, it would take a long time, and it is possible that we won't be able to find anyone until the other party recovers from his injuries. And if Captain Guo's guess is correct, as long as Xie Zhen's injuries improve a little, He can leave here again by sneaking through the shadows, and then we can only do useless work. Captain Guo looked unhappy. At this time, he really couldn't think of any solution. While Uncle Guo, Sister Shireen, Brother Chao, Brother Jun, why are you here? At this time, a boy came over and looked at them in surprise. Xiao Yao, why are you here? Xiao Yao was surprised. And Captain Guo and the others were even more surprised. Why would the son of Boss Xiao be here? Xiao Yao pointed to the community behind him and said, my friend lives here. I just came out of his house. He made an appointment with Su Xingliang to go to the training ground for training in the morning. After several battles, Xiaoku successfully reached Iron Level 3 and unlocked the 4th skill Ancestral Howl. Warwick gains additional damage reduction within 2.5 seconds. And Warwick will howl and frighten the enemies around him. This is a damage reduction and control skill. When ganking in the game, he often uses this skill together with the Q skill Mouth of the Beast. First use the E skill Ancestral Howl, and use the charge Q at the same time. When the werewolf teleports behind the enemy, use the second stage of E to steadily frighten the enemy to the side of the teammates, and then connect the damage. He also instructed Xiaoku to use this combo in the training ground, and the effect was quite good. At this time, Xiaoku panel information also reached Black Iron Level 3, 15/200. After training, Xiao Yao was invited by his best friend to have dinner at his home. Just after dinner, when he was about to go home, he met Captain Guo's group. After listening to Xiao Yao's explanation, Captain Guo and his group breathed a sigh of relief. They were still worried that someone wanted to use Xiao Lao Da's son to make a fuss. But now it seems to be just a false alarm. Xiao Yao, go home quickly. It's not safe here, Yishirin said, because Xiao Yao often went to the law enforcement team base to feed Shaoli war beasts. Everyone in the law enforcement team was familiar with him, and Xiao Yao could also call out the names of everyone in the law enforcement team. Hearing this, Xiao Yao frowned, and then thought about the reason why his father didn't go home yesterday. He guessed, is it because of the summoner crime last night? How do you know? Yishirin asked in confusion. Xiao Yao shrugged, I guessed. Okay. Xiao Yao, you guessed right, but it's really dangerous here, you should go home quickly. Tingwa patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, okay. Xiao Yao nodded. At this time, he noticed that Zhang Chao and Jiao Jun looked helpless and anxious, so he asked tentatively, can't you find anyone? You know it now? Yishirin raised her voice immediately. Xiao Yao said embarrassedly, guessed? Guessed? Okay. Great genius. You should go home as soon as possible, Captain Guo said helplessly. Everyone in the law enforcement team knew that Xiao Yao was a top student. Shaoli was a show-off. Before, every time Xiao Yao ranked first in the grade, Shaoli would show off in front of others intentionally or unintentionally. Now that Xiao Yao has become a summoner, Shaoli is even more arrogant. Ahem. Xiao Yao coughed twice. Uncle Guo, if the other party is injured, I can really help you find him. What? Xiao Yao, do you still have this ability? Zhang Chao exclaimed. I can't, but my war beast can, Xiao Yao replied. At this time, Yishirin and Jiao Jun's eyes also lit up. Yes, Xiao Yao is a summoner, maybe his war beast really has this ability. Tingwa hesitated, but considering that the case last night was too bad, he finally made a decision. Xiao Yao, then I trouble you this time. The other party is a bronze level summoner, and his war beasts are Viper and Shadow Mantis. He was seriously injured. We found that he was missing after we chased him here. I guess he should have inherited the ability of Shadow Mantis. Shadow Mantis. Hearing this name, Xiao Yao immediately became excited. He was almost killed by this thing last time. I didn't expect to meet another one not long after. It's really fate. But to inherit the ability of Shadow Mantis, this summoner is quite lucky. Uncle Guo, I take care of it. Xiao Yao patted his chest. When I was in the law enforcement team, the people under my father took good care of me and taught me a lot of knowledge. Now that he has the ability, he will definitely help. Okay, but remember, you are only responsible for finding people, and we will take care of the arrests. Tingwa said. Don't worry. Uncle Guo, I won't die. The other party is a bronze level summoner. He won't be so foolish as to go up and cause trouble. As long as he finds someone, he will immediately find a corner to hide. That's fine. Captain Guo nodded. Then Xiao Yao summoned Xiaoku. As soon as Xiaoku appeared, he smelled a strong smell of blood. He opened his eyes, and saw a thick blood line in the void. Is this your war beast? Xiaoku's majestic and domineering appearance instantly conquered Yishirine, causing her to want to touch it. But she was immediately scared away by Xiaoku's cold eyes. Except for Xiaoyao. Xiaoku did not allow anyone to touch him. This is the pride of being a Zon angry beast. Xiaoku. Let's go! Xiaoyao also vaguely smelled a faint smell of blood, but he couldn't lock the position like Xiaoku. Xiaoku nodded, moved his limbs, and ran along the bloodline. Tingua and several others also followed Xiaoku's pace, and the target should be the bungalow behind him. Chapter 29 The Howling of the Ancestors. Luing Community is the only old community on Jiankong Road. There is no elevator in the 6-story bungalows. The residents here are laid-off workers and the elderly. But because there is no elevator, many elderly people have moved away. So even if you enter the community in the middle of the day, you can hardly see anyone. Building 6 in front, the one on the far left, the 4th floor, the one with the green window. Through Xiaoku's description, Xiaoyao locked the location of the criminal. But because he was worried about being discovered by the other party if he was too close, Xiaoyao chose a blind spot and pointed at the window from a distance. Are you sure? Xiaoyao. Yishirine asked in a low voice. 100% sure. Xiaoyao replied firmly. Great. Several people waved their fists excitedly. Damn. We finally found you. Let's see how you run this time. Okay. Now let's talk about the plan. Captain Gua said calmly. Zhang Chao. You go up from the 1st floor. Shireen goes around to the side and enters from the south window. I will go directly from this window. Jiao Jun. You stay downstairs. The other party will use shadow stealth. We still have to be on guard. Move quickly, don't give the other party time to react. Start the action. Yes. Several people put on action headsets, then, Zhang Chao, Yishirine, Jiao Jun quickly approached the target. Xiaoyao, just stay here, don't get close. Tingua patted Xiaoyao's shoulder, looking forward, with a cold look. After seeing everyone in place, Tingua's side flashed with white light, and a flapping locust appeared in the air. War Beast name Flowing Fire Locust War Beast Level Silver Level 5 War Beast Skills Flowing Fire Missile, Flowing Fire Cage. On the other side, Yishirine and Jiao Jun also summoned their own War Beasts. Name of War Beast Black Feather Kite Level of War Beast Bronze 5 Skill of War Beast Claw of Steel. Name of War Beast Yellowback Leopard Level of War Beast Bronze 4 Skill of War Beast Force of Speed. Move. With the order from Captain Gua, the 3 of them immediately started to move. The Flowing Fire Locust and the Black Feather Kite took the lead, breaking through the window at an extremely fast speed, and flew into the house. On the other side, Zhang Chao also let his Flame Bear break the door and broke in. Snap. Glass. The sound of the door breaking was heard. In the bedroom, the man was bandaging his wound with difficulty. When he heard this sound, his face changed drastically, and he quickly summoned his war beasts. Bronze 2 Viper, Bronze 4 Shadow Mantis. The Viper blocked the door of the bedroom, while the Shadow Mantis stood by him like a guard. But the 2 war beasts were not in good condition. The Viper lost an eye, and many of its scales fell off, revealing the rolled flesh. The Shadow Mantis was even worse off. Only one of the pair of arm blades remained. The left hind wing was torn off by someone. Dozens of compound eyes were still filled with green pus and blood, which was extremely creepy. But the Flowing Fire Locust entered first. Its wings flapped and pounced on the Viper. Its front legs stood up, like 2 sharp sickles, slashing straight forward. In order not to cause damage to the residential building, Tingua did not let the Flowing Fire Locust use its skills. But even so, the Silver 5 Flowing Fire Locust was enough to deal with the Bronze 2 Viper with its physical body. Puff! A flash of white light, the huge head of the poisonous Viper fell off, as if it was cut by a knife. The cut was extremely smooth, and dark red blood gushed out. Seeing this scene, the man was frightened to death. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his brain, which was the manifestation of the backlash of the summoner's spirit after the war beast that signed a soul contract with him died. Roar! At this time, the Flame Bear and the Black Feather Kite also broke into the house, and pounced on the Shadow Mantis together. Seeing this, the man endured the pain in his mind and quickly pressed the buttons on the phone. Pa! The bedroom was suddenly plunged into darkness. Boom! The bear hug of the Flame Bear was in vain, and the Black Feather Kite was also flying in the air, looking around blankly. Zhang Chao walked in cautiously, slowly approaching the bedroom. Where is the person? Zhang Chao frowned. Suddenly he thought of something, and quickly said to the headset, Everyone pay attention. He and the Shadow Mantis sneaked away. Got it. Jiao Jun was on full alert downstairs, his body tense, waiting for the suspect to appear. Xiaoke, I give you a chicken drumstick tonight. You've been a big help today. Xiao Yao squatted down and touched Xiaoke's head. For safety, he retreated directly to the shade next to the gate of the community, far away from the battle scene. He has mastered the art of hiding. Wu Xiaoke raised his head proudly, seemingly very proud. I don't know what this murderer looks like. You said you become a bronze summoner, and inherited the ability of a war beast. Wouldn't it be better to just make money? Xiao Yao said to himself. He really didn't understand. Why would such a promising summoner choose to commit crimes? As soon as he finished speaking, in the shadows about 3 meters away from him, 2 figures, one large and one small, slowly appeared like magic. You? Xiao Yao and the man looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. Xiao Yao, oh my god, could this be the murderer? Man, fuck, there are guards in this place. Are the thinking circuits of the law enforcement team so strange? Xiaoke reacted the fastest, feeling the heavy pressure in front of him. He decided to strike first. The howl of the ancestor, a pale yellow spherical light column suddenly appeared, covering Xiaoke. At the same time, an invisible wave spread in all directions. Xiaoke kicked his hind legs, and the 3-meter distance was reached in an instant. The mouth of the beast, the sharp claws grabbed the face of the shadow mantis, and the fierce and brutal momentum burst out. After all, the shadow mantis was a bronze-level war beast. He reacted quickly, and the only remaining arm blade was horizontal, intending to cut off Xiaoke's body. Just as the arm blade was about to approach, Xiaoke opened his mouth and roared. With this sound seemed to have magical power. The moment Shadow Mantis heard it, the arm blade paused. It seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Its body trembled violently, and then it turned around and was about to leave. Xiaoke would naturally not miss this opportunity. With the force of his sharp claws, he directly tore off the last hind wing of Shadow Mantis. The intense pain made Shadow Mantis break away from fear. It turned around suddenly, swung its arm blade, and chopped directly at Xiaoke's head. Xiaoke ducked down, not only dodging the attack, but also leaving several deep claw marks on the hind legs of the Shadow Mantis. Xiaoke found that the opponent was seriously injured, and his reaction and speed were far from as strong as his momentum showed, which gave him full confidence. And because the opponent was seriously injured, the effect of blood tracking was triggered, his movement speed and attack speed increased significantly. He believed that, with his current ability, he had a chance to kill the opponent. Chapter 30: The Power of Dark Demon. On the other side, Xiezhen saw that Shadow Mantis was at a disadvantage, and was seriously injured, and he was in a state of confusion. The Viper was dead. If Shadow Mantis died again, what would be the point of him surviving? Because of the soul contract, after the war beast died, the soul of the summoner was greatly damaged. Only when the soul is fully recovered, can he continue to sign contracts with other war beasts. And without the support of the treasures of heaven and earth, this time often takes several years. For Xiezhen, with both war beasts dead, how could he possibly escape the wanted list of the law enforcement team? The crime he committed was enough to deserve death 10 times. Damn the law enforcement team. Xiezhen cursed inwardly, and glared at the front. Suddenly, he found that the man in the law enforcement team in front of him was surprisingly young, with a face as innocent as a child. This gave him an idea. If the summoner dies, the war beast will also die. Then Thinking of this, Xiezhen's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he took out the dagger from his waist without hesitation, and took a step forward to close the distance between the two, and then stabbed Xiao Yao fiercely. While Xiao Yao was directing Xiaoke's actions, he was also silently paying attention to Xiezhen's every move. When he saw the other party take out the dagger, he was ready. There is a big gap between the iron level and bronze level war beasts. In the uninjured state, the bronze level war beast can kill the iron level in seconds. But this gap is not so obvious for summoners, even if it is a bronze level summoner. If the war beast is an insect or plant type, his physical fitness will not be much better than that of the iron level summoner whose war beast is a wild beast type. Although Xiezhen war beast is a viper plus a shadow mantis, their strength must be stronger than his own, but the gap is not too great. In addition, the opponent is seriously injured, and the bandages are covered with blood. Xiao Yao thinks he may have more advantages, because he still has a killer move. Swish. The dagger glows white, and stabs Xiao Yao's face with a whistle. Now! With a stern look in his eyes, Xiao Yao activates his own skills. Charge the beast's mouth, and turn the right hand into a claw. An invisible force covers the right claw, making him feel indestructible. The body retreated half a step, and the dagger brushed the tip of Xiao Yao's nose. At this moment, Xiao Yao stepped forward again, and the dragon claws fiercely tore at Xiao's neck. Swish! A sound like a rag tearing. At the same time, Xiao Yao was driven by an invisible force, and appeared behind the opponent like teleportation. Look at my trick! Xiao Yao was ruthless, and his left foot retreated half a step, and his right foot was straight as a knife, and he lifted it up with all his strength. A fatal crotch kick. The sound of an egg breaking was heard, and Xiao's eyeballs bulged out, and he knelt on the ground, opening his mouth in pain, unable to make a sound. On his neck, the 4 claw marks were still bleeding, the artery was ruptured, and blood was gushing out. On the other side, the pain of being completely shattered was not something a man could endure. Xiao's mind went blank, and he almost fainted. Xiao Yao! Tingui came running over anxiously from a distance. He had just heard Xiaoku's wolf howl, and his heart almost stopped beating in fear. He hadn't expected Xiaoyan to be able to sneak so far, and damn it, he actually ran into Xiao Yao. If something happened to Xiao Yao, he had no doubt that Xiao Li would skin him alive. Are you okay? Captain Gui grabbed Xiao Yao's shoulders with both hands and asked anxiously. Uncle Gui, I'm fine. Xiao Yao patted Captain Gui's arm gently and said, That's good. That's good. Seeing that Xiao Yao didn't have any injuries, Captain Gui was relieved. What is this? Seeing Xiaoyan lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, Captain Gui's eyes widened and asked in a dry voice, Did you do it? Squeak at this time. Shadow Mantis, who was still fighting with Xiaoku, suddenly screamed in pain, and the sound was extremely shrill, as if it was tortured. Seeing Shadow Mantis's appearance, the experienced Captain Gui quickly squatted down and reached out to touch Xiao's neck. Dead. Feeling that his pulse was no longer beating, Captain Gui understood that Xiaoyan, who had given them a headache, was dead, and he was killed by the boy in high school in front of him. Boom! Shadow Mantis's body fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, Xiaoku's experience increased by 80 points, and he reached Iron Level 3, 95/200. In just one day, his experience value increased by almost half. Even Xiao Yao couldn't believe this speed. If there was another enemy like this, Xiaoku could be upgraded directly. However, Xiao Yao also understood that such a severely injured bronze-level enemy was hard to come by. If he hadn't happened to meet Captain Gui, if this person hadn't sneaked up to him by chance, if this person hadn't actually wanted to have a duel between summoners, he would never have had such a big gain. But what surprised Xiao Yao was that, after Xiaoyan died, there was another line of information on his panel. Dark Demon Power 10 points. Dark Demon Power. What is Dark Demon Power? This sudden appearance of the term made Xiao Yao very confused. He had never heard of such a thing as Dark Demon. He often heard of massage. There was no such thing in League of Legends. After thinking about it, Xiao Yao put aside his doubts. He would know its use in the future. At this time, he noticed that there was still sticky blood between his fingers, and he lowered his head to look. Captain Gui, Xiao Yao. At this time, the other people also rushed over, and when they saw Xiaoyan and Shadow Mantis lying on the ground, they were completely relieved. Captain Gui, you are still in time. Yi Shirin patted her chest and said with fear. But Captain Gui, I didn't know your claw skills were so powerful. Zhang Chao looked at the claw marks on Xiao's neck and couldn't help but praise. Captain Gui twitched his lips. I didn't kill him. What? Several people widened their eyes. If Captain Gui didn't kill him, then could it be? The three of them twisted their necks to look at Xiao Yao. At this time, Xiao Yao seemed very silent. He saw Xiao's eyes staring at him. With a deep hatred in his dead fish-like eyes, dark red blood dyed the earth red, and the wound was very hideous. Is this what I did? Xiao Yao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and there was a feeling of nausea and discomfort. Killing monsters is different from killing people. Seeing a living person die in his hands, even if the other party is an enemy, the feeling of having blood on his hands still makes him feel a little nauseous. It's not a sense of guilt. It's not a sense of remorse. It's just a simple feeling of nausea. When others saw Xiao Yao like this, they couldn't help but worry. They all went through this stage. Except for natural killers. Normal people will have a strong reaction after their first murder. Some people vomit. Some are silent. Some are afraid. And some can't sleep all night. If you can't adjust your mentality, it will be a lifelong trauma. This is the cruel side of the summoner world. fighting people and monsters all your life. Killing people and killing monsters will become the norm. If you can't get over this mental barrier, you will never have a future. Xiao, collect the bodies and bring them back to the law enforcement team. Xiao Yao, come back with us, Captain Gua said. Xiao Yao didn't say anything, but nodded silently. Soon, several people carried Xiezhen and the bodies of the two war beasts into the car and drove to the law enforcement team. On the way, Yi Shirin secretly sent a text message to Xiaoli, telling him what happened just now, and Xiao Yao changes. Xiaoli only replied with 3 words, "Got it." Chapter 31 Father and Son Conversation. The law enforcement team base is located in the center of Yanqing City, close to the municipal building. The officials who planned the site selection of the law enforcement team base at that time also had their own little ideas. Such a plan can allow the law enforcement team to radiate the whole city more evenly, so that it will not be too far to go anywhere, and on the other hand, it can protect the officials of the municipal building. Here, the law enforcement team feels safer than the army. The base does not cover a large area. In addition to the office building, there is only a large war beast breeding room. Xiao Yao often comes here to feed Xiaoli war beast. We're here. After entering the base, several law enforcement officers, who had been waiting for a long time, carried away Xiezhen and the bodies of the 2 war beasts. After parking the car, Captain Gua and others went to Xiaoli's office to report on their work. Uncle Gua, I won't go in then. Although he often came to the law enforcement team to play, Xiao Yao never asked about anything in the law enforcement team. He had a good grasp of the boundaries. So everyone in the law enforcement team admired Xiao's son. Okay. Wait a moment at the door. Captain Gua nodded and led the others into the office. Xiao Yao found a place to sit down casually and greeted the people around him in a familiar manner. After calming down, he lowered his head and stared at his right hand in a trance. He had just washed it with clean water, and the blood on his hand had disappeared. But if he looked closely, there were still blood stains between his nails. Xiezhen appearance, his counterattack, Xiezhen death, his bloody right hand. Scenes flashed through his mind like slides. But at this time, he could no longer feel the disgust just now, and instead felt a strange feeling. Xiao Yao, Boss Xiao is looking for you. Yi Shirin walked to Xiao Yao's side without knowing when, and gently patted his shoulder. Oh, okay. Xiao Yao woke up as if from a dream, and slowly stood up and walked into Xiaoli's office. Dad. At this time, Xiaoli was sitting at his desk, leisurely brewing tea. For some reason, after seeing his father, Xiao Yao's strange feeling in his heart was suppressed a lot, and a familiar sense of security followed. From childhood to adulthood, as long as his father was by his side, he would not be afraid even if the sky fell. Xiao Yao, come, sit here. Xiaoli pointed to the chair opposite the desk. After sitting down, Xiaoli handed the brewed black tea to Xiao Yao. I heard about you from Gujian. Very good. You are worthy of being my son. Xiaoli smiled. His expression was relieved and proud. That's right. I can't embarrass my father, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Xiaoli smiled and asked calmly, It's your first time to kill someone. How does it feel? Hearing this question, Xiao Yao's smile faded. Looking at his still bloody right hand, he said in silence, I didn't feel anything during the battle. But later when I saw the opponent's eyes and my bloody hand, I suddenly felt sick. But Dad, I'm much better now. Xiaoli was silent for a moment, and said, Xiao Yao, your experience is much better than mine. His eyes were filled with memories. The first time I killed someone was when I was in college. I was on a mission in the wild. A wilderness hunter saw that I was young. Not only deceived me, but also wanted to do something bad to me. But at that time I was already silver level, and he was only bronze level. So he was directly beaten into a meat paste by the big bear. The big bear was Xiaoli's first war beast, the ironback bear. Speaking of this, Xiaoli's mouth had another bitter smile. It was real meat paste. When I saw that thing, I almost vomited bile. I couldn't eat for 2 consecutive days. I vomited everything I ate. Later, I didn't eat a single bite of meat or vegetables for 3 months. As soon as I smelled the meat, I could recall the scene at that time. Dad, then how did you adjust later? Xiao Yao was a little curious. Xiaoli took a sip of tea and sighed. I killed more people and killed more monsters, and I got used to it. Xiao Yao was silent for a moment. Xiaoli stood up, walked to the bedside, looked at the scenery outside the window, and said faintly, "Xiao Yao, in my heart, I don't really want you to become a summoner." Summoners seem to have unlimited glory on the surface, but only summoners themselves know the hardships and cruelty involved. Since I became a summoner, no less than 50 people have died in my hands, and countless monsters, and I have encountered life and death crisis 5 times, and each time I almost stepped into the gates of hell. It is precisely because of these experiences that I don't want you to become a summoner. I believe that as long as I am here, even if you are extremely ordinary, you can live a rich and stable life. Not to mention that my son is a genius. At this point, Xiaoli shook his head helplessly. But you finally became a summoner, and your talent is far superior to mine. I really don't know whether I should be relieved or sad. Dad. Xiao Yao looked at Xiaoli, his eyes firm. Becoming a summoner is my dream, and I believe that I will definitely become the strongest summoner. Xiaoli came over, patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, I also believe that my son will definitely become the strongest summoner. However, Xiaoli's face became serious. Xiao Yao, the higher your talent, and the stronger your strength, the heavier the burden you will bear in the future. Do you understand this? I understand. Xiao Yao nodded. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is the most classic quote in Spider-Man, and it is known to countless people. It is indeed the case in life. The more capable a person is, the heavier the pressure he will bear than ordinary people. There is gain and loss. This is an eternal truth. Okay, I won't say anything else. I believe you can adjust in time. The path of a summoner is cruel and lonely. Some things can only be solved by yourself. Xiaoli has great confidence in his son. Since childhood, Xiao Yao has been a precocious child, a child who does not worry his parents. He believes his son can handle the storm well. Don't worry, Dad, Xiao Yao said. I'm fine now. By the way, Dad, I have a question for you. Xiao Yao suddenly remembered the new term on the panel. Dark demon power. He had never heard of it, and wondered if Dad had heard of it. Dad, do you know what dark demon is? Dark is the dark, and the magic is the magic. Dark demon? Xiao Yao frowned. I haven't heard of it. Where did you hear this word? Ah, Dad doesn't know either. Xiao Yao was a little disappointed, and explained, I forgot where I saw this word, so I just wanted to ask. Dad, what is the identity of the man who died today? Can you tell me about this? Xiao Yao still did not give up. He wanted to get some clues from the man who died today. No matter what, the things that appeared on the system must be meaningful. He hoped to find out the origin of the dark magic power. Xiaoli thought about it, and decided to tell the man's identity. This way, it could also alleviate Xiao Yao's discomfort. Chapter 32 Shadow Society. This man is called Xiezhen, from Snow City, 32 years old, bronze-level summoner, if nothing goes wrong. He should be a core member of the Shadow Society. Shadow Society? This name doesn't sound good. What does the Shadow Society do? Xiao Yao asked. The Shadow Society is a killer organization, and no one knows who their leader is until now. This organization is divided into peripheral members and core members. The composition of peripheral members is very complex, including ordinary killers and summoner killers, but there is only one kind of core member, that is, like Xiezhen, who has War Beast skills, and the War Beast has strong assassination ability. How many people are there in this organization? Xiaoli shook his head, with a serious look on his face. No one knows how many members there are in the Shadow Society. The peripheral killers have a dedicated person to communicate with them, and the core killers are even more difficult to deal with. We have also captured several core members of the Shadow Society, but after being captured, they died suddenly and inexplicably, and the cause of death is still unclear. Ah, this is a bit scary. Xiao Yao opened his mouth slightly. This sounds like the kind of strict killer organization in the movies. But how do you determine whether this person is a core member? It's very simple. Xiaoli said, the core members of the Shadow Club will have a monster eye tattooed on their scalp. This symbol is very unique, and no one can imitate it. On the scalp? Xiao Yao twitched his lips. This is really a clever location. If it is tattooed somewhere else, it will be detected, but if it is tattooed on the scalp, well, even if the inspection is strict, they will not open your hair to see it. It seems that Baldhead and Baldhead have no chance to become core members of the Shadow Society. Xiao Yao said faintly. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yes, this is a major discovery. Also, let me tell you about the crime committed by Xiezhen. Xiaoli said, last night, Xiezhen sneaked into Huayang community and personally killed the family of 7 of Zhongjun. an outstanding entrepreneur in Yanqing, including Zhang Junyi parents in their 70s, and 3 children, the youngest of whom was only 2 years old. And Zhang Junyi himself was chopped into 6 pieces alive by Xiezhen. Hearing this news, Xiao Yao's body stiffened, and then a nameless anger surged in his heart, gritting his teeth and saying, "Beast! Dad, can you find out who wants to kill Zhang Junyi family? Xiezhen is just a killer. It is difficult for him to have any conflicts with entrepreneur Zhang Junyi. Someone must have killed Zhang Junyi family through the Shadow Society. But this method is too cruel. Not only the elderly and children are not spared, the killing method is even more inhumane. I don't know whether it is the request of the sponsor or Xiezhen's own choice." Shaoli shook his head. "We can't find out from the Shadow Society. Now we are investigating Zhang Junyi's social relations to see if he has had any conflicts with anyone recently." "Okay." Xiao Yao was silent. He understood that even if someone really assassinated Zhang Junyi family through the Shadow Society, they could not be convicted without key evidence. This matter is likely to have no results. Fortunately, the killer has been killed, which can be regarded as a memorial for Zhang Junyi family of 7. After listening to Shaoli's words, Xiao Yao's original discomfort disappeared, and was replaced by full of anger and murderous intent. "Shadow Society, I would like to meet you. If you have any connection with the power of the Dark Demon." Dang dang dang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Guijian walked in, holding a photo in his hand, and said, "Captain Xiao, Xiezhen is indeed a core member of the Shadow Society. Here is the photo." Xiao Yao glanced at it. The photo showed a bald head, with a strange eye tattooed in the middle of the head. The evil and cruelty revealed in the eye made people feel cold. "I understand." Shaoli took the photo and said, "Notify the city that the murderer is dead, and the next task will be handed over to them." "Okay." Guijian nodded. At this time, Shaoli noticed that Guijian's face was a little hesitant. So he asked, "Is there anything else?" Guijian glanced at Xiao Yao and said hesitantly, "Captain Xiao, I have a suggestion. I don't know if I should say it or not." "Go ahead." "Old Gua, when did you become so slow?" "Then I tell you." Guijian looked at Shaoli. "Captain Xiao, I want to apply for Xiao Yao to join our non-staff team." "Non-staff? Me?" Xiao Yao was a little confused. "What is a non-staff?" Hearing Guijian's words, Shaoli frowned, as if he didn't expect Guijian to say that. Seeing Shaoli's expression, Guijian immediately explained, "I think Xiao Yao War Beast's ability can help us locate the wanted criminal." "Captain Xiao, you also know that some summoners have strong escape abilities, and we have very limited manpower." So, Guijian didn't finish his words, but Shaoli understood what Guijian meant. The Yanqing law enforcement team has always been in a relatively short supply of manpower. First, only bronze-level summoners can join, and their background and character must be absolutely clean and upright, without any bad records. Second, the overall level of Yanqing is only in the middle of the Dragon Country. Excellent talents are more willing to go to big cities because there are better resources there, and the law enforcement team is unwilling to accept ordinary people. So this situation is caused. Summoner crimes are very common in major cities. Powerful forces magnify the desires in everyone's heart. Summoners with weak willpower are prone to committing crimes in passion. Many war beasts have various strange abilities, making it very difficult to catch them. Because of this, the law enforcement teams in major cities are under great pressure. So summoners, like Xiao Yao, who have the ability to lock on to the enemy, are definitely the most scarce talents in the law enforcement team. Because Xiao Yao is still in school, and is not at the bronze level therefore, he cannot join the law enforcement team, but joining the non-staff team is completely feasible. Their non-staff team will also absorb some ordinary people and summoners with good character and rich sources of information. These people can often provide some valuable clues to the law enforcement team and always pay attention to the slightest movement in Yanqing. But the question now is whether Shaoli can agree to let Xiao Yao join. After all, Xiao Yao almost fell into a crisis this time. Even if the ending is good, good luck will not always favor him. Guijian is worried that because of what happened later, Shaoli will not agree to Xiao Yao joining. But he really needed Xiao Yao's ability, so he hesitated for a long time before deciding to speak out. Xiao Yao looked at Shaoli. He actually wanted to join this non-staff team. It sounds very attractive to experience the daily life of the law enforcement team. But this thing must be approved by his father. Shaoli pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, let him join. But pay attention to Xiao Yao's safety when there is a mission. He is still a little weak now." Understood, Captain Xiao. Don't worry. I will pay attention. Guijian was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Even if Xiao Li didn't say it, he would definitely put Xiao Yao's safety first. Okay. You go and get busy first. Xiao Li waved his hand. He thought about Guijian's suggestion for a while, and felt that it was also a good training opportunity for Xiao Yao. Since he has embarked on the path of a summoner, it would be better to get in touch with the dark side of the world under his protection and grow up earlier. Dad, what do the non-staff members of the law enforcement team mainly do? After Guijian left, Xiao Yao asked hurriedly. Non-staff members are. Chapter 33 Black Oak Concentrate. The weekend passed quickly, and it was Monday in a blink of an eye, which was also the day when students returned to school. According to the plan, everyone divided themselves into groups, first guided the war beasts to conduct special training in attack or defense. Half an hour later, the war beasts entered the training state, and Coach Shou then arranged for the summoners to conduct physical training. Xiaoke, come on, try to see if your attack power has improved. Xiao Yao patted the black oak, and said with great anticipation, Woo! Xiaoke growled, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He felt that after he became stronger, maybe he could really leave a mark on this black guy. He kicked his hind legs violently. Using this momentum, Xiaoke swung his wolf claws, and slammed heavily on the black oak. Bang! A dull sound came from the black oak. Xiao Yao stepped forward and took a closer look, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There's hope! There were a few very light marks on the black oak, which merged with the surroundings in less than 3 seconds. But it was this change that gave Xiao Yao hope for success. Xiaoku, Beast Mouth! Xiao Yao gave the order. He had also asked Xiaoku to use the Beast Mouth to attack the black oak before, but like ordinary attacks, it failed to leave any marks on it. But through the experiment just now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Ah! Xiaoku roared, and the invisible power covered his wolf claws. As he pounced, the wolf claws hit the black oak again. Swish! The sharp wolf claws passed by, and 4 eye-catching white marks appeared at the same time. Success? Seeing the white mark appear, Xiao Yao was so excited that he couldn't help but cheer loudly. This voice quickly attracted the attention of the people around him. Soon, a group of people gathered around Xiao Yao, looking at the white mark on the black oak. Oh my god! For such deep white marks, this is too scary. My silverback wolf couldn't even leave a hole on it. They are both wolves. Why is there such a big difference? Xiaoshan is Xiaoshan. Not only is his learning terrifying, but even his war beast is so powerful. I really admire him. The students' crowd caught Wu Hao's attention. He walked to Xiao Yao, looked forward, and suddenly showed a touch of surprise. He had taught so many classes of students. From his memory, to leave a mark on black oak, one must be at least black iron level 4. If he remembered correctly, it would be less than half a month before Xiao Yao class awakened. In half a month, the war beast could grow to this level. This speed of progress was too exaggerated. It seemed that there was a monster in this class. Wu Hao patted Xiao Yao calmly, signaling him to follow him. Then, Wu Hao took Xiao Yao to an office next to the playground, and took out a small brown bottle from his exclusive cabinet. This is a part of the concentrated liquid extracted from 10 black oaks. Apply it on the claws or teeth of the war beast, which can greatly improve its sharpness. Wu Hao explained to Xiao Yao the role of black oak, and the origin of the liquid in the bottle. It turns out that black oak has this role. Xiao Yao was thoughtful. No wonder Xiaoku's experience value increased slightly after training. That should be the addition of the liquid secreted by the black oak. Xiaoku's experience value is actually a digital representation of his own strength. The sharp claws and sharp teeth become sharper, and his strength will naturally increase. It's just that this bottle of concentrated liquid is simpler and more brutal. No need to attack the black oak, just apply it on the claws or teeth of the war beast to see the effect. I like this. This small bottle can probably support the war beast for 2 uses. Do you want to try it now? Wu Hao asked. Just try it. Xiao Yao couldn't wait to see how much this bottle of concentrate could add. Okay. Wu Hao took out a test tube from the cabinet, and after taking a certain amount from the bottle, he carefully applied it on Xiaoku's wolf claws and wolf teeth. As soon as the concentrate touched Xiaoku's teeth and claws, it emitted a faint silver light. As time went by, the silver light slowly dissipated, and finally returned to its original state. Iron level 3, 135/200, increased by 40 points, not bad. You should know that killing a bronze level shadow mantis only brings 80 experience points to Xiaoku, of course. The opponent is in a seriously injured state, but even so, just applying the concentrate once can bring 40 points of experience points. It can be seen that this thing is really extraordinary. You can try the effect later, it will definitely surprise you. By the way, apply it again after 10 days, but the effect of the second time will be worse than the first time. Wu Hao handed the bottle and test tube to Xiao Yao and said, "Thank you, Brother Hao." Xiao Yao thanked him. Wu Hao waved his hand. "This reward is from the school, and the rules are set by Coach Zhou, so it has nothing to do with me. After you go back, you can tell others about your gains and the role of Black Oak, and motivate those guys." "No problem." Xiao Yao agreed immediately. Even if Wu Hao didn't say it, he would remind other students. After all, Black Oak has this role: the more you attack, the stronger it will become. I believe that after they know this news, they will also supervise the training of war beasts with all their heart. Xiao Yao is not a very solitary person. He cannot bear to see others do well. On the contrary, because he has a golden finger, he hopes that his friends can improve quickly and not distance themselves from him. In addition to Su Xingliang, Xiao Yao has a few good friends. He hopes that they can all be admitted to Kyoto University together, so that they will not be lonely in college. As soon as they return to the training ground, the students of the attack department surrounded Xiao Yao, wanting to know what Brother Hao reward was. Xiao Yao did not hide anything and told everything in detail. Damn it. It turns out that Black Oak has this effect. No. I have to make my blood fong work hard. That's right. Why didn't Brother Hao tell me before? I wasted a week in vain. You should work hard. As for Xiao Yao reward, everyone only regretted that they didn't work hard, but they didn't feel jealous at all. If it were someone else, they might have other ideas, but if this person was Xiao Yao, well, isn't it normal for him to get first place? Who would be crazy enough to compete with Xiao Shen for the first place? Half an hour later, the summoner had already led the war beast into training. This time, Wu Hao did not need to urge him. Everyone was commanding the war beast to train as if they were full of energy. Any war beast that wanted to relax would be stopped by the summoner in time. Such changes were seen by Wu Hao, and he couldn't help but smile smugly. These kids, they don't know what hard work is without a good stimulation. In fact, even if Xiao Yao was not there this time, he would tell the students the role of Black Oak. He didn't tell them before just to see the character of each student and war beast clearly. After a week, he had already figured it out, and would start targeted training next. However, with Xiao Yao taking the lead, he believed that these kids would work harder. Chapter 34 Opening Battle Xiao Yao vs Zhou Hongyu. After the war beasts enter the training state, the summoners also have to start the brutal physical training. It is also 10,000 meters, but this time Coach Zhou has added a new difficulty. For those who can run the whole course but are slower, Coach Zhou has set a time, and if they exceed the time, they have to run 3 more laps. For those who can run the whole course easily, such as Xiao Yao, Zhou Hongyu and others, Coach Zhou's arrangement is also very simple. Add weight. So for this 10,000 meter run, Xiao Yao carried a 50-gene military backpack. He didn't open it to see what was inside, but he always felt that his back was uncomfortable, as if he was carrying a dozen bricks. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang walk side by side, running at a constant speed. How does it feel? Is it heavy? Su Xingliang asked while running. It's okay, not too heavy, but uncomfortable. Xiao Yao tightened the straps with both hands, keeping the backpack close to his body, to avoid too much shaking. Haha, but I can finally keep up with you this time, Su Xingliang said with a smile. After a week of training, his physical fitness has improved a lot. Now even without Xiao Yao's assistance, he can run 10,000 meters within the specified time. Suddenly, Su Xingliang felt a sinking in his pocket. He reached out and touched a small bottle and a test tube. What is this? Su Xingliang turned his head and looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao lowered his voice and said, "This is the bottle of Black Oak concentrate. There is half a bottle left. You apply it on the claws and teeth of the preserved egg. I think it will be no problem to upgrade to Black Iron level 2. This half bottle of concentrate is very rare, you can't buy it outside, and using it on Xiao Kui can only increase 30 experience points at most, but this experience point is nothing to Xiao Yao. You can just go to the training ground and spend some money to find a few sparring partners. But it's different when used on Su Xingliang Pai Dan. Su Xingliang doesn't have Xiao Yao golden finger, so he can only let Pai Dan train, fight, recuperate, and improve little by little. Using this concentrate, Xiao Yao believes that it should be no problem for Pai Dan to be promoted to Black Iron level 2. After all, Xiao Ke current 40 experience points. It should be no problem for Pai Dan to have 70 experience points. 70 experience points are enough for Xiao Ke to upgrade from Black Iron 1 level with 0 experience to Black Iron 2 level. Su Xingliang and himself have been close friends for many years. Xiao Yao will naturally not be stingy with the resources in his hands. Thanks. Su Xingliang squeezed the bottle in his pocket and said nothing more. With the relationship between the two, many things do not need to be said, just know it in your heart. Xiao Yao smiled, adjusted his breathing and continued to move forward. After adding weight, he did feel his calves sore, and his breathing was a little heavy, which he had not experienced last week. But this feeling also stimulated the energy in his body, and the endurance improvement brought by the war beast's feeding was fully demonstrated in this long-distance run. Although his body was very tired at the end of the run, he was still among the top 5 in the end. It was inevitable that everyone exclaimed that he was abnormal. After a simple rest at noon, the daily combat training began again in the afternoon. However, this fighting training did not last long. An hour and a half later, all the students were called to the playground by Coach Zhou again. At some point, a simple fighting platform was set up on the playground. We will start the actual combat training of war beasts this afternoon, Coach Zhou said in a deep voice. War beasts that do not undergo actual combat training will always be flowers in a greenhouse. If they are left in the wild, they will only die in vain. From today on, all of you will draw lots and pairs for actual combat training. After hearing what Coach Zhou said, everyone's emotions were immediately aroused. Who wants to train against a piece of wood or iron every day? Practical combat, hurry up and practice, I'm going to start beating people. Of course, there are also many people who are secretly worried. If I draw Xiaoshen or Zhou Hongyu, the big guy, isn't it going to be beaten to pieces? I don't want to lose this person. Ollie Gu finally. The actual combat is going to start. My sword is thirsty. Lu Lei waved his fist and said excitedly. His lightning falcon performed relatively ordinary in attack training. But it was different in actual combat. Air combat versus land combat, the advantage is simply too great. If you can touch me, I will let you he. At this moment, Lu Lei has already imagined the scene of himself killing everyone. If Xiao Zi performs well, maybe he can challenge Xiao Yao and Zhou Hongyu. Lu Lei secretly glanced at the two. As the only two summoners in the class with Black Iron Level 2 war beasts, Xiao Yao and Zhou Hongyu are naturally the enemies that everyone least wants to draw. However, Lu Lei believed that his lightning falcon had a flying advantage. The opponent had no means to attack Xiao Zi at all. Maybe he could really defeat the two of them. Xiao Yao. Su Xingliang gently touched Xiao Yao's arm. Xiao Yao turned around and saw Su Xingliang blinking at him. Success? Xiao Yao asked in a low voice. Su Xingliang smiled, fortunately. I have fulfilled my mission. That's good. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. He knew that his best friend had given the concentrate to Pai Dan during the lunch break. The result was the same as he thought. Pai Dan successfully upgraded to Black Iron Level 2, becoming the third Black Iron Level 2 war beast in the class. In this actual battle, Su Xingliang was destined to become one of the most dazzling people in the class. Okay. Be quiet for a while. Coach Zhou clapped his hands, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Before the draw, I have arranged a special link. Just like many activities have an opening ceremony, we also have an opening battle this time. Because the attack and defense departments have the most people, you can each send a representative to conduct the opening battle. As soon as these words came out, the students of the attack department immediately focused their attention on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, who had just received the reward today, naturally deserved to be the representative of the attack department. On the other hand, the defense department also quickly selected its representative Zhou Hongyu. This is the only person in the class who has the hope of defeating Xiaoshen. Although Xiaoshen's war beast's strength has improved rapidly, it has been upgraded to Black Iron Level 2 in just 1 week. But Zhou Hongyu, who has a Black Iron Level 2 war beast as soon as he awakens, is obviously more favored by everyone. After all, whether in terms of size or strength, the Iron Rhino is superior to the Black Wind Wolf, and the Iron Rhino's defense is excellent. It is hard to say whether the Black Wind Wolf can break through the defense. Go Xiaoshen. Hongyu will win. As the two walked to the stage, the students of the attack and defense departments immediately cheered for the representatives of both sides. This is a battle between spear and shield, and also a battle of ideas between the two sides. Whether the attack department is stronger or the defense department is more stable, this battle will tell. Soon, Xiao Yao and Zhou Hongyu stood opposite each other. Xiao Yao was still very interested in Zhou Hongyu. After all, he had a black iron level 2 war beast just after awakening, which showed that his qualifications were indeed better than others. Zhou Hongyu's mood was even more complicated. Before awakening, he was just a student with average grades. He naturally worshipped Xiao Yao, the god of learning who had always been ranked first. But after awakening, they were on the same level again, and his starting point was even higher than Xiao Yao. This also gave him a sense of confidence and unwillingness to admit defeat. Maybe today I can pull Xiaoshan off the altar, Zhou Hongyu thought silently. Chapter 35 Zon Rage Beast vs Iron Rhino. Both parties should introduce themselves first, Coach Zhou said. Zhou Hongyu, War Beast Black Iron Level 2 Iron Rhino. Zhou Hongyu spoke first, and his introduction was concise and to the point. Xiao Yao, War Beast Black Iron Level 3 Black Wind Wolf. On the other side, Xiao Yao also said calmly. Black Iron. Level 3? Xiao Yao's words immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Did I hear it right? Xiaoshan said Black Iron Level 3. Yes, it's Black Iron Level 3. Oh my god. Could it be that Xiaoshan made a slip of the tongue? It's only been half a month, and his war beast can grow from Black Iron 1 to Black Iron 3. Why do I not believe it? Look at Xiaoshan's expression. I think he definitely didn't make a slip of the tongue, and he really reached Black Iron 3. Oh my god. Are you still going to play? Is the gap between people so big? On the other side, Coach Zhou and many assistants also looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. They didn't expect that after a week, Xiao Yao War Beast would grow again. In half a month, he had opened up a gap with other students. This growth rate was too amazing. Is it Iron Level 3? Zhou Hongyu looked solemn. He originally thought that he should be able to win this battle, but now, he was a little optimistic. Of course, even if Xiao Yao War Beast grew to Iron Level 3, he didn't think he would lose. After all, the gap between each level of Iron Stage was not big, especially for war beasts of different races. It was not impossible to fight across 2 levels in Iron Level. Zhou Hongyu still believed that the Iron Rhino had advantages in both strength and defense. The next battle would depend on how he commanded. Both sides are ready. Summon the war beasts. With the order from Coach Zhou, the two summoned their war beasts at the same time. After Xiao Ke came on stage, it was still the iconic wolf howl, which made many people in the audience remember it clearly, as if they recalled the moment when they were shocked. But after the Iron Rhino came on stage, it also made a muffled sound. The Iron Rhino is 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, and is nearly 5 meters long. The skin is metallic silver white, and looks like cast steel. In comparison, Xiao Ke's body size was much smaller. He stood opposite the Iron Rhino, and was somewhat inferior in momentum. This feeling made Xiao Ke very unhappy. He had even beaten the bronze-level Shadow Mantis. How could he be suppressed by a Black Iron Level 2 big guy? Ah! Xiao Ke roared to the sky. A fierce and brutal momentum rushed out. His eyes, which were originally black and white, turned blood red in an instant, and the cold murderous intent made everyone palpitate. But Iron Rhino was obviously frightened by Xiao Ke's momentum. He crouched slightly. His muscles were tense, and his spirit was highly tense. Fortunately, Zhou Hongyu comforted Iron Rhino through the soul contract, and he gradually calmed down. Both sides are ready. Start. As soon as Coach Zhou finished speaking, Xiao Ke rushed towards Iron Rhino like an arrow from a string. Through the system, Xiao Yao learned that Iron Rhino's war beast skill was wild charge. So he formulated a strategy at the beginning. He must not let the opponent rush up, and he must close the distance between the two sides at the beginning, relying on Xiao Ke's more flexible characteristics to engage in close combat. Zhou Hongyu didn't expect Xiao Ke to be so decisive. He was about to let Iron Rhino use his skills, but the opponent had already closed the distance quickly. At such a close distance, wild charge couldn't be used. He had no choice but to order Iron Rhino head on. After receiving the order, Iron Rhino lowered its head and pointed its sharp rhino horn at the direction of Xiao Ke's advance. Seeing Xiao Ke getting closer and closer, Zhou Hongyu's eyes were stern. Head. The Iron Rhino raised its head, and its horn stabbed at Xiao Ke in front of it like a spear. At this time, Xiao Yao was prepared. The moment the Iron Rhino lowered its head, he understood what the other party wanted to do. So he ordered in his mind, jump. Dong Xiao Ke kicked his hind legs hard, and his whole body instantly jumped 3 meters, and jumped onto the back of the Iron Rhino. Swish, the wolf claws waved, and the claws strengthened by the black oak concentrate easily toward the back of the iron rhino, leaving 4 neat wounds. Buzz! The severe pain in the back deeply stimulated the nerves of the iron rhino. He roared, his body shook violently, and threw Xiaoke off his back. After landing, Xiaoke kept Xiao Yao's strategy in mind, and kept wandering around the iron rhino, and took advantage of its unprepared reaction to strike it with a claw, and then left quickly. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoke was like a black whirlwind, flashed around the iron rhino, leaving a series of unclear black shadows. In contrast, the iron rhino was like a headless fly, roaring, stomping his feet, shaking his head, turning around. A series of incompetent and furious actions only added more and more wounds to himself. Zhou Hongyu saw all this, and he became more and more anxious. At such a close combat distance, the tonnage advantage of the iron rhino could not be brought into play at all, and the defense that he was proud of before was like paper in front of the opponent. Seeing the iron bull being toyed with like a monkey by the opponent, Zhou Hongyu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The wolf claws came out again, leaving a few more hideous wounds. At this time, the iron rhino was bleeding all over, as if it was caught in a cutting machine, and no piece of skin was intact. Boom! Finally, the iron rhino lost too much blood, and his brain felt dizzy. After his limbs softened, he fell heavily to the ground. The actual combat is over. After the iron rhino fell to the ground, Coach Zhou also announced the result in time. Ahui! Give him some treatment. Coach Zhou turned his head and said to a male assistant coach beside him. The male assistant coach stepped forward and summoned his war beast name Holy Light Elk War Beast level Silver level 1 War Beast skills Holy Light Healing, Holy Light Defense. Looking at the flawless Holy Light Elk in front of him, Xiao Yao felt a little envious. This is the Holy Light Elk. Not only is it good looking, it also has the ability to heal and defend. This is the war beast that many women dream of. I didn't expect that the male assistant coach of the first high school actually has one. It is said on the internet that there is a gold level summoner who uses the Holy Light Elk to pick up girls. It is simply invincible. I don't know if it is true. Holy Light Healing. The elk's horns emit a 1-meter thick beam of light, which shoots at the iron rhino. Soon, the hideous wounds disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally all disappear, leaving no scars. Well, if I had this ability, I would have made a fortune if I had done medical beauty in my previous life. Xiao Yao thought silently. Of course, because this world has many magical plants, so things like scar removal spirit are sold in pharmacies, and the effect is really good. It will definitely not leave scars after using it, and it is deeply loved by ordinary people and summoners. Chapter 36. The Powerful Coach Zhou. We lost just like that. Zhou Hongyu hung his head, feeling very depressed. I thought I could bring down Xiaoshen this time, but I didn't expect that I would become his stepping stone. Zhou Hongyu laughed at himself. Buzz. At some point, the iron rhino approached Zhou Hongyu. Feeling the frustration emanating from the depths of its master's soul, the iron rhino groaned, and his eyes were full of guilt and apology. The iron rhino's voice woke Zhou Hongyu from silence, and seeing his partner's eyes, Zhou Hongyu was shocked, and quickly put his hand on the iron rhino's head. It's okay. Tinyu, it's not your fault. Bustinia lowered his head, seemingly still upset about his failure. Zhou Hongyu patted him on the back, softly said, Let's work hard, we will defeat them one day. Bustinia nodded. Zhou Hongyu looked at the figures of Xiao Yao and Xiaoke over there, and his eyes were rekindled with fighting spirit. Xiao Yao, I will never lose as badly as today in the next battle. Xiaoke, you did a good job. I give you a few more chicken legs in the evening. Xiao Yao stroked Xiaoke's soft fur and smiled. Xiaoke raised his head proudly. This opponent is just enough for me to warm up. Look at what you can do. Xiao Yao patted his head gently and smiled. But he knew that Xiaoke was telling the truth. After all, he didn't use any skills. He just relied on speed and claws to defeat the opponent. Such a fight is indeed just a warm-up. The battle is over. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the winner? Coach Zhou asked loudly. Everyone in the audience twitched their lips. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who would dare to challenge Xiaoshen? Lu Lei, didn't you just say you wanted to challenge Xiao Yao? Go ahead. Li Ming touched Lu Lei's arm, and said with a teasing look on his face. Lu Lei's eyes widened, and put his hand on Li Ming's forehead, and said, I think you are confused, I never said this, don't frame me. Li Ming slapped Lu Lei's hand away in annoyance, and said speechlessly, Coward, if you are a man. Go ahead. Lu Lei turned around, looked up at the sky, and looked indifferent. Whoever wants to come up can come up. Anyway, I won't go to die. After watching the battle just now, he didn't think his lightning falcon could beat Xiao Yao Black Wind Wolf. The Black Wind Wolf was too fast. Unless his Xiaozi stayed in the sky, he would not be able to avoid the counterattack of the Black Wind Wolf if he wanted to attack the opponent from the sky. Moreover, Xiaozi's defense was far worse than that of the Iron Rhino. If he was hit by a claw, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But the growth rate of this Black Wind Wolf is too fast. I remember that it just reached Black Iron level 2 during the field trial. It's only been a few days, and it's been upgraded again. It's really a beast, so annoying. Okay, then let's draw lots for a one-on-one battle. Coach Zhou took out a lottery box from behind, and the assistant coach stuffed a bunch of slips into the box. Coach Zhou reached in and randomly drew 2 slips. Group 1, He Ming vs. Lu Jia. Both of you come on stage. A man and a woman walked onto the stage. With the order from Coach Zhou, the two summoned their war beasts and began to fight. As time went by, the battles continued one after another. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang stood together, watching the game intently. Although the strength of these war beasts was far inferior to that of Xiaoku, Xiao Yao could still learn from every battle. For example, if someone made a mistake, then he would remember the mistake in his mind, and avoid making similar mistakes in the future. For example, he would observe how those winners defeated their opponents. In the future, when facing the same enemy, whether he could also adopt similar tactics, or if he were to play, whether he would have a better way of playing. In short, Xiao Yao was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the nutrients of the battle. Of course, there were many people who held this mentality. Everyone was learning as much as possible and accumulating experience. The next group, Zhao Xian vs. Su Xingliang. It's finally my turn. Su Xingliang spread out his clothes and walked onto the stage with confidence. Both parties introduced themselves. Zhao Xian, War Beast Black Iron Level 1 Ghost Face Spider. Su Xingliang, War Beast Black Iron Level 2 Grey Shadow Cat. What the hell, Black Iron Level 2? Everyone in the audience had a question mark on their faces. In addition to Xiao Shen and Zhou Hongyu, when did another Black Iron Level 2 boss appear? Su Xingliang listened to the exclamations from the audience with a smile, and summoned his own war beast Grey Shadow Cat Pai Dan with a wave of his hand. After the upgrade, Piden's body became bigger, and the most obvious change was the claws. The original milky white cat claws now had a slight metallic silver glow. When friends who were familiar with Su Xingliang saw it, they immediately understood the real situation. You bastard. You're just sucking up to someone else. Liang, you're eating something you didn't give me. I looked down on you. You're so gay. Liang, I misjudged you. Many boys were envious and jealous. They were originally wondering. We were all level 1 trash. Why did you upgrade without telling us? Now there is no need to think about it. Xiao Yao must have given the morning reward to Su Xingliang. This damn gay love. This damn PY transaction. I want it too. Begin. With the order from Coach Zhou, Pai Dan took the lead, and his body burst out at an astonishing speed. Rapid Burst. This is the War Beast skill of the Grey Shadow Cat, which can increase the movement and attack speed for a period of time. Shua. In less than 2 seconds, the Grey Shadow Cat rushed to the Ghost Face Spider, and waved its light silver cat claws, directly grabbing the spider's legs. Zhao Xian didn't expect Pai Dan to be so fast. He was obviously caught off guard. But at the critical moment, he still gave the war beast an order in time. Zhu. Spray the poisonous mist. A cloud of green gas sprayed out from the spider's mouth and rushed straight to Pai Dan's face. But at this time, Pai Dan had retracted his claws and dodged the attack at high speed. Yellow pus oozed from the spider's legs, and the intense pain made the ghost-faced spider scream. At this time, Pai Dan had already circled behind the ghost-faced spider and chopped another spider leg with his claws. Dong. The nerves on the spider's legs were cut off, and the ghost-faced spider was unstable, and sat directly on the ground. Swish. Pai Dan jumped directly onto the shell of the ghost-faced spider, and stretched out his claws to stab directly at the neck. If this attack hit, the ghost-faced spider's neck would be pierced alive. Snap. At some point, Coach Zhou flashed to the middle of the battlefield, and held Pai Dan's claws firmly with one hand. The battle is over. Su Xingliang won. Coach Zhou slowly released Pai Dan's cat claws, and said lightly, "What speed is this?" Xiao Yao pupil shrank. After this period of training, his dynamic vision has been greatly improved because of Xiaoku, but he still didn't see how Coach Zhou flashed onto the stage. Xiao Yao dared to assert that Coach Zhou was definitely a summoner above the gold level. Because only summoners above the gold level, who have war beasts with amazing explosive power, can reach such a speed. Gold level, it seems that I really underestimated Gale's foundation. Xiao Yao sighed. According to his understanding, Shaoli gold level 5 combat power can firmly sit in the top 5 of Yinqing summoners, and the Coach Zhou in front of him is also a gold level master, and in terms of combat power, he is definitely the top in Yinqing. Such a strong man can be placed in a very high position whether in the law enforcement team, the military, or the summoner association, but Coach Zhou actually chose to be a coach in a high school. This is indeed beyond Xiao Yao expectations. Of course, accidents are accidents, he is very happy to have such a master to teach him. Chapter 37 Grandmaster's Power 4. 3 moves? 3 moves to defeat the opponent? The students looked at the cute little gray cat on the stage in surprise, and their hearts were filled with emotion. In so many battles, Su Xingliang Gray Shadow Cat won the most beautiful and cleanest victory. The whole battle took less than half a minute. This speed really shocked everyone. Coach Zhou let go of his hand and said, Su Xingliang, you go down first, Ahui, give this little spider some treatment. Su Xingliang walked off the stage holding the preserved egg. His expression was very calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. So pretentious? What should I do? I want to beat him up. Beat him up? I support you. Awesome. Xiao Yao nudged Su Xingliang's body with his elbow, and said with a smile, you finished the battle really quickly. Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows. Basic operation is not 6. Xiao Yao said, you were caught off guard this time. But next time you fight, your opponent will not be as unprepared as today. Don't worry about me. I know. Su Xingliang nodded, and suddenly lowered his voice and asked, by the way, do you think I have a chance to win in a fight with Zhou Hongyu? Xiao Yao thought about it, and still shook his head. The possibility is very low. It is still difficult for Pai Dan to cause damage to the Iron Rhinoceros with his current attack power. It must be said that the cow's defense is still very strong. If it hadn't met Xiao Ku, it is estimated that it would be difficult for ordinary Black Iron level 3 war beasts to break his defense. Pai Dan's innate conditions are here. He is small in size, flexible but weak in strength. Even if the cat's claws and cat's teeth are strengthened, it is still difficult to break the defense of the Iron Rhinoceros without the support of strength. This is like a low-level assassin fighting a high-level tank. You attack the opponent for a long time without any damage, but the opponent will be seriously injured if he touches you. Okay. Seeing Zhou Hongyu defeat at the hands of Xiao Yao, Su Xingliang was still wondering if he had overestimated the opponent, but Xiao Yao's words put an end to his thoughts. Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and said, there is mutual restraint between war beasts. This tank with high defense does restrain assassins like Pai Dan, but in the same way, Pai Dan also restrains those squishy ones, just like what happened just now. I understand. Su Xingliang shrugged. I was just thinking, I will meet Zhou Hongyu sooner or later anyway, just don't lose too badly when the time comes. Then train well. More than 2 hours later, 42 summoners, 21 battles were all over. The winners were happy, and the losers were naturally dejected, but it must be said that everyone gained a lot of experience from these 21 battles, and everyone began to look forward to the next actual battle. A week passed quickly. This week, everyone still had a very fulfilling life. In the morning, there was war beast training and physical training. In the afternoon, there was combat training and practical training, and occasionally a few cultural classes in between. Since the practical training was added, the summoners have been more strict in training their war beasts, because no one wants to lose in front of their classmates. Of course, the war beasts themselves also have a strong desire to become stronger. Some war beasts do not need the supervision of their masters, and they will train with all their strength and grow. After 5 days, each beast had fought against 5 different enemies, regardless of winning or losing. At least, they had gained more combat experience in fighting different types of beasts. 5 days, 105 battles. All students absorbed nutrients like sponges. Even if the coach didn't say it, they knew that the strength of their beasts had made a qualitative leap compared to a week ago. This is the significance of practical training. Of course, in addition to practical classes, Coach Zhou also made some adjustments to physical training and combat training. The physical education class includes swimming, frog jumps, powerlifting and other training, which is a new challenge for students. On the other hand, the coach of the fighting class also opened a small class for students like Xiao Yao who have a certain fighting foundation. They don't have to practice the most basic boxing and footwork like novices, but learn more advanced fighting skills and fight a lot at the same time. Some students fight each other, and some students fight with coaches. Of course, the coach mainly focused on teaching moves. After a week, Xiao Yao felt that he had made some progress in all aspects. Soon it was Friday. Before school was over, Lu Lei suddenly called Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, let's invite the people in our gossip group to watch a movie together this weekend. The gossip group was jointly established by Xiao Yao and the 5 teammates from the last field trial. After 3 days of eating and living together, the 6 of them naturally had a deeper relationship than other classmates, so a few people established a small group, called the gossip group. As for why it is called a gossip group, well, it is naturally because a few people like to share gossip in the group, who likes whom in the class, who has a crush on whom, or which star has a scandal, which star is in love. These are all topics that a few people often talk about. Of course, most of the news is shared by Wang Jiechi. Women always have a natural sense of smell and enthusiasm for gossip. It's the weekend. Xiao Yao thought for a while. Are there any good movies recently? Lu Lei said excitedly. The Grandmaster 4, you don't even know this? Oh my god. Grandmaster's Might 4? Xiao Yao eyes widened. When was it released? I don't even know. The Grandmaster's Might series is the highest grossing movie in Dragon Country. When each movie is released, it will definitely be the box office champion of the year. The Grandmaster's Might series tells the thrilling stories of several Grandmaster summoners in foreign wars and fighting against the Beast Tide. The movie uses powerful special effects technology, which almost perfectly restores the destructive power of the war at that time. Through the movie, the audience can intuitively feel the power of the Grandmaster-level war beasts and their opponents. In addition to the Grandmaster, the movie also reflects the passionate and moving stories of many heroes. It's coming out this weekend. How about it? Will you watch it? Lu Lei asked. Of course I will. Xiao Yao took out his phone. Quickly notify others. If you act too late, the tickets will probably be sold out. By the way, which master story is it about this time? Lu Lei said excitedly. It's Master Yi Xuanya. It should be about the story of the Dark Forest Beast Tide 35 years ago. Xiao Yao said. The Dark Forest Beast Tide incident was the most serious beast tide that had occurred in Dragon Country in the past 100 years. At that time, the strength of the beast tide almost destroyed half of the ice province, and tens of millions of people were affected. Fortunately, Longwu organized the army to suppress the incident in time, and sent Grandmaster Yi Sun and a large number of powerful summoners to solve the beast tide crisis. However, this incident caused Longwu to lose a large number of excellent summoners, and the army also suffered heavy losses. In order to live up to their sacrifice, the names of every sacrificed soldier and summoner were included in the National Martyrs Museum, and their deeds were written into textbooks and sung by countless people. So when Yi Sun's name was mentioned, Xiao Yao instantly guessed the theme of the movie. Yes, it's the Dark Forest Beast Tide incident. Lu Lei nodded. The group replied to me. Everyone is going, so I will book the tickets directly. Xiao Yao quickly found a movie theater and booked a show at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. Now only the morning tickets can fill up the seats for 5 people. Okay. I will collect the payment in the group later, and we will meet tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow. Chapter 38 Meeting Wei Yufan again. Saturday Lumiere Cinema. Every time I finish watching the Grandmaster series, I always feel that we, and the people in the movie, are not living in the same world. Walking out of the cinema, Su Xingliang sighed. Alas, if you don't get in touch with it, you will never understand the cruelty and despair faced by those warriors at that time. But now the special effects are becoming more and more realistic. Just now when I saw the howling moon wolf appear, I didn't dare to breathe. I felt that my brain was lacking oxygen. Grandmaster level really. Lu Lei paused for a moment, not knowing what words to use to describe it, but finally uttered 4 words. So terrifying. Yes. Xiao Yao sighed. Really terrifying. Thinking back to the devil-like howling moon wolf, the grim reaper-like undead king, and the 100-meter-high ice giant, Xiao Yao felt that if he faced such an enemy, he would probably be shocked to death before the battle. Grandmaster level sooner or later. I will become a Grandmaster level. What to eat at noon? I'm hungry. Li Ming asked. What to eat? This is a profound question. Xingyi said. Wang Jiechi, what do you want to eat? Wang Jiechi is the only girl among the 6 people, so let's ask her opinion first. Whatever. Wang Jiechi said casually. Hot pot. What kind of hot pot is it at noon? Barbecue? What's the difference between it and hot pot? Who eats this at noon? How about barbecue? I'm trying to lose weight recently. I don't want to eat too much meat. Or just eat some stir-fried dishes. You finally came out. And you're just eating some stir-fried dishes. Don't you feel it's a loss? IXX. Several boys were frowning. Damn, you're too casual. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly and glanced around casually. Suddenly his eyes lit up, raised his hand and shouted, Senior, Senior. Senior? When the other people heard Xiao Yao's voice, they quickly looked in the direction he was looking. Wow. Senior Gui Yufan. The one next to you is Senior Yin Feiyu. It turns out that Senior Yin is your girlfriend. In the distance, it was Gui Yufan and Yin Feiyu, holding hands, preparing to walk to the door. After hearing the voice, Gui Yufan turned his head, with a look of surprise on his face. You guys are all here. Gui Yufan pulled Yin Feiyu over and said with a smile, Isn't it that the Grandmaster's might has just been released? We came together to watch it. I didn't expect that Senior is here too. By the way, hello, Senior Sister, Li Ming said with a smile. Hello, Senior Sister? Everyone said in unison. Hello, I often heard Yufan talk about you guys some time ago. Let me recognize you. You are Xiao Yao, you are Su Xingliang, you are Lu Lei, you are Xing Yi, you are Li Ming, you are Wang Jieqi. Is that right? Yin Feiyu pointed at each person and said, That's right. Su Xingliang gave a thumbs up. Senior Sister, you can recognize all of us even though you haven't seen us before. That's amazing. Yin Feiyu smiled. Yufan told me everything about your appearance, personality, and your behavior in the past few days. If I still can't recognize you, I'm really stupid. Are you going to eat? Gui Yufan interrupted. Yes. Have you thought about what to eat? Not yet. At this time, everyone glanced at Wang Jieqi. That's perfect. We are also going to eat. Let's go together. There is a good roast duck restaurant nearby, Yin Feiyu suggested. Several people looked at each other and said, Okay. Then, several people followed Gui Yufan downstairs. On the way, Xiao Yao noticed that Wang Jieqi was a little depressed. Although she concealed it well, it still didn't escape his eyes. Xiao Yao knew what was going on. During the 3 days of the last field trial, Gui Yufan's strong, modest and gentle image made every team member admire this senior. The boys only thought that Gui Yufan was a reliable big brother, who helped everyone a lot, but as a girl, Wang Jieqi, during these 3 days of getting along day and night, could not help but have a secret crush on this senior. Even though she knew that it would be difficult for her to meet her senior again, she always had a glimmer of hope in her heart. However, Yin Feiyu's appearance today completely shattered her fantasy. Xiao Yao walked to her side, patted her gently, and said with a smile, Why? Don't you like roast duck? After saying this, Gui Yufan stopped, looked at Wang Jieqi and asked, Don't you like roast duck? Then we can change to something else. Wang Jieqi blushed and waved her hand quickly. No. No. I like roast duck very much. Oh. That's fine. Gui Yufan smiled, turned around and continued chatting with the boy next to him. Wang Jieqi glared at Xiao Yao fiercely. But it was obvious that the depression just now was gone. Xiao Yao smiled, walked side by side with her, and discussed her war beast. Because Wang Jieqi war beast is the soul bewitching butterfly. Its current attack ability is only one soul bewitching pollen, which can at most stun the enemy, but lacks practical means of attack. So last week, Wang Jieqi's record was 5 defeats. Although she was mentally prepared, how many people could bear the pressure of continuous failure? Therefore, on this road, Xiao Yao and Wang Jieqi carefully studied the various abilities of the soul-stirring butterfly. Combined with these abilities, discussed a reasonable tactic, and discussed the next training direction of the soul-stirring butterfly. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone came to the roast duck restaurant that Yin Feiyu mentioned. The environment here is good, and the dishes are just as Yin Feiyu described. Delicious and affordable. Especially the signature roast duck. The raw material is the black iron level 1 monster cocoa duck. Although it is a monster raised by humans, the meat quality and body shape are not much different from those grown in the wild. 8 people ordered a signature roast duck, plus a few dishes, and chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very lively. Brother Chong, don't worry, I'm going out hunting soon. When I come back, I will definitely pay you back. Brother Chong, how dare I cheat you? 300,000, I will definitely pay it back. Okay. Okay, thank you. Brother Chong, goodbye. Brother Chong. Pa. After the phone was hung up, Wang Fu cursed, hurry. Hurry. Hurry, you are urging your father, you are just like a damn ghost. Fuck. Wang Fu put the phone back into his pocket and cursed inwardly. Last time he came back from the wild, it was his elder brother Li Hui who paid the admission fee to the trial field for him. In order to pay back the money, and because his hands were itching, Wang Fu wanted to win the money back from the casino and give it back to Li Hui. But his luck was too bad, and because he was addicted to gambling, he lost all the 300,000 yuan he borrowed from the casino in one morning. Even as a summoner, Wang Fu still didn't dare to refuse the money, because he knew that the boss behind the casino was a gold-level strongman. He was just a black iron-level summoner, and didn't have the courage to provoke such a person. But 300,000 was too much. He, Li Hui, and Wu Guangwu could only earn about 150,000 each time they went out. And only 50,000 was divided among them. Although it was much better than ordinary people, it was still far from paying back the huge sum of money. What should I do? What should I do? Wang Fu was getting a little anxious. If he couldn't pay back the money, the casino would never let him live a good life. He knew very well that he was just a small black iron level summoner, and the casino could easily destroy him. He couldn't even make a wave. Fuck. Wang Fu threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and stepped on it with his big foot. I have no choice but to borrow money from Brother Hui again. Wang Fu thought helplessly. Unless it was absolutely necessary. He really didn't want to ask his big brother Li Hui for money. If Li Hui hadn't helped him from time to time over the past decade, he would have either died in the trial field or starved to death at home. Wang Fu really didn't want to bother his elder brother, who took care of him in every way. But in this situation, Wang Fu could only think of Li Hui. Hey, Wang Fu glanced to the side casually, and his eyes suddenly froze. He saw two familiar faces. Chapter 39 Blazing Bird vs. Zon Angry Beast. Through the window, Wang Fu saw a group of young people sitting by the window chatting happily. Two of the boys were the culprits, who caused him heavy losses. The older one was a silver-level summoner, whom he couldn't afford to offend, and the other one. Wang Fu set his eyes on Xiaoyao's young and handsome face, and murmured, I'm just taking back my own things, it's not too much. The meal was finally paid for by Gui Yufan. Everyone wanted to split the bill, but Gui Yufan secretly paid the bill, and refused to accept any transfers. Seniors, please let us treat you back if there is a chance in the future, Xiaoyao said helplessly. Okay. There will be a chance in the future. Gui Yufan smiled. He still had high hopes for Xiaoyao. Among the 6 people, Xiaoyao had the best chance of being admitted to Kyoto University. If he and he really became alumni, there would be more opportunities to treat him. Of course, other people do have opportunities, but they just need a certain amount of luck and their own unremitting efforts. Then Feiyu and I will leave first. We have something to do in the afternoon, Gui Yufan said, holding Yan Feiyu's hand. Yan Feiyu looked very good in the morning, but at lunch, her lips were a little pale, and she didn't seem to have much appetite, as if something was wrong with her body. Everyone also noticed this, so they didn't invite the two to play with everyone. Goodbye. Seniors. Goodbye. After the two left, Lulei asked, what are we going to do next? Do you want to play script killing? I heard it's very popular recently. Sure, let's give it a try. The others were also very interested, so they booked a seat online and set off directly. Walking on the road, Su Xingliang stuck to Xiaoyao and whispered, tomorrow's training ground, will you go? Last week, Su Xingliang's record was 5 wins, but as time went on, Pai Dan's fighting became more and more difficult. As the third Iron Level 2 war beast in the class, Pai Dan's characteristics have been understood by everyone. So later, every summoner who fights against him knows very well how to deal with Pai Dan's speed advantage. Su Xingliang doesn't want to see Pai Dan defeated by a lower level opponent, so he has to work harder and can't relax on weekends. Of course, his family is relatively well off and can afford the training ground. Okay, let's go together tomorrow morning. Xiaoyao nodded. He now has a huge sum of money. If he uses this money in the training ground, it can fully support Xiaoku to the Iron 5 level. Come to my house for lunch at noon. My mother said that the dishes were not cooked well last time. I will cook them again tomorrow, Su Xingliang said. Xiaoyao said helplessly, Auntie is really a bitch. Okay. I will bother you again tomorrow. He and Su Xingliang were desk mates in junior high school and in the same class in high school. In the past 7 years, They have been to each other's homes several times. However, it must be said that Su Xingliang mother's talent for cooking is indeed, well, limited. There are a few specialties, but the taste is just average. According to Su Xingliang, the food in the school cafeteria is better than what his parents cook. Poor kid. It's just in front. We be there soon. Lu Lei shouted in front. Xiao Yao was walking behind, and was about to take out his phone to check the time, when he suddenly saw an unexpected person through the rearview mirror of the car beside him. Isn't that the person from the number 1 trial field last time? Why is he here? Xiao Yao's heart was filled with alarm. He remembered that because of the red-eyed fox incident, he and Gui Yufan had confronted 3 big men, one of whom was the man behind him. At that time, the 3 were scared away by Gui Yufan. He thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect that the other party would appear again, and it seemed that he was following him. Xiao Yao frowned. He didn't know why this man was following him, but he always considered the worst. So in order not to affect his friends, Xiao Yao decided to lead the other party away. Well, I have something to do here suddenly, Xiao Yao said with his mobile phone. My mother asked me to go home and give her something. You guys play first. Ah, I'm almost at the door, Li Ming said with some regret. Next time. Next time. Xiao Yao waved his hand. I'm leaving first. We play together next time. Okay then. After saying goodbye to his friends, Xiao Yao walked directly to the roadside, preparing to take a taxi home. If he remembered correctly, the man's war beast was a black iron level 5 blazing bird, whose skill was fireball. This kind of war beast that has both flying ability and long-range attack means is not something that Xiaoke can deal with now, although Dragon Country stipulates that, except for special personnel, no summoner is allowed to summon war beasts and attack in the city, and violators will be severely punished. But a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and no one can guarantee whether the other party is a rational person. Xiao Yao has no intention of showing off. The best response now is to go home and tell his father about this. He believes that his father will solve it for him. Fuck. Seeing Xiao Yao preparing to take a taxi to leave, Wang Fu was immediately furious. If he ran away, where would he find him in the future? There was no other way. Wang Fu could only run forward quickly to stop Xiao Yao. Hey, that kid, stop. Xiao Yao's heart sank. He hadn't been able to get a taxi for a while. There was no other way. He could only turn around and look. Wang Fu approached Xiao Yao aggressively, said in a deep voice, Kid, do you remember me? Xiao Yao said calmly, I remember. Okay. Wang Fu said calmly, last time you took my red-eyed fox away, I lost a lot of money for no reason. I'm looking for you today to get back this loss. 400,000. Give me 400,000 and I leave immediately. Xiao Yao said, the red-eyed fox died in my hands. The moment you let it go, it no longer belonged to you. Why should I compensate you? What a joke. If he could ask for 400,000 yuan with just a few words, he would be too cowardly. Moreover, he was not at fault in the first place. Why should he pay the other party 400,000 yuan? Xiao Yao's words made Wang Fu heart rage. He suppressed the last bit of rationality and said angrily, Boy, don't be shameless. Seeing Wang Fu's appearance, Xiao Yao's body tensed up instantly. But he didn't give in his words. No compensation means no compensation. What? You dare to fight here? Boom! The anger eroded Wang Fu's nerves. His eyes turned red, and he said angrily, Boy, you are looking for death. A white light flashed, and a clear bird cry sounded. The flamingo spread its flaming wings and sang loudly in the air, bringing up gusts of wind. At the same time, Xiao Yao, who had been prepared, took a few steps back and quickly summoned Xiaoke. A wish Xiaoke appeared instantly, looking at the flamingo in the sky, and howled to the sky. Flamingo vs. Swan Angry Beast. Chapter 40 Blazing Bird Die. Ah! The sudden appearance of the war beast caused a panic among the people around. They screamed and left quickly, leaving Xiao Yao and Wang Fu facing each other in the air. Wang Fu regretted at the moment he summoned the war beast. Summoning a war beast in the city without permission will be fined. If it causes serious consequences, you will be sent to jail directly. But the matter is done, and it's too late to regret it now. The best way now is to let this kid return the money, tens of thousands of yuan for deduction, and the rest of the money for debt repayment. Thinking of this, Wang Fu said coldly, Boy, I see you have just awakened. Let me remind you that my war beast is a black iron level 5 blazing bird. If you don't want your war beast to die, just hand over my money. Xiao Yao looked solemn, communicating with Xiaoku in his heart. Xiaoku, can you fight? Alo, fight! Xiaoku's eyes burst with a strong desire to fight. He is Warwick, the angry beast of Zon. Surrendering without a fight is the greatest shame for him. Okay, let's kill him. Xiao Yao hard-hardened. Damn it. They are all time travelers. Xiao Yin, Yi Fan, and Tang San can fight across several realms. Although I am not as good as them, I can still fight across 2 small realms. Besides, Xiaoku has the advantage in skills. It is hard to say who will win or lose. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yao grinned and deliberately provoked the other party. Don't talk nonsense. Do it if you have the guts. Wang Fu was furious. The rage overwhelmed his reason. He directly ordered Liuhua, go. Kill the wolf. Don't hurt that man by mistake. At the critical moment, he still retained the last bit of rationality. Killing the other side's war beast, the consequences can be borne, but if he kills someone, he will not be able to avoid death. The flamingo chirped, and then a fist-sized fireball spewed out of his mouth, and shot straight at Xiaoku. Xiaoku was not panicked, his limbs exerted force at the same time, and his body jumped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Bang! The fireball hit the ground, leaving a charred mass as big as a basin. The unpleasant smell of asphalt came, and Xiao Yao's heart tightened. If he was hit, Xiaoku would probably be seriously injured. Whoosh whoosh, the flamingo's wings brought gusts of wind, and the flamingo's belly swelled. Then another larger fireball came. Flying war beasts like this with long-range attack capabilities are Xiaoku's biggest headache. He can't touch or hit them. As long as the opponent doesn't come down from the air, Xiaoku will never be able to touch him. Bang, the fireball missed again. But Xiao Yao saw that the edge of the fireball had touched Xiaoku's tail, and the top tuft of hair was burned, emitting an unpleasant smell. This won't work. If he keeps taking the beating passively, the opponent's offensive will become more and more fierce. Sooner or later, he will make a mistake. Xiao Yao frowned. He had to think of a way to counterattack. Fire, use your ultimate move directly. Wang Fu ordered. Sealy. The flamingo chirped again, its wings vibrated, and the bursting energy gathered in his mouth. Bang! A basin-sized fireball flew out, so fast that Xiaoku was a little unprepared. Fortunately, Xiaoku's reaction ability was very strong. He kicked his hind legs and his body brushed past the fireball. But at this moment, Xiaoku felt an astonishing heat coming from behind him. Be careful! Xiao Yao exclaimed in his heart. A fist-sized fireball attacked from behind Xiaoku, and was about to hit Xiaoku back. Xiaoku calmed down, and his mind moved. A pale yellow spherical light column appeared faintly, and enveloped him. Bang! The fireball arrived in an instant. Xiaoku's body flew into the air, and after landing, he rolled and slid 5 meters on the ground. A smug smile appeared on Wang Fu's lips. Continuous fireballs, this is the unique skill of his war beast that he has trained for many years. After wasting many years at Black Iron level 5, he has made some progress. Xiaoku! Xiao Yao exclaimed loudly, with a hint of panic and sadness in his voice. Hearing Xiao Yao's voice, the curve of Wang Fu's mouth became more exaggerated. Stinky boy, I told you not to know your place. Today I will let you feel the pain of the war beast's death. Liuhua, take off the wolf head for me, I want to put it in the room. After hearing the order, the blazing bird dived down, and its claws reflected the color of steel. At this time, Xiaoku was lying on the ground, curled up, with his hair on his back charred black, and his flesh and blood faintly visible. It seemed that he could no longer move. The blazing bird was so fast that it made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Xiaoku, just wait for the attack. Xiao Yao muttered in his heart. Through the system, he could clearly see Xiaoku's health. Although 70% was a lot of blood loss, it was not enough to make him unable to move. Xiaoku's current behavior is exactly what he had planned. Show weakness to the enemy, and lure the enemy deeper. Only by attracting the opponent's close-range attack, Xiaoku has a chance to win. He was originally worried that the flamingo would continue to attack with fireballs in the air, until Xiaoku died, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, the opponent took the way he wanted to see the most. So, the flamingo stretched out its claws, and grabbed Xiaoku's neck. He wanted to twist Xiaoku's head off. Just when the claws were about to touch, Xiaoku stood up instantly, and let out a loud roar. A woof! The ancestor howled. The fear effect was triggered. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the flamingo, and with a flap of its wings, it was about to turn around and leave. But Xiaoku would not miss this opportunity. He jumped and directly jumped behind the flamingo. His 2 claws pierced directly into the base of the flamingo's wings like daggers. Puff. Blood splattered. And the intense pain made the flamingo cry. Fire! Wang Fu looked at the scene in front of him in panic. How could the situation become like this in the blink of an eye? The flamingo screamed, shaking violently, trying to shake Xiaoku off from behind. But Xiaoku's claws pierced deeply into his flesh like nails. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At this time, with both wings injured and carrying hundreds of pounds of enemies behind him, the flamingo could no longer maintain its flying state and fell to the ground with a bang. When they got to the ground, it was Xiaoku whirled. Puff! Xiaoku lowered his center of gravity, pressed the flamingo tightly under him, opened his mouth wide, and tore off a large piece of flesh and blood directly from the flamingo's back. The flamingo let out a high-pitched and painful wail. Xiaoku chewed the flesh and blood in his mouth. Sticky blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot, like a bloodthirsty wolf, brutal and terrifying. Awuh! Xiaoku swallowed the flesh and blood, raised his head and howled, opened his bloody mouth, prepared to give the flamingo a fatal blow. Boy, you dare! Wang Fu roared. He ran over with all his strength, swearing to save his war beast. He is now without a father or mother, without a wife or a child, and the only relative around him is the blazing bird that has been with him for more than 10 years. If the blazing bird dies again, he will really become a lonely ghost. Xiaoku, kill him! Xiao Yao snorted coldly. Just now, the blazing bird was ready to put Xiaoku to death. Now the situation is reversed. How could he spare its life? Ayo! Xiaoku's eyes were redder, his body burst out with strength, and he bit directly at the neck of the flamingo. The mouth of the beast. Puff! The sharp wolf fangs pierced the neck of the flamingo, and blood continued to flow into Xiaoku's mouth. The flamingo cried out in sorrow, looking at its master, who was running towards it. Pain, sadness, and reluctance appeared in his eyes. No! Wang Fu roared in pain. He regretted it now, repented it immensely. 400,000, just because of 400,000. I lost my most important relative. I'm such an idiot. Ah! Wang Fu covered his head and rolled on the ground. On the one hand, it was because of his inner regret, and on the other hand, it was because the blazing bird was dead, and his soul was torn apart. Xiao Yao looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. This was his own fault. If he didn't want to kill Xiaoku, he wouldn't have done it so badly. Chapter 41. Back to the law enforcement team. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The pain of the soul being torn apart eased. Wang Fu raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he climbed up and rushed directly toward Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's face was indifferent, and he didn't move a step. Roar! Xiaoku roared, jumped down from the flamingo, and threw Wang Fu to the ground. His sharp wolf claws clasped his shoulders, leaving several bloody marks. Hu Xiaoku growled in his throat. His brutal wolf eyes stared at Wang Fu, and a cold murderous intent enveloped him, making him sober up instantly. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a piercing alarm sounded. A car with the law enforcement team logo stopped on the side of the road. 3 people in black law enforcement uniforms quickly got out of the car and surrounded the two, looking at Xiao Yao back, the dead body of the flamingo on the ground, and Xiaoku, who was holding the man down. One of them pointed the powerful electric shock gun at Xiao Yao and shouted, "Stop! Xiaoku, let him go," Xiao Yao said calmly. Xiaoku growled and slowly got off Wang Fu. Before leaving, he did not forget to step hard on his lower abdomen with his hind legs, and then step down to the vital point. Wang Fu covered his abdomen with a face full of pain. Xiaoku's kick almost made him urinate incontinently. Thump, thump, thump. 3 law enforcement officers, 2 men and 1 woman, came around and surrounded Xiao Yao and Wang Fu. When they ran to the front and saw the 2 people's faces, they couldn't help but say in surprise, "Xiao Yao, why is it you?" Xiao Yao shrugged helplessly. "Brother Qiao, Brother Jun, Sister Shireen, we meet again." The 3 people who came were Zhang Qiao, Jiao Jun and Yi Shireen. Wang Fu, ? So you know each other? Not good. Xiao Yao, what is this? Yi Shireen looked at him and asked uncertainly. She knew that Xiao Yao would not break the law knowingly, so the problem should be with this man. Thinking of this, Yi Shireen turned her eyes to Wang Fu. Xiao Yao explained, "He was the first to summon the war beast to attack me. You can watch the surveillance." As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them immediately looked at Wang Fu coldly. Dared to attack Captain Zhao's son, really tired of living. Wang Fu stood up with difficulty, and said loudly, "This kid killed my war beast, why don't you catch him?" Zhang Chao sneered, "We will know who is right, and who is wrong after watching the surveillance. You, come back to the law enforcement team with me." After that, he looked at Xiao Yao and said, "Xiao Yao, you know the rules, you can come with us." Xiao Yao nodded, "No problem." The law enforcement team, that is his father's territory, naturally he is not afraid. Besides, he was not wrong in this matter. According to the laws of Dragon Country, all losses caused by the battle beasts fighting in the city shall be borne by the first summoner, who summoned the battle beast. Of course, murder is another matter. Anyway, the other party was the first to attack this time, so I don't have to bear any responsibility. Let's go! Jiao Jun looked at Wang Fu and sneered. Wang Fu panicked. He could see that Xiao Yao had a close relationship with the members of the law enforcement team. If he went, wouldn't he be walking into a tiger's mouth? He hesitated, and his feet were rooted and motionless. "Why, do you still need us to invite you?" Zhang Chao frowned and said. Looking at the stern eyes of the few people, Wang Fu heart trembled, but he still got on the car obediently. Before getting on the car, he held the flamingo in his arms, and closed his eyes, that had never closed. After Xiao Yao took Xiao Ke back to the beast control space. He also got in the car. Along the way, no one in the car spoke. Wang Fu's heart calmed down completely. He hugged the flamingo tightly in his arms. Looking at the partner he had been with for more than 10 years, sadness surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears of regret. On the way, Yi Shirin also edited a text message and sent it to Xiaoli. In a few seconds, Xiaoli replied, "Xiao Yao, are you okay?" Yi Shirin replied, "No." Xiaoli only replied, "Okay." The vehicle drove into the law enforcement team base, and the three arranged Xiao Yao and Wang Fu in different interrogation rooms to wait. Xiao Yao looked at the interrogation room curiously. There was only a table and 2 chairs, and there were no windows on the wall. The room was terribly quiet. This was his first time in the law enforcement team's interrogation room. It looked similar to the interrogation room in the police station in the TV series. Bang, the door opened, and a man walked in. "Dad." The person who came was Xiaoli. "What's going on?" Xiaoli asked with a frown. Because of the nature of his work, he has always been worried that someone would harm his family. Fortunately, he is usually cautious and has a good reputation, so no one has ever had such bad thoughts. But today, when he learned that his son was attacked, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Xiao Yao was fine, so he was relieved. But at the same time, a strong anger surged in his heart. Who dared to attack his own son? He didn't believe that Xiao Yao, an ordinary high school student, would attract the attack of the summoner. Someone must be targeting him. Who is it? I'm going to peel off your skin. Dad, I told you before, Xiao Yao said helplessly, and then explained the grudge between him and Wang Fu to Xiaoli again. Is that so? Xiaoli's brows relaxed a little, but he still didn't let down his guard. Maybe someone was taking advantage of the conflict between his son and this person to make a fuss. Before the result came out, he would never have a chance. Okay, you stay here for a while. Guijian has gone to the next room for interrogation. I believe there will be a result soon. After that, Xiaoli left. He wanted to keep an eye on the interrogation process next door to see if he could find anything. After Xiaoli left, Xiao Yao leaned back in his chair and began to count his gains today. After killing the flamingo, Xiaoku experience value also reached Black Iron level 3, 165/200. The experience value increased by 30 points, which was not bad. Getting closer to Iron level 4, it won't be long before we can see the power of the werewolf's ultimate move. I'm really looking forward to it. On the other side, the interrogation room. Captain Xiao, it seems like it was really his personal idea, Yi Shirin said while looking at the screen. Xiaoli's expression was calm. Through the interrogation just now, he could see that attacking Xiao Yao was Wang Fu's personal intention, and there was no one else involved behind the scenes. This also made him feel relieved. Captain Xiao, what should we do with this person? Yi Shirin asked. This is the ruthless man who attacked Captain Zhao's son. She really didn't know how to deal with him. If she dealt with him too lightly, she was worried that Captain Xiao would be dissatisfied. If she dealt with him too heavily, she was worried that people would criticize her and affect Captain Zhao's reputation. Xiaoli turned around and said lightly before leaving the room, follow the rules. Okay. Yi Shirin nodded, looked at Wang Fu in front of the screen, and said faintly, I really don't know if you are lucky or unlucky. However, whether it is lucky or unlucky, once you enter the law enforcement team, it will not be so easy to get out. Chapter 42 Fine. Pa. Guijian put a ticket on the table, said coldly. Wang Fu, we have seen the surveillance. According to the laws of Longhua, you are responsible for all the responsibilities of this accident. This is the fine we calculated. In addition to the fine for violating the law and summoning war beasts privately, there are also road maintenance fees and greening maintenance fees, a total of 180,000. Wang Fu said indignantly, my war beast is dead, why should I be responsible? That kid should be responsible, and he should compensate me for my losses. Guijian snorted coldly, do you understand the law? According to the summoner management law of our country, any summoner who summons a war beast in the city without permission will be fined 50,000 yuan. If a fight between summoners occurs and the war beast causes damage to the city, in addition to personal fines, all losses will be borne by the first person who summoned the war beast. Wang Fu wanted to say something, but when he saw Guijian's cold eyes, he had to swallow his words and leaned back in his chair dejectedly. Since you didn't cause any harm to anyone, pay the fine and you can go. Wang Fu looked embarrassed and said nothing. Seeing that Wang Fu didn't react, Guijian frowned and his tone became sharp. Why? Do you still want to stay in the law enforcement team forever? Wang Fu hesitated for a long time before slowly explaining the reason. I don't have money. No money? Guijian immediately raised his voice. You are a summoner of Iron Level 5, and you can't even take out 180,000? The moment Wang Fu was brought into the law enforcement team, all his information was placed on the table. 37 years old. Black Iron Level 5 summoner. No family. Although his strength is not high, he is at least a top Black Iron summoner, and his ability to make money is definitely good. Besides, he has no family burden. So how could he not even pay 180,000 yuan? At this moment, Guijian felt that Wang Fu wanted to default on his debt and did not want to bear the money. Guijian's tone became colder. Wang Fu, don't be lucky. If you don't pay this money, you will stay in the prison of the law enforcement team for the rest of your life. Wang Fu said helplessly, Sir, it's not that I don't want to pay. It's that I really don't have money. I've spent all my money. And what? And I still owe others 300,000 yuan. That's why I took action against that guy. Looking at Wang Fu's expression, Guijian felt that he was not lying. So he said lightly, Then you should find a way to get the money together. Otherwise, you will stay in prison for a while. I estimate that it won't be long. You will be out in 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years? Wang Fu's heart twitched. If he was in jail, he couldn't eat, gamble, or have any other entertainment. It would be better to kill him. He said quickly, Sir, I find a way. Can I make a phone call? Guijian nodded and returned his phone to him. Wang Fu took the phone and quickly made a call. Brother Hui, help me. An hour later. Be honest when you go back and learn more about law. Looking at the two people in front of him, Guijian said bluntly, Okay. Sir, I will keep an eye on him. Li Hui said with an apologetic smile. Guijian waved his hand and stopped talking. That? Wang Fu hesitated on the side. What's the matter? Guijian said coldly. Can you return the body of the flamingo to me? Wang Fu said cautiously. Hearing this, Guijian's expression eased, and he said, There is a logistics department on the left. Just go in and say you want to take the body of the flamingo away. I will notify you. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. Sir. Wang Fu thanked him sincerely. Go ahead. Guijian turned around and made a phone call. After carrying the body of the flamingo into the car, Wang Fu held it motionless, like a cold statue. Looking at Wang Fu's appearance, Li Hui sighed and asked, Fuzi, what are you going to do? Wang Fu's eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. Brother Hui, Liaowa is dead. My life is over. But I will slowly pay back the money I owe you. You don't have to worry. Now I still owe Jinbi Casino 300,000. I definitely can't pay this money back. I'm going to go out and hide from the limelight. Stupid. Li Hui scolded. What's over? You still have a chance. After your soul recovers, you can use the awakening stone to sign a new war beast. New war beast. Wang Fu smiled bitterly. Do I have to train it again from Black Iron Level 1? Brother Hui, you know my ability. It took me almost 20 years to train the blazing bird to black iron level 5. How can a waste like me have the ability to train a war beast again? Looking at his weak body, Wang Fu was extremely depressed. Because of the death of the flamingo, the physical bonus brought by the war beast's feeding disappeared instantly. Now he is just an ordinary person. Even worse than ordinary people. Wine and sex have hollowed out his body. And he feels a dull pain in his heart. How can he have the courage to start over? Looking at Wang Fu's sad expression, Li Hui sighed in his heart. He still remembers that more than 10 years ago, Wang Fu was still a young man with dreams and a tough character. But the wasted years of more than 10 years made this man tainted with all kinds of bad habits. He began to become decadent, lazy, and became the person he once looked down upon the most. But no matter what, he has been his little brother for more than 10 years. Li Hui said, Fuzi, I will pay off the money you owe to the casino. But you have to promise that from now on you will give up those bad habits and cheer up again. The Gale squad is still waiting for you to join. Hui, brother Hui. Wang Fu raised his head and looked at Li Hui in disbelief. He didn't expect that. At this time, brother Hui would still be willing to help him. If he were Li Hui, he would never help such a useless person. Can you do it? Li Hui asked sternly. Wang Fu's body trembled, and he straightened his chest and said loudly, Brother Hui, don't worry. If you can't do it, I will understand myself. Okay. This is the Wang Fu I knew back then, Li Hui said in a deep voice. His eyes swept over the body of the blazing bird, and a trace of sadness also appeared in Li Hui's eyes. He had known Wang Fu for as long as he had known the blazing bird. In the past 10 years, the blazing bird played an irreplaceable role in his team. He watched the blazing bird grow from a small fledgling to the excellent partner it is today. Seeing its death, Li Hui was also very sad. Brother Hui, I want revenge. I must make that kid pay with blood. Wang Fu hugged the body of the flamingo tightly, with the fire of revenge burning in his eyes. Revenge? Fuzi, do you know who that guy is? Li Hui said helplessly. What identity? Wang Fu's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he thought of the familiar conversation between Xiao Yao and the law enforcement team members before, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Li Hui shook his head and said, His name is Xiao Yao, his father is Xiao Li, the captain of the Yanqing law enforcement team. So this time you attacked the son of the boss of the law enforcement team, and you can come out safely, just be happy. What, he is Xiao Li's son? Hearing Li Hui's words, Wang Fu broke out in a cold sweat. Which summoner in Yanqing has not heard of Xiao Li's reputation? Captain of the law enforcement team, gold level 5 summoner, no matter which identity. He is more noble than the boss behind the casino. I actually attacked the son of such a person. Wang Fu felt scared. Fortunately, the other party was generous and did not take him too seriously. Otherwise, he really couldn't get out. What? Do you still want revenge? Wang Fu waved his hands quickly. No. No. I don't have the guts. He is a little narrow-minded. Even petty. But that doesn't mean he is a fool. He can still tell who to offend and who not to offend. But Brother Hui? How do you know he is Xiao Li's son? He was able to figure out the other party's identity in such a short time. When did Brother Hui information network become so developed? Li Hui sneered. How do I know? The video of your fight has been spread all over the major groups in Yanqing. His identity was told to me by a friend of mine. What? Spread all over? Wang Fu was stunned. Chapter 43 Vampire? As Li Hui said, the fight between Xiao Yao and Wang Fu was filmed by a brave bystander and posted online. Since Dragon Country has a strict censorship mechanism for unauthorized summoner battle videos, the video quickly disappeared from social media. But communication software does not have such a strict mechanism, so the video still spread among the major groups in Yanqing. Have you heard that? There was a fight between war beasts on Yuden Avenue, and the road surface was burned. Damn. It's so exciting. Here's the video. Save it quickly. It might be gone soon. Then I take a look. Script killing shop. The phones of several people in the room kept vibrating, and the frequency was quite high, which made them very curious. After opening the phone, a large group of 42 high summoners was swiping messages. And the most common words were, Xiaoshan is awesome. Xiaoshan is invincible. What the hell? Su Xingliang scrolled through the messages with his fingers, and finally swiped to the top video. At the same time, several people nearby also opened the video. Is this Xiao Yao? Several people widened their eyes, although the back figure in the video was a little blurry. The black and blue clothes were still very familiar. With the appearance of Xiaoku later, they immediately recognized the protagonist in the video. This is Mutant Avenue. Right next to us. Isn't this the place where Xiao Yao and we separated? When they saw the flamingos spitting fireballs in the video, and Xiaoku dodged dangerously, their hearts were instantly tightened. Who is this person? Why did he attack Xiao Yao? Su Xingliang asked anxiously, his face in a panic. Everyone looked at each other, and it was obvious that no one knew him. At the beginning of the trial field, only Xiao Yao and Gui Yufan had seen Wang Fu and the other two. Later, Xiao Yao did not mention this matter to his friends, so no one knew Wang Fu. Xiaoku, be careful. Seeing Xiaoku dodging left and right, everyone prayed in their hearts. Bang when Xiaoku was hit by the fireball behind him and rolled several meters on the ground. Everyone shouted anxiously. Later, the flamingo swooped down to grab Xiaoku, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was almost suffocating. Awoo! Suddenly, a lone wolf howl was heard in the video. Everyone was surprised to see the flamingo turn around and run away, and Xiaoku turned over and got on. Well done! Su Xingliang shouted excitedly. Then Xiaoku pressed the flamingo to the ground and bit it hard. Not long after, the unknown man held his head and howled. Everyone knew that this was a sign of the flamingo's death. The video ended here. Huh, this is too thrilling. Wang Jiechi breathed a sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear, Xiao Yao is still very powerful. I think this blazing bird is at least iron 4 or 5. Bronze level is of course impossible. On the one hand, bronze has an overwhelming advantage over iron. On the other hand, a bronze summoner must have 2 bronze beasts. He will never watch a beast being bitten to death. I think it is iron 5. Look at his fireball. It can smash the ground like that. It's really hard to imagine how Xiaoku could fight back after being hit. Is this the Black Wind Wolf? Awesome. Before, I thought that when Xiaozi reaches Black Iron level 2, he can fight Xiaoku with the advantage of flying war beasts. Sorry. I was wrong. I just want to say, after watching this video, who will dare to fight Xiaoku in the future? Hey, we all awakened together. Why is there such a big gap? Liang, what's wrong with you? Li Ming saw Liang very silent, and asked. Su Xingliang lowered his eyelids slightly, and said in silence, why did Xiao Yao suddenly leave just now? But, maybe he had already found that person at that time, and didn't want to implicate us. Li Ming said uncertainly. Su Xingliang pursed his lips stubbornly, and said nothing. Everyone was silent, not wanting to implicate others. Another meaning is that they are a burden. Looking at the script in their hands, everyone suddenly lost the desire to continue playing. On the other side, Xiaoli was also watching the video on his mobile phone. Smelly boy. The strategy is well formulated. Xiaoli's mouth curled up slightly. He seemed a little relieved. A little proud. Captain Xiao. Xiao Yao trick of luring the enemy deep into his territory is really yours. Zhang Chao said with a smile. Xiaoli waved his hand, to be honest. There was still some luck involved. If the opponent was more cautious and kept using fireballs in the air, I'm afraid Xiao Yao would be in danger. This also shows that Xiao Yao and Zhang Chao acted very similarly, making the opponent lose vigilance. Xiaoli smiled. Chao, there is something I need you to do. Go and investigate the person who bailed Wang Fu out today and check his social connections. Also find someone to keep an eye on this Wang Fu. Speaking of this, Xiaoli's eyes became extremely sharp. As it concerns his son's safety, he must be extremely cautious and nip all risks in the bud. Understood, I do it now. Zhang Chao nodded and left quickly. Xiao Yao stayed in the law enforcement team for a long time. When Xiaoli finished all the things, he was allowed to go home by himself. Along the way, his phone never stopped. Classmates, teachers, friends, everyone who recognized him called him. Teacher Zhang, I'm fine, yes, I'm not injured, don't worry. The training has been good recently, and the coaches have been very caring to me. Liang and the others are also very good. Xiao Yao wore headphones and put his already hot phone on his thigh. The person he was talking to now was his former class teacher. From the video, Teacher Zhang recognized Xiao Yao at a glance, so he called him immediately. After learning that Xiao Yao was fine, Teacher Zhang also took the opportunity to chat with him about his recent situation and the performance of other students in the class. You haven't fallen behind in your studies, don't worry. Ding at this time. The phone vibrated again. Xiao Yao clicked it, and saw that it was a text message from Gui Yufan. Gui Yufan. Xiao Yao, it's you in the video. Right? How are you now? Are you not injured? Your phone has been unreachable. Xiao Yao. Senior, I'm fine, don't worry, I'm talking to my head teacher on the phone now. Gui Yufan. That's good. The person in the video is one of the 3 people in the trial field before. Right? Xiao Yao. Yes. Gui Yufan. I should not have let them off easily. If you encounter trouble next time, tell me in time. I can help you solve some things. Xiao Yao. Okay. Senior, it should be fine. Is Senior's sister Yen feeling better? I think she is not feeling well. Gui Yufan. It's okay. It's just her period. I am helping her suck blood. Sucking blood? Xiao Yao mouth widened. So my boyfriend would do this? It's too scary. Xiao Yao, who has been single for thousands of years, felt deeply shocked. He didn't even hear clearly what teacher Zhang said on the other end of the phone. At this time, Xiao Yao noticed that Gui Yufan had withdrawn the previous message and sent another one. It's okay, it's just that my period came, I'm helping her wash her shoes. It turned out to be washing shoes, I was scared to death. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. If his boyfriend had to do the job of sucking blood, then he would rather be single for life. Xiao Yao, Senior, I saw it, don't worry, I won't spread it. Gui Yufan, it was a mistake, cleaning knife JPG. Xiao Yao, I understand, eating melon JPG. On the other side, Gui Yufan put his phone back into his pocket with a smile and scolded. You little brat, do you understand what a mistake is? As soon as he finished speaking, even he couldn't help laughing out loud. What's wrong? Yin Feiyu asked curiously. Holding the teacup. Gui Yufan thought about it, and still smiled and told Yin Feiyu what happened just now. Bang. Yin Feiyu slapped Gui Yufan on the arm, her pretty face flushed. You. Gui Yufan raised his hands, and said awkwardly, it's all the fault of the smart input method. Yin Feiyu pinched him hard on the waist, and then pushed him out the door. Get out. Gui Yufan glanced at the watch. Well, the father-in-law and mother-in-law are coming back soon. It's time to run away. Before he left, he turned back and reminded, drink more hot water. Get lost. Chapter 44 Battle Analysis 1. Because of Wang Fu incident, the original plan to go to the training ground with Su Xingliang the next day was forced to cancel. When his mother Lu Hui learned about Xiao Yao attack, she was very tough, and would not allow him to go out alone during this period. This decision was also supported by Xiaoli. Before eliminating the danger from Wang Fu, Xiaoli was not at ease letting Xiao Yao go out alone. Of course, going to school was still no problem. In this way, after a whole day of rest, Xiao Yao returned to the South School. As soon as he arrived at the campus, many people surrounded him and asked him questions. Xiao Yao. Who is the man in the video? Why did he attack you? Xiaoshen. Is that blazing bird iron level 5? Xiaoshen. Awesome. Facing everyone's inquiries, Xiao Yao could only make a few random excuses. But fortunately Coach Zhou quickly helped him out. Everyone, pay attention. Come and gather. Hearing Coach Zhou's rough voice, everyone quickly lined up, like a conditioned reflex. Afterwards, everyone saw 2 assistant coaches moving a large electronic screen to the front of the team. We won't train this morning, Coach Zhou said. No training? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. If fighting training and actual combat training are the parts that everyone is looking forward to, then the devilish physical training every morning is definitely what everyone least wants to face. During this stage, Coach Zhou will formulate a corresponding personal training plan based on each person's physical condition. After each physical training, even someone as physically strong as Xiao Yao will be exhausted like a dead dog. Let's watch a video this morning. Video? Many people had some guesses, turning their heads to look at Xiao Yao. Coach Zhou smiled, pressed the remote control in his hand, and soon the electronic screen lit up. Sure enough, the paused image on the video was the backs of Xiao Yao and Xiaoku standing side by side. Oh! Seeing that Coach Zhou really brought Xiao Yao video to the classroom, everyone immediately became excited. I believe that all students have seen this video. The protagonist in it is our classmate Xiao Yao. Coach Zhou smiled and cast his eyes on Xiao Yao. At the same time, all the students looked at Xiao Yao in unison. Under the gaze of so many people, Xiao Yao smiled awkwardly. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Watching my short video? It's so embarrassing. Okay. Since the protagonist is someone close to us, today I will analyze for you the various performances of Xiao Yao and this man in the battle in the video. First, let me introduce the two sides of the battle. I don't need to say much about Xiaoyao Black-Winged Wolf. I believe everyone is familiar with it. And the opponent of the Black-Winged Wolf is the Black Iron Level 5 Blazing Bird. The War Beast's skill is Fireball. From the surface strength, the Blazing Bird has a great advantage. Not only is it 2 levels higher, but it also has the natural ground suppression of a flying War Beast. Then, Coach Zhou played the video, and did not press the pause button until the Blazing Bird released a series of fireballs. You can see that at the beginning. The Blazing Bird carried out a series of tentative attacks. Through the Black-Winged Wolf's evasion, he could judge the Black-Winged Wolf's approximate speed and action habits. In addition, he could let the opponent relax his vigilance. For experienced summoners, this is a common but effective method. So that's how it is. In fact, after watching the whole video, everyone was amazed at Xiaoyao's victory over the strong with the weak, but on the other hand, they also thought that the man in the video was too rubbish. He couldn't win with such a big advantage, he was just a waste. But after listening to Coach Zhou's analysis, everyone realized that they had underestimated the man. Seeing the students' thoughtful expressions, Coach Zhou nodded and played the video. Until the continuous fireballs hit Xiaoku, Xiaoku rolled on the ground and stopped. He pressed pause. This is the effect of a tentative attack, making the opponent have inertial thinking, making one's trump card more unexpected. We can also see from the video that Xiaoyao did not guess that the opponent had such a trick, so he fell into the trap. Xiaoyao nodded unconsciously in the audience. At that time, he dodged the first few attacks of the Blazing Bird, and the system only showed the skill of Fireball, so he did not expect that the opponent could release a series of fireballs. This variant of the Fireball technique really made Xiaoku suffer. It turns out that the tentative attack also has a foreshadowing effect. It turns out that there can be no slackness in the battle. Although the killer move of the flamingo worked, it must be said that Xiaoyao's response was also timely. Coach Zhou rewinded the video a few seconds and enlarged the screen. The yellow light on Xiaoku's body can be faintly seen on the screen. This is the precursor of the ancestor's howl. Please look. Before the Black-Winged Wolf was attacked by the continuous fireball, a circle of yellow light flashed on its body. It is indeed difficult to find if you don't look carefully. Coach Zhou pointed to the yellow light circle on the screen. Obviously this is a War Beast skill of the Black-Winged Wolf. But his opponent ignored this. I want to emphasize this to everyone here. Coach Zhou's face straightened. And he said seriously, if you are not familiar with your opponent, then you must be extremely careful of any changes in him. The man in the video showed us a good negative example. After that, Coach Zhou continued to play the video. Soon, the scene of the flamingo turning around and flying away, and Xiaoku leaping up. Snap. Coach Zhou pressed the pause button. This is the biggest mistake he made. As a flying war beast, the flamingo also has the ability to attack from a distance, which can be said to be almost invincible, but later he actually chose to let the flamingo attack at close range, and ruin the good situation with his own hands. After saying that, Coach Zhou also said with appreciation, in comparison, Xiaoyao's decision seems very smart. He deliberately showed weakness to the enemy, letting the Black-Winged Wolf appear to be seriously injured, luring the opponent to attack at close range, and the opponent fell into the trap just as he thought. This was his only way to win, and he himself seized the opportunity. And if I'm not mistaken, the Black-Winged Wolf's howl should have the effect of a mental attack. Mental attack? A wild beast-type war beast actually has mental attack skills. Everyone turned to look at Xiaoyao, wanting to confirm whether Coach Zhou's guess was correct. Xiaoyao nodded, and said calmly, this is a skill of Xiaoku, called Ancestral Howl, which scares the opponent. Xiaoyao did not feel offended by Coach Zhou's mentioning Xiaoku's skill, because if any summoner wants to become stronger and famous, then all his information will be known to the outside world. It is just a matter of time. He believes that if he fights against other summoners in the future, this video will be studied in depth. Coach Zhou can see it, and others can see it naturally. Hiding it at this time would make me look stingy. It would be better to speak it out openly. Besides, even if others knew about it, the battle not only tests the ability to collect information, but also the strength of the war beast itself and its reaction on the spot. On this point, Xiaoyao has full confidence in himself and Xiaoku. Chapter 45 Battle Analysis 2. Is it really a mental attack? Everyone was shocked. Beasts with mental attack abilities generally only exist in the undead or special departments. Who would have thought that a wolf-shaped beast-type beast would also have the ability to attack mentally? This beast is the same as his master. It's outrageous. Coach Zhou nodded, So at the moment when the Black Wind Wolf was about to be hit, Xiao Yao planned to use his skills to set a trap, and through the Black Wind Wolf's pretending to be injured, and the opponent's carelessness, he successfully attracted the opponent to approach and defeated the opponent. This is the wisdom of fighting. Is this the whole process of the battle? It turns out that there are so many tactics and psychological games in the middle. After listening to Coach Zhou's analysis of the whole process, everyone realized how thrilling this battle was. And Xiao Yao was able to stay calm in a desperate situation, and found the only way to win. His psychological quality is too strong. Many people looked at Xiao Yao with admiration. Put yourself in his shoes. If you were Xiao Yao, could you be so calm? They knew the answer very well. Last week, you experienced 5 actual battles. I believe that everyone has accumulated some combat experience. However, combat is not simply relying on the body or skills to win, especially when the strength difference is not too big. The wisdom of combat and strategy can play a decisive role. Xiao Yao gave everyone a good demonstration. Next, I will regularly play some classic battle videos during class. Through the videos, everyone can learn how excellent summoners fight. I hope everyone will listen carefully and apply the knowledge learned in class to actual combat. Summoner is a dangerous profession, and it is also a profession that requires constant learning and continuous improvement. I believe that none of you want to be like the man in the video, who is defeated by a high school student in middle age. No! No! The students shouted loudly. They are all energetic children. Who wants to become a middle-aged useless uncle like Wang Fu? Wang Fu? Coach Zhou controlled the remote control and quickly called up another video. This video is a classic teaching case. One of the 2 opponents is a Shadow Cat at Iron 4, and the other is a King Kong Ant at Iron 5. The battle takes place in a city alley at night. Shadow Cat. King Kong Ant? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. The Shadow Cat is a rare race in the Iron stage that has 2 War Beast skills. One skill is Shadow Flash, which can constantly change positions in the shadow, a bit like Shadow Mantis's Shadow Stealth, but there are some differences between the two. Shadow has a longer stealth distance, but can only stealth once in a short period of time, while Shadow has a shorter flashing distance, but can flash multiple times continuously. Both have their pros and cons. Another skill is Rapid Burst, which is the same as the skill of Grey Shadow Cat. Because the skills and names of the 2 overlap, many people speculate that Shadow Cat is an advanced race of Grey Shadow Cat. The King Kong Ant is also a good race. He has only one skill, Strength Burst. Just like ordinary ants, the King Kong Ant has super explosive power. At the same time, its carapace is very hard, so it is named the King Kong Ant. The only disadvantage of the King Kong Ant is its slow speed. So this duel is a classic assassin versus tank. From the surface strength, the King Kong Ant has a slight advantage. But the battle location is in the alleys of the city at night, which can perfectly play the advantages of the Shadow Cat. So the result is hard to predict. Like Xiao Yao, many people are looking forward to this video, especially Su Xingliang, who wants to know how the Shadow Cat fights this hard shell. If there is a good way, maybe he can also follow suit and challenge Zhou Hongyu. Seeing that everyone's interest was aroused, Coach Zhou smiled slightly and played the video in full. As expected, the final winner was Shadow Cat. But the whole battle process was not as everyone imagined. It was a situation of equal strength. On the contrary, Shadow Cat was like a monkey, playing with King Kong, and easily defeated his opponent. In the video, Shadow Cat used shadow flashes, frequently appeared around King Kong Ant, and accurately attacked the opponent's weak parts, such as eyes, joints, and tail. At the same time, whenever the King Kong Ant wanted to fight back, Shadow Cat would burst out with amazing speed to dodge the attack and fight back. Throughout the battle, Shadow Cat was like an elegant dancer, dancing beside the opponent, and making it impossible for the opponent to touch a corner of his clothes. This ability to fully utilize his own advantages and completely master the rhythm of the battle really shocked everyone. It turns out that the Black Iron level can be so strong. Even Xiao Yao was thinking, if Xiao fought against the Shadow Cat in the video, would he be able to win? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yao still believed that Xiao had the ability to win. After all, Ancestral Howl is indeed a magical skill in close combat, which can effectively limit the opponent's speed advantage. Once Xiao finds a flaw, it is difficult to resist Xiao Beast's mouth with Shadow Cat's defense. But it must be admitted that if other people encounter Shadow Cat, even if they are one level higher, They will most likely lose. Is this Shadow Cat? Su Xingliang murmured. Su Xingliang was the one who was most touched among all the students. After all, Shadow Cat is most similar to Gray Shadow Cat. From the video, he learned how to better use rapid burst to fight. Through this video, he understood how to train Pai Dan next. After that, Coach Shou did the same as before, dissecting the video bit by bit for explanation. He explained it in detail, and imparted a lot of combat experience in the process. Everyone listened to the lecture with fascination, recording key points on their mobile phones from time to time. In this way, there was another section in everyone's training, video analysis. 2 months had passed unknowingly. In 2 months, 13 war beasts in the class successfully upgraded to Black Iron Level 2, and more than a dozen war beasts were on the verge of upgrading. At the same time, Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino also reached Black Iron Level 3. After consolidating for a period of time, he challenged Xiao Yao again. Of course, the result was still a miserable defeat. Others have made progress. And Xiao Yao, who has a golden finger, naturally cannot stand still. About a month later, Xiao Li completely eliminated the danger from Wang Fu. After that, Xiao Yao used the weekends to go to the small training ground to spend money. The effect of spending money is still very good. In 2 weekends, Xiaoke reached Iron 4 and learned the last skill, Endless Binding. After that, Xiao Yao never went to the small training ground again. The reason was simple. Because he was running out of money. Before, Xiao Yao got 800,000 yuan by selling the eyes of the red-eyed fox. 800,000 yuan seemed like a lot. Enough to pay the down payment for a house in Yanqing. But it was still not enough in the bottomless pit of the training ground. The sparring partners he found for Xiaoke were all Iron 5. And it cost 10,000 yuan to kill one. And an Iron 5 opponent could not last more than 2 minutes in front of Xiaoke. 10,000 yuan equals 2 minutes equals 10 experience points. Xiao Yao was trembling with fear at the cost of this money, so after Xiaoke reached Iron 4, 70 out of 300, Xiao Yao was unwilling to spend money on the training ground. But before leaving, he asked Xiaoke to challenge the Bronze 1 Blue Scale Snake. When Iron is promoted to Bronze, the strength of the War Beast will have a qualitative leap. When Iron 4 is facing the Blue Scale Snake with 100% combat power, Xiaoke is still at a disadvantage. But through the mutual cooperation of 5 skills, Xiaoke can fight with the Blue Scale Snake for a long time. In the end, in order to prevent Xiaoke from getting hurt, Xiao Yao still chose to let the guard robot end the life of the Blue Scale Snake. Although it is still difficult to defeat a bronze-level opponent now, Xiao Yao can confidently say that, Black Iron 4, Xiaoke who has mastered all skills is the invincible existence in Black Iron. Chapter 46 Robbery. On the weekend, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Tai'an Road was extremely quiet. No vehicles were seen passing by, and the dense grass on both sides swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. At this time, a black armored vehicle drove by. Brothers, when the mission is over, shall we go have a bowl of beef soup together? A burly man in a security uniform said with a smile. Okay. Boss, I got up too early in the morning, and I'm so hungry now. The team member replied with a smile. Zhao Yin touched the rifle in his hand, and looked out the window. It's really quiet on the weekend. At this time of year, Tai'an Road is very congested. So it's good to go out at this time, so we can finish it early and go home early. Zhao Yin nodded. All the people in this car are special security personnel of Yuhua Jewelry Group. Today's task is to escort the gems collected from the mine to the Yuhua Jewelry headquarters. They have performed such tasks hundreds of times, and never made any mistakes. So although everyone was fully armed today, they were more relaxed. Halfway through the journey, a big tree suddenly fell down in the middle of the road. The tires rubbed against the ground violently, leaving several long black marks. The people in the car staggered and almost fell down. What's going on? Zhao Yin shouted into the headset. Boss, a tree suddenly fell down in front of us, blocking the road. The driver's voice came. The tree fell? Zhao Yin felt a little uneasy. Everyone, be on alert. With Zhao Yin order, the 7 team members quickly entered combat mode. The safety pins on the guns were pulled, and the heavy machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles were loaded. They were all retired Special Forces soldiers, although they had not fought for many years, but their discipline and tactical qualities were fully demonstrated at this moment. The driver was also a member of the security team. He loaded his pistol and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, he saw a blue shadow flying out from the bushes next to him. What is this? The driver's eyes widened. looking at the monster in front of him in horror. It was a huge lizard, more than 1 meter tall, with dark blue skin, a row of barbs on its back, and faint electric sparks. Its eyes were fixed on the armored vehicle, as if it was observing something. "Boss, a monster has appeared. What should we do?" The driver's anxious voice came. "Monster? How could a monster appear here?" Jiaoyan panicked. "You should know that there are very few cases of wild monsters sneaking into the city in Longhua. Because the army has an extremely complete monitoring system, whether it is a flying monster or a burrowing monster, it is difficult to break through the system's monitoring. And the war beast is even more impossible. Which summoner dares to rob the things of Yuhua Jewelry Group? This is a top 500 company in the country, with strong power, and it is said that the chairman also has an official background. Even a platinum-level summoner dare not easily provoke it. But what on earth is this thing that has appeared now?" Jiaoyan forced himself to calm down, and quickly ordered, "Everyone open fire immediately. Zhu Zi, seek help from the headquarters. Whether it is a monster or a war beast, since it is blocking the armored vehicle, it must be an enemy." Luckily, black iron and bronze monsters are difficult to resist gun attacks, so they still have a chance to kill the enemy. But if this monster is silver, then they can only consider themselves unlucky. Jiaoyan's decision was decisive, but he was still a step slow. As he was speaking, the blue lizard launched an attack. Crackling lightning flashed on the lizard's back, and then a half-meter thick ball of lightning burst out from behind the lizard, hitting the rear of the armored vehicle. The lightning struck the armored vehicle, and the fuel tank exploded in less than half a second. Boom! With a loud bang, the violent explosion overturned the entire armored vehicle to the ground, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky. After half a minute, seeing that there was no movement in the car, a man in black clothes, a black hat, and a black mask climbed out of the bushes and slowly walked towards the armored vehicle. The blue lizard stuck out its bright red tongue and followed the man closer. The man put on a pair of strange glasses, then got into the car. Not long after, he came out carrying a large box. Cough, cough. The man coughed twice, walked to a farther place, and then said, "Mole, it's up to you next." Click, click, click. At this time, a pair of furry claws suddenly stretched out from under the cement floor, and a yellow mouse came out from the ground, and his hands kept turning, digging the hole in the ground bigger and bigger. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, the man smiled triumphantly. Jiaoyan climbed out of the car with difficulty. At this time, his face and arms were charred black, and it was almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. Just before the fuel tank was detonated, he held the explosion-proof shield in front of him. As the armored vehicle exploded, the strong shockwave blew him away, his head hit the car, and he fell into a coma instantly. Fortunately, the explosion-proof shield still worked, and he didn't die directly like his companions. Just now, he heard footsteps faintly in his ears, and then he woke up. When he climbed out of the car, he saw the man in black in front of him. Thinking of his friend who had died beside him for more than 10 years, Jiaoyan suppressed his anger and carefully placed the rifle on the ground without making any sound. Burrowing moles are really convenient. When the hole below was getting bigger and bigger, and it was big enough for one person to pass through, the man couldn't help but sigh at the convenience of the burrowing mole. Squeak! Less than a minute later, the mole came out of the ground again and gestured to the man. Got it. The man held a box to his chest and prepared to jump down. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The bullet passed through the man's shoulder blade, and a gorgeous blood flower bloomed. Ah! The man hugged his arm and screamed in pain. He turned around and saw a man covered in wounds, who had emerged from behind him at some point, his hand still on the trigger. You're looking for death. Thunder! Kill him! The man's eyes were red, and he roared angrily. The blue lizard stuck out its tongue, and the lightning flashed again on its back. And then the ball of lightning flew out and hit Jiaoyan directly. The crackling electric ball shocked Jiaoyan's whole body, and his eyes turned white. Brothers, I'm sorry. I didn't kill him. I apologize to you when we get down there. Although Jiaoyan was also from an ace unit and had extremely accurate shooting skills, he was seriously injured at this time. So when he shot, his hand still shook a little, and the bullet missed the vital point. Before he died, Jiaoyan saw a scene of his brothers laughing heartily. It looks like I can't drink this soup. His eyelids slowly closed, and Jiaoyan was silent. Damn it. You bastard. Fuck. The man covered his injured shoulder with one hand and kept cursing. Blood kept dripping down his shoulder. The man endured the pain, kicked the box down, and then jumped down the hole. After more than 10 seconds, there was a bang from the bottom of the hole. The mole dug the hole down and blocked the hole. 10 minutes later, the police car arrived. Chapter 47 Blood Tracking. It was obvious that this was a summoner who committed the crime, so the police quickly handed the case over to the law enforcement team. Captain Gua, I got the surveillance video. Yi Shirin handed the phone to Guijian. After Guijian finished watching the video, he frowned and said, Lightning Lizard and Gopher, Shirin, check the summoner database. Yi Shirin replied, Captain Gua, I checked, no summoner meets the requirements. No. Guijian frowned even deeper. The National Summoner Database contains almost all the information of summoners in Longwa. According to the type of war beast, the law enforcement team can quickly identify the summoner who has the same war beast. Since no summoner meets the requirements, it means that there is no summoner in Longwa who has both the lightning lizard and the mole. Zhang Chao said on the side, Captain Gua. It is possible that a gang committed the crime. The lightning lizard and the mole belong to two different summoners. Guijian nodded and said, Chao. Check all the nearby surveillance cameras to see if there are any suspicious people. In addition, the lightning lizard and the man in the video ran out from the green belts on both sides. They must have been ambushed in advance. Ask the police to carefully watch the videos of Taiyan Road yesterday and this morning, and try to determine the time of the ambush. Yes. After arranging Zhang Chao work, Guijian walked to the cave entrance, looking at the bloodstains scattered on the ground, couldn't help asking, Have you sent the bloodstains for identification? Yi Shirin nodded. It has been sent, but the results will take a few hours to come out. Guijian shook his head. The people have already run away a few hours ago. Half an hour has passed now. Have you determined the other party's escape route? Yi Shirin said helplessly. Captain Gua, this cave leads directly to the sewer system. You also know that our sewer system is large and complicated. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to catch someone. After hundreds of years of renovation, Longwa's sewer system has reached the point where it can be used by vehicles, which has greatly alleviated the drainage pressure. However, because of this, once some criminals escape into the sewer system, it is difficult to catch them. Generally speaking, few criminals can escape into the sewer pipes, because Longwa's sewer outlets are designed to be extremely hidden, and the entrance is very small, which is impossible for people to pass through. However, when encountering war beasts such as moles, sewer pipes become the best escape point for criminals. Guijian's face was heavy. This case involved a huge amount of money, which had already alarmed the top leaders of Yanqing. At the same time, Yuhua Jewelry Group also put pressure on the law enforcement team. If it was not handled properly, it would definitely hit the reputation of the law enforcement team. But as Yi Shirin said, the criminals escaped to the sewers, and catching them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What should we do? Guijian frowned, pacing back and forth at the scene. Captain Gua, I think there is someone who can help us. Jiao Jun said on the side. Is there anyone? Guijian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up, blurted out, Xiao Yao? Yes. Jiao Jun nodded. He still remembered that it was Xiao Yao who helped them locate Xieshan. And today's scene is so similar to that time. Guijian nodded excitedly. Yes, Xiao Yao does have this ability, I will contact him now. Guijian took out his mobile phone, and was about to call Xiao Yao, but suddenly his hand paused, thought for a few seconds, and dialed a different number. Captain Xiao, I have something to report to you. At this time, Xiao Yao had already gotten up, and was running around the artificial lake in front of the community. No one was doing morning exercises on the weekend, so he simply summoned Xiaoke to run with him. Xiaoke looked like a wolf dog, just a little bigger, so even if someone saw him, they wouldn't be too panicked. Hoo as Xiao Yao controlled his breathing and ran quickly, while Xiaoke followed him, occasionally stopping to drink a few sips of lake water, but soon catching up with Xiao Yao's pace. Ding ding, the phone in his trouser pocket rang, and Xiao Yao took out his phone with some confusion. It was the weekend. Who would call him at this time? Uncle Guo looking at the name on the caller ID. Xiao Yao was even more confused. Hello? Uncle Guo? Xiao Yao. A robbery occurred on Taiyan Road half an hour ago. The perpetrator was a summoner. Now I need your help. Please rush to Taiyan Road as soon as possible. In addition, I have reported to Captain Xiao, and he also agreed that you can participate in this case. Guijian said quickly. Okay. Uncle Guo, I'll be there right away. Xiao Yao hung up the phone, touched Xiaoke's head. Xiaoke, it's time for you to play a role again. Even if Guijian didn't say it, he could guess that Guijian wanted to use Xiaoke's blood-hunting ability to lock the enemy. A wish Xiaoke roared excitedly. As soon as he heard there was work to do, he immediately got excited. What a motivated and good employee. Xiao Yao took Xiaoke back to the beast control space, and quickly took a taxi to Tian Road. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao arrived at the scene of the crime, while Guijian, Yishirin and Jiao Jun were already waiting at the scene. Xiao Yao, quickly, see if your war beast can lock the perpetrator. Without even time to greet, Guijian directly pulled Xiao Yao to the cave entrance, pointing at a pool of blood on the ground and said. Xiao Yao nodded, and summoned Xiaoke again. After Xiaoke appeared, he smelled the blood on the ground for a while, and then communicated with Xiao Yao in his mind. The smell of blood is very light, we need to act as soon as possible. Xiao Yao told Guijian about Xiaoke's idea. Then let's set off quickly. Shirin Aju and move. Guijian first summoned his own flowing fire locust to explore the way ahead. The flowing fire locust was not big, just right for getting into the hole. After the flowing fire locust confirmed that there was no problem below, Guijian took the lead and slid down the hole directly. Xiao Yao, Xiaoke, Yishirin, Jiao Jun followed closely behind. Sliding down the hole, Xiao Yao found himself in the sewer pipe. The stench from the pipe made his stomach churn. His sense of smell was several times more sensitive than that of a normal person, and the stench almost made him vomit his breakfast. Here, put on a mask. Yishirin handed a black mask to Xiao Yao. After putting on the mask, the stench was much lighter, and Xiao Yao finally recovered. Xiaoke, it's up to you next. Xiaoke nodded. The stench did not affect his sense of smell. He smelled the blood, and ran quickly with everyone. At the same time, Yishirin and Jiao Jun also summoned their war beasts. Bronze 5 black feather kite, bronze 4 yellow-backed leopard ran along the pipeline for a long time. Around dozens of bends. And finally Xiaoke felt that the smell was extremely strong. This meant that the perpetrator was not far away. After running for a while, Xiaoke suddenly stopped and communicated with Xiao Yao. What's going on? Guijian asked. Xiao Yao pointed to the fork in the road ahead. Xiaoke said there was the smell of 2 people here. The injured one went to the left, and the other went to the right. Is there another person? It seems that Zhang Chao's guess is correct. Guijian pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Yao, and I will go to the left, Shirin and Ajuan will go to the right. The injured person is the most important. He needs to capture this person personally. He brought Xiao Yao because Xiao Yao's strength is the weakest. It is safer for him to take him personally. Yes. Soon, the 4 people began to act separately. Chapter 48 Silver Level Battle. Xian Fei covered the wound on his shoulder, leaning against the wall and groaning in pain. Zhao Yin's shot penetrated his shoulder blade, causing a serious penetrating wound. Now his shoulder is still bleeding. If he was not a silver-level summoner, his physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, he would have died from excessive blood loss. Lao Zhang, hurry up. Xian Fei glanced at his phone. His companion Zhang Lei had left for more than 10 minutes. Because there was no way to stop the bleeding in this environment. Xian Fei could only ask Zhang Lei to bring back some hemostatic drugs for him after he was far away from the crime scene. The mole was Zhang Lei war beast, so he could dig a passage upwards and return to the ground. As he was injured, once he appeared in the city, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Of course, Xian Fei was also cautious. He put the box he robbed next to him, so he didn't worry about Zhang Lei abandoning him. Hiss. After stopping, the intense pain came like a tide. Xian Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Damn thing, fuck. When Xian Fei thought of being shot by an ordinary person, he felt regretful and angry. He wanted to pull Zhao Yin's body over and whip it 100 times. Hiss hiss hiss, the lightning lizard stood in front of Xian Fei like a guard, swallowing its bright red tongue, and scanning the surroundings with its fish eyes. Suddenly, its body trembled violently, and it quickly assumed a fighting stance. Seeing the appearance of the lightning lizard, Xian Fei was shocked, and quickly summoned all his war beasts. Snap! The sound of dense footsteps rang out. Xian Fei stood up with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Found you. Seeing Xian Fei standing in front of him, Guijian was delighted. At the same time, he summoned all his war beasts. Who are you? In the dim environment, Xian Fei could not see the law enforcement uniform on Guijian. Yinqing Law Enforcement Team Guijian. Guijian replied calmly. Law enforcement team? Xian Fei panicked. How could the law enforcement team find him so quickly? It was almost an hour since the crime was committed. He ran so far and took dozens of turns. How did this person find him? Since I caught you, I think you should surrender, Guijian said coldly, seeing the 3 war beasts in front of the other party. Guijian understood that the other party was a silver-level summoner like himself. But there were also differences in strength among silver-level summoners. Obviously, Guijian was extremely confident in his war beast. At this time, Xiaoyao was hiding in the distance, secretly observing the situation ahead. The system also displayed the information of the war beasts of both sides. War beast name Flowing Fire Locust, War beast level Silver, level 5 War beast skills Flowing Fire Missile, Flowing Fire Cage. War beast name Ice Turtle, War beast level Silver, level 3 War beast skills Ice Breath, Ice Armor. War beast name Iron Armor Beast, War beast level Bronze, level 5 War beast skills Savage Impact. These 3 are Guijian war beasts. The war beast on the opposite side was slightly inferior. War beast name Lightning Lizard, War beast level Silver, level 3 War beast skill Lightning Cannon, Lightning Acceleration. War beast name Purple Back Centipede, War beast level Silver, level 1 War beast skill Poison Mist Spray, Iron Tail Hook. War beast name Phantom Wolf, War beast level Bronze, level 1 War beast skill Phantom Clone. It was obvious that this summoner was not as strong as Guijian. Xiaoyao put aside his worries and moved a few steps closer to the wall, only stretching out a pair of eyes to observe the situation ahead. You won't talk? Guijian's voice became colder. Since you won't talk, don't blame me for being rude. Do it. Guijian gave the order in his mind. Bang! The fire locust flapped its wings, and a series of flames spit out from its mouthparts, shooting directly at the lightning lizard. At the same time, the ice turtle faced the purple back centipede, and the iron-armored beast faced the phantom wolf. Bang bang! For a moment, a fierce battle broke out in the pipe. Flames, lightning, cold fog, poisonous gas, and the sound of flesh colliding. Xiaoyao watched with great interest from a distance. Not long after the battle, Guijian Fang gained the upper hand. The advantage of the flowing fire locust was not small. On the one hand, his level was higher than that of the lightning lizard, and the flowing fire cage could well limit the acceleration of the lightning lizard. The fire and lightning were colliding, and the fire obviously had the upper hand. On the other hand, the ice turtle perfectly restrained the purple back centipede. The poison mist spray was a very powerful skill. If the poison gas was inhaled into the body, even the silver-level war beast would inevitably be poisoned and injured, but it was a pity that the purple back centipede encountered the ice turtle, which had the ability to master the turtle's breath. The ice turtle can fight its opponent without breathing for a period of time. The tail hook of the purple back centipede cannot penetrate the ice turtle's shell, and it can only survive under the icy breath. The last group's battle was even more disparate. One was a bronze 5 level armored beast, and the other was a bronze 1 level phantom wolf. Not to mention the level crushing, the phantom wolf had no effective means of attack at all. Even if it could transform into several phantoms to attack at the same time, it could not break through the heavy defense of the armored beast. Moreover, the iron beast is not just a tank that can only defend. It has weapons all over its body, sharp claws, sharp teeth, and a tail like a steel whip. Especially the tail, when it is swung behind it, the sound is like a firecracker, making the phantom wolf retreat obediently, not daring to get hit at all. Less than 2 minutes into the battle, Qian Fei's several war beasts are in danger, and the decline is already exposed. No, we will lose if we continue like this. At this time, Qian Fei was in a state of confusion. He was also an experienced summoner, so he could naturally see the situation in front of him. If this continues, Lei Dian and the others won't be able to hold out for much longer. But what should I do? If it were normal times, Qian Fei would still dare to find an opportunity to get close to the opponent's summoner and fight in close combat. He carried a short knife with him, which was a unique skill he had practiced for a long time, and it was difficult for ordinary summoners to resist his superb knife skills. But now his arm was injured, let alone fighting. It was considered physically strong to not faint. Qian Fei looked around anxiously, trying to find a way to escape. At this moment, his eyes flashed. Who is that? Although the environment was dark, Qian Fei still spotted Xiaoyao in the distance. At this time, Xiaoyao was so fascinated that half of his body was exposed. Are there any other people? Qian Fei narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. If that person is also from the law enforcement team, why not attack together? Maybe because he is too weak. Joining him would be a burden? Through the lightning and fire, Qian Fei saw Xiaoyao's young face, which reaffirmed his thoughts. Maybe this is my chance. Qian Fei was certain in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he made a plan to escape. Huh? 5 phantom wolves appeared around the armored beast, and at the same time, they waved their claws to grab forward. Snap! The wolf claws hit the armored beast, making a sound of metal clashing. The armored beast closed one eye, and the scales on its eyelids blocked the phantom wolf's attack. It turned out that only the phantom wolf in front of the armored beast was real. At the moment the phantom wolf hit, the other phantoms burst and disappeared like bubbles. Roar! The iron beast roared, and swung its claws forward to slap. The phantom wolf ducked, and narrowly avoided the blow, and at the same time, he pushed the ground with his limbs, and distanced himself from the iron beast again. Who? The phantom wolf panted heavily. The iron thing in front of him was too hard, and even though he used all his strength, he couldn't break the opponent's defense. Suddenly, the phantom wolf's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath, and crouched slightly to rush towards the iron beast again. Roar! The iron beast roared, and rushed towards the phantom wolf. Wow! When it was about to collide with the iron beast, the phantom wolf suddenly transformed into 2 phantoms. One of them collided with the iron beast and instantly burst and disappeared like a bubble, while the other passed through the side of the iron beast and quickly ran to the back. What was it doing? The iron beast looked at the back of the phantom wolf in confusion. Was he going to run away? But his master was still there. Not good. Looking at the direction where the phantom wolf left, Guijian's face changed drastically. Chapter 49: The Tyranny of Endless Boundaries. At this time, Xiao Yao was concentrating on watching the battle ahead. The silver level is indeed the watershed of war beasts. After reaching the silver level, war beasts cannot be dealt with by ordinary firearms. And after upgrading to the silver level, even the wild beasts, a large part of them will be able to master the power of elements, directly evolving from a crude warrior to a genius who practices both magic and beasts. But it is estimated that Xiaoke has no chance to master the power of elements, but being a crude warrior is also good. Maybe he can evolve into a martial god. At that time, I must find 10 or 8 wives for Xiaoke, among whom there must be a wolf princess. Just when Xiao Yao's thoughts wandered, and he was about to arrange a marriage for Xiaoke, he suddenly heard Xiaoke roar. What's wrong? Xiao Yao came back to his senses and looked forward, and then his body suddenly tensed. Damn, why is this thing coming at me? Not far away, the phantom wolf was rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Its wolf eyes were dark green, like a ghost. Xiaoke roared, and his body burst out at a very fast speed and passed by Xiao Yao. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps as dense as drumbeats sounded. 2 figures, one gray and one black, rushed towards each other, and were about to collide. Xiaoke, endless binding. When he was about 10 meters away from the phantom wolf, Xiao Yao quickly ordered. Endless binding. Warwick jumps forward. Jump speed and distance are affected by movement speed, suppresses the first enemy he encounters, causing additional damage, and triggers Warwick's attack effects 3 times. At the same time, Warwick will receive the healing amount of all the damage during this skill. Xiaoke kicked his hind legs, and his body flew into the air, and instantly pounced in front of the phantom wolf, and pressed it to the ground, and then the wolf claws wantonly waved on the phantom wolf's face, leaving more than a dozen bloody scars. And the phantom wolf seemed to be in a coma, with his eyes closed, and did not resist at all. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction behind him. This is the tyranny of endless restraint. Even an enemy who is 1 level higher than Xiaoke cannot escape the forced effect of suppression. 3 seconds later, the phantom wolf's eyes suddenly opened, and he could not help but let out a fierce roar. Boom! After all, it was a bronze-level war beast. The phantom wolf kicked its hind legs and directly kicked Xiaoke off him. Xiaoke stood firm. His eyes turned extremely blood-red, and he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp wolf teeth. The phantom wolf climbed up and glared at Xiaoke. The dozen or so scars on his face deeply stimulated his nerves. A pair of dark green eyes revealed violence and madness. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps were heard not far away. Xiao Yao looked closely, and saw that it was Guijian's armored beast running towards him. Xiaoke, stick to him. As long as the armored beast arrives, 2 versus 1 will definitely kill the phantom wolf. At this time, Xiaoke only needs to delay it for a few seconds. Because he has challenged the bronze 1 level green-scaled snake, Xiao Yao is full of confidence in Xiaoke. The phantom wolf's eyes flashed with anxiety. The master's order was to let him catch the human, but now, he was stopped by a black iron level fellow. If the plan failed, he and his 2 other brothers would also die. Thinking of this, the Phantom Wolf became ruthless and directly mobilized the remaining energy in his body to pounce on Xiaoyao. Xiaoku, prepare to scream. Xiaoyao saw through the Phantom Wolf's purpose at a glance. He was not panicked and directly asked Xiaoku to retreat in front of him and wait for the enemy's attack. Sure enough, when the Phantom Wolf was about to approach Xiaoku, his body shook violently. And then 2 identical Phantom Wolves appeared. One pounced on Xiaoku, and the other wanted to pass by Xiaoku and rush towards Xiaoyao. Awah! Xiaoku raised his head and howled. In an instant, the Phantom Wolf in front of Xiaoku was directly destroyed, and the other one turned around in panic, as if it had seen the most terrifying monster in the world, and ran behind him. Boom! At this time, a black shadow hit the Phantom Wolf directly like a tank, knocking it away more than 10 meters. Cluck! 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 The Phantom Wolf lay on the ground, coughing up blood. His bones had been smashed by the armored beast, his organs were ruptured, and he was about to die. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and he felt a sharp pain in his neck. It turned out that Xiaoku took advantage of this opportunity to rush over and bit the Phantom Wolf's artery. The Phantom Wolf looked at the direction of its master in despair. Not long after, it completely lost its life. Experience plus 30 Black Iron level 4, 100/300, there are still 30 experience points. Which is not bad. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He thought that the experience points he got from K this time would not be too much. But he didn't expect that there were still 30 points. Of course, if Xiaoku could kill the Phantom Wolf alone, the experience points he would get would definitely be higher. However, with Xiaoku's current strength, it is still difficult for him to challenge the bronze-level war beast. It is already very good to be able to pick up a leak. In the distance, Qian Fei held his head with one hand, kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. The soul-tearing feeling brought by the death of the war beast is difficult for the summoner to bear. At the same time, Guijian also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaoyao was not in trouble. Otherwise he would be miserable. Damn it, do you have to be so scary? Guijian glared at Qian Fei in front of him. It's all your fault, just wait for me. As Qian Fei fell to his knees, the Thunder Lizard and the Purple-backed Centipede also began to lose their composure. The souls were connected, and the 2 beasts could naturally feel the master state. After learning that the Phantom Wolf was dead, both the Thunder Lizard and the Purple-backed Centipede felt a sense of sadness and panic. The partner who had been with them for many years died, the master was seriously injured, and the powerful enemy was eyeing them covetously. In such a situation, the 2 war beasts could not help but feel desperate. Bang! Just when the Lightning Lizard was slightly stunned, a fire bomb from the Flowing Fire Locust hit its eyes directly. Roar! The Lightning Lizard took a few steps back, and a lion-like roar came out of its mouth. But at this time, the Flowing Fire Locust was relentless and shot another fire bomb directly into the mouth of the Lightning Lizard. Bang! The fireball exploded, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Lightning Lizard was knocked to the ground by this fatal blow, and its body trembled violently, and it kept screaming like a beast. On the other side, the Purple-backed Centipede was not feeling well either. The breath of the ice turtle made its limbs stiff, and its body was about to lose control. Crack! The ice turtle suddenly stretched out its head and bit off the frozen brittle shell. Squeak! The Purple-backed Centipede's body tensed, and its tail hook swung, stabbing at the ice turtle's head. Crack! At the critical moment, the ice turtle retracted its head and blocked the attack with its thick shell. The head retracted into the shell, and the ice turtle's mouth bulged, and a ball of blue ice mist flew forward. At this time, the Purple-backed Centipede could no longer control its body. It watched the ice mist cover its whole body, and then turned into a cold sculpture. Puff! The simultaneous death of the 3 war beasts was too much for Qian Fei to bear. Coupled with excessive blood loss, he spurted a large mouthful of blood and fainted directly. Chapter 50. The whole story of the case. Thump! Thump! Xiaoyao and Xiaoku, the armored beast, ran over from a distance. Uncle Gua, is he dead? Looking at Qian Fei lying on the ground without a sound, Xiaoyao was stunned. Is he really dead? The clue would be broken. On the way here, Guijian told him the whole story, and a few of them came to a conclusion. There must be someone else behind this. Because the route of the Yuhua group to escort the gems is random, it will only be finalized the night before. The criminal was able to lie in wait in advance, which shows that someone must have leaked the information behind the scenes. The most likely possibility is that it was an internal employee. He's not dead, he just fainted. Guijian shook his head. He picked up the box at Qian Fei's feet and patted the outer shell of the box. He heard the sound of gems colliding inside, and then he put the box down. Xiao Yao mouth twitched. Uncle Guo, aren't you afraid of breaking the gems? Guijian saw Xiao Yao's expression and explained, Yuhua Group said that. What was robbed this time were precious minerals, not jade, don't worry. Oregon? No wonder. There are many precious mines in Longwu, which specialize in producing special ores, such as red flame stone, obsidian, green eye stone. After being polished, these ores are not only beautiful in style, which is not inferior to jade, but also have their own magnetic field, which can be beneficial to the human body if worn for a long time. This is also the raw material that Yuhua Jewelry Group often buys. Uncle Guo, what are we doing now? Are we going to take him back the same way? No, that would be too time-consuming. Guijian shook his head, took out his phone, clicked a few times, and said, I sent out our location. Someone will be here soon. Okay. About 5 minutes later, Xiao's ears moved, and he howled loudly at the pipe on one side. Relax. Our people are here, Guijian said with a smile. Sure enough, half a minute later, Xiao Yao heard the sound of metal corrosion, and then a huge head emerged from the pipe wall. Name of War Beast Sandworm. War Beast level silver 4 War Beast skills digging instinct, strong acid corrode sandworm. It turned out to be this thing. This is a sandworm more than 2 meters thick, with a chrysanthemum-like mouth, revealing a circle of ferocious sharp teeth. The sandworm slowly drilled out of the pipe mouth, and then fell to the ground. After the sandworm, a middle-aged man also jumped down from the pipe mouth. Uncle Wang? Xiao Yao shouted in surprise. The man in front of him, with a slightly protruding belly and kind eyes, is called Wang Dihao, also the captain of the 3rd team of the law enforcement team, has a very good relationship with Shaoli, and often comes to visit his home. He has a kind and mature personality, and is deeply loved by his subordinates in the law enforcement team. Among the team leaders of the law enforcement team, Xiao Yao likes Uncle Wang, who speaks slowly the most. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wang came in person. Generally speaking, the cases of the law enforcement team will be assigned to different teams for handling, and it is rare that different teams will handle a case together. But maybe this case has too much impact, so 2 team leaders are involved. Xiao Yao, I heard that Lao Guo was able to catch the man this time. All thanks to you. Wang Dihao smiled slightly, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into a slit. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, No. I am only responsible for finding people. I can't get involved in the battle. Wang Dihao laughed. Uncle Wang, if there are similar cases in the future, I will trouble you again. No problem. Xiao Yao patted his chest and said, Old Wang, stop talking nonsense. I want to take the person back for interrogation as soon as possible. Guijian handed the box in his hand to Wang Dihao, and then carried Qian Fei on his shoulder. Then let's go quickly. The ropes have been tied. Wang Dihao pointed to the rope hanging at the entrance of the cave. Then, Guijian, Xiao Yao, and Wang Dihao took back the war beast and returned to the ground along the rope. At this time, the law enforcement team had already surrounded the entrance of the cave. After Guijian and his men came up, they drove directly to send them back to the law enforcement team base. When the car was halfway through, Qian Fei had already woken up. His face was gray. His eyes were empty, and his whole body was like a soulless shell. He sat there without saying a word, and even the increasingly painful wound could not change his expression. After arriving at the law enforcement team base, Guijian first arranged for a doctor to treat Qian Fei's wounds, and then found a war beast with healing ability, and quickly healed his wounds. During this process, Qian Fei was sluggish, and did not react at all. Is he stupid? Xiao Yao saw Qian Fei's expression, and could not help but guess. After the war beast died, the summoner's soul would be hurt. Most summoners would have headaches, dizziness, and even coma, but they would be relieved after resting. After a few years, the soul damage will be restored, and the summoner can recontract a new war beast. However, there are a few unlucky ones who, after the war beast dies, become idiots or vegetatives directly because of soul damage. This guy can't be so unlucky. Guijian also noticed Qian Fei's expression, but he just snorted coldly. Some summoner criminals, after being arrested, try to evade legal responsibility by pretending to be stupid, whether they are really stupid or not. An old law enforcement officer like him can tell at a glance. After the treatment, Guijian took Qian Fei to the interrogation room and began to interrogate him. At first, Qian Fei was in a dazed state and did not speak no matter what he was asked. However, as Guijian put pressure on him step by step, he finally broke through Qian Fei's psychological defenses and made him confess everything. As Guijian guessed, this incident was a conspiracy between a senior executive of Yuhua Group and Qian Fei and his partner Zhang Lei. Qian Fei and the senior executive were junior high school classmates. Although one was a summoner and the other was an ordinary person, the two had a good relationship. Recently, Qian Fei has taken a fancy to the Thunder Flame Crystal at the auction house. If the Lightning Lizard uses the Thunder Flame Crystal, it can easily break through to the 5th silver level, and there is even a small chance that it can reach the gold level. However, the price of the Thunder Flame Crystal is too expensive, requiring more than 8 million, which he simply cannot afford. On the other hand, the executive also owed tens of millions of debts due to gambling addiction. So the two hit it off and planned this robbery. At the same time, Qian Fei also brought in his longtime friend Zhang Lei, because in their plan, they needed a war beast that could burrow into the ground. And Zhang Lei, who had a burrowing rat, was obviously a good partner. Zhang Lei was also greedy, so Qian Fei gave him a little test, and he agreed. In this way, the three of them carried out the gem robbery. If Zhao Yan hadn't shot Qian Fei with a cold gun, and if Xiao Yao hadn't participated, I'm afraid the plan of these three people would have succeeded. After getting the result, Zhang Jianli immediately notified the Yanqing Police Department to arrest the executive, and issued a citywide wanted warrant for Zhang Lei. In Longhua, a country with cameras everywhere and real name registration for everything. Unless Zhang Lei went to the wild to be a wild man, he would be caught sooner or later. Chapter 51. My son Xiao Yao has the potential to be a king. After the matter was settled, Xiao Yao ran to Xiaoli office. Dang dang dang. Enter. Is the matter settled? Xiaoli saw Xiao Yao coming in, put down the teacup in his hand, and said with a smile, "It's settled. Not only did we catch the person, but the accomplice also confessed." Xiao Yao sat down, with a somewhat proud expression. Although he was not the one who interrogated the person, he played a big role in the process of catching him, so after the matter was settled, he was also full of a sense of accomplishment. Xiaoli sat up straight and said with interest, "Tell me, how did you catch him?" Xiao Yao smiled and described the whole process of the arrest vividly. After listening to Xiao Yao's story, Xiaoli nodded in appreciation. Xiaoku ability is really amazing. No wonder Guijianli called me immediately to ask you to come and help when something happened. Uncle Wang also said today that he would ask me for help in the future. Xiaoli smiled and said, "You, a non-staff member, have become a hot commodity. It's better to participate more. This is a good training opportunity for you." Xiao Yao nodded. Indeed, if he hadn't participated in this arrest operation, he didn't know that the sewer system of Yanqing and even Longhua was so developed. It was so large and winding. It was just like an underground maze. And this operation plus the previous operation of arresting Siege of the Shadow Society gave him a lot of experience. As long as safety is guaranteed, this kind of good thing is naturally the more the better. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how is Xiaoka training progress? Xiaoli picked up the teacup and asked casually. Not bad. Already Black Iron level 4. Xiao Yao replied. Black Iron level 4. Level 4? Xiaoli paused, his mouth twitching slightly. It's only been 3 months since the awakening, and it's already Black Iron level 4? Could it be that my Xiao family is also a Lost King family? What's wrong? Dad? Are you scared by my training speed? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. Quite proud. Xiaoli pretended to be calm and drank the tea in the cup, and said seriously, this speed can only be said to be okay. For example, the children of the Grandmaster family, or the Master family, their upgrade speed is even more exaggerated than yours. So don't be proud and complacent. More exaggerated than me? Xiao Yao stopped talking immediately. Even if he cheats, he can't beat others. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the geniuses in this world. Seeing Xiao Yao's shocked look, Xiaoli was happy in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be calm, and said, go home first if you are fine. Okay, then I go home first. Dad. Xiao Yao waved his hand, quite a bit bored. Huh? Walking out of the door, looking at the endless blue sky, Xiao Yao took a deep breath. His heart was filled with fighting spirit again. So what if I'm a genius? With the support of the system, I believe I will become the best summoner. After Xiao Yao left, Xiaoli's mouth corners slowly rose, rising, and finally burst into laughter. Ha ha, silly son, what a bullshit master, the children of the master's family, how can they compare with you? Xiaoli knew very well that even if someone could really upgrade the war beast to Black Iron 4, or even Black Iron 5 within 3 months, it must be fed with natural treasures, or the essence of high-level monsters. This kind of improvement cannot be said to be bad. But it will definitely have an impact on the foundation of the war beast. At least its fighting instinct and fighting skills must be weaker than those war beasts that have grown to the same level step by step. Generally speaking, big families will not adopt this kind of forcing method to cultivate elite children. However, Xiao Yao relied entirely on himself to cultivate the war beast to Black Iron level 4. This talent, this potential. My son Xiao Yao has the appearance of a king. Xiaoli drank a sip of tea to calm his excitement. The king is a joke. After all, Dragon Country hasn't produced a king summoner for hundreds of years. But Xiaoli believes that as long as Xiao Yao can grow steadily, at least diamond is not a problem. And master is also possible. But the master is not simply based on qualifications. The most important thing is to look at personal opportunities. Well, I dare not think about this for the time being. But I am still happy. My Xiao family may also become a master family. Xiaoli couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Picked up the phone and called, Old Gua. I heard that you have settled the matter. Well, not bad. Call Lao Wang tonight, and a few captains who are free, I will treat everyone to a drink. What good news? Nothing good, I just saw that you have made a contribution, so let's celebrate. Okay, that's it. Why did Captain Xiao look for you? Wang Bihao asked. Guijian put the phone back in his trouser pocket. Captain Xiao said he would treat a few captains to dinner tonight. Why? It's because I made a contribution today. After saying that, even Guijian himself laughed. He had handled many cases like this, and he had never seen Captain Xiao invite everyone to dinner for this. However, he also vaguely guessed something. In the sewer pipe, he saw with his own eyes how Xiao Yao War Beast pressed the bronze-level Phantom Wolf under him, and later killed the other party with his own hands. It was hard to imagine that this was a child who had just awakened for less than half a year. What a little monster. Zhang Jian sighed in his heart. Okay. Then I notify him. Wang Bihao didn't bother to care about what Xiaoli was thinking. Anyway, everyone hadn't had dinner together for a long time. And the new year was coming soon. So he could celebrate it in advance. The weekend ended quickly, and Xiao Yao returned to school, and started his daily training again. Everyone, assemble. Coach Shou gave an order, and the students quickly lined up, waiting to be spoken. Today I will announce something very important. Important? The students were shocked, and pricked up their ears. The day after tomorrow, Yinqing City will hold a wilderness survival trial specifically for high school summoners, for a period of 7 days, and all students will volunteer to participate. Wild survival trial? 7 days. Many people recall the last 3-day trial. 3 days of outdoor life was hard enough. At the end, my body almost stunk. 7 days was not enough to kill me. Many people who love cleanliness began to back out. Of course, for students who can persist in completing the 7-day trial, the city will give a certain reward. Reward? There is a reward for persisting for 7 days? The reward from Yinqing City must be good. Hearing that there is a reward, many people immediately became excited. However, the format this time is different from the last time. There is no leader this time. You are completely on your own. However, a maximum of 2 people are allowed to form a team to participate in the trial. No leader? A boy asked directly, Coach, what if we encounter a very strong monster? Coach Shou said calmly, then it will test your strength and luck. This trial is still voluntary. You need to sign a death agreement before participating. Go back and discuss it with your parents today, and give the final answer tomorrow. After Coach Shou finished speaking, he disbanded the team, leaving the students to discuss on their own. Wow, without a leader, we'd be dead if we're lucky. I don't think my parents will agree. I'd better give up. My life is more important. After hearing the format of the trial, many students backed out. Chapter 52 Second Trial Location Xiaojun Mountain. Xiao Yao, are you going? Su Xingliang asked. You? Xiao Yao asked back. If you go, I go too. Can we team up? I hold on to your big brother. Su Xingliang was quite relaxed. Xiao Yao laughed. Don't worry, brother will take you flying. At this time, Lu Lei came over, seeing Su Xingliang's smiling face, pointed at him and shouted, "You bastard, holding on to your big brother again." Su Xingliang puffed out his chest. "If you have a big brother, you can do whatever you want. If you don't accept it, why don't you find one? Look for your uncle." Lu Lei replied sourly. "Xiao Yao is a great player who can completely defeat the Iron Rhino of Black Iron level 3. Where can I find such a big player?" Xiao Yao said embarrassedly. "Lazy. Liang Yang has been my best friend for 7 years. And this time we can only form a team of 2. So, don't worry. Everyone in the class knows the relationship between you two. We have also formed a team," Lu Lei said casually. Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and said nothing more. He has a good relationship with everyone in the gossip team. They are not only high school classmates for 3 years, but also teammates. And they have a deep relationship. He is worried that directly choosing Su Xingliang as a teammate will make others uncomfortable. It's just that Su Xingliang is his best friend for 7 years. And this time, they are teaming up with 2 people. He will definitely not choose anyone else. "Are you all going? Who will team up with whom?" Xiao Yao asked. "Xingyi and I. Li Ming and Wang Jieqi. Li Ming Chameleon has reached Black Iron level 2 and has the strongest attack power, which is a perfect match for Wang Jieqi Enchanted Butterfly." Xiao Yao nodded. These 2 pairs are also very reasonable. Lu Lei Lightning Falcon and Li Ming Chameleon have both reached Black Iron level 2. And Xingyi Bullet Rat and Wang Jieqi Enchanted Butterfly are also on the verge of a breakthrough, which is just right for one to pair with another. But you guys decided to go so quickly. Xiao Yao was a little surprised. After all, this trial was quite dangerous. Many students gave up directly, and their 4 companies were already divided, which shows how quickly the decision was made. Lu Lei curled his lips. "We all believe one thing. Since all the senior high school students in the city are participating, then most of them are Black Iron level 1, level 2. Anyway, everyone is at this level. There is nothing to be afraid of. Can the city kill all the students? That makes sense." Su Xingliang couldn't help but nod. Xiao Yao said, "That's right. I also think it won't be as dangerous as Lao Zhou said. Let's deal with it as it happens." Lu Lei shrugged and said, "Anyway, I think we must be no worse than other schools." "That's right." Xiao Yao recognized Lu Lei's confidence. Yanqing No. 1 High School is not only the top high school in Yanqing, but also has Coach Zhou, a master who is suspected to be at the gold level. To coach them, they must be the best among all the students. At this time, the teaching assistants came over and handed out the death agreement to all the students. "Okay, everyone keep the agreement. If you want to participate in the trial, ask your parents to sign it and hand it in tomorrow. Now continue training," Coach Zhou said. The young people, with many complex emotions such as curiosity, fear, and excitement, started another day of training. When he returned home in the evening, Xiao Yao told his parents about the trial. After reading the death agreement, Lu Hui said worriedly, "Is it too dangerous?" "Don't worry," Xiao Li said with ease. "It may be a little dangerous for others, but for our son, it is not dangerous at all." "Oh, not dangerous at all?" Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, "Dad, do you know any inside information?" Xiao Li smiled and said, "I do know some information, but I can't tell you everything. I can only say that the monsters in this trial are no higher than Black Iron level 5. No higher than Black Iron level 5. This time it's safe." Xiao Yao immediately felt relieved. Xiaoku is now invincible below the bronze level. Even the Black Iron level 5 monster is not enough for him to fight with one hand. "Dad, do you know what the reward the city has prepared this time?" Before participating, Xiao Yao already wanted to know the final reward. "There is no way. The strength is here. The reward is in the bag. It is only a matter of time to get it." Xiao Li shook his head. "I don't know, but it must be a good thing." "Good stuff. Even my dad said it was good stuff." Xiao Yao was looking forward to it even more. After hearing what Xiao Li said, Lu Hui also put down her worries. However, she still advised, "Prepare more food this time. Last time it was only 3 days, and I lost weight after coming back. This time it's 7 days, so you must prepare enough food." "I know, Mom. Last time, I still had no experience in the trial, and the materials were not fully prepared. But this time Xiao Yao learned his lesson and planned to go to the store tomorrow to pick carefully. This time we're teaming up with 2 people. Is Liang Liang your teammate?" Xiao Li asked. "Of course." Xiao Li smiled. These two kids have been classmates from junior high school to high school, and now they've both become summoners. They're really destined to be together. How strong is Liang Liang? I remember his war beast is a gray shadow cat. Not bad. 2 months ago, he was Iron 2. I guess he's not far from Iron 3 now. Really? Then Liang Liang has good potential. Xiao Li was a little surprised and said, if Liang Liang can reach Black Iron level 5 before the college entrance examination, then he will be able to go to Kyoto University. Black Iron level 4 will also have a certain chance. Then you two can be together again. Xiao Li was absolutely confident that Xiao Yao could go to Kyoto University. But if Liang Liang could also go to Kyoto University, it would be better for the two children to support each other. Xiao Yao thought for a while and said, I think before the college entrance examination, Black Iron level 4 should not be a problem for Liang Liang. But Black Iron level 5 is indeed difficult. Xiao Li smiled. In that case, you two must perform well in this trial, get rewards, and have a chance to reach Black Iron level 5. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Dad, do you know? Hey, I don't know anything. Xiao Li waved his hand. Dad, I understand. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows and said, thank you, Dad. You little brat. I didn't say anything. Xiao Li laughed and scolded, and then asked, how many people in your class will participate? Xiao Yao thought for a moment. Based on my observation today, I guess it's a little more than half. Is that so? Xiao Li raised his lips. If that's the case, I guess old Joe will be embarrassed. Old Joe? Xiao Yao asked quickly. Dad, do you know Coach Zhou? Xiao Li said, there are only these people in Yanqing who are at the gold level, and everyone knows each other. Coach Zhou is really at the gold level. It seems that my guess was right. Xiao Yao was a little confused again. Why is Coach Zhou embarrassed? Also, why would Coach Zhou, a gold level expert, come to be a coach at number 1 high school? Xiao Li said mysteriously. I can't tell you this. Okay. Seeing that Xiao Li didn't want to say it, Xiao Yao didn't ask any more questions. But Dad, you can always tell me the location of this trial. It's okay to tell you this. I won't tell you tomorrow if I don't tell you. Xiao Li said. The venue for this trial is set at Shaojun Mountain. Chapter 53 on the eve of the trial. Shaojun Mountain. Xiao Yao knew this place. Shaojun Mountain is located in the southwest of Yanqing. It is an important barrier for Yanqing to resist the barren plains. As the first line of defense against wild monsters, Shaojun Mountain is heavily guarded by troops, and no one is allowed to approach. The city has also made great efforts this time. Before you enter Shaojun Mountain, the Summoner Association has released thousands of Black Iron level monsters there. For ordinary students, surviving for 7 days is not an easy task. That's true. Xiao Yao nodded. Nowadays, most students' war beasts are no higher than Black Iron level 2, and there are few Black Iron level 3. These people are placed among thousands of Black Iron monsters. If they are unlucky, they may not be able to survive for a day. But for Xiao Yao, this is a feng shui treasure land. You can kill monsters without spending money. If you stay for 7 days, you have a chance to reach level 5. Okay, I assign the agreement for you. Think about what to prepare tonight, and go shopping tomorrow. Xiao Li stood up and patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder. The law enforcement team still has some things to do. I leave first. Okay. The next day, the students gathered in the playground as usual. Those who have signed the death agreement, please hand it in now. Coach Zhou said as soon as he came on stage. Soon, more than half of the students handed the agreement in their hands to the teaching assistant. Because Xiao Li mentioned it yesterday. Xiao Yao deliberately observed Coach Zhou's expression. He found that, although Coach Zhou looked expressionless, there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. After all the agreements were collected, Coach Zhou said, students who are ready to participate in the trial can leave on their own. Hurry up and prepare supplies. The rest of you continue training. Can we leave now? Xiao Yao and a few friends looked at each other and walked out of the school gate together. Come on. Let's check what we need to prepare this time. Tents, kettles, nightlights, food, daggers. Because there was no one leading the team this time, and the trip would take longer. More supplies were needed, especially food and self-defense weapons. A few people took a taxi to Main Street in Yanqing, where there were dozens of outdoor equipment stores. It took a long time to buy equipment. Everyone checked the list one by one. After all, this was related to their lives, so they couldn't be careless. After purchasing everything, Everyone carried a heavy backpack. The backpack weighed no less than 40 kilograms. It would take an ordinary person a few hundred meters to carry it. Of course, this weight is nothing to Xiao Yao and others. After several months of physical training, everyone can now carry 50 kilograms and run 10 kilometers. Hey, Lao Zhou sent a message in the group. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Gather at the school gate, and there will be a school bus to take everyone to Shaojun Mountain. Shaojun Mountain? I thought it was the same place as last time. After the trial location was determined, everyone began to get nervous, even if they felt that it would not be too dangerous. It was just a guess after all. If it's not what I thought, then my life will be in danger. I'm so nervous. Wang Jieqi stamped her feet and said with a wry smile. Huh? Me too. Lu Lei also took a deep breath. Xiao Yao patted the two on the shoulders. You should be nervous. After entering Shaojun Mountain, you should turn this nervousness into caution. I also tell you a piece of news. The level of the monsters in this trial will not exceed the black iron level. Not exceed the black iron level? Several people's eyes lit up at the same time. For everyone, this is indeed good news. Because it is a two-person team. Even if they encounter a black iron level 3 or even level 4 monster, they can still fight. At least they have a chance to escape. But if they encounter a bronze level monster, they can only wait to die. Xiao Yao, how did you know? Xiao Yao glanced around and whispered, inside information. But I guess someone will tell it tomorrow. In this case, I have a little more confidence. Lu Lei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there is no bronze level, the danger is greatly reduced. It cannot be said to be completely safe. After all, if we really encounter a black iron level 4 or 5 monster, we will have to kneel, but there is always hope. Right? That's it. Everyone go back and have a good rest. We see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Tonight is a tense and exciting sleepless night for the senior summoners in Yanqing. Many people can't sleep until dawn, and can only drag their tired bodies to Shaojun Mountain. Sitting on the school bus, Xiao Yao noticed that many students looked nervous, constantly checking whether they had brought all the supplies. Some people may not have slept well last night, and fell asleep as soon as they got on the bus. But to his surprise, Coach Shou was also in the car, and this time he followed them to Shaojun Mountain. Shaojun Mountain is quite far from the city, and the school bus drove for nearly 3 hours to reach the destination. When they arrived at the parking lot, there were already more than a dozen school buses parked inside. Everyone rest in the car first, and we will get off after all the students are here, Coach Shou said. About 40 minutes later, there were more than 20 school buses in the parking lot, and then Coach Shou called the students to get off. After getting off the bus, Xiao Yao found that the ground had been marked with school names, and Yanqing No. 1 High School was in the first row. Xiao Yao took a quick look. There were about 500 students participating in the trial this time. According to the half participation rate, Yanqing should have awakened more than 1,000 summoners this year. Not bad. After the students stood up, a tall man in military uniform walked to a higher place and said in a deep voice, "Teachers, students, please be quiet." His voice was deep and penetrating, and the whole scene suddenly became quiet. I am very happy that all the students participated in this field trial. This means that you are all summoners with courage and fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, many students straightened their chests and looked proud. Indeed, being able to risk their lives to participate in this trial shows that everyone is brave and fearless. First, let me introduce the format of this trial. The man in military uniform said, "The location of this trial is here, Shaojun Mountain. We have released thousands of monsters in the past few days. Your task is to survive here for 7 days. Thousands of monsters?" Many people's faces changed. Of course, considering everyone's strength level, the monsters in this trial will not exceed the black iron level. Hearing this news, the students felt a little relieved. If it doesn't exceed the black iron level, it's still fun. Lu Lei and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiao Yao had said the same thing, it might just be a rumor. Now that they heard the official announcement, their hearts finally settled down. In addition, I believe that everyone is most concerned about their own safety. At this point, the man in military uniform smiled. "Let me tell you here. Regarding safety issues, we have made sufficient preparations to ensure that even if you fail the trial, you can be safe and sound?" Boomed the words of the man in military uniform. Like thunder, completely set off the whole audience. Chapter 54, Resistance Bracelets and Badges. What? Can you guarantee our safety? Oh my God, those who didn't come will regret it. I knew it, there must be arrangements. At this time, there was a noisy discussion off the field. See, I knew there would be no danger. With so many students participating, if the casualty rate is too high, there is no way to explain it. Lu Lei said excitedly to Li Ming. Li Ming curled his lips. You know you are still so nervous. Who went to the toilet 4 times in a row just now? Lu Lei blushed and said with a stiff neck, I drank too much water in the car. Is that not okay? Okay. 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 Whatever you say is right. Seeing that everyone had almost finished discussing, the man in military uniform clapped his hands and said, Okay. Everyone be quiet. Next, we will give everyone a bracelet and a badge. The bracelet is fixed on the hand, and the badge is pinned on the chest. The man in military uniform waved his hand, and soon a team of soldiers handed out bracelets and medals to each student. The bracelet is black, with a slightly raised button on it. The tightness of the bracelet can be adjusted according to the thickness of the wrist. The badge is red with black letters, and it is engraved with Shaojun Mountain 1st Military Camp. The badge is heavy, with a thickness of nearly 2 fingers, and it feels heavy when it is pinned on clothes. Let me introduce the uses of these 2 things to you. First, everyone should buckle the bracelet tightly to ensure that it will not fall off at any time. Click, click, click. Everyone buckles the bracelet to the tightest position. After the bracelet is buckled, you can notice that there is a raised button on it. This is the switch of the bracelet. What you are holding now is called a resistance bracelet. After the switch is triggered, the bracelet will immediately open a resistance field. Attacks below the bronze level cannot break the resistance field. Okay. You can try to press the switch. Remember to press hard. The switch cannot be triggered if the force is less than 30 kilograms. Resistance field? How magical. The students were very interested in this new thing. They followed the instructions of the uniformed man and pressed the switch. A sound like the resonance of an electric current sounded, and everyone found that the space half a meter in front of them seemed to be distorted, and the outside was a little blurry. The fingertips touched it lightly, and it seemed to touch an invisible wall. After a minute, the uniformed man said loudly, Press the button again to turn off the force field. Now please turn off the force field, and I will show you the effect of resisting the force field. Hearing this, the students quickly turned off the force field. They all wanted to know whether this resistance force field could withstand attacks below bronze level, as the uniformed man said. Iron pillar. The uniformed man gestured to the soldier beside him, and soon the soldier also showed the bracelet on his wrist and activated the force field. Just like before. After the force field was activated, whether it was looking inside from the outside or looking outside from the inside, it was slightly blurry. At this time, everyone could only see a blurry figure. After seeing the pillars were ready, the uniformed man took out the pistol from his waist, pointed it forward, and quickly pulled the trigger. Ah! Many girls saw this and couldn't help screaming. Bang! The bullet came out of the gun, making a bang. When it was about half a meter away from the iron pillar, the bullet seemed to hit the steel bar and iron plate, and it bounced off. Wow! There were exclamations from the audience. The uniformed man smiled and said, This is the effect of the resistance bracelet. When you encounter a crisis, you can just press the switch to save your life. However, the moment you activate the force field, your qualification for the trial will be automatically cancelled, and our teacher will take you out of Shaojun Mountain within half an hour. The bracelet has a positioning function, so we can find you at any time, don't worry. When you are in danger, everyone must activate the force field immediately. If you hesitate, you may lose your life. Do you understand? I understand. Next, I will introduce the role of the badge. This is the internal badge of our Shaojun Mountain Army. Only those who wear the badge are allowed to enter Shaojun Mountain. So please pin the badge in the most conspicuous place. Otherwise, once our patrol soldiers find someone without the badge, they may kill him directly. Ah! After hearing what the uniformed man said, everyone hurriedly pinned the badge on the most obvious place on their chest. The army is not a place for joking. If anyone is shot dead by soldiers because of this, it would be the most frustrating way to die. After seeing that the students had worn the bracelets and badges as required, the uniformed man continued, after talking about the safety issue. There is one more point that everyone must want to know the most, which is the reward prepared this time. To be honest, I don't even know what the final reward is. But to claim the reward, in addition to staying in Shaojun Mountain for 7 days, Each group needs to hand in at least one monster kill certificate, which can be the monster's eyes, ears, sharp corners, etc. If you only stay for 7 days, but do not submit the certificate, the trial result will be considered invalid. This rule is to prevent some students from hiding in secret corners as soon as they enter the mountain and surviving until the end of the trial. This will lose the meaning of the trial. Of course, they also have ways to deal with these students. If you want to get rewards, it is far from enough to rely on cleverness. You also need a certificate. Just as the man in military uniform thought, some students had the idea of surviving until the end of the trial since they signed up. But they didn't expect that this loophole would be blocked at the beginning. Xiaoyao, which part do you think we should choose? I think the ear is good. Some ancient battlefields used the left ear as a military achievement. Su Xingliang whispered. Xiaoyao thought for a while. The ear is also okay. It's not bloody. And it doesn't take up space. Then it's settled. Su Xingliang rubbed his hands excitedly. My dears in the mountains, your ear-cutting king is back. Finally, I emphasize one more point. Private fighting is strictly prohibited during the trial. It is strictly prohibited to kill each other. Violators will be disqualified from the college entrance examination and bear legal responsibility. Do you understand? I understand. The students responded loudly. Okay, next. 2 people in a row, get on the car over there. The uniformed man pointed to the left, where there were dozens of things similar to sightseeing buses, with just 2 seats in a row. Xiaoyao, Su Xingliang randomly found a row to sit down. After all the students sat down, the uniformed man said, Classmates, the trial has officially begun. Please be sure to pay attention to safety and go home safely. As soon as the uniformed man finished speaking, dozens of cars lined up and drove to the foot of the mountain. After the motorcade left, a short and fat man walked up to Coach Zhou and said enthusiastically, Coach Zhou. Hello. Coach Zhou glanced at him and replied indifferently, Hello. Seeing Coach Zhou's indifference, the short and fat man was not angry. He smiled and said, Coach Zhou, I wonder what the participation rate of number 1 high school is this time. Number 1 high school has always only accepted elite students, and it has the best educational resources in the city. I think the students are very excellent and brave. Coach Zhou heard the provocation in his words. Number 1 high school has the best summoner training base in the city, and has many resources, but it only trains about 50 students every year. Many schools think that this is a waste of money, so there are constant protests. But after so many years, number 1 high school is still the same, without any change. So once number 1 high school is not as good as other schools, it will be ridiculed. Coach Zhou said calmly, whether it is brave or cautious, it is the student's own choice. There is no right or wrong, but whether it is excellent or not, we will know it by looking at the results. After that, Coach Zhou left without looking back. After Coach Zhou left, the short and fat man snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? We have more than 70 people from number 13 high school, and I don't believe that you more than 20 people can beat us. Just wait and see. Chapter 55. Eliminate one person. Coach Zhou walked to the corner, and quietly looked at the convoy in the distance. Oh, our great Coach Zhou was actually mocked. The man in military uniform walked to Coach Zhou at some point, and said with a smile, Li Daocheng, Commander Li, I didn't expect that. You would personally host the trial this time. Coach Zhou smiled, obviously knowing the man in military uniform. There's nothing I can do. This is a request from the top. Li Daocheng sighed. You know the situation in Yincheng. There hasn't been a master above the diamond level for a long time. So, the resources allocated to us will become less and less. So the city has also made great efforts this time, and must train excellent summoners. By the way, how are your students? Are there any good ones? Coach Zhou smiled slightly. There are good ones, and there is also a little monster. Little monster? Li Daocheng's eyes lit up, and immediately asked, Who is it? Coach Zhou laughed. Didn't you put a camera in the badge? You will know after taking a look. Yeah, you actually saw it? Coach Zhou was speechless. How can I not see this little trick? Li Daocheng touched his chin, and said with interest, You actually call him a little monster. I have to observe him carefully. Hey, but you still don't announce your gold level strength to the public. I think those coaches are not happy with you. I just like them not happy with me, but they can't do anything about me. It's boring if you tell others. Bad taste. The car drove to the foot of the mountain. Every few hundred meters, the car would stop once, drop off 2 people and continue on. In this way, hundreds of students entered Shaojun Mountain in batches. After entering the mountain, the trees were lush and green, the air was extremely fresh, and occasionally birds could be seen flying through the mountains and forests. Xiao Yao, where should we go? Su Xingliang asked. Xiao Yao pointed casually. Let's go here, let's find a place to stay first. Okay. Su Xingliang didn't care where to go, just listen to Xiao Yao. After walking a few steps, Xiao Yao heard people talking in front of him. He patted Su Xingliang's arm, and the two slowly approached, hiding behind a big tree, wanting to see if this was someone he knew. I'm still a little worried. What if something goes wrong with the resistance bracelet? What if it can only be used once? A tall and thin boy looked at the bracelet and said with some worry. His companion was a short boy, who comforted him. I don't think there will be any problem. So many students use this. It must be very safe. The tall and thin boy was not giving up and said, what if there is a problem with me? The companion rolled his eyes in his heart, but he understood, this is the boy's personality, always full of an inexplicable sense of crisis. I don't know why people with such personality would participate in the trial. If there is no one to form a team, I really don't want to partner with you. The short and fat boy comforted. No, the official must have checked it. Besides, you can't activate the force field again. If you activate it again, you will lose the qualification. The expert boy was very conflicted, and finally made up his mind. No. I'm still worried. It's only been less than 10 minutes since we entered. I believe that even if it is activated, the teacher will not think that we are in danger. I will try it again. I will feel relieved after this time. Hey. Don't. Before the short boy finished speaking, the tall and thin boy pressed the switch again. Boom. A strong force field directly flipped the short boy who was close to him, and he rolled twice and fell a few meters away. F***ck me. The short boy sat up, cursing in his heart. You turned it on when you said so. Didn't you see I was standing next to you? Seeing the force field take effect, the tall and thin boy breathed a sigh of relief and turned off the force field. At this time, he saw his companion sitting a few meters away, looking at him with a bad face, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly ran forward, helped the short boy up, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot you were right next to me. The short boy took a deep breath, calmed his inner anger, and said in a deep voice, now you are relieved. Right? Reassured? Relieved? The master boy nodded. Suddenly, his face changed again, and he said with a guilty conscience, do you think this bracelet can only be used twice? The first time for testing, and the second time for actual combat? If so, I will be in danger? Where are your nesting dolls? The short boy had a gloomy face, and said word by word through his teeth. No. No. Let's keep going. Seeing his companions looking like they wanted to hit him, the master boy felt weak in his heart and quickly gave in. Let's go, the short boy said angrily. At this time, a light cry came from the sky. A large blue bird flew from the sky, with a black shadow hanging on its legs. Seeing this scene, the short boy's face changed. No way. Huh? Huh? The blue bird flapped its wings and fell. A man in uniform walked over, looking at the instrument in his hand. The man said to the tall and thin boy, did you activate the resistance bracelet? The expert boy replied weakly, yes. But I just want to try it out to see if it still works. Teacher. He is just suspicious. We are not in danger. The short boy explained quickly. The man said calmly, just now. Commander Lee emphasized that the trial has begun from the moment you got on the car. Once the trial begins, no matter what the reason, anyone who activates the resistance bracelet will be taken away, and the trial will be considered over. But, the tall and thin boy wanted to explain something, but the man ignored him. A long rope tied the two people's waists together. The man held the tall and thin boy's waist with one hand, and then grabbed the blue bird's claws and flew into the air. Ah! I'm afraid of heights. The boy's terrified voice sounded in the sky, looking at the figure of his companion going away. The short boy was stunned for a long time, and cursed. Wang ran. You have shit in your brain. I will say another word to you next time. I am an idiot. Fuck. The two of them were not strong to begin with. Both were black iron level 1, and it was already difficult to last 7 days, but now one of them was taken away before the start, and it was for such a stupid reason. What should I do next? I might as well give up. When he thought of this, the short boy was shaking with anger. Stupid teammate. I hate it. Why was I so blind to choose you as my teammate? The short boy roared to the sky, His expression was extremely crazy. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang couldn't help laughing. This is really a weirdo. Xiao Yao laughed. Hey, you don't say. I've really seen this kind of person. I always feel that nothing he does is safe. Su Xingliang said with a smile. Xiao Yao smiled, looked at the short boy in front of him, who was still beating his chest and stamping his feet with pity. Brother, I wish you good luck. Chapter 56 Konoha's Secret Technique. It is almost the new year. Yinching is very cold. Ordinary people have already put on cotton-padded jackets, and the mountains are even colder than the city, close to 0 degrees, and white air comes out when you speak. However, the trees in Shaojun Mountain are quite magical, even in winter. They are lush and green, so they must be of unusual species. How about using this as a base? Xiao Yao glanced at the surrounding environment and said, In this ground is not suitable for setting up a tent. Su Xingliang was a little confused. There were rocks under their feet, and the ground was not flat. It was impossible to set up a tent. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. We don't set up a tent. No tent. Su Xingliang's eyes widened. Where will we live if we don't set up a tent? Xiao Yao patted the big tree next to him. We will live here. Live on the tree? Live inside the tree. What do you mean? Su Xingliang pointed to the center of the tree, thinking. That's right. Just dig a tree hole. This is an experience post Xiao Yao saw on the internet. Living in a tree hole in winter is much warmer and more comfortable than living in a tent. Therefore, he made 2 preparations. If there is a suitable tree hole, dig a tree hole. If there is no suitable one, set up a tent. Obviously, the big tree next to him meets the conditions for digging a tree hole. This is a giant tree with a diameter of more than 7 meters, dozens of meters high, and a canopy like clouds. In the past life, it would definitely be a national treasure. But in Shaojun Mountain, there are many such big trees. It is easy to dig a 2 times 2 times 2 tree hole in this tree, which is enough for the 2 of them to live in. The tree hole is good. Su Xingliang was very tempted, but he still asked, but how to block the tree hole? Xiao Yao smiled, and took out a square brown cloth from his backpack, with a long zipper in the middle. I have prepared it a long time ago. Pin this cloth to the tree hole, which can block the wind and see outside clearly. Oh my god, it turns out you have thought about it in advance. Su Xingliang touched the cloth material, smooth and thick. It must be good for windproofing. Let's get started. Xiao Yao took out a small engineer shovel from his backpack, and said, Xiaoku and Pai Dan will help. They have sharp claws, which is perfect for this. Ah! Xiaoku shook his tail reluctantly. I am the great zoo and new beast. You actually treat me like a groundhog to dig a hole? Xiao Yao touched his head. Finish it soon, so we can go hunting soon. When he heard about hunting, Xiaoku reluctantly nodded. He knew that he could become stronger by killing enemies. Becoming stronger, in his heart, was the most important thing besides his master. Pidden, you have to help too. Su Xingliang picked up Pidden and scratched his chin. Meow. Pidden waved his little paws, full of motivation. For Xiaoku and Pidden, digging a tree hole is a simple and familiar job. Usually, they train with black oak, and the attacking movements are not much different from digging a tree hole. But black oak is much harder than a big tree, so the 2 war beasts can cut through the tree trunk like a knife cutting tofu. Xiao Yao is quite strong, and with the help of an engineer shovel, his efficiency was no less than that of the 2 war beasts. Just like that, 2 hours later, a tree hole large enough for 2 people to live in appeared. Huh? Wiping the sweat off his head, Xiao Yao looked at his work with satisfaction. Finally finished. Not bad. The ground of the tree hole was cut very flat, and the hole was nearly 2 meters high, so that even if the 2 stood up, they would not touch their heads. Su Xingliang collected the sawdust from the shovel and piled it aside, and said excitedly, Come on! Nail the curtain. The 2 nailed the 4 corners of the curtain, and glued the 4 sides of the curtain tightly to the tree hole with super glue. The curtain has good heat preservation and windproof properties. Not long after nailing, the tree hole began to warm up. Then, the 2 spread the blanket, and put the rest of the equipment in the corner. Oh! Comfortable. Xiao Yao lay on the blanket, with his limbs spread out, leisurely and contented. Look at me! A monkey stealing peaches. The evil hand passed by his eyes, and hit the vital point. Snap! Xiao Yao grabbed the evil hand, twisted it with his backhand, and pressed Su Xingliang down on the blanket. Little guy, you stole this move from me. Let me teach you another move. The secret of physical skills. The 1,000 years of killing. Xiao Yao smiled evilly, formed a seal with one hand, and raised his right hand. Brother, I was wrong. Feeling his anus tighten, Su Xingliang slapped the ground hard, turned his head, and begged for mercy. You missed a unique move. Xiao Yao let go of Su Xingliang's hand, and said with a sigh. Su Xingliang rubbed his shoulders. Next time you use it on others, I promise to learn it seriously. Xiao Yao smiled. This trick must be used by teachers on students. Only after personal experience can you understand the mystery. This is my Konoha secret. Su Xingliang curled his lips. Another Konoha secret. You have so many Konoha secrets. Seduction, monkey stealing peaches, grabbing milk, dragon grabbing hands. Here comes another 1,000-year killing. It's all crooked ways. TSK, this is the will of fire, you know shit? Goddamn will of fire. Ah. Xiaoku was already waiting outside impatiently. Didn't we say we would go hunting after we finish the tree hole? Why are we taking a break? Xiaoku doesn't like this tree hole. It's too small, too cramped, and there's no space to hide when he encounters an enemy. He still prefers this vast, wild forest. Let's go and take a walk, Xiao Yao said. Let's go together, our nest won't be robbed. Right? Su Xingliang was a little worried. Shaojun Mountain is so big. And only a few hundred people came in. It's not such a coincidence, Xiao Yao said nonchalantly. In fact, his inner thought was that even if someone dared to rob this tree hole, he could make the other party return it obediently. Do you really think that Xiao could? The Black Iron King is a vegetarian? Aoyo Xiaoku howled twice again, urging Xiao Yao to act quickly. Here I come! Xiao Yao piled the tent, nightlight and other useless supplies in the corner, and then carried his backpack and walked out. Su Xingliang followed suit, following Xiao Yao closely. Before leaving, the two zipped up the curtain from the outside. Xiao Yao specially chose brown for this curtain, which was similar to the color of the bark, so it was almost invisible from a distance. Let's go! Xiao Yao waved his hand. Wait a minute. Su Xingliang said quickly. We don't have a map. If we just walk around randomly, how will we get back? Oh, this is a problem. Xiao Yao touched his chin. This time was different from the last trial. Last time, we carried a tent and went wherever we wanted. This time, we had a fixed base, and it would be troublesome if we couldn't get back. What should I do? He fell into deep thought. Got it. Xiao Yao clapped his hands, and suddenly thought of an idea. What? Xiao Yao turned his gaze to Pai Dan. Pai Dan, go pee over there. Pai Dan, ? Oh, you mean? Su Xingliang instantly understood Xiao Yao's purpose, so he pointed to the big tree next to him, and said, Pai Dan, pee here. Pai Dan reluctantly walked under the tree, standing for a long time, suddenly turned his head fiercely, baring his little milk teeth. Meow meow. Don't look at me, I can't pee anymore. Okay, we won't look at you. Su Xingliang pulled Xiao Yao aside, turned his back. Squeak. After a while, the sound of rain coming to the world sounded. After completing the task, Pidden came over angrily and shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to see you too. Oh, Pidden, you are awesome. Su Xingliang picked Pidden up, rubbed his head hard, and praised him. That's right. Xiao Yao also gave a thumbs up. Miao Pai Dan hummed twice, with a proud expression. Xiaoku, remember this smell. Whether we can come back depends on you. A wish. Xiaoku nodded, communicating with Xiao Yao in his heart. Not too far if too far. We can't smell it. Got it, we will be active within a radius of about 5 kilometers. Xiao Yao took out a compass. We will go northwest 45 degrees this time, and come back along southeast 45 degrees. Smart. Su Xingliang praised. Chapter 57 Preserved Egg vs. Green-tailed Fox. The cold wind whistled, and the leaves rustled. Crack, crack, crack. The green-tailed fox stepped on the fallen leaves, and its hungry green eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for anything that could be used as food. This was a very unlucky green-tailed fox. Half a month ago, he was living happily with his tribe. When he had nothing to do, he could have a deep soul-to-soul communication with the mother fox. He saw that the next generation was about to be born. But one morning, he opened his eyes, and found himself locked in an iron cage, surrounded by a bunch of strange creatures he had never seen before. In the first 10 days, someone brought them food and drink, but in the last 3 days, there was only water left. After 3 days of hunger, he was close to fainting. But early this morning, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment again. Although he was still very hungry, his original weakness was much relieved. Ho! Ho! The green-tailed fox made a heavy breathing sound. The hunger in his stomach almost drove him crazy, and his fox claws rubbed on the ground. Suddenly, his ears moved. There were chaotic footsteps in the distance. To him, this sound was extremely pleasant. With a kick of his hind legs, the green-tailed fox ran straight towards the direction of the sound. At this time, he had completely abandoned his usual caution. At worst, he would die, either being killed or starving to death. He would rather be killed than endure the pain of hunger again. Aoshalka growled, and his body crouched slightly. He could smell the smell of fox from a long distance ahead. There are enemies, Xiaoyao reminded Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang's face straightened, and he signaled Pai Dan to prepare for battle. Ho 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 ho, looking at the four creatures in front of him. The green-tailed fox's eyes burst into a series of emotions such as bloodthirstiness, brutality, and joy. He remembered that two of them were the race that locked him up. I want revenge. Die for the fox. Name of the War Beast: Green-tailed Fox. War Beast level: Black Iron level 3. War Beast skills: Green-tail entanglement, health 80%, hunger. Xiaoyao eyes showed the monster's information. This should be a Black Iron level 3 green-tailed fox. I think he is very hungry and weak. Let Pai Dan challenge him, Xiaoyao said. This kind of enemy is just a slap for Xiaoku. There is no challenge. The experience gained by killing him is not high. It is about 3 or 4 points. It is better to let Pai Dan practice. Su Xingliang nodded. Pai Dan. Black Iron level 3 enemy. Leave it to you. Miao. Pai Dan responded firmly. After more than 2 months of actual combat, Pai Dan has become a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time. And because of his frequent victories, he has completely gotten rid of his former timidity and has become confident and brave. Be careful of his tail, Xiaoyao reminded. Understood. Without Xiaoyao reminder, Su Xingliang knew that the tail was not simple just from the name and appearance. The green-tailed fox has a slender body, light brown hair, a pointed mouth and big ears, just like an ordinary fox. But the 3 green tails are particularly magical. The tails are very long, standing high, like 3 javelins. How the green-tailed fox's fangs are exposed, and its hind legs kick heavily. Mud splashes, and it rushes straight at you like the wind. Miao. Pai Dan was not to be outdone. He rushed forward, faster than the green-tailed fox. In a few seconds, the 2 figures, one gray and one green, were about to collide. Pai Dan, explode quickly. Su Xingliang gave the order. How the gray figure's speed increased sharply, and it instantly appeared in front of the green-tailed fox. Obviously, the green-tailed fox was caught off guard by Pai Dan's move. Swish. Pai Dan waved his cat claws, leaving 4 blood marks on the green-tailed fox's face. Afterwards, Pai Dan followed his daily combat routine, constantly wandering around the green-tailed fox, and finding the right opportunity to strike with a claw. For Pai Dan, this set of fighting methods is already familiar, after more than 2 months of training. Except for a few opponents who are more restrained against him, the other war beasts can't break this move at all. The blue-tailed fox naturally can't do it either. Since the blue-tailed fox was born, it has lived with the tribe all the time, and has not experienced many battles. It fights completely on instinct. He and Pai Dan, one is a wild gangster, and the other is a well-trained fighter. Even if the gangster is in better health, it is difficult to resist the fighter's attack. This is also the advantage of the war beast. After being trained and cultivated by the summoner, the war beast will definitely grow faster than other monsters, and have stronger combat power. At this time, Pai Dan had left more than a dozen claw marks on the green-tailed fox, and blood was flowing out, almost dyeing the green-tailed fox's body red. The green-tailed fox screamed. He knew that if he didn't fight again, he would die. Swish. The 3 green tails instantly straightened, and swept to the body, left and right. A whistling sound sounded, and Pai Dan was not panicked. He jumped and dodged the tail's attack. But before he landed, the green-tailed fox's tail changed, instantly turning into a soft whip, wrapping his body in the air and exerting force. Pai Dan! Su Xingliang was anxious and shouted loudly. Don't panic, Xiaoyao said calmly. Pai Dan can handle it. Just as Xiaoyao said, when Pai Dan was entangled by the green tail, he quickly lowered his head and bit the green tail. The cat's teeth, which were enhanced by the black oak concentrate, were so sharp that they penetrated the green fox's tail and bit out a row of blood holes. The green fox screamed in pain. The pain of the blood holes was much more intense than the claw marks on its body. His tail loosened, and Pai Dan fell to the ground. Meow, Pai Dan shouted proudly. You little brat. Do you think the cat's teeth are vegetarian? The other two tails whistled and caused explosions in the air. Pai Dan learned his lesson this time, dodged around, and when the tail whipped and the back door was wide open, he directly inserted a claw into the green fox's vitals. Oh my god! Xiao Yao's eyes twitched. Just watching, he felt his anus tighten. I think Pai Dan is more suitable for my Konoha than you. He has mastered the secret of the Millennium Kill. Xiao Yao teased. Forget it, my Pai Dan is a good boy. I won't learn your dirty tricks. Su Xingliang stared at the battlefield, and said casually, Boys always grow up. Squeak, the anus was exploded. The green-tailed fox's eye sockets bulged, opened its mouth and screamed, and its eyes were filled with dense red bloodshot. Snap! Pai Dan retracted his claws, another wave of secondary damage. The intense pain made the green-tailed fox on the verge of collapse, and he didn't even notice that Pai Dan had come to him. Snap! The bloody cat claws attacked again, piercing the green-tailed fox's throat directly like a hot knife cutting oil. Well done! Su Xingliang jumped up excitedly. Fighting in the wild is different from actual combat on campus. On campus, because there are assistants and teachers, everyone knows that their war beasts will not be in danger of life, so they are very relaxed. But in the wild, there is no teacher's help and treatment. If the war beast dies, it dies. The resistance bracelet can save the summoner, but it can't save the war beast's life. So when Pai Dan wins, Su Xingliang will be particularly excited. Chapter 58 Xiaoke Problem. Pidden pulled his claws back. The green-tailed fox fell to the ground with a bang. Meow. Pidden raised his head proudly. Well done, Pidden. Su Xingliang ran over quickly, touched his head and praised him. Meow. Pidden wanted to get into Su Xingliang's arms, like before, but was stopped by Su Xingliang in time. Wait a minute. Su Xingliang held Pidden's head. He noticed that there was a different color on Pidden's claws. It can't be that thing. Xiao Yao, water. Here I come. Xiao Yao handed the kettle to Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang poured water while washing the blood off Pai Dan's claws. After washing, Su Xingliang stood up and could not help but sigh. It seems that actual combat training is really useful. The green-tailed fox is a Black Iron Level 3 monster, but it was almost crushed to death by Black Iron Level 2 Pai Dan. It must be said that the key is the tactics, combat awareness and instincts developed through long-term training. That's for sure, otherwise what would we summoners do? Xiao Yao replied casually. He was standing next to the green-tailed fox, holding a dagger, wondering whether to cut off the left ear or the right ear. I think the left ear is better. Let's imitate the ancient times. Su Xingliang saw what Xiao Yao was struggling with at a glance, and couldn't help but say, then the left ear. Xiao Yao squatted down and cut off the left ear of the green-tailed fox. At this time, Su Xingliang also came to the green-tailed fox. I think these two tails are also good. How about taking them away as a souvenir? The green-tailed fox has 3 tails, one of which has been bitten through by the preserved egg, and is bloody, so it has no collection value. The remaining 2 are fluffy, and the colors are also beautiful, and it would be nice to take them home as a cat toy. If you like it, take it away. I think this tail is good, and I can use it to warm the bed these days, Xiao Yao said. Okay. Su Xingliang cut off the 2 tails with a knife, and washed the blood on them with water. A wood at this time. Xiaoke suddenly growled, looked into the distance, and notified Xiao Yao. Enemies are coming. Xiao Yao stood up, looking in the direction Xiaoke was looking with a telescope. Sure enough, a leopard was galloping over. Xiaoke howled excitedly. He was really jealous of Pai Dan's fight just now. Now there is another opponent. It should be my turn this time. Soon, the leopard appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Name of War Beast: Bloodthirsty Leopard. War Beast level Black Iron level 5. War Beast skills: Burning Blood, Burst Health 75%, Extreme Hunger, Roar. Seeing the 2 people and 2 beasts, and the corpses on the ground, the bloodthirsty leopard's green eyes burst into incomparable excitement and enthusiasm, and the sticky liquid kept dripping from the corners of its mouth. After 3 days of hunger, it was even hungrier than other monsters. And after wandering in the mountains for a whole morning, it only ate a small rabbit, which was not enough to fill its teeth. So it rushed over immediately when it smelled the blood, fearing that the prey would escape if it came too late. I leave this to you. Su Xingliang took a few steps back. Just from the size and momentum, he judged that Pai Dan was no match for this leopard. It's better to leave such a tough guy to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao nodded. Xiaoke, Deal with him within a minute. A Xiaoke roared, his eyes were full of desire to fight. Black Iron level 5, not yet in full form, you don't need to command such an enemy yourself, Xiaoke can just play freely. Roar the bloodthirsty leopard roared, and his body burst out at an astonishing speed. Oh my god, so fast! Su Xingliang was shocked, this speed was twice as fast as Pai Dan, and that was under the premise that Pai Dan used rapid burst. As expected of a leopard, its explosive power is unrivaled in the world. Ah! Xiaoke's eyes instantly turned blood red, and cold murderous intent burst forth, and he rushed towards the other side, like a black lightning. When the beast's mouth was about 5 meters away from the opponent, Xiaoke instantly closed the distance, and waved his wolf claws, leaving several claw marks on the opponent's face. This tactic is exactly the same as the one used by Pai Dan just now. It can be seen that they are all from the hands of the same master. Blood splattered, and the intense pain stimulated the nerves. But the bloodthirsty leopard was also an explosive temper. He ignored the pain, and opened his mouth wide to bite Xiaoke. But Xiaoke was also very familiar with this tactic. He would touch and run, never giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. Crack. The bloodthirsty leopard missed its attack. The upper and lower rows of teeth collided, making a clanging sound. Xiaoke wolf claws slashed across, leaving a 1-meter-long wound on the bloodthirsty leopard. Roar. The bloodthirsty leopard's eyes turned red, and instantly activated the skill of burning blood burst. The blood that was originally oozing out turned into blood mist, and the amazing heat radiated from the bloodthirsty leopard's body. The cold wind dissipated, and the heat wave rushed towards him. Roar the bloodthirsty spotted leopard roared, his body expanded in the air, his muscles bulged, looking full of strength and explosion. He kicked his hind legs, and kicked Xiaoke directly into the tree. Bang, a muffled sound sounded, and the leaves fell to the ground. Xiaoke stood up. His eyes were as red as blood, his wolf teeth were exposed, and his cruel and violent aura spread around like waves. This kick from the bloodthirsty spotted leopard completely enraged Xiaoke, and next he would let the other party know what true cruelty is. 2 figures, one yellow and one black, rushed towards him. This time, Xiaoke didn't want to use any skills. He wanted to kill the opponent in the most brutal way. Puff, puff, claws, bites, eyes gouging. A wolf and a leopard fought in the most primitive way. After using the blood-burning burst, the bloodthirsty spotted leopard's power and speed increased sharply, and each attack was fast and fierce. But Xiaoke's offensive was no worse, even better. Because of Xiaoke's previous 2 attacks, and the bloodthirsty spotted leopard's use of the blood-burning burst, his health dropped directly from 75% to 48%, which also triggered the passives of Blood Hunger and Blood Hunt. Blood Hunger, Warwick's normal attacks deal extra damage. If his health is below 50%, he will receive additional healing. If his health is below 25%, this healing will be tripled. Blood Hunt, passive, Warwick gains extra attack speed when fighting an enemy with less than 50% health. He can also detect nearby enemies with lower health and gain extra movement speed when moving towards them. The above bonuses will be tripled when the enemy's health is below 20%. So Xiaoke not only has a faster attack speed, but also has a high damage and blood recovery effect for each attack. As the battle continues, the bloodthirsty leopard becomes weaker and weaker, while Xiaoke becomes stronger and stronger. Xiaoke, the mouth of the beast. Xiao Yao couldn't stand it anymore. Originally, Xiaoke could use the ancestral howl to scare the opponent, attack the opponent's fatal weakness, or severely injure the enemy through endless suppression. But he chose the most violent and difficult way to fight. It must be said that this is the rage in Xiaoke's body, the wild gene at work. When fighting, he always wants to kill the opponent in the most brutal way. It can be seen that Xiaoke is excited. But for the summoner, this way of fighting is obviously wrong, and it will cause unnecessary injuries to the war beast. I have to teach him a lesson after the battle, Xiao Yao thought in his heart. Ah! Accepting Xiao Yao instructions, Xiaoke instinctively used skills. Mouth of the beast with all his strength. Xiaoke rushed to the bloodthirsty leopard and bit his neck. Hiss. A steady stream of blood flowed down his throat and into his body. Xiaoke felt his body warm up and his injuries were healed. Who? The bloodthirsty leopard's eyeballs bulged and it roared intermittently. But because of the serious injuries, he was unable to fight back and died in a few seconds. Old Joe, this should be the little monster you mentioned. Li Daocheng stood in front of the screen and said in surprise, the bloodthirsty spotted leopard of Black Iron level 5 was killed like this. Its skills are also very interesting. What kind of war beast is this? I have never seen it before. Coach Zhou said calmly, Black Wind Wolf. This is the unique war beast of my student. Black Wind Wolf Li Daocheng exclaimed. No wonder he is called a little monster. He can grow to this level in 3 months. I think he is very likely to become a diamond. Old Zhou, you are lucky to have such a student. Coach Zhou smiled slightly. You continue to pay attention. In the previous battle, Black Wind Wolf didn't even use 50% of his strength. He remembered that Black Wind Wolf had a mental attack method, which was a close combat skill. But he didn't see him use it in battle. Less than 50%? Li Daocheng was a little surprised. Then I have to see how powerful he is. Chapter 59 Meeting an Old Friend. Experience plus 10. Black Iron Level 4, 110/300. Get 10,000 yuan for free. Xiao Ke opened his mouth, licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, ran back to Xiao Yao quickly. His bloodshot eyes regained clarity as he walked. At this time, Xiao Yao frowned, his face darkened slightly. Wu Xiaoke felt that Xiao Yao was in a bad mood, and couldn't help but lower his head, whimpering a few times. Do you know you are wrong? Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. Ah Xiaoke nodded frantically. You can kill it without any injury. Why did you make yourself like this? Xiao Yao was very angry. After a battle, Xiaoke health value dropped to 80%, and the wounds on his body were still bleeding, which made him feel very distressed. Woohoo! I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Xiaoke sincerely admitted his mistake. Humph! Xiao Yao's face improved when he saw Xiaoke realize his mistake. He took out the special medicine for war beast injuries from his backpack and applied it to Xiaoke's wounds. After using this medicine, the scab will form within a day. This medicine is a must-have for summoners to survive in the wild. Of course, if you encounter other war beasts later, you can let Xiaoke recover blood through the mouth of the beast. Xiaoke. Awesome. Su Xingliang came over with Pai Dan in his arms, and gave a thumbs up. Miao Miao Pai Dan also clapped his little paws, applauding his big brother, who had always protected him. Ah Xiaoke grinned. But because of his teeth, his mouth was full of blood, so his smile was extremely hideous. Su Xingliang's mouth twitched. Brother Wolf, you're still handsome even when you're not smiling. Xiao Yao, what should we do next? Xiao Yao thought for a moment. Let's find a water source first. The two of them will live here for 7 days, and finding a water source is crucial. With Xiaoke's excellent sense of smell, they arrived at the stream half an hour later. Rinse your mouth, Xiaoke. A mouthful of blood. If you don't rinse your mouth will stink. A Wu Xiaoke's bright red tongue stirred in the water, and a faint trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. On the other side, Pidden was also having a lot of fun, with a pair of cat paws slapping the water, creating waves. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang took out 2 stainless steel water bottles from their backpacks. This water bottle has water purification and heating functions, so even if it is raw water, you can drink it safely after filling it. How far is this place from our tree hole? Su Xingliang asked after taking a sip of water. I estimate it's only 40 minutes away. Xiao Yao replied. That's not far. The distance between the water source and the residence is more appropriate. If it is farther, it will be inconvenient. If it is closer, it will be a bit dangerous. After all, the water source is the key area where monsters gather. Hey you two, that's enough. Xiao Yao shouted helplessly. The two of them were chatting here, while the two guys were having a water fight nearby. Xiaoke slapped the water surface, Pai Dan slapped the water surface, and the two beasts were getting stronger and stronger, trying to see who could make the highest splash. Of course, how could Xiao Pai Dan be as strong as Xiaoke? Xiaoke slapped the last slap, and the waves directly hit Pai Dan like a drowned cat. The whole cat suddenly became thinner, and its appearance dropped sharply. Seeing his work, Xiaoke's mouth cracked open, showing a proud smile. Puff, puff, puff. Pidden shook his body frantically, like a puppy, shaking off the water drops on his body. After shaking it half dry, Pidden meowed twice. He was not angry. Instead, he had a lot of fun playing with Xiaoke, and wanted to try it again. Su Xingliang reluctantly took out a towel from his bag, and wiped the water drops off Pidden's body. Tell me, are you a bad person or a big addict? Meow. Pidden puffed up his little face, waving his fist. Being a cat requires the courage to challenge, or is it you who taught me that? The courage to challenge also depends on who you challenge. Su Xingliang pinched Pai Dan's chubby face. Xiao Yao smiled slightly beside him. He didn't expect that Xiaoke, who was warlike and arrogant, had such a childlike side, and got along well with Pai Dan. He and Su Xingliang were best friends, and Xiaoke and Pai Dan were also good friends. This was very nice. Suddenly, Xiaoke's ears moved, and he turned his head sharply. At this time, Xiaoyao also vaguely heard the movement in the distance, as if a large creature was approaching this side. Liang, be careful. Something is approaching. Without Xiaoyao reminder, Pai Dan also heard the sound and notified Liang. As the sound got closer, Xiaoyao saw the figures of the people coming. One of them seemed to be a powerful ape, with dry and yellow hair and a slightly bent body when walking. Next to the powerful ape was a tall man with a burly figure. The one closest to the edge was a huge wild boar with a person sitting on its back. But it was unclear whether it was the pig girl or the factory manager. But no matter what, they were all students who participated in the trial. So Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang also let down their guard. Gradually, Xiaoyao finally saw the appearance of the person who came. Taizhan? Xiaoyao shouted in surprise. He knew the burly boy. On the second day after awakening, he and Taizhan took a bus to the small training ground. They communicated a lot along the way and left contact information. Although they didn't chat much afterwards, Xiaoyao was deeply impressed by the burly boy. Xiaoyao. Taizhan also showed a happy expression and walked over quickly. Wow, Taizhan, your chest muscles are exaggerated again, Xiaoyao said with a smile. When I first met Taizhan, his figure looked like a regular fitness enthusiast, but this time he looked like a bodybuilder, with protruding pectoralis major muscles, thick arms, and cashmere long sleeves that were about to burst. Taizhan smiled bitterly and said, I can't help it. I became like this after just some casual training. I'm worried now. I heard the girls don't like my figure. Xiaoyao nodded. Indeed, your breasts are bigger than those of girls. I would feel so inferior if I walked with you. The boy next to Taizhan laughed out loud. Taizhan, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Su Xingliang, Xiaoyao said. Hello, next to me is my friend Ming Shikai. Ming Shikai. Is that you? The factory manager? Xiaoyao glanced at the wild boar next to him that was almost as tall as a person. War beast named Grey-backed Wild Boar. War beast level Black Iron level 2. War beast skills Brutal Charge. Brutal Charge, same as Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino. However, the Black Iron class has several very common war beast skills, and Savage Charge is one of them. Ming Shikai got off the Grey-backed Wild Boar and extended his right hand politely. Hello. I am Ming Shikai from number 23 Middle School. Xiaoyao. Yinqing number 1 High School. Xiaoyao shook hands with the other party. Hearing Yinqing number 1 High School, Ming Shikai's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, Yinqing number 1 High School is too famous in Yinqing. Not only does it only accept top students, but it also occupies the best resources in Yinqing. Many students from other schools are very curious about Yinqing number 1 High School. Xiaoyao, have you gained anything? We have been around for a long time, and didn't even see a shadow, Taizhan said helplessly. We are lucky. We killed a Black Iron level 3 green-tailed fox. Xiaoyao concealed the fact that he killed a bloodthirsty spotted leopard. Then you are lucky. Taizhan was a little envious. Good luck. Xiaoyao noticed that Taizhan's powerful ape also rose to Black Iron level 2. The combination of these two Black Iron level 2 is also top-notch among many student combinations. No wonder they don't take the Black Iron level 3 green-tailed fox seriously. Chapter 60. The tree hole is occupied. You will definitely encounter monsters near the water source, but you may also encounter very powerful monsters, Xiaoyao said. That makes sense. Taizhan nodded, turned to look at Ming Shikai. Shikai, then let's wait nearby. It's all right. Ming Shikai showed an indifferent attitude. After chatting for a while, Ming Shikai suggested leaving first. He and Xiaoyao were not familiar with each other, and he didn't want to waste time here. Xiaoyao, let's talk again when we have a chance. Taizhan waved his hand. He felt that he and Xiaoyao had a good relationship, and they could get to know each other better in the future. Okay. Xiaoyao smiled. After Taizhan left, Su Xingliang said with some envy, This brother's figure is really awesome. I wish I had half of his. You are too talented. Others can't envy you, Xiaoyao said. Fitness really depends on talent. In fact, his own training intensity is not low, but even after a long period of training, he can only keep his figure symmetrical, and his muscle lines smooth, and he can never reach the explosive level of Taizhan. Of course, he didn't want to become like Taizhan. As Taizhan said, It's hard to find a girlfriend if you train so big. Between Schwarzenegger and Eddie Peng, most people would choose Eddie Peng. Go back. After 2 battles, Xiaoke fighting addiction was also vented, and now it's time to go back and rest. Afterwards, Xiaoke smelled the smell of preserved eggs and walked towards the tree hole. Xiaoyao, guess how many people will be eliminated today? I guess there will be more than a dozen groups? There are more than 500 people in total. More than 200 groups. And there will definitely be some unlucky people who encounter powerful monsters. If the bloodthirsty leopard encounters someone else instead of Xiaoyao today, then this group of people will definitely be eliminated. How many people do you think can last for 7 days? I think there will definitely not be many. After all, there are rewards this time. And I heard from my dad that the rewards are all good things. Su Xingliang's eyes lit up. Uncle Xiao said it's a good thing. So I have to look forward to it. As a close friend of Xiaoyao for so many years, and having visited his home several times, Su Xingliang naturally knew Xiaoli's identity. Even the captain of the law enforcement team said it was a good thing. Could it be a rare treasure? Su Xingliang's heart suddenly surged with expectation. Xiaoyao smiled confidently. Don't worry. This time's reward, it will be easy to get. In the absence of a bronze-level war beast, this trial was just a formality for the two of them. Suddenly Xiaoke roared, and Xiaoyao's face changed instantly. What's wrong? Su Xingliang asked. Xiaoyao looked unhappy. Our tree hole seems to be occupied by someone. Xiaoke just told him that there were 2 human auras at the location of the tree hole, and they had not moved for a long time. Although it was possible that they were standing at the door of the tree hole to visit. Xiaoyao felt unhappy when he thought that his tree hole was discovered by someone. He had promised Su Xingliang before that it would not be such a coincidence that someone would find their tree hole in such a large place. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face in less than half a day. What? It was occupied by someone. Su Xingliang said angrily. Let's go, I want to see who dares to occupy our tree hole. The two ran over angrily. Before they reached the entrance of the tree hole, they heard the voices of 2 boys coming from inside. This place is much more comfortable than a tent. I don't know who built it, but they know how to enjoy it. That's right, there's a windproof curtain at the entrance. It's not cold at all. Fox, are we going to live here? What if the owner of this place comes back? What can we do? Since we have occupied it, let them go. Besides, who knows if they dug this tree hole? What if someone else dug it? If they leave, then this place will belong to us. That makes sense. You have more ideas. Fuck. When Su Xingliang heard this conversation, he was instantly furious. It was obvious that the tree hole was just dug. There were some of their equipment inside. These 2 people shamelessly occupied their base. They were simply courting death. Su Xingliang threw down his backpack, clenched his fists, and prepared to rush over to teach the 2 a lesson. But he was stopped by Xiaoyao in time. Xiaoyao. Don't be impulsive. At this time, Xiaoyao's face was calm, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. The man in military uniform said before that students who fight privately will be disqualified from the trial. Then we can't. Before Su Xingliang finished speaking, Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, I negotiate first. Xiaoyao walked over and opened the curtains from the outside. You too, this tree hole was just made by my friend and I, and there are our things in it. Please make room for it. Xiaoyao said calmly, without a trace of emotion. If you say it's yours, it's yours. A boy with a matchmaker's mole lay directly on Xiaoyao's blanket, crossed his legs, and said lazily, I said I made this place. Su Xingliang pointed at him and cursed. Come out quickly, don't be shameless. Even though Su Xingliang usually has a good temper, but when he meets such a shameless person, he can't help but get angry. Q&M. The matchmaker boy sat up suddenly and cursed, You bastard, keep your mouth shut, or I kill you. After that, a black fox beside him quickly took a fighting stance, baring its teeth and growling. And the boy beside him also commanded the war beasts to be ready. War beast name Black Fox, War beast level Black Iron, level 1 War beast skills Stink. War beast name Whitetail Wolf, War beast level Black Iron, level 1 War beast skills Wolf Scream. Seeing the information of these 2 war beasts, Xiaoyao laughed angrily. Such a war beast with rubbish strength, a SOSO name, and extremely useless skills dares to be arrogant in front of him. Who gave you the courage? Is there a fish Liang in this world? Ah! Xiaoke felt the anger in his master's heart and let out a long howl. The cold murderous intent enveloped the 2 beasts, making them shiver instantly. You? Don't come over here. The matchmaker boy took a few steps back and said in horror, "The instructor just said that students who fight privately will be disqualified." Xiao Yao replied with only one word coldly, "Get lost." "You?" The matchmaker boy's face changed, but not long after, he seemed to have something to rely on again, leaning against the tree wall, said with a rogue look, "Anyway, I won't leave. At worst we can share this tree hole." "You?" Su Xingliang couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to go into the tree hole and beat someone up. At this time, Xiao Yao stretched out his hand to stop him, and said calmly, "Okay." After that, he took Su Xingliang away. "Fox, you are too brave. Aren't you afraid that he will get angry? My dog is almost scared to death." Another boy said with lingering fear. Fox said lazily, "It is because he is strong that I dare to do this. Think about it. The stronger the war beast is, the more it wants to persist to the end. In this case, he dare not attack us. This is called barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes." "That makes sense." The boy gestured with a thumbs up. "Fox is fox. It is wise." "Of course." "Xiao Yao, are we going to leave like this?" Su Xingliang clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. He was disgusted by the man just now, and he wanted to beat him to death with his own hands. "Leave?" Xiao Yao sneered. "Look, I will beat him to death." Chapter 61 Sausage Mouth and Squint Eyes. "Fox, I'm still a little worried. What do you think? What if they find a way to retaliate against us? We can't beat them," the boy said worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of?" The fox said nonchalantly, "Gongzi, you just think too much. They can't do anything. How else can they retaliate against us?" "Okay, I listen to you." Gongzi was still a little worried, but since the fox said so, he no longer hesitated. Who made the fox smarter than him? "Hey, Fox, did you hear any sound?" Gongzi seemed to hear a buzzing sound on the side of his ear. "What sound?" "I didn't hear it." "You are too nervous. You are useless." The fox put down the water cup and laughed. No, I really heard the sound." Gongzi looked anxious. "The sound is getting closer and closer to us." "Really?" The fox straightened his body and prepared to open the curtain to see. Suddenly, the curtain was opened from the outside. A yellow object was thrown in. "What is that?" The nervous Gongzi wanted to go forward to take a look, but the fox next to him changed his face. "Not good." Before he could react, a large group of bees rushed in densely. "Gongzi, run!" the fox shouted, and ran towards the cave entrance. Boom! At this time, a huge wooden board blocked the cave entrance tightly. Fuck! The fox naturally knew who put the wooden board there, but he could no longer curse at this time. Dense swarms of bees flew in front of him. He waved his arms to disperse them. But the more he did so, the more the bees attacked him. "Ah! Let me out!" A miserable cry and a sharp roar came from the tree hole. The scream of the wolf. Well, it really is useless except for the harsh sound. At the same time, the wooden board was hit wildly, as if a wild beast wanted to get out of the cage. But Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang were standing outside, holding the wooden board tightly on each side. Hearing the screams from inside, the two could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. After more than 10 seconds, the tree hole suddenly vibrated slightly. Xiao Yao realized that the two had activated the resistance bracelet. After exchanging a glance with Su Xingliang, they quickly let go and ran to the side. Buzz! Dense bees emerged from the tree hole. At the same time, pale yellow smoke floated out of the tree hole, accompanied by a nauseating odor. Vomit! Xiao Yao retched when he smelled the odor. His sense of smell is much more sensitive than that of ordinary people, so he is more easily stimulated. Before the bees came out, two figures crowded together and climbed out of the tree hole. As soon as they came out, they squatted on the ground and vomited. Seeing the appearance of the two, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. The mouth of the boy with the matchmaker mole was swollen like a sausage, just like Tony Leung in A Chinese Odyssey. At the same time, he was also stung by two big lumps on his forehead, which looked like an alien. The other boy was even worse off. His eyelids were swollen so high that he could only open his eyes a little. He looked like a celebrity named Sun Pyeongyang. He also had a swelling on the tip of his nose, which made him look particularly funny. The worst thing was that they were also vomited by the stench of their own black fox. This was a perfect interpretation of the proverb that if you fart in the quilt, you can smell it and cover it up. Oh my god! I can't take it anymore. Xiao Yao squatted on the ground, clapping his hands on the ground, and laughing until he was out of breath. Su Xingliang was no less impressive. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even make a sound. All he could see were tears dripping down. After he had almost finished vomiting, the fox stood up and glared at the two of them. You're so busy. You're so annoying. He had a sausage mouth and couldn't even speak clearly. What did you say? I don't understand. Say it again. Xiao Yao put his hand next to his ear, trying hard to hold back his laughter, pretending to listen. That's so fierce. You're so annoying. The fox said it again. Although his face was flushed, his words were still in his guts. He said, you guys are going too far. Gongzi stood up suddenly and said loudly. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything. But once he started talking, Xiao Yao and the others couldn't help laughing at those two narrowed eyes. You guys? Gongzi's body trembled, and he pointed at Xiao Yao and the others. Unable to speak. Black Fox. Kill them! The fox roared in his heart. Hearing the master's order, Black Fox stood up like a conditioned reflex, ready to take action. But in less than a second, he took several steps back under Xiao's cold eyes and shrank behind the fox. You are such a loser. The fox cursed in his heart. Wu the Black Fox also felt wronged in his heart. It's not that I am not a loser, but that the opponent is too strong. I can't die. The fox was so angry that his face turned blue. He was furious, coupled with the influence of the bee venom. He was a little confused. His body was swaying, and he was about to fall. Fox. Gongzi, who was standing by, quickly supported the fox. Cry at this time. A clear bird chirped in the sky. Xiao Yao looked up and saw that it was the blue bird from last time. The blue bird flapped its wings and slowly landed. This time it was closer. Xiao Yao could see the information of the blue bird. War Beast name Blue Winged Eagle, War Beast level Silver, level 5 War Beast skills Super Endurance, Blue Winged Wind. It turned out to be these two skills, no wonder. Generally speaking, flying war beasts must reach the gold level before they have the ability to carry people flying. But this Blue Winged Eagle is very special. It has Super Endurance to ensure endurance, and the Blue Winged Wind to reduce the burden. No wonder it can carry people flying at the silver level. Seeing the rescued person in this state, the man who came down was stunned for a moment. And then, he couldn't help laughing. There was no way, because the two people's shapes were too unique, and anyone who saw it couldn't help laughing. Kaka. The man held back his laughter, tied the two people's waists together, and without waiting for them to speak, he grabbed the feet of the blue-winged eagle and flew up. Hey, wait a minute. Teacher, we haven't packed our things yet. Don't pack them. You see, he's almost unconscious. You need to treat him quickly. Someone will send your things back. Okay. Teacher, let the bird fly slower. I can't open my eyes. Does it make any difference whether your eyes are open or not? These two guys, their methods are quite bad. Coach Zhou stood in front of the screen, with a smile on his face. Ha, your two students are talented, and they are good at playing tricks on people. Li Daocheng was also amused by the appearance of the two unlucky guys, and he couldn't stop laughing. In the monitoring hall, a bunch of people were watching the two screens, and laughing continuously. It's good to play tricks on them. These two guys have no skills, but they are very brave. If they were left in the wild, they would have been killed long ago. Coach Zhou smiled disdainfully. I don't know which school these two idiots were trained in. With students like this, the coach is probably not much better. Li Daocheng smiled and said, there are idiots everywhere, but these two idiots are lucky to become summoners. Of course, with their weak brains and rubbish war beasts, these two guys will be like this for the rest of their lives. Your student has given me a lot of surprises. Keep watching. Chapter 62. Share the blessing. Xiao Yao, your trick is so amazing. I laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. Su Xingliang wiped the tears from his eyes, but when he thought of the two people's looks, he couldn't help laughing again. It's what they deserve. Who told them to be so mean? It's good enough that I didn't beat them up. This is much more cruel than beating them up. Oh, I forgot to take a photo just now, what a pity. That's right. Xiao Yao smiled and said, we should let the people in the gossip group see our masterpiece. Although it was fun to play a prank on someone, there were still many things to deal with after the prank. First, the stench in the tree hole needed to be discharged, and the blanket with the stench needed to be taken out and aired. In addition, there were many dead bees that were beaten to death or fumigated in the tree hole. And the two had to pick them up one by one and deal with them. Secondly, there were 2 large pools of vomit at the door, which gave off an unpleasant odor. This could only be buried on the spot. Xiaoyao gave this task to Su Xingliang, who had a very sensitive nose, and being close would only increase his workload. Finally, there was the beehive. After being exposed to the stench, the beehive had completely changed its smell. There was no choice but to find a place to throw it away. Among these tasks, the longest time was to get rid of the smell. After all, the tree hole was not ventilated. By the time all the stench dissipated, several hours had passed. It was already dark. Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang sat in front of the tree hole and ate dry food. This time, they learned their lesson and did not buy too many energy bars. Instead, they used dried meat and canned food instead. After all, although energy bars have a smell, they always feel uncomfortable if you eat too much. Just like not having a meal. The first day has passed like this. Su Xingliang held his head with both hands, leaning against the tree trunk. Yeah, it was quite exciting. Xiaoyao sat down, leaning on Xiaoke. Xiaoke's hair was soft, just like leaning on a sofa. Suddenly I realized that it is a very lucky thing to be a summoner. Su Xingliang sighed. If I hadn't become a summoner, I'm afraid I would be like other students, studying and doing exercises in the classroom every day, day after day, boring, and I wouldn't be exposed to so many interesting things at all. Lucky is for sure. But everything has its pros and cons. The life of a summoner is wonderful, but it is also much more dangerous than that of an ordinary person. Xiaoyao remembered what his father once said. Since his awakening, his father has experienced 5 life and death crises. If he had taken a wrong step, he might not be here now. Even a strong man like my father cannot avoid danger, let alone a low-level summoner. So we still have to become stronger. Su Xingliang said faintly. By the way, Liang. Xiaoyao sat up and asked, which university are you going to take? Su Xingliang shrugged. It's hard to say. You can definitely go to Kyoto University, but I'm not sure. Let's see which one we can get into. He also checked the admission standards of Kyoto University. It is the most basic requirement for a war beast to reach Black Iron level 4, and it must have great potential and outstanding combat power. If it can reach Black Iron level 5, then it will be more stable to go to Kyoto University. But now Pai Dan is only Black Iron level 2, and this is achieved with the help of Xiaoyao. He can't guarantee whether he can reach Black Iron level 4 in the second half of the semester. I dare not even think about Black Iron level 5. Set a goal for yourself. Xiaoyao said, by the way, before I participated in the trial, my father told me about this matter. He said that if we can complete the trial, you will have a chance to go to Kyoto University after receiving the reward. Really? Su Xingliang sat up straight, said in surprise. Although Xiaoyao said that, Uncle Xiao also thought that the reward was a good thing, but he did not expect that this reward could actually help him go to Kyoto University. What exactly is this reward? How can I lie to you about this? Oh my god, I can't sleep at night after you said that. Su Xingliang looked expectant. Hee, just wait, you see the result in 6 days. After one night, the insulation effect of the tree hole was quite good. The two of them slept in thick clothes and didn't feel cold at all. Xiaoke stood guard at the door all night, because he didn't like the narrow environment of the tree hole, so he just stood guard outside the tree hole. He was very alert, and any movement could not be hidden from his nose and ears. So with Xiaoke around, Xiaoyao slept very peacefully. Morning the two of them tidied up their bird's nest-like hairstyles, washed up casually, had some food, and started a new day's journey. Today they went in a different direction. Hey, there are also qingling fruits here. Xiaoyao pointed to the fruits on the tree and said, Qingling fruits are like apples in the previous life, both common and delicious, and deeply loved by the people of Longhua. Xiaoku, pick a few. It was a happy thing to be able to eat fruits in the trial where supplies were scarce. Xiaoke's sharp claws hooked on the tree, and he quickly climbed up the tree. Then he cut the branches with his claws, and the qingling fruit fell. Bang! Xiaoyao caught the qingling fruit accurately in his hand. After simply washing it with clean water, Xiaoyao took a bite. This wild qingling fruit has no pesticides, and can be eaten after washing it with clean water. Kachi, how is it? Before Xiaoyao could chew, Su Xingliang asked curiously. Xiaoyao resisted the distorted desire of his facial features and nodded with satisfaction. It's delicious. Especially sweet. Really? Su Xingliang was too familiar with Xiaoyao. And seeing him like this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It's really sweet. Would you like to try it? Xiaoyao handed over a qingling fruit. And to increase credibility, he took another bite. Long people don't lie to long people. Su Xingliang took the qingling fruit with doubt. Do you want to eat it? Xiaoyao pretended to be impatient and took the qingling fruit away. Hey, no. 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 Let me try it. Su Xingliang took the qingling fruit back. After a day of eating dried meat and energy bars, he really wanted to eat some fruit to adjust his taste and replenish vitamins. Crackling, Su Xingliang took a bite. Xiaoyao stared at Su Xingliang's expression, and a sly smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected, Su Xingliang's facial features quickly tangled together in half a second, shrinking his neck, opening his mouth, and feeling the sourness of his soul leaving his body. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyao spit out the residue in his mouth and laughed wildly. Pa, what is this so sour? Su Xingliang spit out the qingling fruit, and his eyes were so sour that he couldn't open them. I don't know, maybe wild ones are so sour. Xiaoyao laughed loudly. You lied to me again. Damn, I felt something was wrong at the beginning, but I was fooled by you in the end. Su Xingliang complained. He was indeed fooled by Xiaoyao's acting skills. After eating such a sour thing, Xiaoyao actually had no expression at all, which was simply terrible. I couldn't help it at first, but when I thought about how you haven't tasted such a good thing, I'd better pretend to be happy for the sake of sharing the happiness. Xiaoyao said seriously. You just want to drag me down with you. What do you mean by dragging you down with me? This is a good thing I'm willing to share. If I believe you again, I'm a dog. Haha, don't make random flags. Chapter 63 Nine-Tailed? After the fight, the two of them moved forward along the predetermined route. Today's weather was gloomy, the cold wind was howling, and the leaves were rustling. After walking for a while, Xiaoyao suddenly stopped and turned his head and said, Be careful, there is a battle ahead. Understood. Su Xingliang nodded and reminded Pai Dan to stay alert. After slowly approaching, Xiaoyao swept across the battlefield, and suddenly he was startled. In the distance, 9 brown tails stood up straight and fluttered in the wind, like a demon fox descended to the world. Oh my god! There really is no 9-tailed demon fox. With a surprised mood, Xiaoyao took a few steps closer, and finally, he saw the true appearance of the 9-tailed fox. It was a strange beast half a person's height, with brown hair, slender limbs, and 9 tails fluttering in the wind. But the most important thing was that it was not a fox, but a dog. Name of the War Beast 9-tailed Teddy. War Beast level Black Iron level 2 War Beast skills Strong Energy. 9-tailed hardened 9-tailed Teddy. Teddy. Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Teddy is really not related to the 9-tailed fox. It feels like a precious sword matches Wu Daoan. However, 9-tailed Teddy is the only war beast he has seen in real life. It has 2 skills at the iron level. It has strong energy. I don't know where this energy is used. In addition to 9-tailed Teddy, there are other participants on the battlefield. War Beast named Greasy Boar. War Beast level Iron level 3 War Beast skill Greasy Shell. War Beast named Machete Mantis. War Beast level Iron level 1 War Beast skill Critical Blow. Greasy Boar is the enemy of 9-tailed Teddy and Machete Mantis. Although the Wild Boar was slightly higher in level, it was still at a disadvantage facing 2 war beasts with better coordination. Swish. The big knife mantis jumped up, crossed its 2 blade arms and slash, cutting towards the back of the greasy wild boar. Poof! The greasy wild boar turned around and roared, and a ball of dark brown liquid shot out of its mouth, hitting the big knife mantis directly. Just as the liquid was about to touch the big knife mantis, a furry tail wrapped around the big knife mantis, and then pulled it hard to the ground. Boom! The big knife mantis landed, took a step, and rushed towards the wild boar again. After the greasy shell missed, it hit the giant tree behind him. The tree shook and a sizzling sound was heard on the trunk. It seemed that the greasy shell was corrosive. Hey, this 9-tailed Teddy actually used the effect of blue-silver grass. Xiaoyao thought with interest. It seemed that Teddy's owner was quite creative and used this trick a lot in training. A fatal blow. The big knife mantis slashed with its blade arm, leaving a deep wound on the wild boar with a puff. At the same time, the 9-tailed teddy bear's tail hardened, and it slashed wildly on the wild boar's body like a blade. Squeak! The wild boar screamed shrilly. Hey, Tianqing, how about my windmill move? Zhang Xiuzha smiled proudly. Cui Tianqing nodded in appreciation, Not bad. It's very lethal. That's right. I've been practicing this move for a long time. In order to encourage Didi to practice this move, I found 10 female teddy bears as a condition for training. Zhang Xiaojia smiled. But his smile was also filled with sadness. I came from a scholarly family, but I became a pimp for this lecherous dog. If my grandfather knew, he would probably beat me to death. Cui Tianxing's mouth twitched. He knew too well how troublesome this teddy was. All the female war beasts in the class were harassed by this guy. If they were not strong, they would have been killed by other war beasts. Although his big sword mantis was not as strong as this Tyretian, he still liked his own war beast more. At least I don't have to clean up this lecherous dogs this every day. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the side. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded, and the ground trembled slightly. What the hell? Zhang Xiaojia suddenly had a bad idea. Squeak! The greasy wild boar made a wrong cry, as if a young wife complained to her husband. These two people are going to be unlucky, Xiao Yao said with a smile. From a distance, he could see the information of the visitor clearly. War Beast name Iron Shell Wild Boar War Beast Level Black Iron Level 4 War Beast Skill Brutal Charge. Brutal Charge again, it seems that most wild boars have this skill. Boom! 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 The sound was getting closer and closer, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. What is that? Zhang Xiaojia said in a trembling voice. A wild boar with a black body and a blue-black iron shell on its back was running towards him. It was a circle bigger than the greasy wild boar, and its eyes were filled with rage. Baby, I'm here to save you. Ah! The greasy wild boar saw the savior, and let out a louder scream. Husband, they bullied me. Tianxing, what should we do? Zhang Xiaojia's face showed panic. The two of them could handle a greasy wild boar with ease, but if a stronger wild boar was added, the situation would be completely different. Put Didi and Xiao Dao back into the beast control space, and we will activate the resistance bracelet and wait for the teacher to rescue us. Cui Tianxing smiled bitterly. The two had originally planned to hold on until the end of the trial and get the reward, but they didn't expect the accident to happen so soon. After beating the female, the male came. What bad luck. Xiao Yao, what should we do? Su Xingliang asked. Xiao Yao smiled and said, help them, I am quite interested in that nine-tailed teddy. After that, Xiao Yao patted Xiaoku's head. After receiving Xiao Yao's order, Xiaoku roared excitedly, and ran straight to the iron-shelled wild boar. That's the only way. Looking at the wild boar getting closer and closer, Zhang Xiaojia reluctantly put his hand on the bracelet, prepared to press it. Awoo! Suddenly, a wolf howled in his ears. Before Zhang Xiaojia could turn around, he saw a black shadow rushing towards the wild boar. What is this? The two looked confused. Endless bondage. Xiaoku was no longer arrogant this time, and directly used his ultimate move. Boom! Xiaoku pressed the huge body of the iron-shelled wild boar under him, and the wolf claws waved wildly, directly scratching the wild boar's face beyond recognition. The wild boar just woke up, and Xiaoku used another beast's mouth, biting the wild boar's throat fiercely. Ho! Ho! A steady stream of blood flowed into Xiaoku's mouth, and the wild boar trembled violently. But it was in vain. After a few seconds, the iron-shelled wild boar was silent. Squeak! The greasy wild boar saw its lover dead, and screamed in grief. Didi! Kill him! Although he didn't know why the wolf attacked the wild boar, Zhang Xiaojia understood that now was the best time to kill the greasy wild boar. The nine tails hardened and turned into a sharp blade. While the greasy wild boar was distracted, he cut her throat with 2 cuts. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the other side, Xiaoku jumped off the iron-shelled wild boar, his eyes red, and walked slowly towards the two of them. Tianxing, why don't you activate the resistance bracelet now? Zhang Xiaojia stepped back a few steps and said guiltily. This demon wolf could kill the iron-shelled wild boar in one go, and its strength was not something they could resist, although it also helped them kill the wild boar. Who knew whether it was an enemy or a friend? I think it's okay. Looking at the brutal and bloodthirsty eyes, Cui Tianxing also felt a chill in his heart and nodded quickly. Then let's do it. The two looked at each other and pressed their fingers on the bracelet. Don't worry. He is my war beast. At this time, a gentle voice came from behind. Chapter 64 This is not allowed. War beast. Zhang Xiaojia and the others turned around immediately after hearing this. 2 boys were walking towards this side. The shorter boy was holding a great kitten in his arms, and the other boy was handsome, looking at the two with a smile. Xiaoku, come here. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Soon Xiaoku hurried over, and his bloodshot eyes regained clarity as he walked. This? Zhang Xiaozhe looked at Xiaoku in surprise. He didn't expect that this demon wolf was actually a war beast of his peers. Hello, my name is Xiao Yao. This is my teammate Su Xingliang. Xiao Yao extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiaozhe. His name is Cui Tianqing. Zhang Xiaozhe quickly shook Xiao Yao's hand. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have activated the resistance bracelet just now. Cui Tianqing said gratefully. You're welcome. I also think your war beasts are very interesting, especially the nine-tailed teddy. Hey, where's the teddy? Xiao Yao looked around, but he didn't find any trace of teddy. Not good. Zhang Xiaozhe was horrified and hurried behind the greasy wild boar. As expected, the nine-tailed teddy was raising his body, looking excited. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaozhe took a step forward and hugged him tightly. Woof woof woof. The nine-tailed teddy struggled violently, barking wildly. Dee dee. This is really not okay. Zhang Xiaozhe used all his strength to control the nine-tailed teddy, and shouted loudly, Tianqing, help me. How can I help you? Cui Tianqing smiled bitterly. Woof woof woof. The nine-tailed teddy bear struggled even more violently, almost shaking Zhang Xiaozhe apart. Help me chop this wild boar. Zhang Xiaozhe had a quick idea, and shouted. Good idea. Cui Tianqing quickly ordered. Small knife, chop this wild boar. Swish swish swish. The big knife mantis waved its blade, and a cold light flashed, and the back half of the wild boar was cut into a bloody mess. With a nine-tailed teddy bear froze, and his eyes were full of grief and anger, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Oh my god. I'm so tired. Zhang Xiaozhe got off the nine-tailed teddy. This pervert was too strong. He felt that if he was a little later, his arm would be broken. Sorry. I made you laugh. Seeing Xiao Yao, Su Xingliang's face turned red from trying not to laugh. Zhang Xiaozhe sighed and said helplessly, Puff. Cough. It's okay. Xiao Yao coughed twice. Smiling, I think it's quite interesting. Zhang Xiaozhe was angry. It was interesting. So interesting that I wanted to throw him away. Okay. We are just passing by. It's time to leave now. We see each other again in the future. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Seeing the funny scene just now, his purpose of saving people has been achieved. Next, he and Su Xingliang will also look for new monsters. After all, it doesn't cost money to kill monsters here. If he is lucky, Xiaoku can reach Black Iron level 5 within 7 days. Okay. Thank you for your help. After shaking hands again, they said goodbye. After walking away, I can't take it anymore. That teddy is going to make me laugh to death. Su Xingliang laughed loudly. Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it seems that no matter whether it's an ordinary teddy or a war beast teddy, they can't escape the nature of Retian. It's so unlucky to be his master. If I were him, I would have found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Thinking of the embarrassing and funny scene just now, Su Xingliang couldn't help but scratch his toes for the boy. But no matter how funny it is, that teddy's fighting ability is still good. Xiao Yao agreed. The tail's damage is not low. And it also has the function of controlling the field. Just based on these 2 points, it can be called a top-level war beast in Black Iron level 2. In addition to its good combat power, Nine-tailed Teddy also has 2 rare war beast skills. Although exuberant energy may not sound serious when applied to Teddy, it must be said that this is also a very good skill. The combat power is indeed good. Su Xingliang nodded. He also saw the scene where Nine-tailed Teddy killed the greasy wild boar. But I think I should not have anything to do with this kind of creature in this life. Haha. I don't want to either. Xiao Yao smiled. Although there are dog heads in the alliance, you can't draw a dog head and turn it into a teddy bear. That would be too insulting to the desert death god Nasu's. Old Joe, if I'm not mistaken, he just pressed the wild boar under him, relying on the war beast skill. Right? Li Daocheng turned his head and asked. Coach Zhou touched the beard on his chin. It should be, but I haven't seen this trick before. A smile appeared on his lips. This kid usually hides very well. But at the same time, Coach Zhou also had an absurd thought in his mind. As far as he knew, the Black Wind Wolf had 3 different skills. But according to the consensus of the summoner world for hundreds of years, without the blessing of natural treasures, The black iron level war beasts can only have 2 war beast skills at most. But the natural treasures that can increase the skills of war beasts are very rare, and even if there are, few people are willing to use them on black iron level war beasts. Black Wind Wolf. What kind of race is this? Sir, the statistics are out. At this time, an officer walked up to Li Daocheng and stood up straight and said, "Tell me about it." Yes, 1054 war beasts were released yesterday, 548 people participated in the trial, 42 people have been eliminated so far, 325 monsters were killed, including 179 black iron level 2100, and 7 black iron level 3, 38 black iron level 4, and 1 black iron level 5. Black iron level 5, that's the bloodthirsty spotted leopard killed by that kid. Li Daocheng pondered for a moment and said, "Notify them. Continue to deploy 500 black iron level 4 and 500 black iron level 5 monsters tomorrow." "Commander, isn't this too difficult for the students?" A coach immediately spoke up next to him. These 2 days, almost all coaches have been quietly observing their students' performance in the monitoring room. According to their observations, unless both people in a group have black iron level 2 war beasts, and the degree of coordination is very high, then black iron level 3 monsters are the limit that ordinary teams can deal with. Those combinations that kill the iron 4 monsters all met the above conditions without exception. As for the boy who killed the iron 5 monster alone, well, he was a monster, and he can't be counted. So, if the monsters were really released according to Li Daocheng's plan, then most of the students would be eliminated, which is what the coaches don't want to see. Li Daocheng looked at him coldly. "Do you think this trial is for everyone to pass?" "Humph!" Li Daocheng turned around and glanced at everyone in the monitoring room. "Let me tell you, this trial is to select the best talents. Either you are strong and can sweep away everything, or you have strong survivability and monsters can never find you. In the future, when you are in the wild, can you guarantee that those monsters will be weaker than them?" As soon as these words came out, the monitoring room suddenly fell silent. Yes, the monsters in this trial are at most black iron level 5. Although they are strong, at least they are not too different. But monsters in the wild are of all levels. It is not surprising that black iron level monsters meet platinum level monsters. If the students are really allowed to pass easily, it will indeed violate the purpose of this trial. Seeing that the coaches were silent collectively, Li Daocheng's expression eased slightly. And he directly ordered, "Just do as I say." Yes. Chapter 65 Blue Water Snake. The second day was quite peaceful. Xiao Yao and his companions only encountered 2 monsters, of which the black iron level 2 colored centipede was given to Pai Dan to deal with, and the other black iron level 4-5 poison toad was easily killed by Xiaoke. But such a peaceful day made Xiao Yao a little disappointed. He was still thinking about encountering more monsters to accumulate experience for Xiaoke. But after thinking carefully, more than 1,000 monsters sounded like a lot, but on average, there were only 2 monsters per person, and Xiaojun Mountain was so big, the probability of encountering monsters was indeed very low. Therefore, Xiao Yao hoped that the official could release more monsters, so that he could have a good time with his girlfriend. To his surprise, the official seemed to have really heard his voice. From the 3rd day, he could clearly feel that the density of monsters was gradually increasing. In the next few days, the 2 of them had to go through at least 5 battles a day on average, most of which were black iron level 4 and level 5 monsters, so they were basically left to Xiaoke to deal with. But in order to train Pai Dan's combat ability, Xiao Yao would sometimes order Xiaoke to let Pai Dan play as an assistant. "Oh, take a break." Su Xingliang sat on the ground, sighing. "Xiao Yao, if I hadn't held your thigh, I would have been eliminated long ago." Xiao Yao said, "I didn't expect the monsters I encountered these 2 days to be so strong. I guess the official has released a new batch of monsters, and their strength is not low. The increase in monsters is naturally a good thing for him." After 3 days, Xiaoke experience value reached black iron level 4235/300. If he is lucky, in the last 2 days, Xiaoke has a good chance of reaching black iron level 5. Of course, it was a good thing for him. But for other students, it was getting harder and harder to hold on for 7 days. I don't know how Li Ming, Lu Lei, and the other 4 are doing. There is no signal in this broken place. Otherwise I could still find them. Su Xingliang shook his phone with no signal. Helplessly. Xiao Yao didn't say anything. But based on his understanding of the 4 friends, he was afraid that it would be difficult for them to hold on to the end. "Let's go. Get some water. And wash Xiaoke preserved egg." Xiao Yao stood up and patted the dirt off his butt. After a fight, Xiaoku and Pai Dan were covered in blood. If they didn't wash it quickly, the blood would get on their hair, and it would be hard to wash it off. Let's go! After walking for more than 20 minutes, the two came to the creek and washed Xiaoku and Pai Dan's bodies. Giving Xiaoku a bath was relatively simple. During the bath, Xiaoku was very quiet and lay still on the ground. Come on! Shake it off. Xiao Yao led Xiaoku to the side and let Xiaoku shake off the water droplets on his body. On the other side, Pai Dan was a little naughty. Meow. I wash it myself. Pai Dan puffed up his face fiercely and pushed out with his little paws. What the hell are you washing? Can you touch your back? Without saying anything, Su Xingliang scooped some water with both hands, poured it on Pai Dan's back, and rubbed it with his big hands. Meow. Pai Dan twisted his little butt, struggling to leave. Be honest. Su Xingliang pressed one hand on Pai Dan's back and wiped the blood off his back with the other hand. Meow. Pai Dan looked into the distance with despair, completely giving up struggling. Suddenly, Pai Dan's body tensed, and his hair stood up. Such a change startled Su Xingliang. But before he could react, there was a loud bang on the water surface. A thick blue tail suddenly appeared, like a rope, tightly wrapping Su Xingliang and Pai Dan together, and then with a splash, bringing them into the water. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao's face changed drastically. He pulled out the dagger from his waist, jumped into the water, and Xiaoku followed closely behind. Boom boom boom. Xiao Yao swam forward like a propeller with his legs swinging wildly. Xiaoku was paddling next to Xiao Yao in a doggy paddling position, but his speed was not slow at all. After his eyes adjusted to the water environment, Xiao Yao finally saw the true face of the murderer. It was a sea snake more than 7 meters long, light blue in color, very inconspicuous in the water, with a thick waist, nearly 1 meter, and its body was swaying in a winding way, sneaking down quickly. War Beast name Blue Water Snake. War Beast level Black Iron level 3. War Beast skill Hidden Breath. No wonder even Xiaoku didn't notice it. First, the smell of the underwater monster was very faint, covered by the lake water, which greatly affected Xiaoku's sense of smell. Second, it was because of this breath-retaining skill. Xiao Yao noticed that Su Xingliang was struggling in panic. His legs kept kicking, but his hands were tied tightly, and he had no way to break free. Nor could he press the resistance bracelet. No. If you struggle like this, the oxygen will be consumed soon. Xiao Yao's heart was instantly tightened, and he tried his best to say loudly, hum, 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 hum. Sound travels very fast underwater. Su Xingliang opened his eyes immediately after hearing the sound. Hum, hum. Seeing Xiao Yao not far away, Su Xingliang looked panicked and struggled even harder. Seeing Su Xingliang saw him, Xiao Yao waved his hands frantically and kept pointing at his lips. The two of them had a perfect understanding. Su Xingliang understood what Xiao Yao meant instantly. Don't struggle, save oxygen. He calmed down, trying his best to slow down his heartbeat. Seeing that his friend understood what he meant, Xiao Yao calmed down a little and increased the frequency of his legs swinging again. The blue water snake didn't seem to notice that someone was following behind it. It swam leisurely, not very fast, which gave Xiao Yao the opportunity to slowly approach. Xiao Yao felt that he had gone down by more than 20 meters. This depth was difficult for ordinary people to bear. The strong water pressure pressed on the body, especially the eardrum. Even with his physique, his eardrums hurt. Fortunately, he was almost catching up with the target. What is this? When approaching the blue water snake, Xiao Yao suddenly saw a ray of light in front of him. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the light emitted by an underwater cave. Through the light, Xiao Yao noticed that there seemed to be another world in the cave, and the blue water snake was heading towards the cave. Now is not the time to explore the cave. Xiao Yao saw that the distance between Xiaoku and the blue water snake was close to 10 meters, and he immediately gave an order. Xiaoku. Endless Binding. Okay. At this moment, Xiaoku used the skill Endless Binding. Swish. An invisible force pushed Xiaoku. Even underwater, his body appeared behind the sea snake as if teleporting. Puff. Puff. Xiaoku waved his wolf claws, and the sharp claws almost cut the blue water snake in half. On the other side, Xiao Yao was worried about the sea snake's strong vitality, so he swam quickly in front of the sea snake and used a dagger to stir the sea snake head fiercely. Experience +5. Seeing the experience value generated, Xiao Yao understood that the snake was really dead. After the sea snake died, Xiao Yao quickly swam behind the sea snake to check on Su Xingliang. At this time, Su Xingliang was pinching his neck with both hands. His expression was extremely painful. His lips were blue, and he seemed to be suffocating. Pai Dan was swimming beside Su Xingliang, waving his little claws, his eyes full of worry and self-blame. Xiao Yao glanced up. He was at least 25 meters away from the water surface. Even if he pulled Su Xingliang up at the previous speed, it would definitely be too late. Damn it. Let's fight. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, hugged Su Xingliang's body, and swam towards the cave. This was the only chance to survive. Chapter 66 Twin Fruits of Light and Darkness. Xiao Yao, come on. At this time in the monitoring room, Coach Zhou clenched his fists and looked at the screen with a worried look. He could never have imagined that Su Xingliang would be in danger by the stream. Because Xiao Yao was so powerful, the two of them were the team he trusted the most, but he never thought that such an accident would happen. And underwater, the resistance bracelet was useless. The bracelet could only provide a resistance field, but it could not provide oxygen. Now he could only hope for a miracle. Snap, a hand was placed on Coach Zhou's shoulder. Coach Zhou did not turn around. He knew who was behind him. Believe in your student, he will definitely create a miracle, Li Daocheng said firmly. Coach Zhou did not speak. His eyes were fixed on the screen, praying silently in his heart. God bless. We must not let anything happen to the two children. Xiao Yao swung his legs with all his strength. Looking at the stone cave that was close at hand, he pushed hard, pushing Su Xingliang into it. Su Xingliang fell to the ground with a dull sound. Soon, Xiao Yao also entered the cave. Cough, 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 cough. After falling to the ground, Su Xingliang regained consciousness, turned around, supported himself with his hands, and coughed madly. His face was red from coughing, and veins on his forehead were exposed, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Xiao Yao hurriedly came behind him, patted his back gently, helped him to recover. Hiss. After recovering, Su Xingliang took a deep breath, looked around in confusion, and asked, Xiao Yao, where is this? At this time, Xiao Yao finally had time to observe the surroundings. This was an extremely wide stone cave. There seemed to be a layer of air at the entrance, separating it from the outside world. The walls were covered with fluorescent powder, emitting a faint green light. I don't know where this is either. Xiao Yao shook his head. It was too late to swim up at that time. I just happened to see the light here, so I had to try my best. Huh. It seems that I am really lucky. Su Xingliang relaxed his body, laying back, his whole body spread out like a big letter with his legs and feet. Meow. At this time, Pidden came to Su Xingliang, picked his clothes with his little paws. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. It's okay, Pidden. Su Xingliang picked Pidden up, put him on his chest, touched his head, and comforted him. I'm okay now. I don't blame you just now. Who knew there was such a monster under the water? Meow. Pidden lay on Su Xingliang's chest, rubbing his little head here and there, indicating that he would pay more attention in the future. Su Xingliang wiped Pai Dan's wet hair and sighed. I am especially grateful to Lao Zhou now. If it weren't for the 3 months of physical training, I would have suffocated long ago. Xiao Yao also lay on the ground and said lazily, yes. Thank Lao Zhou for the devilish training. Otherwise, I would have to give you artificial respiration. Fortunately, my first kiss was not wasted on you. A big foot picker. I thank Lao Zhou on behalf of my future girlfriend. You are the big foot picker. Su Xingliang hit Xiao Yao's shoulder hard, but a smile appeared on his lips. He knew that this was his best friend. A person who could dive into the deep water without hesitation to save him, and put danger, life and death aside. A person who was cold on the surface, but sultry inside, loved to joke, but could be fully trusted at critical moments. Two brats. Coach Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and scolded with a smile. Now you know the importance of physical training. Li Daocheng patted him on the shoulder and said, see, I knew your students could create miracles. Coach Zhou turned around and said in surprise, it seems that you believe in them more than I do. Li Daocheng smiled proudly. I am good at face reading. I can tell at a glance that these two children are not the kind of people who will die young. TSK. You are so weird. Coach Zhou rolled his eyes speechlessly, looked at the screen and asked, by the way, do you military personnel also know what this is? Li Daocheng shook his head. I don't know. Who would go there to see such a deep water? But it looks quite mysterious. Maybe your two students will have some adventures. Coach Zhou murmured. I don't expect any adventures either. As long as these two kids can come back safely. That's enough. Since we are here, why don't we take a look around? Xiao Yao stood up and suggested, looking at the vast space. Let's go! Su Xingliang patted his butt. The space inside the cave was very large. There were gravels and animal carcasses everywhere on the ground. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang took a quick look and found nothing valuable. Then they began to explore the depths of the cave. After walking more than 30 meters, the vision began to become dim. And suddenly the two of them stopped at the same time. What is this? Su Xingliang opened his mouth slightly and asked in shock. In front of them, there was a tree about 7 or 8 high, with a thick trunk, a faint black color, and 2 fruits hanging alone on the crown of the tree. One fruit was extremely black, as if it had swallowed all the light, and the other was milky white, giving people a warm and holy feeling. This, Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a strong surprise. This can't be the light and dark twin fruit. Light and dark twin fruit? Su Xingliang asked doubtfully. What is this? Xiao Yao said excitedly. Light and dark twin fruit. One is the shadow fruit, the other is the light healing fruit. The two are born together. One bears fruit every 15 years, and have incredible functions. Incredible functions? Su Xingliang's eyes lit up. What functions do they have? Xiao Yao calmed down a little, explained. I also read it in a book. The book records that if a war beast takes light and dark twin fruit, it can not only greatly improve its physical fitness, but also has a high probability of awakening related war beast skills. But the 2 fruits have mutually exclusive properties, and cannot be taken at the same time. Awakening the skills of war beasts. Is it so perverted? Su Xingliang was shocked. It can help war beasts awaken their skills. How precious is this treasure? How could we come across such a thing? Xiao Yao stepped forward quickly, climbed up the tree in the blink of an eye, and observed carefully. Not long after, he slid down and said excitedly, Liang, the light and dark twin fruits are about to mature. I estimate that it will be within 2 or 3 days. According to the book, when the light and dark twin fruits are ripe, they will automatically fall off and fall to the ground. Just now, he carefully observed and found that the fruit was almost separated from the branch, and it was only a little bit away. When the fruit fell completely, the 2 of them could eat it directly. Xiao Yao patted Su Xingliang's shoulder excitedly. This is called a blessing in disguise. Su Xingliang grinned. Damn! This wave is really worth it. Xiao Yao smiled. I go get our things, and we live here for the next 2 days. Su Xingliang nodded heavily. Okay. Then I stay here. Chapter 67 Level 1 Beast Tide. Coach Zhou smiled. These 2 guys are so lucky. Any treasure that can increase the skills of war beasts is worth tens of millions. For summoners, money is important, but increasing the skills of war beasts is more important. Even the increase of one skill will bring a qualitative leap to the war beast. If the light and dark twin fruits are put on the auction, they will definitely sell at a sky-high price. Light and dark twin fruits. Li Daocheng's tone was full of envy. These 2 guys are so damn lucky. What? Are you jealous? Coach Zhou said with a squinting look. What the hell? Li Daocheng laughed and scolded. How can I, a gold-level summoner, be jealous of 2 little kids? Besides, this light and dark twin fruit can only be taken by war beasts below the silver level, and my war beast can't use it. Then, Li Daocheng said, I was just thinking, if I could find it in advance, this light and dark twin fruit could also be used by my 2 daughters. Coach Zhou turned his head and looked at the screen. This is what the 2 children exchanged their lives for. Otherwise no one would find this place. I know. Li Daocheng rolled his eyes. You're talking as if I'm going to rob them. Aside, many coaches and officers looked at the screen with envy. Light and dark twin fruits. What a fucking shit luck. Report. At this time, an officer ran over quickly. Sir, frontline detection, there are signs of a beast tide outbreak in the desolate plains. Beast tide. Hearing these 2 words, everyone in the monitoring room felt nervous. For the dragon people, they have not experienced invasions or civil strife in the past few hundred years. Only the beast tide that breaks out from time to time is what everyone is most worried about. Especially large-scale beast tides, each outbreak will bring huge losses to Dragon Country. Li Daocheng frowned. What is the predicted level of the beast tide? The soldier replied, at present, it is a level 1 beast tide. Level 1 beast tide. Hearing the soldier's reply, everyone was slightly relieved. If it is really a level 1 beast tide, then there is no need to worry too much. With the powerful military defense force of Yinqing, it can easily suppress the level 1 beast tide. Li Daocheng's brows relaxed slightly, but he still instructed, notify all troops, level 2 military alert, and you notify the city, find a gold level summoner to assist in frontline defense. Although the first level beast tide is not very serious, most of the monsters are silver and below. But occasionally there are a few gold level monsters mixed in. Below the gold level, it can be dealt with by guns and shells. But from the gold level onwards, it is not something that can be dealt with by ordinary shells. Because the human race's high-level officials have an agreement with the Monster King. Unless it is a special period, super explosive missiles cannot be used. Therefore, monsters above the gold level can only be dealt with by summoners. At present, the entire Yincheng army, including him, has only 2 gold level summoners and 4 gold level war beasts. This force is not particularly safe against the first level beast tide. It would be best to find another gold level person to assist. Yes, I will notify them immediately. The sergeant saluted and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Coach Zhou said, regarding this election, I have a suggestion. Oh, Li Daocheng asked, who do you want to recommend? Li Daocheng originally wanted Coach Zhou to assist, but after all, his students are still here, and as a coach, he is responsible for the safety of all students. However, Yincheng still has more than a dozen gold-level masters, even if they have work in their hands, but facing the threat of the beast tide, I believe these people can distinguish the priorities. I recommend Xiaoli, Coach Zhou said. Xiaoli? Li Daocheng didn't expect Coach Zhou to recommend Xiaoli as the most powerful gold-level summoner in Yincheng. It would be best if Xiaoli could come. But as the head of the law enforcement team and the guardian of Yincheng public security, Xiaoli has a heavy responsibility. Facing a mere level 1 beast tide. Is he really willing to come? Coach Zhou saw the doubts in Li Daocheng's heart. He smiled, pointed at Xiao Yao's figure on the screen, and said, his son is right here, facing the threat of the beast tide. Do you think he will come? Li Daocheng's eyes widened. Is this kid Xiaoli's son? Coach Zhou nodded with a smile. Li Daocheng sighed. It's true that a tiger father has no dog son. The father is powerful, and the son is even more of a little monster. Okay. Since this is the case, there is no need to choose. Notify the city and seek assistance from Captain Xiaoli. Yes. After the soldiers left, Li Daocheng said, Old Zhou, I will go to the front line first. Coach Zhou nodded. Okay. You go. Wait for my students to come out. I will support you. Uh-huh. I knew you were nice. Let's go. Li Daocheng waved his hand and turned away. Many coaches saw how familiar Coach Zhou was with Li Daocheng, and couldn't help but underestimate him. What kind of person is Zhou Yin? He's just a coach, but he can have an equal conversation with Li Daocheng. How weird. Liang Yang, I brought all your equipment and clothes. Come and change. Xiao Yao went into the cave, took a deep breath, turned to look at Su Xingliang, and said in surprise, Oh my god, you've taken them off? Su Xingliang was naked at this time, except for a pair of underwear. After 3 months of devilish special training, Su Xingliang's body has changed from slightly fat to tight and strong now. Although the muscle lines are not very obvious, you can see the explosive power contained in his body. The clothes sticking to my body are so uncomfortable. Su Xingliang took the waterproof bag and took out the clothes inside. Oh, you are quite smart. You found bones as a frame. Xiao Yao saw Su Xingliang's clothes were placed on a frame made of animal bones. There was a badge on the clothes. That's it. Su Xingliang took out his underwear with great pride and prepared to change directly. The two often went to the bathhouse together to take a bath and didn't mind being naked. Wait a minute. Xiao Yao suddenly stopped Su Xingliang. What's wrong? Su Xingliang asked in confusion. Xiao Yao glanced at the badge again and said casually, Go to the back and change. Don't change in front of me. What, are you still shy? Bullshit, I'm afraid of being irritated. You are the one who is eye-catching. Su Xingliang cursed, but he still went to the back to change his underwear. After Su Xingliang left, Xiao Yao half-crouched and looked at the badge level. Through the fluorescent light, he actually found a red dot flashing on the badge. This can't be a pinhole camera. Xiao Yao stood up and murmured. The badge was usually pinned on the chest, so he naturally couldn't find it, but when he faced the badge directly, he found the clue inside. Listening to the rustling sound of Su Xingliang changing clothes, Xiao Yao grinned. If I hadn't been sharp-eyed, you almost ran naked in front of others. This kid has a really sharp eye. Coach Zhou is now in front of the screen, said with a smile. Ding at this time. The phone rang. Coach Shou opened it, and saw that it was Xiao Li. "Hello, Captain Xiao." "Coach Shou. Please don't call me that. My son is still in your hands." Xiao Li responded with a smile. "You said that, as if I were going to kidnap your son." "Haha, old Joe, how is my son now?" "Very good, he is really lucky this time." Coach Shou told Xiao Li what had just happened. After listening to Coach Shou's story, Xiao Li opened his mouth slightly, and couldn't help but have an idea. Could it be that my son is really the son of destiny? This is the light and dark twin fruit. He couldn't buy one with all his wealth, and now his son has it. If this isn't destiny, what is it? Old Joe, help me watch Xiao Yao. I'm going to help Li Daocheng defend against the beast tide now. When Xiao Yao comes out, you bring him to me, let him learn something new. Okay, I just happen to have this plan. That's it, old Joe, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Xiao Yao is also my student. If he can grow to diamond level, I will thank you. Diamond level is no problem. My son Xiao Yao has the potential to be a master. When did you become so immature? Haha, just kidding, I'm hanging up. Chapter 68 Self-Healing of Light. Flickering Shadows. The 7-day trial ended quickly. Only 6 people out of more than 500 people persisted to the end, including Zhou Hongyu and his teammate Wang Jianfeng. After receiving the rewards issued by the army, the 6 people left Shaojun Mountain happily. At this time, only Xiao Yao was left in Shaojun Mountain. Su Xingliang and the other 2. Xiao Yao, it's been 7 days. Do you think Coach Shou will be very worried when he sees that we haven't come out? If there is no news about us, and my parents are told, they will definitely be worried to death. Su Xingliang looked worried. Oh, don't worry, Coach Shou knows where we are, and what we are doing. Xiao Yao said lazily, lying on the blanket. How does he know? Su Xingliang asked in confusion. Xiao Yao smiled. The badge has a positioning system and a camera. Coach Shou knows everything we do. Su Xingliang's body stiffened, and his voice was dry. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yao pointed to the clothes that had been hanging for 2 days, and still hadn't dried. Come over and take a look. Su Xingliang quickly moved to the front of the clothes, staring at the badge. As he turned the badge over, he found a clue. Su Xingliang took a deep breath, then turned his body, exploded with amazing speed, and directly pressed Xiao Yao under him. He grabbed Xiao Yao's neck with both hands, and said viciously, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" When he thought of himself picking his nose and feet in front of the badge, and urinating outside the door. Oh my god, let me die. His whole body was numb, and he wished he could use his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. No wonder Xiao Yao had to go to the innermost part even to urinate. No wonder he didn't let me change my underwear here. It turned out to be because of this. You bastard, you must die a miserable death. Su Xingliang used all his strength. I wished he could strangle this hateful man to death. I am your lifesaver, how can you treat your lifesaver like this? Xiao Yao shrank his neck, and shouted with difficulty. I will repay you for saving my life in the next life. I want to strangle you to death now. Su Xingliang was relentless, and said viciously, Damn it, look at me. The monkey stealing peaches. Hearing the words monkey stealing peaches, Su Xingliang subconsciously covered his crotch to defend himself. Ahem, sure enough. This trick is still useful. Xiao Yao coughed twice, and stood up. Su Xingliang was full of grief and indignation. You bastard, I can't stand with you. Xiao Yao raised his head. If it weren't for me, you would have run naked in front of others. You don't thank me but blame me, you're repaying kindness with enmity. Now that you know. Put on the badge quickly. Su Xingliang snorted coldly, and pinned the badge back on his chest. Because there was no one else in the cave. And the badge was heavy. He was too lazy to carry it before. He didn't expect that there was a camera in the badge. This bitch just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Xiao Yao smiled and said, This is a lesson for you. You should also pay attention to the cameras around you in the future. Be careful not to become the male protagonist in the domestic area. Su Xingliang rolled his eyes. After this lesson, he felt that he would check the nearby cameras before going anywhere in the future. A day passed quickly. In the morning, Xiao Yao suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in his sleep. He sat up suddenly, and patted Su Xingliang beside him. Liang, wake up. What's wrong? Su Xingliang rubbed his eyes in a daze. Do you smell it? Xiao Yao asked. Smell? What smell? Su Xingliang looked puzzled. Xiao Yao suddenly thought that his sense of smell was more sensitive than that of ordinary people. At this time, he turned his head and looked at Xiaoke. Xiaoke stared at the front, his eyes flashing with desire and expectation. Xiao Yao was overjoyed. He knew that the light and dark twin fruits were ripe. Let's go. The fruits should be ripe. Xiao Yao stood up and walked to the back. Ripe? Su Xingliang shuddered, and immediately woke up and followed Xiao Yao's steps. Sure enough, when they walked to the back, the shadow fruit and the light healing fruit had fallen to the ground, exuding a sweet fragrance. Xiao Yao picked up the two fruits and asked, "Which one do you want?" Su Xingliang shrugged, "It doesn't matter. I listen to you." Xiao Yao thought for a while. Shadow fruit. It sounds like it has something to do with shadow stealth. Shadow flash. It's an assassin skill. It doesn't match Xiaoke warrior attribute. Light healing fruit sounds like it has something to do with healing effects. It's more suitable for Xiaoke than shadow fruit. And he had a vague guess in his mind. Gray shadow cat. Shadow fruit. I hope I'm right. Xiao Yao handed the shadow fruit to Su Xingliang. I give you the shadow fruit. I want the light healing fruit. Okay. Su Xingliang took the shadow fruit, the two looked at each other, and fed the fruit to the two beasts, who couldn't wait any longer. Xiaoke ate the light healing fruit in 3 or 5 bites. On the other side, Pai Dan, like a little hamster, held the shadow fruit and chewed it around, and soon ate the whole shadow fruit. Why is there no reaction? Looking at the two beasts, who didn't change at all, Su Xingliang asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoke and Pai Dan froze, and roared at the same time. A woof! Meow! A brilliant white light burst out from Xiaoke. The light was gentle and not dazzling, and there was a warm feeling when it shone on the body. On the other side, a thick black fog was rising around the preserved egg. The black fog was cold and strange, and enveloped the preserved egg. Will it be okay? Looking at such a big commotion, Su Xingliang was a little worried. Don't worry, it will be okay, Xiao Yao said firmly. Through the system, he saw that Xiaoke experience value was steadily increasing, and soon he broke through the black iron level 5. This state lasted for about 5 minutes. Xiaoke experience value was stuck at the black iron level 5, 214/500, and then he stopped moving, but the white light on his body did not diminish at all. 10 minutes later, the black fog and white light dissipated at the same time. And the information of Xiaoke and Pai Dan also appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Battle Beast names 1 Rage Beast Battle Beast level Black Iron level 5, 214/500, Battle Beast skills Blood Hunger, Beast Mouth, Blood Tracking, Ancestral Howl, Endless Binding, Light Self-Healing, under the irradiation of light. The healing effect. The self-healing ability is increased by 300%. Battle Beast named Shadow Cat Battle Beast level Black Iron level 3 Battle Beast skills Rapid Explosion. Shadow flashing the light and darkness dissipated. And Xiaoke appearance was still the same as before, except that a small tuft of white hair grew at the tip of his tail. But Pai Dan had changed a lot. His gray hair turned dark black. His body expanded. His claws became sharper, exuding the color of steel. His azure eyes turned dark green, and his temperament became deep and strange. As Pai Dan's owner, Su Xingliang was the first to learn about all the changes in Pai Dan. He said excitedly, Xiao Yao, Pai Dan has reached the 3rd level of Black Iron. And his race has become a Shadow Cat. And he has gained a new War Beast skill, Shadow Flash. Although he had already known about Pai Dan's changes, Xiao Yao still pretended to be excited and said, Really? That's great. Pai Dan's changes were actually within Xiao Yao's expectations. He had previously guessed that Shadow Cat was an advanced race of Gray Shadow Cat, and Pai Dan's transformation this time confirmed his guess. Shadow Cat and Gray Shadow Cat are only 1 word apart, but the strength and potential of the War Beasts are completely incomparable. The ceiling of the Gray Shadow Cat is the silver level. Even if the Gray Shadow Cat is promoted to the silver level and comprehends other War Beast skills, it is absolutely impossible to break through the shackles of the race. But Shadow Cat is different. As the top War Beast of the Black Iron level, its upper limit is the Platinum level. And at the same level, Shadow Cat can definitely kill Gray Shadow Cat in seconds. Chapter 69 Perfect Match of Light Self-Healing. Xiao Yao, how about Xiaoke? Did he get a new skill? Su Xingliang asked curiously. Of course, Xiaoke got a skill called Light Self-Healing, which can greatly improve the treatment effect and self-healing ability. Xiao Yao replied. Ah, that's also very strong. Su Xingliang nodded, but in his heart, he still thought that Pai Dan had gained more. After all, Pai Dan not only had racial evolution, but Shadow Flash was obviously more useful than Light Self-Healing. One is an attack skill, the other is a recovery skill. The attack skill is definitely better. Su Xingliang felt a little guilty. He should have given the shadow fruit to Xiao Yao earlier. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, he would have lost his life, not to mention getting such a treasure. Xiao Yao saw what Su Xingliang was thinking, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I think light healing is more suitable for Xiaoke, I'm not lying to you. This was really not to comfort Su Xingliang. Light healing is indeed more suitable for Xiaoke than Shadow Flash. First of all, the light self-healing tripled Xiaoke healing effect. It may not be very useful for ordinary war beasts, but for a war beast like Xiaoke, who already has a strong blood-sucking ability, this is simply a magical skill. Now Xiaoke can restore about 10% of his health with a beast's mouth, and at the same time, Endless Binding and Blood Hunger also have additional blood-sucking effects. And now with the light self-healing, a beast's mouth alone can restore 30% of his health. What a terrifying effect! A minor injury can be cured with one move. And a serious injury can be restored with one move. If a battle breaks out, Xiaoke can beat the opponent to the point where he doubts his life. Moreover, the self-healing of light can also improve his own self-healing ability. Even without using the blood-sucking skill, Xiaoke recovery speed is ridiculously fast. And as the level increases, the war beast's skills will become stronger and stronger. In the later stage, Xiaoke is the Wolverine of another world. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? Really? Su Xingliang was a little unconvinced. Xiao Yao said speechlessly, It's fake, you asked Pai Dan to spit out the shadow fruit. Su Xingliang chuckled, It's impossible to spit it out. Wait for Pai Dan to poop, I let you smell it. Fuck you. Well, everything else is fine, but after becoming a shadow cat, I feel that Pai Dan's appearance has declined, not as cute as before. Su Xingliang picked up Pai Dan and said with some regret, Pai Dan used to be gray, with blue eyes, taking the soft and cute route, but now Pai Dan is all black, with green eyes, looking a little gloomy. Meow? Pidden protested. Are you being racist? Who says black people are not good looking? Hey, you've learned the tricks of the Eagle Country. You still know racial discrimination? Su Xingliang gave Pidden a head slap. Pidden, as usual, waved his little paws in protest. The cat's paws slid lightly, and actually cut 3 holes on Su Xingliang's clothes. This scene shocked Su Xingliang and Pidden. Oh my god, is it so sharp? Su Xingliang grabbed Pidden's paw and felt it carefully. Pai Dan used to do this often, using his claws to gently slide across the clothes. Because he controlled the strength, it would only make him feel prickly and itchy. Just now, Pai Dan also controlled the strength as usual, but the result was completely different. A light scratch could cut the clothes. The claws were too sharp. Is this the shadow cat? It's really scary. Xiao Yao was also very surprised when he saw it. It seems that after the evolution, Pai Dan has grown a lot in all aspects. In terms of the sharpness of the claws, Pai Dan is not much worse than Xiaoke. I feel invincible. Su Xingliang murmured, the excitement in his eyes could hardly be contained. He said excitedly, I will challenge Zhou Hongyu after I go back, see if I don't beat him up. He has fought Zhou Hongyu many times in the past few months, and he was defeated miserably every time. Just as Xiao Yao predicted, Pidden could not break the defense of the Iron Rhinoceros, and the Iron Rhinoceros could seriously injure Pidden with a random move. But now it is different. With sharp claws, and the blessing of Shadow Flash, Su Xingliang is very confident that he is the king of the class. Of course, except for the pervert Xiao Yao. If you want to challenge, you can only wait until next semester. After the trial, it will be the Chinese New Year holiday, Xiao Yao said. Before participating in the trial, Coach Shou informed everyone that after the trial, they could go home directly for the Chinese New Year and come back to school on the 10th day of the Chinese New Year. Then spare his life and deal with him after the Chinese New Year. Su Xingliang was in high spirits and seemed to have anticipated the scene of himself defeating Zhou Hongyu. Okay, let's talk about the challenge later, and then we should leave. Xiao Yao looked at the surroundings again and said with emotion, I wonder if the light and dark twin fruits can still grow here in 15 years. Su Xingliang smiled and said, wait 15 years. We will come back to see it, and we will know. If it really grows, it will definitely be sold at a high price. Xiao Yao shrugged helplessly. Even if the light and dark twin fruits really grow here in 15 years, they will definitely be controlled by the military or officials. After all, through the badge, the location and situation here are known to the outside world, and they will definitely pay special attention in the future. Of course, 15 years later, he would not take the twin fruits of light and darkness seriously. 15 years, It's not too much to become a master. It's very possible to become a grandmaster. What should we do now? Go out? Su Xingliang asked. Go home. I still want to see what the reward is this time. Reward, yes, there is a reward. Su Xingliang's eyes lit up. Today's harvest was too great. If Xiao Yao hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten that there was a reward. Let's go, let's go! The two packed up their equipment in the cave, picked up their backpacks and swam back to the shore. The increased strength of Pai Dan and Xiaoko also fed back to the two of them. This time on the shore, the two felt unusually relaxed. After landing, the two changed into clean clothes first. How do we get out now? Looking at the endless forest, Su Xingliang couldn't help asking. If we walk out on foot, it will probably take another half a day. Don't worry. Someone has come to pick us up. Xiao Yao looked up at the horizon, with a smile on his face. Whoosh whoosh in the distance, a golden eagle spread its wings and flew over. It flew right above the two of them, and landed slowly. Coach Zhou. Looking at the familiar figure on his back, Su Xingliang shouted in surprise. Dong. Coach Zhou jumped off the eagle's back and said with a smile, You two boys, you have gained a lot this time. Su Xingliang scratched his head and said with a smile, Good luck, good luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. Coach Zhou glanced at Pai Dan and said, You two don't go home yet. Come with me to a place. Ah, where are you going? Su Xingliang couldn't help asking. He still wanted to go home early to report his safety to his parents. Coach Zhou patted the eagle's wings. Come up first. I tell you two later. Looking at the majestic and domineering eagle in front of him, Su Xingliang swallowed his saliva. He really wanted to experience the feeling of flying, but he felt it was dangerous, and he was a little entangled. Then I go first. Without saying anything, Xiao Yao first took Xiaoko back to the beast control space. And then, with the help of Coach Zhou, he quickly climbed onto the back of the eagle. Seeing that Xiao Yao had already gone up, Su Xingliang no longer hesitated and sat right behind Xiao Yao. Let's go! Coach Zhou jumped up and sat at the back. With his order, the eagle let out a soft cry and spread its wings to fly. Chapter 70 Eye of the Sky and Iron Fortress War Beast named Gilded Wind Eagle War Beast Level Gold Level 1 War Beast Skills Wind Control, Metal Hardening, Wind Blade, Golden Feather Storm. Gold Level Flying War Beast, sure enough. Xiao Yao touched the feathers of the Gilded Wind Eagle. It felt soft and smooth, but once the Metal Hardening was activated, it would be an extremely deadly weapon. The wind control skill is also very powerful. During the flight, there was no sense of oppression from the strong wind. It was like there was a streamlined windshield in front of him, which pushed the strong wind to the side. When can I fly too? Xiao Yao silently looked forward to it. Gold-level flying war beasts can take people flying. Hopefully, I be lucky and draw a hero that can fly. Coach Zhou, you haven't told me where you're going to take us yet? Su Xingliang turned his head and asked. Coach Zhou smiled softly. Take you to feel the power of the beast tide. Beast? Beast tide? Su Xingliang's body stiffened, laughed dryly. Beast tide? Coach Zhou, you must be kidding. Before Coach Zhou could speak, Xiao Yao asked, Coach Zhou, is there a beast tide on the front line of Shaojun Mountain? What is the intensity level? Coach Zhou looked at Xiao Yao deeply and said, Don't worry. The predicted level of the beast tide this time is level 1. Today I just want you to see it. This is also what your father meant. My dad? Xiao Yao was surprised and asked, Is my dad here too? Coach Zhou nodded, Yes. Your dad came 2 days ago. He told me to take you two over after you come out. Uncle Xiao is here. Hearing that Xiaoli had also arrived, Su Xingliang felt relieved immediately. As a summoner, he was also very clear about the strength of the first-level beast tide, and it could be easily dealt with the defense force of Yanqing. And Uncle Xiao had also arrived. He was the most powerful gold-level expert in Yanqing. With him, there was no need to worry about the beast tide this time. It's almost here. Looking at the military fortress not far ahead, Coach Zhou said. Suddenly, a thin and solid red light shot out from the fortress, and hit the body of the Gilded Wind-controlling eagle directly. The Gilded Wind eagle seemed to be greatly stimulated. It screamed, flapped its wings quickly, and rushed upward at a very fast speed. But no matter how it changed its speed and direction, the red light was like a thorn in its tarsal bone, and it was always locked on him. Coach Zhou patted the wings of the Gilded Wind eagle and said, Relax. This is the lock of the Eye of the Sky. I have already notified it. It's okay. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the red light disappeared suddenly. Is this the Eye of the Sky? Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with deep surprise. This was the first time he saw the Eye of the Sky. The Eye of the Sky is a very mature anti-aircraft missile defense system in the Dragon Kingdom's military, protecting every city from the danger of flying monsters. This system has powerful missile aiming and locking functions. Even platinum-level flying war beasts, it is difficult to escape the tracking of missiles. Prepare to land. With the order of Coach Zhou, the Gilded Wind Eagle dived down, causing a strong sound of breaking wind. The Gilded Wind Riding Eagle slowly stopped 2 meters above the ground. And then 3 people jumped down. Old Zhou, you finally arrived. Li Daocheng came over and patted Coach Zhou's shoulder enthusiastically. Dad, Xiao Yao shouted happily. Xiao Li came over and smiled at Xiao Yao. Not bad. You haven't lost much weight. He turned his head and looked at Su Xingliang. I haven't seen Liang Yang for a few months. You have lost a lot of weight. Su Xingliang laughed and said, it's all because of Coach Zhou's good teaching. The training is very strict. Old Zhou, did you hear that? The kids all praised you for your good teaching. Xiao Li said with a smile. Is your teaching good? Coach Zhou looked at Su Xingliang and said, I see you still have some extra fat, which means your training intensity is not strong enough. When you return to school next semester, I will increase the difficulty for you, and I guarantee you will lose weight. Increasing the difficulty, Su Xingliang showed an ugly smile on his face. Coach, I think my training intensity is already very high. If you increase the intensity, I am afraid I will die of exhaustion on the training ground. Coach Zhou said calmly, don't forget. Your war beast has improved a lot this time. Hearing this, Su Xingliang stopped talking instantly. Indeed, Pai Dan gained a lot. After the war beast fed back, his physical fitness was also improved to a certain extent. So the previous training intensity was indeed not enough. After experiencing this crisis, Su Xingliang deeply realized the importance of physical fitness. So even if the training is difficult in the future, he will stick to it. Okay. The next wave of beasts is coming soon. Li Daocheng turned his head and said to the officer beside him, notify them. Load the ammunition. And prepare for battle. Yes. After the officer saluted, he quickly walked to the side and said into the headset. At this time, Xiao Yao was looking at the steel fortress under his feet. The entire fortress was made of the most solid granite, and the surface was covered with a thick layer of steel plates. The fortress stretched for dozens of miles, like a steel great wall. At the same time, there was an extra heavy machine gun every 10 meters, and the soldiers were loading ammunition. This heavy machine gun is specially made. Bronze and iron level monsters will die immediately if they touch it. Even silver level monsters will be seriously injured if they are hit. It's about to start, Xiao Li said lightly. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang stood on both sides of Xiao Li, looking into the distance. Dong dong dong, the ground shook, and the sound of dense drumbeats sounded. In the distance, an endless black line quickly appeared, and it expanded and expanded, like a black tide pressing towards the fortress. Swish, 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 hundreds of missiles flew into the air, and plunged into the black tide. Boom boom! The violent explosion blew dozens of gaps in the black tide. The ground shook violently, and smoke rose everywhere. But in the blink of an eye, the gaps were filled with the black tide behind. This batch of missiles did not slow down the speed of the black tide at all. Slowly, the black tide was getting closer and closer, and Xiao Yao could also see the true appearance of the black tide. The wind leopard, the black wolf, the flame lion, the giant hand ape, the ghost-faced spider. Endless monsters rushed over desperately, and most of them were black iron, bronze level, and silver level accounted for about 10%. Shoot! As a loud broadcast sounded, a thunderous storm of bullets instantly erupted on the steel fortress. Hundreds of thousands of bullets shot forward, and countless enchanting blood flowers suddenly appeared. With such a density of monsters, bullets do not need to be aimed, and any shot can hit the enemy. Roar! Roar! The monsters roared fiercely on the battlefield, but this roar only aroused the soldiers' killing intent. The powerful recoil made each soldier's body shake violently. After less than a minute, the shooter was taken over by the soldier behind him, and he was responsible for loading the ammunition himself. Wow, cool! Looking at the big killer in front of him wantonly harvesting the lives of monsters, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 71, Bronze Hope. What, interested? Want to go up and try? Seeing Xiao Yao's yearning expression, Xiao Li smiled. Can I? Xiao Yao's eyes widened, with a strong surprise in his eyes. Even in this summoner's world, guns are still the dream of many boys, especially such a powerful weapon. Who wouldn't want to experience it with their own hands? Xiao Li smiled slightly, turned his head, and looked at Li Daocheng. Old Li, the child wants to shoot a few rounds for fun. Is it okay? No problem. Li Daocheng waved his hand. It's just machine gun shooting. It doesn't matter who goes up. Accuracy is not required anyway. Besides, Xiao Li came all the way to help. He should be given face. Liangyang, do you want to try it? Xiao Li asked. Su Xingliang's eyes were also full of expectation. Uncle Xiao, I want to try it too. Old Li, then let the two kids go together. Okay. Okay, you two. Let them go first when we change people later. Li Daocheng spoke. Yes. After a while, when this group of gunmen could no longer bear it, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang immediately took over. Aimed casually and pulled the trigger. Li Daocheng said on the side. Okay. Xiao Yao shouted excitedly, learning from the soldiers around him to bend his knees slightly, pulling the trigger with one hand, and holding the handle with the other hand. A series of bullets flew out from the muzzle, with a range of nearly 1,000 meters, bringing up blood flowers. At the beginning, the strong recoil made Xiao Yao's body tremble violently, and his whole body seemed to be twitching. Fortunately, he controlled his body in time, and his hand holding the gun handle became more and more stable. Awesome! Xiao Yao roared, turned the machine gun, and swept away the semicircular storm of bullets. Experience +2, experience +3, experience +5. Hundreds of bullets were fired, and a series of system prompts appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Oh my god! This counts as experience? Xiao Yao was overjoyed. He knew that when he killed the enemy with his own hands, Xiaoku would also get experience, just like the last time he killed Xiezhen. But he didn't expect that this time, he would also get experience by killing monsters with a gun. In this case, there is a chance to reach the bronze level. A blush appeared on Xiao Yao's face, and the finger pulling the trigger became more and more powerful. The violent bullets swept wildly. Can you last so long? Looking at Xiao Yao still shooting with excitement on his face, Su Xingliang couldn't help rubbing his wrist that was hurting from the shock, thinking to himself. He couldn't hold on after shooting for 2 minutes. The strong recoil made his wrist hurt, and his head felt a little dizzy. Compared with Xiao Yao, his physical fitness was still far behind. Old Xiao, is your son's physique good? Li Daocheng said, as he stood beside Xiao Li. Ordinary soldiers, who have undergone long-term training can use this super-heavy machine gun for about 1 minute, while Black Iron level summoners can generally use it within 2 or 3 minutes. And Xiao Yao has already lasted for nearly 5 minutes. This physical fitness is indeed amazing. Xiao Li said lightly, not bad. He has the style of my past. You are bragging. Li Daocheng curled his lips in his heart. You were not as good as your son back then. Huh? Xiao Yao took a deep breath, released the gun handle, and shook his sore arm. When Xiaoku experience value reached Black Iron level 5, for 91/500, he had to stop. After all, when the war beast breaks through the current level, the summoner itself will undergo a very obvious change. Xiao Yao didn't want to expose his secret, so he stopped in time. In fact, if his shooting skills were more accurate, he could have ended it earlier, but unfortunately, the monsters also learned and began to disperse, so his killing efficiency was greatly reduced later. But this did not affect Xiao Yao's excitement at the moment. He had already decided that after returning to Yanqing, he would go to the trial field as soon as possible to help Xiaoku break through the Black Iron level and welcome his second hero. What is the second hero? Looking forward to it. After Xiao Yao retreated, a soldier behind him quickly took over. How does it feel? Xiao Li asked with a smile. It's so cool. Xiao Yao's face was still full of excitement. On the one hand, it was because shooting a gun was really fun. And on the other hand, it was naturally because of his upcoming second hero. Just have fun. Xiao Li turned his gaze to the distance, and said with a serious expression, Old Li, it looks like the tough guys are coming. The storm of bullets poured out, casting a wall of flesh and blood on the battlefield. But there are still a group of lucky monsters, who can break through the firepower network and approach the steel fortress. Roar hundreds of monsters have rushed to about 700 meters in front of the fortress, and their pairs of scarlet eyes reveal violence and cruelty. Bang bang at this time. Hundreds of small holes suddenly opened in the middle of the fortress. Gun barrels popped out one after another, and as the gunshots rang out, hundreds of monsters died at the same time. Hundreds of sharpshooters had cold eyes, and stood still like sculptures, waiting for their prey to break in. At this moment, a clear bird cry suddenly came from afar. A fiery red-black bird flew from afar, and its wings vibrated to create layers of air waves. Before it got close, everyone felt an astonishing heat. War Beast named Red Flame Black Bird. War Beast level Gold level 4. War Beast skills: Fire Rain, Firestorm, Flame Acceleration, Steel Claws. As the Red Flame Black Bird flew over, several earth-shaking roars came from afar. 5 Gold level War Beasts followed the Red Flame Black Bird. Red Flame Black Bird? Xiao Li frowned slightly. Leave this to me and the White Jade Lion Tiger Beast. Then, Old Xiao, I won't be polite to you. The remaining 4 will be left to me and Wang Jian. Old Zhou, you will provide support. Li Daocheng stepped forward. His eyes were solemn. Wang Jian was another gold level strongman in the army, whose status was second only to him. Get ready. Xiao Li waved his hand, and 2 huge figures suddenly appeared. Roar's sturdy white tiger suddenly appeared. It had wings on its back, flying in the air. Blue lightning lingered above. The dark green eyes flashed with murderous intent. The tiger stripes made it look majestic and domineering. War Beast named Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger. War Beast level Gold level 5. War Beast skills: Wind and Thunder Wings, Tiger Roar, Blue-Eye Ghost Kill, Tiger Diamond Body, Lightning Spear. On the other side, a strong chimpanzee beat his chest and roared. He was 4 meters tall. His limbs were terrifyingly thick. His muscles were bulging. There were terrible black stripes on his face. His eyes were red. It was chilling. Name of War Beast: Black Demon Ape. War Beast level Gold level 3. War Beast skills: Demon Ape Body, Super Strength, Demon Nature Burst, Killing Intent Shock, Iron Fist Strengthening. Overlord, Old Black. Xiao Yao shouted in surprise. Overlord is the name of Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger. Old Black is his nickname for Black Demon Ape. When he was young, he liked to stay with Xiao Li War Beasts. Feeding and bathing are also easy for him, and they have a deep affection. The Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger and Black Demon Ape looked at Xiao Yao at the same time, with kindness and recognition in their eyes. Overlord, Black Demon, Red Flame Black Bird and White Jade Lion Tiger Beast will be left to you too, Xiao Li said in a deep voice. Roar Ao! The 2 beasts roared excitedly. After holding back for so long, finally there is a decent opponent. Chapter 72 Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger Black Demon Ape. The blazing white lightning danced on the wings of the wind and thunder. The Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger moved its wings, and its body rushed into the sky like a sharp arrow. A 3-meter-long lightning spear quickly condensed, hanging above the Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger's head, emitting terrifying energy. With a roar from the Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger, the lightning spear rushed out. Boom! With a loud sound of breaking through the air, the lightning spear approached the Red Flame Black Bird at an extremely fast speed. The Red Flame Bird chirped softly, and endless flames appeared out of thin air, spinning and solidifying, turning into a thick firestorm, colliding with the lightning spear. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, and the sky seemed to be split in half red and half blue. The Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger flapped its wings, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder, and quickly approached the Red Flame Bird. His dark eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally shot out 2 dark green lights as thick as his forearms. Green-Eyed Ghost Kill. The speed of the green light was beyond the imagination of the Red Flame Bird. Helplessly, she could only use her wings to protect the vital parts of her body and block the attack. Bang! The terrifying energy knocked her dozens of meters away, and 2 charred black balls appeared on her wings, emitting an unpleasant smell. The Red Flame Bird raised its head and screamed, with anger and murderous intent in its eyes. The Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger curled its lips in a humane way, with disdain in its eyes. The helpless and furious little red bird word, and a group of fireballs as big as face basins lingered around the Red Flame Bird, accompanied by an angry cry. Hundreds of fireballs flew towards the Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger like a shield covering the sky. Fire rain. Looking at the balls of blazing fire, the Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger roared, and his body suddenly expanded, his muscles knotted, and a faint metallic color covered his whole body. The Tiger King Kong transformation. Swish. The thunder wings moved, and the Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger turned into lightning and crashed directly into the center of the fire rain. Dong, 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 dong. The dense drumbeats kept ringing, and the exploding fireballs hit the Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger without causing any ripples. Seeing that his special move was actually ineffective, the Red Flame Black Bird's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Roar! The Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger that rushed out of the rain of fire roared, shaking the Red Flame Black Bird to unconsciousness instantly. By the time she reacted, The thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger had already approached her, and with a slap of its huge tiger paw, it directly knocked her to the ground. During the descent, the red flame-black bird's wings kept vibrating, finally easing its downward momentum. She chirped again, and with rich flame surrounding her, her body rushed towards the enemy like a rocket. On the other side, the black demon ape's battle was even more violent. Boom! The black demon ape leaped down from the fortress, and its heavy body smashed a big hole in the ground. Bang! 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 Its legs jumped, and its huge body burst out with amazing speed. The black demon ape rushed to the battlefield like a bulldozer, and any monster that stood in front of him would be knocked away alive. With its internal organs shattered, even if a stray bullet hit him, it would only make a ding sound and bounce off instantly, leaving no white mark. This is the horror of the body of a gold-level demon ape. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the target, the black demon ape bent his knees, and then kicked hard. Boom! His body jumped up like a rocket, and in the blink of an eye, he flew dozens of meters away. Ah! Seeing the enemy becoming clearer and clearer under his feet, the black demon ape roared excitedly, and his fists suddenly swelled and smashed down at the same time. Iron fist strengthening. Roar! The white jade lion tiger beast was also a proud person. Facing the fierce attack of the black demon ape, he did not dodge or avoid it. His white jade-like body shone with dazzling light. After a roar, a white light column as big as a bowl shot out from his mouth and attacked the black demon ape. Ayo! The red light in the black demon ape's eyes became even more intense. A ball of gloomy black air covered his body, transforming into a demonic armor, and the black lines on his face became more ferocious. Bang! The white light hit the black shadow, and a violent explosion sounded. The dazzling light made the white jade lion tiger beast narrow its eyes. If you are hit by this move of mine, I don't believe you will be fine. Ayo! A roar full of murderous intent sounded, and the black demon ape rushed over like a tank. His whole body was filled with terrifying black air, and his eyes emitted a terrifying red light that was ready to devour people. The huge soul stepped on the ground, leaving a trail of footprints. Boom! The terrifying killing intent burst out. The white jade lion tiger beast only felt a chill rising from the soles of its feet, and its fighting will instantly weakened. Bang! The iron fist was swung out. Under the strong force, the white jade lion tiger beast let out a scream, and its whole body flew out more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. The black demon ape was unforgiving, and raised its big foot, and fell heavily with a force of 10,000 pounds. The white jade lion tiger beast's hair exploded all over its body, and its limbs exerted force, and it jumped far away. Boom! The attack missed, and a 1-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks extended outwards not far away. Ho! The corners of the black demon ape's mouth showed an arc. Interesting prey. Let Grandpa Ape play with you. Dad? It was easy for the Overlord to fight with Old Black, Xiao Yao said in a light tone, holding a pair of binoculars. Xiao Li smiled faintly. If you can't even beat this kind of wild monster, your dad's 20 years have been in vain. That's right, Xiao Yao agreed. After all, the summoner's war beasts are cultivated through countless battles and training. Whether it is combat skills or combat awareness, they can undoubtedly crush these wild monsters. Moreover, with the summoner's deliberate training and treasure feeding, the war beasts are also more likely to awaken other skills. For example, the thunder spear of the thunderwing blue-eyed tiger and the iron fist strengthening of the black demon ape are skills awakened in the later stage. Summoners and war beasts complement each other and achieve each other. Under the training of summoners, the war beasts grow much faster than wild monsters, and the war beasts' feedback will also bring unimaginable changes to the summoners. For example, Xiao Yao had seen with his own eyes that Xiao Li rolled a square iron block into an iron ball. Such a force hitting a person would probably be more terrifying than a hammer hitting a person. Look carefully. It won't be long before the beast tide retreats, Xiao Li said. Is the beast tide retreating? Xiao Yao quickly turned his eyes to the battlefield. As Xiao Li said, the number of monsters on the battlefield has been decreasing. Although there are still monsters running from afar, the offensive is completely different from before. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar of a beast came from afar, so loud that the entire steel fortress was shaken. Xiao Yao felt a sting in his eardrums, and many soldiers around him covered their ears tightly, with painful expressions on their faces. Seely hearing this sound, the red flame black bird cried loudly, And then she quickly pulled away, and turned around and left with her wings flapping. At the same time, all the monsters on the battlefield turned around and ran back to the plane as if they had heard an amnesty order. Even the few gold-level monsters that were fighting were no exception. Roar! The thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger and the black demon ape, who had not yet fought enough, were naturally unwilling to give up, and the two beasts roared angrily and were about to chase. But they were stopped in time by Xiaoli. Chapter 73: The Truth About the Beast Tide. It seems that the one in the desolate plains feels that there are enough people who are dying. Li Daocheng laughed. Death? Xiaoyao showed a puzzled look. Xiaoli saw the doubt in Xiaoyao's heart, so he explained, Xiaoyao, the cold winter is coming. We humans have a complete industrial system and sufficient food reserves, which can ensure that we can easily survive the winter, but monsters are different. Food shortages will cause crazy fighting. Once it spreads too far, it may even affect the stability of the wild. So every time at this time, the rulers of the wild will force a group of monsters to attack the human defense line. It would be best if they can break through the defense line. Even if they can't break through, destroying these monsters as cannon fodder is enough to relieve the food pressure in the wild. Of course, over the years, we have reached a tacit understanding with the wild. Whenever the beast tide recedes, we will take away most of the monster corpses, but we will keep some as food for the monsters. So that's how it is. Xiaoyao suddenly realized. No wonder winter is the concentrated time for the beast tide to break out. No wonder this group of monsters knows that they can't break through the human defense line, and they will rush forward like iron-headed kids. It turns out that they were sent to die. Generally speaking, level 1 and level 2 beast tides break out for this reason, but level 3 and above beast tides are not that simple. Either there is a deep conflict between humans and monsters, or there is a huge change within the monsters. Xiaoli said. I understand. Xiaoyao nodded. Xiaoli smiled slightly. This time he asked Xiaoyao to come with him. The ultimate purpose was to let him experience the cruelty of the beast tide. As a summoner, the beast tide is something that he can never escape. Recognizing the danger of the beast tide early can also encourage children to keep a progressive mind. Old Joe, this wave of beast tide has receded. Please help me send the two children home. I will stay for 2 more days, just in case. Xiaoli said. Okay. Coach Zhou nodded, turned to look at Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang. You two come with me. Dad, I go back first. After experiencing the beast tide personally, Xiaoyao couldn't wait to welcome his second hero. Goodbye, Uncle Xiao. After saying goodbye, Xiaoyao and Su Xingliang boarded the Gilded Wind Eagle and followed Coach Zhou back to Yanqing. After flying for half an hour, the Gilded Wind Eagle landed in the suburbs of Yanqing. We can only stop here. We need to drive into the city the rest of the way. Yanqing is also protected by the Eye of the Sky. Even the Summoner's War Beast cannot fly into the city. After taking a taxi, the three returned to the urban area of Yanqing. Go back and have a good rest. Remember to go back to school on the 10th day of the first lunar month. After Coach Zhou finished speaking, he took out 2 porcelain bottles from his pocket. This is the reward for this trial. The bottles contain 100 herbs bone strengthening pills, which can improve the root bones of war beasts. There are 30 pills in each bottle. You two can each take 1. After the two put away the porcelain bottles, Coach Zhou patted their shoulders and turned away. Coach Zhou, Xiaoyao suddenly shouted. Coach Zhou turned around and showed a puzzled look. Happy New Year. Ah. Coach Zhou. Happy New Year. Su Xingliang also reacted and said. Coach Zhou waved his hand and said with a smile, Happy New Year. Liang, take both of these bottles. After Coach Zhou left, Xiaoyao stuffed the porcelain bottle in his hand into Su Xingliang's hand. No, I don't want it. Su Xingliang resolutely refused to accept it. He had received too much help from Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao stuffed the porcelain bottle into his hand very forcefully and said, Take it. This thing is of no use to me. How could it be useless? Su Xingliang looked unconvinced. This is a pill that can improve the root bones of war beasts. Xiaoyao glanced around and whispered, I feel that Xiaoku is about to break through the bronze level. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Su Xingliang raised his voice instantly. I'm not kidding you. Xiaoyao shrugged. I think if I try hard, it will be in these few days. Looking at his friend's confident demeanor, Su Xingliang's mouth twitched. Reaching the bronze level in less than half a year, are you the reincarnation of a demon? He was originally complacent about his progress. But after hearing what Xiaoyao said, the little pride in his heart was instantly wiped out. Compared with the real genius, He was really far behind. I don't want to play with you anymore. It's too discouraging, Su Xingliang said helplessly. So you should keep it well, and make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Hey. Okay. I'm going to take advantage of you again this time. What do you mean by taking advantage of me? Don't make it sound so gay. Xiao Yao smiled. He looked at Su Xingliang, said in a relaxed tone, Liang, Kyoto University? Su Xingliang was stunned for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his lips. Yes, Kyoto University. The two hands were clasped together, as if making the most firm promise. Mom, I'm back. Son, I'm back. Lu Hui had been waiting at home for a long time, and when she heard Xiao Yao come in, she hurried over. How was the trial this time? Are you not injured? Lu Hui asked with concern. Mom, with your son's strength, do you still need to worry about me getting injured? Xiao Yao proudly puffed out his chest. Look at what you can do. Come and eat some fruit. You must be starving after so many days. Looking at the Qingling fruit in front of him, Xiao Yao suddenly laughed, remembering Liang Yang's expression when he was twisted by the sourness of the wild Qingling fruit. What are you laughing at? Lu Hui asked. Xiao Yao smiled and told Liang Yang about his experience of cheating him. You kid. You're just trying to cheat Liang Yang. Who's honest? Lu Hui was also very happy, and scolded with a smile. I didn't expect that the wild Qingling fruit would be so sour. As my best friend, we should share the happiness. You? Lu Hui smiled, and then asked, your father also went to Shaojun Mountain. It seems that something happened. Did you see him? Xiaoli did not tell Lu Hui about the beast tide, but just said that he went to Shaojun Mountain to do something and visit his son by the way. Xiao Yao heard that his mother didn't know about the beast tide yet. So he said, I saw my dad. He's not done yet. It will probably take 2 days to come back. It's not dangerous. Right? It's not dangerous. Xiao Yao comforted, with my dad's strength. There's no need to worry. Oh, that's fine. Lu Hui put down her worries. Sit for a while. I cook for you now. Okay. Then I take a bath first. In the last 3 days in Shaojun Mountain, he was basically in contact with water every day. But after all, he stayed there for too long. And he felt itchy all over his body as soon as he got home. Because he just got home today. It was late, and Xiao Yao didn't plan to go to the training ground to break through now. Rest for a night. Adjust your condition. And meet new partners tomorrow. Which hero will it be? Looking forward to it. Chapter 74 Minotaur Chieftain Alistair. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao came to the small training ground. Xiaoke, mouth of the beast. The howling black wolf quickly rushed out, and its figure flashed by, drawing a black line, and then its sharp claws tore forward. Shwa shwa. The wolf claws passed alternately, like scissors cutting through cloth, clean and neat. Giggle. Several deep wounds appeared on the neck of the Gale dog, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It opened its eyes in despair, and made a sound of coughing blood, and died not long after. Experience value +7 black iron level 5. For 98/500. For 98, I will soon reach the maximum level. Xiao Yao couldn't suppress his excitement. Bronze level, I will soon become bronze level, who will be the second hero. Wu Xiaoke's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling slightly. He also felt that he was not far from a breakthrough. Don't panic, the next opponent will be here soon. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, and placed another order on the self-service battle system. The last battle of the Black Iron 5 Green-Scaled Snake Black Iron level. Let's choose a stronger opponent. 10 minutes later, the inner wall cracked. A huge iron cage rolled into the room on the conveyor track. As the cracks in the inner wall closed, the lock of the iron cage opened automatically. Hiss! Hiss! The green-scaled snake swam out. The vertical pupils were emotionless. The bright red snake tongue kept swallowing. What? Xiaoke howled to the sky. The surging fighting spirit pressed forward like a wave. He could no longer suppress his inner excitement, and wanted to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Endless oppression. With a kick of its hind legs, a black shadow flashed by. Xiaoke's body pressed the green-scaled snake to the ground like a mountain, and its wolf claws waved wantonly, and the thick scales seemed like paper, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen deep wounds appeared that could be seen to the bone. Hiss! After waking up, a trace of madness flashed across its vertical pupils. It raised its tail, wrapped Xiaoke's body into a ball, and then suddenly exerted force. At the same time, the snake head bent, and directly imprinted 2 tooth marks on Xiaoke's legs, and the deadly snake venom continued to pour in. Ale! Xiaoku's eyes glowed redder, and he opened his bloody mouth and bit the green snake 7 inches. The mouth of a beast. The wolf's fangs, which were strong enough to bite through steel plates, pierced the body of the green snake. Blood continued to flow into Xiaoku's mouth, although the green snake tried its best to inject the snake venom in its body into Xiaoku's body. The mouth of the beast that had been healed by light was too powerful. The 30% blood recovery made everything it did useless. Boom! The green snake fell to the ground powerlessly. Its pupils dilated, and it lost all its vitality. Experience value +7. A whoosh! Xiaoku roared to the sky. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The wolf's eyes were full of dense red bloodshot. The cold murderous intent burst out, just like the bloodthirsty and brutal world-destroying demon wolf. Crack! 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 Xiaoku's bones made a burst of noise. The whole body continued to grow while trembling muscles swelled, blue veins exposed, wolf teeth and claws extended outward, emitting a metallic luster. With a terrifying momentum burst out instantly, Xiaoku roared. Finally completed the final evolution. War Beast names 1 Rage Beast Warwick War Beast Level Bronze Level 1 War Beast Skills Blood Hunger, Beast Mouth, Blood Tracking, Ancestral Howl, Endless Binding, Light Self-Healing. Bronze Level 1 now. Xiao Yao was filled with irrepressible excitement. Walking to Xiaoku's side, Xiaoku, who was originally only at his waist, is now level with his shoulders. The black hair is shiny and smooth, it feels like silk. The slender limbs are much stronger, muscle lines are obvious. The wolf's teeth and claws have become longer and thicker, emitting a metallic luster. A whoosh! Xiaoku roared excitedly. Find me an opponent. After upgrading, he couldn't wait to challenge a stronger opponent. Don't worry. I also want to see your strength after becoming stronger. Xiao Yao gently stroked his hair. Suddenly, a stream of heat burst out from his body, flowing into his limbs like a stream. Xiao Yao clenched his fists. He felt that his body was constantly changing. Strength, speed, endurance were all enhanced to a certain extent, and his sense of smell was much more sensitive. He felt that he was almost as good as Xiaoku, who was at the Black Iron Level 1. Boom! At this moment, his mind suddenly shook, and his consciousness was pulled into a brilliant starry sky. Ding! The host's level has been upgraded, and the second hero summon has started. Dozens of familiar cards appeared out of thin air, and they were quickly cut after being piled up. Xiao Yao calmed down, looked at the pile of cards in front of him that were constantly being cut, and shouted directly, "Stop!" Ding! The cards suddenly stopped, and the first card on the deck slowly turned over, revealing his true face. It was a purple bull-headed warrior, muscles all over his body, bloodshot eyes, chains wrapped around his arms, a nose ring hanging on his nose, and 2 sets of bull horns standing tall. Alistair, the bullhead chieftain. Skills: Victory Roar, Earth-Shattering, Wild Charge, Trampling, Firm Will. Bang! The card shattered, turned into a stream of purple light, flying into his beast control space. The purple light faded, and Alistair also revealed his true face. Just like the image on the card, Alistair had a majestic figure, muscles knotted, standing on his feet, more than 3 meters tall. 2 sets of L-shaped bull horns were thick and rough, his limbs were as thick as buckets, blue-green hair grew on his back, bloodshot eyes, and black chains were wrapped around his limbs. The purple light faded away, and Alistair's body suddenly trembled. An invisible pressure pressed on him like a mountain. His back gradually hunched, his front limbs stepped on the ground, and his waist became thicker and thicker, as if he had degenerated into a purple giant bull. However, this giant bull was different from other cattle. It had no hooves, and each front foot had 3 thick toes, and each hind foot had 2 even thicker toes, which was very strange. Moo! A low and harsh bull call sounded. Alistair looked at Xiao Yao. His red eyes, like Xiaoku before, gradually became clear. Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and a white light flashed. The heavy body fell to the ground, and the whole training room trembled. Alistair turned his head and looked into Warwick's eyes. A trace of familiarity and confusion flashed in the eyes of the 2 beasts, and finally turned into kindness and gentleness. Coming from the same world, and having signed a soul contract with Xiao Yao, they both understood that the guy in front of them would be their closest comrade and partner in the future. Xiao Yao did not see the eye contact between the 2 beasts. At this time, he closed his eyes tightly, carefully feeling the changes in his body again. The hot energy continued to strengthen his muscles and skin. He felt that his strength had greatly increased. At the same time, his skin seemed to be coated with a layer of cowhide, becoming strong and wear-resistant. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yao felt that his clothes seemed to be a little smaller. The originally slightly wide cuffs were stretched to the limit. His shoulders became wider, and his clothes were tight. He felt that if he exerted force, his clothes would tear. Fortunately, he was wearing sports pants on his lower body. Except for his buttocks being a little raised, there was not much change. If Xiaoku upgrade mainly brought him speed, endurance and sense of smell, then Alistair's arrival would improve his strength and defense in all aspects. Chapter 75 Our Skill. Firm Will War Beast Name Towering Chieftain Alistair War Beast Level Bronze Level 1 War Beast Skill 1 Victory Roar. When Alistair controls an enemy or a nearby unit dies, Alistair will gain victory layers. When the layers reach 7, he will heal himself and nearby teammates. 2. Earth Shattering. Alistair hammers the ground, causing damage and knocking surrounding targets away. 3. Brutal Charge. Alistair charges at an enemy and knocks it back with his horns, stunning the opponent for a short time when causing damage. 4. Trampling. Alistair tramples the ground for 5 seconds, dealing damage to nearby units every 0.5 seconds, each time the shock effect of the trampling hits at least one enemy. Alistair will gain a trampling layer, up to 5 layers. When it reaches 5 layers, Alistair's next attack will cause additional damage and stun the enemy. 5. Firm Will. Alistair removes all control effects on his body, reducing damage received by 55%, lasting for 7 seconds. Xiao Yao stood between Warwick and Alistair. Warwick was as tall as his shoulders, slender, mighty and domineering, while Alistair was slightly taller than him, 3 meters long, huge, like a purple tank. Putting his hands on Alistair's body, Xiao Yao felt like he was touching granite, extremely solid, full of power. Bronze level? Is this the bronze level? It's really much stronger than the black iron level. Xiao Yao turned his attention to the system panel. He still had a job to do. Character Xiao Yao level bronze 1 summoner skills Mouth of the Beast, Firm Will. Yes, after Alistair's arrival, Xiao Yao can inherit one of the skills of the new War Beast. Among these 5 skills, he chose the ultimate skill, Firm Will. Without hesitation. Firm Will but Lao Nyo magic skill, among all the heroes in the Alliance, among hundreds of skills. Firm Will is at least in the top 20. After having this skill, you have Mouth of the Beast for attack, and Firm Will for defense, and Mouth of the Beast also has a blood-sucking effect. It can be said that Xiao Yao's own combat ability and life-saving ability are greatly enhanced. Even ordinary Iron 1 and 2 monsters are not his opponents. Alistair. This name is too long. Let's give you a nickname. Just like Shiaka. Xiao Yao rubbed his chin. What should I call you? Ada? No. It's the same name as an organization. Old Tower. Little Tower? It feels weird. Forget it. I just call you Old Cow. It's the same as the name in the Alliance. Alistair. What do you think of the nickname Old Cow? Xiao Yao asked. Alistair nodded. For him. It doesn't matter what you call him. Then I call you Lao Nyo. Xiao Yao clapped his hands. Lao Nyo is still a very familiar name. He had called him that for 7 or 8 years in his previous life. However, you can call him by his nickname. When you enter the National Summoner database in the future, you still have to give him a more domineering name. After all, the War Beast species is the Bull Chieftain. It does sound a bit strange. But when it comes to naming, he has a headache. When he was compiling a species name for Xiaoku, because the time was too short, he just casually gave him the name Black-Winged Wolf. As a result, not only does it sound like a soy sauce, it was also criticized by many readers. I must find a chance to change this name in the future. Black-Winged Demon Wolf is good. With the addition of the word demon, it feels more impressive. Ah. Xiaoku growled a few times. He couldn't wait to find an enemy to practice with. He also wanted to see the strength of his new teammates. I know. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly. Looking at the little money left in the bank card, he sighed. To Xiaoku, after Lao Nyo found an opponent, I was back to the days before liberation. I have to find a way to make money in the future. After placing the order, Xiaoku's new opponent appeared in the room. Name of War Beast Blue-Scaled Snake War Beast Level Bronze Level 1 War Beast Skill Snake Binding, Poisonous Fangs. Blue-Scaled Snake, Xiaoku old friend. When Xiaoku was at Black Iron Level 4, he challenged a Bronze Level 1 Blue-Scaled Snake. At that time, he was able to fight with the opponent for a long time, but he was indeed at a disadvantage. Now that Xiaoku has been promoted to Bronze, it is estimated that a Bronze Level Green-Scaled Snake will hardly last for half a minute. Xiao Yao originally wanted to find a Bronze Level 2 opponent for Xiaoku, But after looking at the price, it would be difficult to order a bronze-level opponent for Lao Nyo after paying the money. Helplessly, he could only make do with a bronze-level 1 monster. Hissing, the green-scaled snake coiled and shrank in the corner of the room, its golden vertical pupils full of vigilance. Its body tangled into a ball, and it took a defensive posture. He could feel that the 2 big guys in the room were very powerful, especially the black guy, whose cold murderous intent made him a cold-blooded animal. Feel cold. A wish Xiaoke couldn't wait any longer. He accelerated his body suddenly, making a whistling sound as he moved. Xiaoyao's pupils shrank slightly. After long-term training, his dynamic vision could barely keep up with Xiaoke's speed. But now that Xiaoke had accelerated at full speed, he could only see a blurry black shadow. After being promoted to bronze level, Xiaoke's speed increased by more than double. Shua. Xiaoke approached and swung his wolf claws. This attack was only based on physical strength, without using any skills. He wanted to see how strong he was after his promotion. Xiaoke's speed was beyond the imagination of the green-scaled snake. With a sizzling sound, the scales that were close to the hardness of steel plates could not resist Xiaoke's sharp claws. 5 bloody wounds were deep enough to see the bone. The green-scaled snake hissed in pain and rolled its tail, trying to entangle Xiaoke. But Xiaoke reacted quickly. He kicked his hind legs and avoided the entanglement of the snake tail. At the same time, he went around the back of the green-scaled snake and stretched out his claws. Puff! The sharp wolf claws pierced through the brain. Experience value +6 bronze first level, 12 out of 1000, 2 moves to finish it. Xiaoyao was a little surprised. Although he was confident in Xiaoke's strength, he did not expect that the same level of green-scaled snake could not survive more than 2 moves in Xiaoke's hands. This was without using skills. If he could use skills, how strong an enemy could Xiaoke defeat? Bronze 2nd level? Bronze 3rd level? Or even bronze 4th level? Xiaoke walked slowly, and the bloody wolf claws left claw marks on the ground. As he came over, he shook his head, and was very dissatisfied with this weak opponent. He didn't even show 30% of his strength, which made him still not have a clear understanding of his own strength. A wish Xiaoke shouted unwillingly. Another strong opponent. I don't want such trash. Xiaoyao pulled the corner of his mouth. Trash? You couldn't even beat such trash before. The young man started to get cocky as soon as he had some ability. I have no money. I will find an opponent for you later. Next, I have to test Lao Nyo's strength. Xiaoyao spoke the truth. Xiaoke curled his lips. Although he still wanted to continue fighting, it was obvious that the strength test of the new partner was more important. Old cow, then it's your turn to fight next. Xiaoyao said while touching the old cow's body. The old cow's eyes were calm. Like the sea, it seemed that nothing could shake him. Chapter 76. Lao Nyo Violent Fight. There are many bronze-level monsters in the training ground. Green-scaled snakes, spirit claw cats, bloodthirsty hyenas, cold poison spiders, purple-back centipedes. Which monster should be used to test Lao Nyo's strength? Xiaoyao thought for a moment, finally made a decision. After about 10 minutes, a monster walked out of the iron cage. Name of War Beast: Spirit Claw Cat. War Beast level bronze, level 1. War Beast skills: Agile steps. Tier Claw Cat. The Spirit Claw Cat is not small in size. Similar to an ordinary Tibetan Mastiff, has light gray hair, has very agile blue eyes, slender limbs, and walks silently. This time Xiaoyao mainly wanted to test Lao Nyo's defense ability, and the performance of his skills in actual combat. So he deliberately chose the Spirit Claw Cat, which is fast and has strong attack power. Lao Nyo took 2 steps forward, and his strong breath locked the Spirit Claw Cat. The hair of the Spirit Claw Cat exploded, and its back bent, and its body flew out like a spring. A gray figure flashed by, just a step slower than Xiaoke. The cat waved its claws and walked away. The clever cat stood 5 meters away from Lao Nyo, staring at the place where it attacked. The old cow turned around and looked at him. His expression was calm, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. The pupils of the clever cat shrank, and he found that his full-strength attack did not leave the slightest mark on this purple giant. What on earth is this? The clever cat did not believe in evil, and took another step, and the slender cat claws faintly emitted unusual fluctuations. Tearing claws, the cat claws came out alternately, and drew a delicate arc of cold light, cutting towards the throat of the old cow. Puff puff, 2 more dull sounds sounded, and the clever claw cat landed on both feet, and drew a distance of more than 10 meters on the ground, and protected his chest with both claws alternately, and turned his back to the old cow, and a confident light flashed in his eyes. The tearing claw is his strongest attack. He doesn't believe that a beast can survive after being hit by his tearing claw. A true male cat never looks back. Xiao Yao stood aside, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He did want to test the old cow's defense. But when the clever cat wanted to attack the vital point, he still ordered the old cow to dodge. But the old cow just replied in his heart, no need to dodge. Based on his trust in the war beast, Xiao Yao did not force him. But he was still a little worried. But when he saw that there were only a few very light white marks on Lao Nyo's throat, his worry instantly turned into surprise and excitement. Lao Nyo's defense was so strong that even the bronze level 1 tearing claw could not break through his defense. This was too terrifying. He was indeed one of the best tanks in the alliance. If he activated his ultimate move Firm Will, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, even bronze level 5 monsters would not be able to cause much damage to Lao Nyo. Meow's spirit claw cat waited for a few seconds, but did not hear the expected sound of falling to the ground. He turned around, and his body suddenly stiffened. How? How is it possible? No injuries at all? Lao Nyo looked at him calmly, as if the tearing claws just scratched him, which was quite comfortable. Seeing this scene, the spirit claw cat began to be afraid. He slowly stepped back a few steps, staring at Lao Nyo. Lao Nyo, try it. Savage Charge plus Earth Shatter, Xiao Yao ordered. Lao Nyo WQ combo is the basic skill of all Minotaur players. The most commonly used skill combination in the game, and a combo that a professional player can perform with his feet. Xiao Yao wanted to see, in this world, what kind of style would WQ Second Company have. Moo the old cow took a step, and approached the spirit claw cat little by little. The spirit claw cat bared its teeth, with a fierce expression, and scratched the ground with its claws, making an attacking gesture. But the old cow still had a calm expression, and approached slowly, as if strolling in the garden. The spirit claw cat kicked its hind legs, and its body rushed out again. The neck is hard. I don't believe your eyes are so hard too. The body leaped up, waving its claws forward. The spirit claw cat was very confident in its agility. The big guy in front of it could never keep up with its speed. Moo. Just when the spirit claw cat came within 10 meters, the old cow's eyes condensed, and its body changed from static to dynamic. It suddenly burst out with the speed of a high-speed train. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the horns hit the spirit claw cat. At the same time, the old cow raised the front half of its body high, and half of its body flew into the air. The 3 giant fingers on the left and right clenched, and then hammered down like a drum. Boom! The giant hammer-like bull hoof smashed the spirit claw cat to the ground. The whole training room shook violently. A milky white air wave suddenly rose within 5 meters around the old bull. Xiao Yao shook his body, and looked carefully. A pool of meat paste appeared under the old bull's hoof. Red, white, yellow and green were sprayed all over the ground. The scene was very disgusting. Xiao Yao swallowed his saliva. The old bull, who looked calm and steady, was so violent in battle. If he had not been trained for a period of time, I am afraid he would vomit after seeing this scene. Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. This new partner doesn't look weak. In fact, in terms of strength alone, he is much stronger than himself. The days ahead will be interesting. Experience value plus 6 bronze level 1, 6 out of 1000, Xiao Yao walked to Lao Nyo. He had a question in his mind that needed Lao Nyo to answer. Lao Nyo, why didn't the spirit claw cat get knocked away? In the game, no matter whether the soldier or hero is dead or not, they will be forced to be knocked away. Mu Lao Nyo answered his question. It turns out that when Lao Nyo launches the Earth Smash, if his fists hit the enemy, it will not cause a knockback effect. But enemies within a 5-meter radius will be forced to be knocked back. Ah, that's how it is. Xiao Yao showed a puzzled expression, and thought about it, and it should be like this. If the fist hits the person, how can it be knocked back? Should it be hammered into the ground, and then let it bounce back? Enemies within a 5-meter radius will be forced to be knocked back. It must be said that this is definitely a very practical skill in actual combat. Even if the fist misses, it is hard to escape the fate of being knocked away as long as the distance is right. And in the air, there is no force point, and it is still at the mercy of others. At this time, Xiao Yao felt a little regretful. This time, he was unable to fully test the strength of Xiaoku and Lao Nyo. Both opponents were too weak and died before they could show their skills. In addition, Xiao Yao also wanted to see Lao Nyo and Xiaoku cooperate in the battle. such as Lao Nyo WQ combo knocking away Xiaoku's skill endless binding. And then when the opponent reacted and was frightened by Xiaoku's skill ancestor howl. Just as he recovered, Lao Nyo's skill trampling took effect again. Think about it, they are all beautiful. Unfortunately, you need to be at least bronze 5 to support this combo, but I am really short of money, let alone bronze 5. I can hardly afford a sparring partner with iron 5. A Wu Xiaoku started to cry again. He was really unhappy that he didn't test his full strength. Okay, I will definitely find you a strong opponent in the future. Xiao Yao stroked Xiaoku fur and comforted him. A Wu Xiaoku said in his heart, "Don't make me wait too long." Got it. Xiao Yao took Xiaoku and Lao Nyo back to the beast control space, paid the bill, and prepared to go home. After being promoted to bronze, his beast control space expanded a lot. It was more than 1,000 square meters. Xiaoku and Lao Nyo were not crowded at all. It was just a little boring, basically just sleeping. Chapter 77 rapidly increased physical fitness. After paying the money, Xiao Yao only had more than 10,000 yuan left in his bank card. It is estimated that for a long time, he will not come to the training ground again. After all, bronze level sparring is too expensive, and the experience points gained are not high, so he still needs to choose other economical ways to upgrade in the future. He can take the monster's corpse home. A snake and a cat could have been a dragon-tiger fight, but the spirit claw cat had been beaten into a meat paste by Lao Nyo, and the mess mixed together, which looked disgusting. So Xiao Yao just mailed the body of the green-scaled snake home. After using a special potion to treat the toxin inside, he could eat the snake meat without worry. A red snake meat and a snake soup. Delicious. After returning to the city, Xiao Yao first spent more than 2,000 yuan to buy a few loose clothes. The clothes he wore before were a bit tight and uncomfortable to wear. Today is a weekday, and my mother is not at home. Xiao Yao suddenly had an idea and wanted to test how strong he is now. Arriving at the gym downstairs, it was not yet noon, and there was no one except the staff. Xiao Yao walked to the squat rack, found an extended special bar, and began to add weights one by one. Hey Jiadong, look at this boy, he has already added 400 kilograms, what is he doing? A fitness coach in uniform whispered to his companion. Next to him was a very muscular man, with well-developed muscles. Seeing Xiao Yao's slightly immature face, the fitness coach named Jiadong pouted. Kid, maybe he's just playing around. Really? Oh no. He's going to lift the bar. Seeing Xiao Yao standing under the barbell, preparing to lift the bar, the fitness coach's face changed drastically. And he quickly shouted, "Don't move. Are you kidding? This is a 400 kilogram bar. If something unexpected happens, you won't be able to lift it." Xiao Yao looked at his horrified look, smiled and shook his head, and then easily did a standard squat. The two fitness coaches' eyes widened. Am I seeing right? This is a 400 kilograms barbell. 800 caddies. The fitness coach named Jiadong came over and asked respectfully, "Young man, excuse me. Are you a summoner?" Apart from summoners, it is impossible for anyone to complete a 400 kilogram squat at this age, and with this body. Although strong men among ordinary people can do it, they are all big men with big shoulders and waists without exception. Although Xiao Yao also looks very strong, he is still far from that kind of body. Xiao Yao nodded, yes. Really a summoner? Jiadong had a complicated expression. To be honest, he had seen some young summoners come here to train. Their physical fitness was indeed better than that of ordinary people, but it was not too exaggerated. Even many people's squat, deadlift and bench press levels were not as good as those of an ordinary fitness coach like him. So he always thought that young summoners were just like that, relying purely on war beasts. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. But today, he finally saw the horror of the summoner. The boy in front of him, who looked to be 9 years old, could easily squat 400 kg, and it seemed that he had a good chance of challenging the limits of ordinary people. If such a person punched him, I'm afraid there would be no need to call an ambulance. Excuse me. Do you have a stronger long bar? Xiao Yao looked back at the bent barbell and asked. Yes. 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 The fitness coach quickly said, come with me here, we have a training room specially provided for summoners, and all the equipment inside is specially made. This training room was specially set up by the boss when he was laying out the plan, and the purpose is to provide a training venue for summoners. Of course, the boss also knows that powerful summoners will not come here to train, but even if you can make friends with young summoners, it's also very good. Maybe one of them will become rich. After arriving at the training room, Xiao Yao stood directly beside the squat rack, and added weights one by one. 470,480,490,500,505. Jiadong, this is already a world record for ordinary people. Yes. Jiadong swallowed his saliva, whispered, "Oh my god, this is too scary." Xiao Yao slightly bent his knees, his trapezius muscle pressed against the barbell, tipped his toes, felt that the weight was about right, so he exerted force to lift the bar. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yao's face turned red, but he still completed a squat in a textbook-like posture. After that, he did not continue to increase the weight, but turned to test the deadlift and bench press. After all the tests, his squat, deadlift, and bench press scores were 505 kilograms, 500 kilograms, and 335 kilograms, respectively, which were consistent with the world records of ordinary people. In fact, these weights were not his limit, but Xiao Yao did not want to continue to increase them. It was enough to understand his general level. The power fed back to him by the old cow was really strong, and he became a strongman in an instant. I don't know how strong my defense is. I test it when I get home. Sir, do you want to test other items? The fitness coach asked respectfully. Xiao Yao waved his hand and smiled. No, thank you. There was no need to test other items in the gym. For example, his speed and endurance must have improved a lot, but he could test these two items himself during his morning exercise. At this time, the courier called and said that his package had arrived downstairs. So Xiao Yao washed his face and left the gym. Jiadong, how about it? Will you say in the future that you are stronger than a summoner? Another fitness trainer teased. Jiadong looked lonely, sighing, Alas, not becoming a summoner is my biggest regret in this life. After getting the body of the green-scaled snake, Xiao Yao, as before, gave the snake meat to Uncle Lu for processing. Uncle Lu has been a butcher for decades, and is already familiar with processing the toxins in snake meat. After soaking it in a special potion, it can be scaled and cut into meat in half an hour. Uncle Lu, I come back in 2 hours. No problem. With Uncle Lu's smiling eyes, Xiao Yao returned to the community. When he walked downstairs, he suddenly stopped and saw that there was no one around. He punched the giant tree next to him. The tree shook and the dead branches fell to the ground. An obvious fist mark was deeply imprinted on the tree trunk. Xiao Yao retracted his fist and took a look. There was not even a trace of red mark on the fist, as if he had just hit the quilt. Xiao Yao smiled. After returning home, he gently slid the knife across his arm. No reaction. So he increased the force. After a certain amount of force, the knife finally left a shallow scratch on his arm. Just like cutting through cowhide. My skin is thicker than ordinary cowhide. Isn't it? Xiao Yao thought confidently. With strong strength, speed and endurance, skilled fighting skills and good defense, Xiao Yao believed that he could completely defeat the monsters of Black Iron 1 and 2. If he added the 2 skills of Beast Mouth and Firm Will, he would have a chance to reach Black Iron 3 or even 4. From today on, he is no longer the role that can only watch. Martial God Xiao Yao. Take off. Chapter 78. Say it again? After taking the processed snake meat home, Xiao Yao looked up the recipe for snake meat online. Snake soup is difficult to make, not suitable for beginners. Spicy snake meat, dragon and phoenix auspicious soup. It's you too. Dragon and phoenix auspicious soup is a mixture of snake meat and chicken. The finished product on the internet looks good, you can try it. Who is playing a song of Dong Fengpo on the pipa? I was in a very good mood today. Xiao Yao unconsciously hummed Jay Chou's song in his previous life. After crossing over, he often sang songs from his previous life when he was bored. With his good music foundation, he secretly wrote down some popular songs when he was very young, sealed them in his own small cabinet, and took them out from time to time to read. If he had not become a summoner, being a singer would not be bad. The entertainment industry in this world is still quite developed. After all, 90% of them are ordinary people. Therefore, singers, actors, and stars emerge in an endless stream, and their ability to make money is quite strong. Even many summoners have their favorite star idols. Most of the songs he memorized were Jay Chou's songs. No way, I've been a fan for more than 10 years, and some songs can't be forgotten even if I want to. It's a pity that until the time of crossing, I didn't wait for Jay Chou's new album, otherwise I could accumulate more songs. Who would have thought that the Terminator of the Chinese music scene would be a woman? The beauty trap, so terrifying. Dong, the door was opened. "Mom, you're back so early today?" Xiaoyao shouted in the kitchen. "It's me." A deep male voice came. "Dad." Xiaoyao ran out wearing an apron and asked in surprise, "Is the beast tide over?" Xiaoli smiled and nodded. "Great." Xiaoyao was very happy. After all, no matter how many levels of the beast tide there were, it was a huge threat to humans. No one could guarantee whether the intensity of the beast tide would increase. Fortunately, since Dad has confirmed that the beast tide has receded, we can spend this year in peace. Dad, take a break first. I'm cooking spicy snake meat and snake soup. This is the meat of the green-scaled snake. Going to the training ground again today? Xiaoli took off his clothes and said casually, "You didn't even take a break after coming back." "I go take a shower first. Your mother will be back soon." Okay. Xiaoyao originally wanted to tell his father about his breakthrough to the bronze level, but since his mother is coming back soon, he will wait and tell her together. Well, this snake meat is really tender. Xiaoli tasted a bite of the snake meat and praised. It won't be poisonous. Right? Lu Hui hesitated a little. After all, both of her family members are summoners, who have strong physical fitness and are not afraid of damaging their bodies. She is an ordinary person and can't stand the toss. Don't worry, Mom. Xiaoyao put the snake meat into his mother's bowl and assured her. It will be fine. Uncle Lu has already processed it. In fact, he had just checked the internet for the toxins of the green-scaled snake. The toxins of the green-scaled snake are all concentrated in the poison sacs in the body, and a small amount exists in the teeth. Even if it is not processed, it will be fine for ordinary people to eat it. Okay, I try it. Out of trust in her son, Lu Hui still took a bite. Well, it's really good. Lu Hui nodded in praise. The snake meat of the bronze monster was delicate and delicious. Even though Lu Hui had eaten many delicacies, she still thought this dish was the best. She ate one piece after another and could not stop. Mom and Dad, I have good news for you too, Xiaoyao said while eating. What good news? Could it be that you have found a girlfriend? Xiaoli teased. Xiaoyao was speechless. Is finding a girlfriend good news for you? Other parents do not encourage early love. Xiaoli smiled and said, That's someone else. I just hope you can get married soon and give me grandchildren soon. In Xiaoli's heart, his son has been very sensible since he was born, never crying or making trouble, very obedient, and very mature at a few years old. Although this makes them very worry-free, sometimes when they think about it, they also feel a little regretful. If there is a next generation, it doesn't matter if they make a fuss. Then you have to wait. I haven't met the girl I like yet, Xiaoyao said helplessly. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't work, Dad will introduce you. Xiaoli immediately thought of a juicy cabbage. In the future, when his son is admitted to Kyoto University, he must match them up. Xiaoyao shook his head and said, Dad, Mom, I've been promoted to bronze level. The chopsticks in Xiaoli's hand broke instantly. He slowly put down the broken chopsticks, with disbelief in his eyes. Say it again? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Xiaoyao repeated again. I said, I've been promoted to bronze level. His Xiaoli took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Have you really been promoted to bronze level? Really? I'm not lying to you. I was promoted just this morning. While Xiaoli stood up instantly, shaking the table, his eyes full of excitement. Come on. Let it out, and let me see it. Bronze level. Less than half a year of bronze level. What kind of monster is this? What a rubbish diamond. My son is at least a master. The weight of the new war beast is too big. It is not suitable for summoning at home, Xiaoyao said. Indeed, the old cow weighs several tons, and the floor of the house cannot bear this weight. Then let's go downstairs and take a look. Let's talk after dinner. The mother knocked on the table and said she didn't understand the meaning of this bronze level. In her opinion, it was normal for her son to be promoted to bronze level. There was nothing to be excited about. If he went out now, the food would be cold when he came back. His son finally cooked a meal, so he couldn't waste it. Okay, let's talk after we finish eating. Xiaoli also felt that his reaction was a bit too much, which was not in line with his usual steady father image. So he sat down and continued to pick up food. But after taking a bite of the food, he couldn't help asking, Is it because of the 100 herbs bone strengthening pill? He knew what the reward in the city was. The 100 herbs bone strengthening pill was a pill that could improve the root bones of war beasts. It was very precious. After taking it, The black iron level war beasts could quickly improve their strength. But even if they were promoted to the bronze level after taking the 100 herbs bone strengthening pill, it was still amazing. Each promotion to a higher level is extremely difficult. Only when the war beast has accumulated enough can it break through the shackles of the higher level through natural treasures or other treasures. If the accumulation is insufficient, even if the most precious natural treasures are used, it can only improve the level between levels. But it is impossible to break through the higher level. Therefore, even if Xiaoke broke through to the bronze level by taking the 100 herbs bone strengthening pill, it is enough to prove his excellence. No, I gave the pill to Liang Yang, Xiao Yao said, after the trial. I felt that Xiaoke was about to be promoted. So I found an opponent for him early this morning, and it was very successful. That should be the effect of the light and dark twin fruit, Xiao Li asserted. Before the trial, he still remembered that Xiaoke was black iron level 4. And now, he has been promoted to bronze level in just 1 week. It must be the effect of the light and dark twin fruit. The light and dark twin fruit is indeed a top treasure. Xiaoke used the light healing fruit. Right? Did he gain the ability? Xiao Li asked. Yes, I have gained an ability, called light self-healing, which greatly improves the self-healing ability in the presence of light. Xiao Yao said truthfully. Not bad. Xiao Li nodded and praised. This is a very good ability. As the level increases, it will become stronger and stronger in the future. If Xiaoke can reach the master level or above, I am afraid no creature can kill him. I think so too. Xiao Yao smiled confidently. Chapter 79 Purple Prison Demon Bull. After finishing the meal, Xiao Yao and his father went downstairs together and came to the special war beast breeding square inside the community. The breeding square is not big, about the size of 3 basketball courts. At this point, several summoners are already feeding war beasts. Xiao Yao carried more than 10 kilograms of food in his hand, snake meat cooked with salt, fruits and vegetables. Xiaoke is a pure carnivore, and occasionally eats some fruits to relieve the greasiness. And the old cow eats everything: meat, vegetables, fruits. Right here. Xiao Yao put the food down, and a white light flashed around him, and he summoned 2 war beasts. A woo! Moo! Xiaoke, when the old cow appeared, he looked around and observed the surrounding environment. When he saw Xiao Li, Xiaoke looked normal, but the old cow pointed his horns at Xiao Li as if facing a great enemy, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Relax. Old cow. Xiao Yao patted the old cow's body. This is my dad. Feeling the information from Xiao Yao's mind, the old cow relaxed his vigilance and his eyes returned to calmness. Xiao Li smiled and said, Your war beast is also very vigilant. By the way, is it called Lanyo? My full name is Alistair, and I usually call him Lanyo. Alistair. Warwick. You guys have very fashionable names. Xiao Li smiled. By the way, what is Lanyo race? It should be a new race. Race name? This is difficult for Xiao Yao again. Before, I gave Xiaoke the name of Black Wind Wolf, which made many readers complain. Now it's time to give him a name again. The race is called Bull Chiton. Right? I feel weird again. Headache at this time. Xiao Yao looked down and saw the black chains wrapped around the old cow's limbs, and he suddenly thought of a good name. The old cow's race is called Purple Prison Demon Bull. Purple Prison Demon Bull sounds very domineering. Xiao Li noticed the chain tied to the old cow at this time, so he asked, Does this black chain come with it? Yes. Is that so? Xiao Li didn't find it weird. There are thousands of types of war beasts, not to mention the chains that come with them, even the ones that come with their own weapons and armor. The other world is an extremely magical place. Humans have spent hundreds of years, but have not yet explored its true secrets. Xiaoke, old cow is eating. Xiao Yao divided the food equally into 2 steel bowls. Soon Xiaoke and old cow began to eat. Xiao Li stepped forward and touched the body of the old cow. The old cow turned around and glanced at him, and then continued to eat. Xiao Yao, old cow should be a war beast with defensive capabilities. Xiao Li asked. As soon as he touched it, he could immediately feel the old cow's extremely solid skin and muscles. That's right. Xiao Yao said proudly. A bronze 1 spirit claw cat, even with the tearing claws, couldn't break the old cow's skin. Is it so hard? Xiao Li was a little surprised. The spirit claw cat is not a trash race. It is fast and has good attack power. Even with the tearing claws, it couldn't break the old cow's defense. This defense is really amazing. The Purple Prison Demon Bull is another race that is not inferior to the Black Wind Wolf. Xiaoli said calmly. I heard that you are on vacation. Come with me to the law enforcement team tomorrow. This winter vacation can't be wasted. Xiaoli was worried that his son would become arrogant because of his rapid promotion, which would be a bad thing. So he simply brought him with him to polish him more, and let him participate in some cases to get familiar with bronze-level battles. No problem. Xiaoli agreed without hesitation. He was originally worried about how to spend this winter vacation. Without training and money to go to the training ground, Xiaoke and Lao Niu experience points would have to stagnate. It would be great to be able to join the law enforcement team now. On the one hand, he could gain knowledge, and on the other hand, he would have the opportunity to gain experience points. Go home after you finish feeding. The law enforcement team still has some things for me to deal with. Xiaoli patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, turned and left. Okay. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao followed his father to the law enforcement team. Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao. Seeing Xiaoli coming, the law enforcement team members, who arrived early, immediately stepped forward to greet him. Yeah. Xiaoli nodded with a smile, and went to the office with Xiao Yao. Wow, Captain Xiao is in a good mood these 2 days, always smiling. It may be related to the days when Captain Xiao asked for leave. It may be, I don't know what happened. You'd better not guess about the leader's affairs. After closing the door, Xiaoli sat down and habitually brewed a pot of tea. When Guijian comes later, let him test your strength. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Okay. He was worried about how to test Xiaoke and Lao Niu's strength. Now with Uncle Guo's help, it would be much easier. He still remembered Uncle Guo's several war beasts: the silver-level flowing fire locust, the frost turtle, and the bronze 5 iron beast. The bronze level 5 armored beast alone is enough to bring out the full strength of Xiaoke and Lao Niu. After more than 10 minutes, Guijian came to Xiaoli's room. Old Guo, I need to trouble you today. Xiao Yao war beast has been promoted to bronze level. You go and test their strength. Okay. Guijian agreed habitually. Suddenly, he reacted. His body stiffened, and he said in a dry tone, bronze level? Xiaoli took a sip of tea and said lightly, yes. It is bronze level. Old Guo, you don't have to make such a fuss. I'm making a fuss? Just pretend. After following Xiaoli for more than 10 years, Guijian dared to guarantee that when Xiaoli learned that Xiao Yao had been promoted to the bronze level, his performance would not be much better than his own. Bronze level? I really didn't expect it. Guijian turned around and looked at Xiao Yao, sighing, Xiao Yao, you are really... After thinking for a while, Guijian could only describe it in 2 words. Monster. Indeed, he had never heard of a speed that could be promoted to the bronze level in less than half a year. He had never seen the children of those big families. But he thought that even the best children of the master and grandmaster families would not be so exaggerated. Xiao Yao smiled modestly. The school is on vacation recently. My father asked me to study with you. Please take care of me during this period. Uncle Guo. Guijian smiled and said, with you joining, my team will be even more powerful. He always wanted Xiao Yao to join his team. After all, the ability of the Black Wolf is too suitable for catching criminals. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao had to go to school, and his strength was not enough. So after the last gym robbery, he was not contacted again. But now Xiao Yao has been on vacation, and has been promoted to bronze level. So the previous problem no longer exists. With Xiao Yao joining, his efficiency in solving cases will definitely increase greatly. Old Guo. Let's go to the training room now. Xiaoli stood up and said, the law enforcement team base also has a training room, which is located on the underground first floor of the war beast breeding base. Normally, the law enforcement team members would go there to exercise and organize battles with war beasts. Because several colleagues' war beasts have healing abilities, everyone can let go. And from time to time, several team leaders would personally go down to guide the team members and improve their practical experience. This is also one of the reasons why the law enforcement team members are generally strong. Chapter 80 Round Battle. After arriving at the training room, Xiao Yao and Guijian stood opposite each other, 20 meters apart. A flash of white light, and the 2 summoned war beasts at the same time. Awumu Xiaoke and Lao Niu stood side by side, with burning eyes, staring at the armored beast in front of him. War beast name Iron Armored Beast War Beast level Bronze 5 level War Beast skills Savage Impact. The body of the armored beast is a circle larger than that of Lao Niu, and its body is covered with thick armored scales, even its tail is no exception. His claws were exposed, thick and long, and at first glance, they were full of lethality. Are we going to attack together or one by one? Guijian asked. For him, it didn't matter whether it was a round-robin battle or a group fight. Even if Xiao Yao was a monster, but his war beast was only bronze one, it would never be a match for the armored beast. Let's take them one by one, Xiao Yao said. By attacking them one by one, we can see the gap between Xiaoke or Laonyo and bronze 5 war beasts, and test their limits. Xiaoku, you go first. Wu Xiaoku excitedly sharpened his wolf claws. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait any longer. Only a strong opponent could inspire his strongest power. Begin. With Xiaoli order, Xiaoke rushed out, turned into a black shadow and flashed by. Facing the aggressive Xiaoke, the iron-armored beast crouched slightly, making a defensive posture. Snap Xiaoke took the lead, hit the iron-armored beast's face with his heavy claws. Swish. As if a sword was slashing at a piece of iron, stripping a few small sparks. A few white marks appeared on the face of the armored beast, but that was it. The thick claws attacked, raising a fierce cold wind. Xiaoke did not dodge, and his wolf claws met the mouth of the beast. The invisible power was added to the wolf claws, making this attack more fierce and domineering. Bang! The giant claws collided with the wolf claws, and Xiaoke flew 3 meters away. After all, Xiaoke was not a war beast known for its strength, and compared with a big guy like the armored beast, it was still at a disadvantage. Huh? Xiaoke's eyes quickly turned blood red, and a cruel and violent aura burst out. He opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of creepy wolf teeth. With a kick of his hind legs, a circle of yellow light bloomed on Xiaoke's body. Is it that move? Guijian frowned. He had seen the video of Xiao Yao and Wang Fu fighting, and was impressed by that mental attack. The 3-meter distance was reached in an instant, and Xiaoke opened his mouth wide and roared. Awu! Fear appeared in the eyes of the armored beast. He turned around in a panic, ready to leave. But in about half a second, his eyes regained clarity. Xiaoke was about to attack the back door of the iron beast. But the iron beast suddenly raised its hind legs and kicked Xiaoke away with a thud. Xiaoke rolled on the ground several times, and then stopped. Why is it so short? Xiao Yao murmured in confusion. Because Guijian is a silver-level summoner. Xiaoli explained beside him. The mental power of a silver-level summoner is much stronger than that of a bronze-level summoner. And the war beast is in harmony with the summoner's soul. So Xiaoke's mental attack will be shared by Guijian, and the power will be reduced. Isn't it that the higher the level, the stronger the resistance? Xiao Yao was thoughtful. Xiaoli said, silver level is a watershed for summoners. After entering the silver level, the mental power begins to show, and the summoner itself will also undergo great changes. I will explain this to you later. Xiao Yao nodded, and looked at the battlefield ahead. After being kicked by the iron beast, Xiaoke's health dropped by 13%, which shows that this kick was really not light. Huh? Xiaoke's eyes were even redder. He had never been beaten like this before. The body started up again, rushing towards the armored beast like a gust of wind. The armored beast remained motionless, which seemed to be a way of breaking through all changes with the same. Awu! Endless restraints. Xiaoke threw the armored beast to the ground, waving his claws continuously, making a series of metal collision sounds. In less than a second, the armored beast reacted, and his body flipped, almost pressing Xiaoke under him. Fortunately, Xiaoke was agile and dodged in advance. It can't break the defense. Xiao Yao frowned. Although there were many white marks on the face of the armored beast, which looked a little embarrassed, these attacks did not break the defense of the armored beast. Without breaking the defense, you will never win. Ho ho ho! Xiaoke's breathing became rapid. In just a few moves, he used almost all the means of attack, but none of them worked. Xiaoke, you come down first, Xiao Yao said. After using all the killing moves, there is no point in continuing to fight. From this battle, it can be seen that Xiaoke still has a certain gap with the bronze 5-level war beast, especially the particularly tough enemy like the iron armored beast, which is difficult for Xiaoke to deal with. Of course, after all, Xiaoke has just been promoted to bronze 1 level. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Yao believes that when Xiaoke reaches bronze 3 level, then the iron armored beast will definitely not be his opponent. Awu Xiaoke showed reluctance in his eyes, but at Xiao Yao's request, he slowly left the stage. Old cow, go and try it. Moo Old Cow walked onto the stage calmly. Is this the new war beast? It looks the same as the armored one. Guijian looked at the strong body of the old cow and couldn't help thinking. Begin. Xiaoli didn't waste any words, and gave the order directly. Old Cow. Charge wildly. Now that he had a suitable opponent, Xiao Yao wanted to test the power of each of the Old Cow's skills. Boom, boom, boom. The Old Cow ran fast. When the distance was close to 10 meters, he sped up instantly, as if he had installed an air accelerator. His whole body burst out with amazing speed, and crashed into the armored beast with a bang. The armored beast did not expect the Old Cow to be so fast. He was hit hard, and his body was knocked several meters away. Such a strong force. Guijian was shocked. You know, the armored beast weighs several tons. To be able to knock the armored beast so far, the strength of this purple cow is too scary. Roar after being knocked away. The armored beast also got angry. He roared and rushed towards the Old Cow like a tank. Seeing the armored beast coming fiercely, Xiao Yao gave an order. Old Cow. Smash the earth. The Old Cow jumped up directly, clenched his fist with 3 fingers, and smashed down fiercely. The armored beast was not to be outdone. It kicked its hind legs and resisted the hammering of the Old Cow with its shoulders. Boom, a dull sound sounded, and the scales of the armored beast shook wildly, making a clattering sound. At the same time, the Old Cow retreated 5 steps, and after standing up straight, its front legs trembled slightly unconsciously, still lacking strength. Xiao Yao thought to himself, Old Cow, you come down too. Moo. After receiving Xiao Yao's order, Old Cow turned around and walked off the stage. But if you look closely, there are red spots in his eyes that were originally black and white. Uncle Guo, I will challenge you again after a break. Can we both come together next time? Xiao Yao asked. Yes, Guijian replied readily. Although Xiao Yao's 2 war beasts were both very good, it was far beyond his expectations. But the same thing, whether it was a single fight or a group fight, he was full of confidence in his armored beast. Chapter 81 Group Fight Wins. For a while afterwards, Xiao Yao was thinking about tactics against the enemy in his mind, and from time to time, he communicated with Xiaoke and Lao Niu to confirm. After 20 minutes, under the effect of self-healing of light, Xiaoke lost blood volume recovered, and Lao Niu also returned to his peak state. Uncle Guo, let's start. Come on. Guijian raised his hand. Xiaoke, Lao Niu, go. What? Moo. Xiaoke, Lao Niu ran forward, but the speed was not too fast. Iron armor, savage charge. Since it was a round-robin battle, Guijian was not too arrogant and directly let the iron-armored beast use its skills. Bang, bang, bang. The iron-armored beast kicked its limbs, and its heavy body burst out at an extremely fast speed, like a high-speed train, and crashed into the Old Cow. He still remembered the humiliation of being knocked away by the Old Cow just now, and this time he wanted to get back at it. Xiao Yao's eyes were solemn. Seeing that the iron-armored beast was about to approach, he ordered, Old Cow, smash the earth. This time, the Old Cow did not stand up and hammer, but just slightly raised its front legs and stomped down. Boom! A circle of milky white air waves flew out. As soon as the armored beast approached the Old Cow within 5 meters, it was knocked up by an invisible force. What skill is this? Guijian was shocked. It was a skill that could knock away the armored beast weighing several tons without contact. He had never heard of it. What? Before the armored beast landed, a black shadow flashed in the air. Xiaoke knocked it down. Endless bondage. Swish. 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 Although the armored beast's face was also covered with scales, there were certain gaps between each scale. This time, Xiaoke remembered the lesson and waved his wolf claws accurately to attack these gaps. Roar! The armored beast woke up. The pain on his face deeply stimulated his nerves. He roared and slapped Xiaoke with his huge claws. Xiaoke rolled over and dodged the attack. The armored beast just stood up. Before he stood firm, a purple shadow filled his eyes. Bang! The armored beast was knocked away 7 or 8 meters, and rolled twice on the ground before stopping. Old bull. Wild charge. Xiaoke's figure moved again. A yellow light circle flashed by. The armored beast hadn't stood up yet. A wolf howl sounded in his ears. Fear flashed in his eyes. And just as the armored beast came to his senses, he felt another sharp pain in his waist. It turned out that when the armored beast was frightened, Xiaoke inserted his wolf claws directly into the gaps between its scales, leaving 5 blood holes. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and the armored beast's eyes were filled with anger and violence. After a few moves, he was beaten without any power to fight back, and his heart was gradually swallowed by anger, and he was very manic. Boom! 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 The Old Cow rushed over with heavy steps. and the floor under his feet kept shaking, and invisible waves enveloped him. E-skill trample. Bang, the two beasts collided, and began to attack frantically. And Xiaoku was like a killer, cruising around the armored beast, and looking for the right opportunity to strike with a claw. Snap, the tail swung like a steel whip, making a loud bang in the air, at an extremely fast speed, straight toward Xiaoku. Puff, the old cow blocked Xiaoku in time. The iron tail hit the old cow's heavy cowhide, making a muffled sound, and the blood mark was clearly visible. At this time, the old cow's originally calm, black and white eyes were also stained with scarlet. He ignored the pain on his body, and the horn stood up, and stabbed the armored beast like a spear. Bang! The iron beast was pushed back by the old bull, and the stun effect of trampling was triggered. Just when he lost his mind, Xiaoku used the beast's mouth again, leaving several blood holes on his body. The health of the iron beast, 75%. Xiaoli smiled. A round-robin battle is different from a group fight. 2 against 1, Xiaoku and the old bull's control can be perfectly connected, not giving the enemy a chance to catch their breath. Xiaoku is the main attacker, the old bull is the main defender, even though the iron beast's strength and defense are greater than the two beasts, but he himself is not without weaknesses. As long as they cooperate properly, there is definitely a chance of winning. Looking at the battle ahead, Guijian frowned. He didn't expect that the iron beast would be at a disadvantage when facing 2 bronze level 1 war beasts. What surprised him was that, whether it was the black wolf or the purple bull, their war beasts had more than 2 skills, which simply violated the common sense of the summoner world. Either they took a treasure that could increase their skills, or these 2 beasts were gifted and broke the rules of the summoner world. What a scary kid! Guijian sighed in his heart. Whether it was the upgrade speed or the quality of the war beast, Xiao Yao was far superior to his peers. He believed that as long as Xiao Yao could grow steadily, it would be easy to surpass the diamond level. By then, Yinxing would also have the first master summoner. Bang bang, the iron beast and the old bull were attacking each other frantically. There were dozens of blood marks on the old bull's body, and blood was oozing out. The iron beast was even worse. Under the cover of the old bull, Xiaoku's offensive efficiency increased greatly. After all, his flexibility was far superior to that of the iron beast. While the 2 giant beasts were fighting, they found the right opportunity to poke with their claws. In a close-range fight, the iron-armored beast's attack methods were really limited, and it could only fight with its sharp claws, sharp teeth, and steel tail, but they were all resolved one by Laonyo. And, as the battle continued, Xiaoku and Laonyo's skills gradually recovered, and the next round of control connection began. Ah! A wolf howl sounded, and the iron-armored beast was frightened by Xiaoku again. Puff! The wolf claws poked and pulled, and before the iron-armored beast came to its senses, Xiaoku left the spot. The iron beast's eyes showed a frustrated look. His body was always controlled inexplicably, and he took a few blows in vain. Roar! He roared angrily, and ran toward Xiaoku. The wounds on his body were all caused by this black wolf. He wanted revenge. Bang! He had just run out for less than 5 meters, and was knocked away by the old bull, who was galloping over, and hit the wall with a bang. Luckily, the training room of the law enforcement team was made of special materials, and it was extremely strong. If this was an ordinary building, it would have collapsed long ago. Awoo! Xiaoku turned around, and another endless restraint. This time, he mastered the trick. The iron-armored beast was caught by him with blood all over his face, and he was in a very bad state. When the iron-armored beast just came to his senses, a fist as big as a casserole had already hit it heavily on his head. At this time, the iron-armored beast felt extremely weak, and looked at the iron fist getting closer and closer with a look of horror. Xiaoli stood in front of the iron-armored beast without knowing when, and caught the iron fist of the old cow steadily with both hands. Then, he pushed with both hands, and the old cow staggered back a few meters. Luckily, Dad is here. Xiao Yao patted his chest, feeling a little scared. He had just focused all his energy on the battle, and didn't notice that the iron beast's HP had dropped to 45%. If it was hit by old bull's earth smash, it would probably be seriously injured. But Dad's power is too strong. Xiao Yao was secretly shocked. Old bull's earth smash at least weighs several tons, and Dad was able to catch it so easily, and throw old bull away. How strong must this power be? The competition is over. Old Gua, let Xiaoming treat the armored beast, Xiaoli said. Oh, okay. Guijian was shocked by the defeat of the armored beast. After hearing Xiaoli's voice, He finally came to his senses and looked at Xiaoyao with a complicated look in his eyes. After Guijian left, Xiaoli walked to Xiaoyao, patted his shoulder and praised, "Well done, Xiaoke and Laonyo really gave me a big surprise." Chapter 82 Shadow will reappear. Xiaoyao smiled modestly. One-on-one, whether it is Xiaoke or Laonyo, they are not the opponent of the armored beast, this is indisputable. But if it is 2 against 1, with the powerful skills and control of the two beasts, even Bronze 5 level, it is difficult to resist their joint attack. Xiaoyao believes that, if the opponent is not the armored beast, but the Bronze 5 level war beast with weaker defense, then Xiaoke and Laonyo will win more easily. Looking at the two high-spirited war beasts, Xiaoli's face showed emotion. To be honest, Xiaoke and Laonyo's performance was beyond his expectation. 2 Bronze 1 war beasts could actually defeat Bronze 5 armored beasts. No one would believe it if he told them. "I have a Qilin son. Dad, I have a question," Xiaoyao said. "Just now you said that when a summoner reaches the silver level, in addition to the initial manifestation of mental power, there will be other changes. What do these changes refer to?" Xiaoli smiled and asked a question instead. "Son, do you think that at the Black Iron level, Bronze level, the wild beast system is stronger or other systems are stronger?" Xiaoyao said without hesitation, "The mad beast system is powerful. Whether it is size, strength, speed, defense or other means of attack, the mad beast system is stronger and more comprehensive than other systems. Of course, other systems also have strong war beasts, but in general, the mad beast system is still better. Yes, the mad beast system not only has a direct attack method, but also some mad beast systems have the ability to attack elements, and most importantly, they have the strongest feedback to the summoner. Unlike the war beasts of other systems, the feedback to the summoner is negligible." Xiaoyao nodded. "That's true. Like insect, plant, and elemental beast masters, their physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people. On the contrary, the rock summoners, their defense is generally strong, but not as balanced and diverse as the wild beasts. But everything is balanced." Xiaoli continued, "After the silver level, the other beasts gradually show their own characteristics. They have diverse abilities, especially in the mastery of elements. Their talents far exceed those of the wild beasts. This change will also feed back to the summoner. After the silver level, if the war beast has elemental abilities or other abilities, then their summoner will most likely inherit some of the corresponding abilities. For example, as soon as the voice fell, Xiaoli raised both hands. One hand was burning with blazing flames, and the other hand was shining with dazzling lightning. This is the fire element of the red flame dog, and the lightning element of the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger, both of which I inherited. Of course, if the war beast is an elemental system or other system, the probability of them inheriting elemental abilities is much higher than that of the wild beast system, and the power after inheritance is also more powerful." After saying that, the flames and lightning in Xiaoli's hands disappeared instantly. "How cool!" Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide, his eyes flashing with excitement and expectation. Elemental power. It turns out that at the silver level, summoners can master elemental power. His thoughts began to drift away, imagining himself with the Buddha's wrathful lotus in his left hand and Chidori Raikiri in his right hand. "Wake up!" Xiaoli slammed his head on Xiaoyao's forehead and said with a smile, "Don't think too much of the silver level. This stage is just the initial mastery of elemental power, and it is still far from deciding the battle. Mastering elemental power and inheriting war beast skills are two different concepts. If it is the latter, then the combat power is about the same." Xiaoyao rubbed his forehead and asked curiously, "Does Uncle Guo also master the ability of ice and fire?" He remembered that Guijian had a silver-level flowing fire locust and a silver-level ice turtle. Xiaoli shook his head. Guijian only mastered the power of fire, but not the ice power of the ice turtle. This is the disadvantage of the wild beast system. But with the promotion of the ice turtle, Guijian also has the opportunity to master the power of ice. "So," Xiaoyao smiled and said, "at least Uncle Guo saved the money for the lighter. Your Uncle Guo doesn't smoke." Xiaoli put his arm around Xiaoyao's shoulders and said, "Let's go. You will follow Guijian for the next period of time and learn more." "I understand." For the next period of time, Xiaoyao followed Guijian every day, getting familiar with the business of the law enforcement team while receiving his training. After many battles with the Iron Beast, Xiaoke and Laonyo's potential was fully stimulated. They became more and more proficient in using various abilities, and their cooperation became better and better. Poor Iron Beast. In a 2-on-1 fight, could only become a sandbag, and was tortured and destroyed by the two beasts. But when it came to the round-robin battle, the situation was different. Iron Beast remembered the frustration of losing in the group fight, and beat Xiaoke and Lao No badly, which also made Iron Beast regain his face, and even more looked forward to the battle with the two beasts. At the same time, the news that Xiao Yao was promoted to the bronze level and defeated Iron Beast spread like wildfire. Many law enforcement team members were shocked, but also wanted to see the strength of Xiao Yao Battle Beast. So, in the next few days, Xiaoke and Lao No had many more opponents. They naturally had no objection, but were happy to see more opponents. After all, the more opponents they had, the richer their knowledge and experience in fighting against enemies would be. In this way, half a month passed. Xiaoke and Lao No grew rapidly, and Xiao Yao's own growth was not bad. In his spare time, in addition to fighting against war beasts, he would also accept Guijian fighting guidance. As an old law enforcement team, Guijian, a silver-level summoner, had quite sophisticated fighting skills. Under his guidance, Xiao Yao's fighting ability improved sharply. With his strong physical fitness and excellent fighting skills, he defeated many bronze-level law enforcement officers, and his name as a genius became even louder. Ding ding, the phone of the law enforcement team rang. Yi Shirin, who was in charge of answering the phone today, soon after she received the call, her face became very ugly. Okay, I understand. We will leave immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yi Shirin walked to Guijian and said, Captain Gua, a murder occurred in Kingarten. All 4 members of the deceased's family died, and there was a monster's eye painted on the wall at the scene. Monster eye? Guijian's expression suddenly became serious. The Shadow Society? Yi Shirin nodded and said, the colleagues at the scene have confirmed that it is the monster eye of the Shadow Society. Shadow Society? Xiao Yao was right beside Guijian. Listening to Yi Shirin's story, his brows suddenly furrowed. The Shadow Society again. Last time, Xiezhen killed all 7 members of the Yanqing entrepreneur Zhang Junyi family. This time, the Shadow Society killed another family of 4. The means were too cruel. However, Xiao Yao also felt strange. He had previously looked up the files of the Shadow Society. There was no precedent of finding the monster eye at the crime scene. What's going on this time? Guijian stood up suddenly and said to the team members around him, let's go now, notify the police to seal off the scene. Understood. Yi Shirin nodded and quickly gave the order. Afterwards, Xiao Yao, Zhang Chao, Jiao Jun, Yi Shirin followed Guijian and drove to Kingarten. On the way, Xiao Yao couldn't help but think. The Shadow Society, the power of the Dark Demon, are these two related? Chapter 83 Shadow Club CLA. When they arrived at the crime scene, the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. The deceased family of 4, husband Zhang Junyun, wifey Pingping, eldest son Zhang Qiliai, youngest daughter Zhang Fuling. Zhang Junyun's hands and feet were chopped off, and he died of excessive blood loss, and he Pingping and the other 2 had their throats slashed with a knife. Zhang Junyun. Zhang Junyi. Hearing these 2 names, Xiao Yao had a guess in his mind. He summoned Xiaoke and asked Xiaoke to remember the smell of the scene. Captain Gua, Zhang Junyun is Zhang Junyi's biological brother. Yi Shirin confirmed Xiao Yao's thoughts. Guijian's face was heavy, looking at the blood-stained room. He couldn't help asking, did the surveillance camera capture the suspect? This question was just a routine question, but Guijian didn't have much hope, after all. The Shadow Society was extremely cautious in doing things, and rarely left any traces. It was captured. Yi Shirin's answer surprised everyone. Really captured? It was really captured. Yi Shirin handed the tablet to everyone to watch. In the video, a man in black entered from the elevator, stopped at the door of Zhang Junyun's house for a moment, and soon opened the door and walked in. 15 minutes later, he walked out of the door, and the blood on his clothes was clearly visible. Guijian frowned. This is not like the style of the Shadow Society. Did the video capture where he went later? Yi Shirin nodded and said, yes, he disappeared at number 23 Kaiyuan Avenue. From the video, he should have used the burrowing war beast to sneak into the sewer pipe. It's the sewer pipe again. Guijian frowned even more deeply. The sewer pipe has always been a difficult problem for the law enforcement team to track. The terrain there is complicated, and there is no surveillance. As long as a burrowing war beast leads people to sneak in, it will be difficult to find. Bring the equipment, let's go there to take a look. Guijian stood up and said, in any case, the sewer pipe is the only clue, and we can't give up the investigation just because of the difficulty. And with Xiao Yao here, maybe we can get some results. While sitting in the car, several people put on their equipment at the same time. The equipment included a chest vest, a powerful electric shotgun, an alloy dagger, a tactical headset, etc. When they arrived at number 23 Kaiyuan Avenue, the police had surrounded the area. Xiao Yao and his companions walked over and saw a dark hole on the ground. Guijian notified a colleague with a digging beast and advanced to open the blocked hole again. After that, Guijian asked Liu Feihuang to explore the way first as before. After ensuring safety, several people slid into the hole together and entered the sewer pipe. The sewer pipe was filled with the smell of water and stench, which made Xiao Yao, who had a keen sense of smell, very uncomfortable. He covered his nose with his hand, summoned Xiaoku, and said, "Xiaoku, can you smell the blood?" Xiaoku's nostrils twitched. The bronze-level sense of smell was several times more sensitive than the black iron-level sense of smell. It didn't take long for him to lock onto the faint smell of blood. But in this bloody smell, there seemed to be a strange sweet fragrance. A woo! Right in front. Uncle Guo. Xiaoku is locked onto the suspect. Right in front. Xiao Yao said. Guijian nodded, but he always felt something was wrong. It was too smooth, the whole thing was too smooth, this was not the style of the Shadow Society. But since they had found someone, they could not stop. Lead the way. By the way, everyone summon all the war beasts, and be careful, Guijian instructed. Then, everyone followed Xiaoku forward, and Lan Yo stuck to Xiao Yao's side, like a guard. After walking for more than 10 minutes, passing more than 20 forks, everyone's pace suddenly stopped. In front, a man in black leaned against the wall of the pipe, smoking leisurely, with blood on the corner of his clothes. Seeing everyone coming, he put out the cigarette in his hand, turned around with a smile on his face, and said in a relaxed tone, "Finally here?" Xiao Yao's heart sank. He found that the man's appearance was 70% similar to Xie Shen, who died in his hands. "My name is Xie Lei, a nobody of the Shadow Society. Normally, I don't even have the courage to stand in front of you." Xie Lei sighed, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "But it's a pity. My brother Xie Shen died in your hands. As a brother, I can only do everything I can to avenge him. It's the Shadow Society." Guijian frowned. And for some reason, the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. Liuhua. Missile shooting. Guijian decided to strike first. And there was nothing to say to the Shadow Society. Puff. 2 balls of blazing fire shot out from the mouth of Liuhua Feihuai and hit Xie Lei directly. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xie Lei smiled faintly. A white light flashed around him, and a thick ice wall blocked him. Bang bang, the fireball hit the ice wall, and after a loud explosion, ice chips flew everywhere. 2 big holes were blown out of the ice wall, but it also completely blocked the fireball's attack. At this time, 3 war beasts appeared beside Xie Lei, a crystal-clear ice moth, a yellowish earth-colored mole, and a petite wind elf. War beast name Ice Crystal Moth. War beast level Silver level 5. War beast skill Ice Wall, Ice Needle. War beast name Wind Elf. War beast level Silver level 3. War beast skill Breath of the Wind, Wind Blade. War beast name Mole. War beast level Bronze level 4. War beast skill Dig. Xie Lei Silver level Summoner. Xiaofeng, Breath of the Wind plus Wind Blade. Xie Lei responded. The Wind Elf floated in the air, with both hands open and facing forward. Huh? A fierce wind suddenly erupted in this narrow tube, as if there was a wind cannon exerting its power to the crowd. Suddenly Xiao Yao was blown so hard that his body swayed, his hair flew, and he couldn't open his eyes. Fortunately, Lan Yo blocked him in time, allowing him to stand firm. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It turns out that in this strong wind, there are hidden wind blades, which are extremely insidious. Fortunately, there is the ice turtle. It casts the ice armor, which keeps growing, like an ice wall, blocking the wind blades. Even if there are a few fish that slip through the net, they will be hit by the fire bombs of the flowing fire locust. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, as the strong wind that just hit him almost made him breathless. He glanced around and found that Yi Shirin, Zhang Chao, and Jiao Jun were all fine, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he smelled a faint sweet fragrance in the air, which was trapped in the strong wind. The fragrance was very faint. If he had not had a keen sense of smell, he would not have been able to smell it at all. What is this smell? This strange fragrance was too strange. and it was incompatible with the foul smell around. This made Xiao Yao feel uneasy. After a few seconds, the strong wind stopped. The ice turtle retracted its ice armor and stood side by side with the flowing fire locust, with a vigilant look in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. CLA clapped his hands, with a bright smile on his face. As expected of the captain of the law enforcement team, you are indeed very strong. Guijian had no expression on his face, but there was a hint of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Even though there were many people on his side, CLA acted so calm. What on earth did he rely on? Chapter 84 Terrible Neurotoxin. Flowing Fire Cage. Guijian ordered again. No matter what CLA relied on, as long as everyone was careful and did not give him room to display his power, then the advantage was still on their side. Huh? The flowing fire locust vibrated its wings, and the rich fire element condensed on it. Suddenly, the body of the flowing fire locust froze, and its eyes revealed an uncontrollable panic. Plop! It fell from midair, making a light sound. At the same time, Guijian, Xiao Yao and others, as well as their war beasts, all seemed to be under a spell. Their bodies were out of control, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ha ha, CLA laughed crazily. Leaders of the law enforcement team, do you like the gifts I prepared for you? What did you do? Yishirine screamed in horror. Her body was out of control, and she almost collapsed as if she was paralyzed. CLA walked to her side step by step, squatted down, and lifted her smooth chin with his index finger, and said frivolously, "This is the neurotoxin I prepared for you. The pollen of the gold-level soul-eating plant. As long as it is below the gold level, no summoner or war beast can resist its power. Dear lady, do you like it? Take your dirty hands off me." Zhang Chao cursed angrily. Dirty hands? A sharp cold light flashed in CLA's eyes. He walked to Zhang Chao and slapped him in the face. Suddenly, Zhang Chao's face had a clear slap mark, and it was visibly swollen. CLA said calmly, "Sir, it seems that my hands are not dirty. Look, there is no dirt on your face." Pooh! Zhang Chao spat out a mouthful of blood foam. His eyes filled with indomitable and angry. CLA smiled, walked to the middle of the crowd and said with a smile, "Commanders, today, I want to know one thing. Who killed my brother? If anyone tells me, I will let him go." The scene was extremely quiet, and no one said anything. No one said anything? CLA shook his head helplessly. Then I can only ask one by one. He walked to Jiao Jun, looked down at him and said, "Commander, do you know who killed my brother?" Jiao Jun glared at him, without saying a word. Heh. CLA chuckled, raised his right foot, and stepped heavily on Jiao Jun's shin. The sound of bone breaking rang out. Ah! Suddenly, Jiao Jun let out a miserable cry. CLA chuckled, slowly walked to Guijian, whispered, "Sir, can you tell me who killed my brother?" Guijian had no expression on his face, without saying a word. CLA smiled. He stepped on Guijian's palm with his heel, and repeated again, "Who killed my brother?" Guijian remained the same, not saying anything. Crack, crack, crack. Several bone frictions that made one's scalp numb, and the sound of fractures was heard. Listening to this creepy sound, Xiao Yao lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead were exposed, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He knew very well that he had a chance to turn the tables, but there was only one chance, and now was not the best time. He had to endure it. Humph! Guijian let out a muffled groan, his face flushed with pain, the veins on his neck were exposed, sweat flowed like a waterfall, his gums were almost bleeding from biting, but his eyes were still firm, and he said nothing. "It's boring." CLA shook his head. He glanced at Yishirine and Zhang Chao, and then slowly walked to Xiao Yao. "Handsome boy, do you know who killed my brother?" He had a harmless smile on his face, like a kind older brother. Xiao Yao raised his head and said lightly, "I don't know." "Don't you know?" CLA squatted down, and the curve of his mouth gradually widened. "You killed my brother, didn't you?" Boom! The gentle voice was like thunder, causing Guijian pupils to shrink suddenly. CLA's smile became more and more weird. "Your name is Xiao Yao. Your father is Xiao Li, the captain of the Yincheng law enforcement team. And you killed my brother with your own hands. Am I right?" Xiao Yao immediately showed a horrified expression, and his voice trembled a little. How did you know?" CLA showed a proud expression. "Anything, as long as it is done, will definitely leave traces." He turned his head to look at Xiao Ke. That day, my brother was found by this wolf. His nose is really sharp. But it's better this way. Otherwise, I would be worried that you can't find me. After saying that, he tapped Xiao Yao's chest with his finger. With a hint of regret in his tone, an 18-year-old bronze summoner. A genius of the demon level. Alas, it's a pity that he will die in my hands today. Maybe this is called God's India of talents. Really? Xiao Yao's frightened expression disappeared instantly, and his eyes became extremely cold. Not good. CLA's heart was alarmed. But it was too late. Snap before CLA could retract his arm. Xiao Yao pushed his hands up, and the whole person flew into the air. In midair, Xiao Yao's right palm turned into a claw, and slashed towards CLA's eyes. At the same time, his body appeared behind CLA like a ghost. Firm will plus charge Beast's mouth. He had been patient for so long, just waiting for this moment. Firm will can remove all negative states on the body, and reduce the damage received by 55%. When he was just poisoned, Xiao Yao did not dare to use this skill, fearing that CLA would find the flaw, because he knew very well that he and Lao Niu would never be able to defeat CLA. Only when the right opportunity comes, especially when the opponent relaxes his vigilance and gets close to him, is it the best time to turn defeat into victory. Swish! This fierce claw directly blinded CLA's eyes, making him howl in pain. Xiao Yao's speed was too fast, and he was too close. In addition, CLA was mentally relaxed. He never thought that a bronze-level kid could dissolve the gold-level mental toxin. This unexpected move made CLA suffer a great loss. But CLA was also a ruthless character. His body shook, and a wind blade shot out from his back. As one of the core members of the Shadow Society, inheriting a certain war beast skill is a necessary requirement for entering the core. And he inherited one of the Wind Elves' skills, the Wind Blade. At the same time, he also ordered the Wind Elves and Ice Crystal Moths to attack Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao reacted quickly. Facing this sudden wind blade, he was ruthless and directly opened his left hand to block it. At the same time, he pulled out the alloy dagger on his waist and stabbed it straight into CLA's back. The sharp wind blade cut into Xiao Yao's palm, and blood splattered immediately. The wound was very deep, and the bones were faintly visible. But after all, this wind blade was not released by the Wind Elf, and its power was much smaller. Moreover, Xiao Yao had the damage reduction effect of firm will, so although the wound was hideous, it did not affect the seriousness. At this moment, the Wind Elf and the Ice Crystal Moth also launched an attack on Xiao Yao. Several light blue wind blades and more than a dozen crystal clear ice spikes flew toward Xiao Yao. Mu Old Cow appeared behind Xiao Yao in time and blocked all these attacks with his broad and solid body. Puff 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 even if he used firm will, which reduced the damage by 55%. Old Cow's level was too low, and he was still wounded by the silver level wind blades and ice spikes, and his health dropped by 40%. But under the protection of Lao Niu, Xiao Yao still completed the fatal blow. Puff! The sharp dagger pierced into CLA's back. CLA's body stiffened, his mouth opened, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Xiao Yao was worried that CLA would not be killed with one blow, so he pulled out the dagger again and stabbed him in the back several times. Squeak off behind him. CLA's 3 war beasts held their heads and screamed. The harsh sound made Xiao Yao's eardrum vibrate, and almost deafened. Bang bang bang, the 3 war beasts fell to the ground and there was no sound. And CLA also fell to the ground, his eyes were bloody, and he had lost all his life. Chapter 85 Holy Light Sunflower. Dead? Yi Shirin, Zhang Chao were stunned, with a look of disbelief. And Guijian, Jiao Jun also endured the pain, and shouted excitedly, "Well done!" They didn't expect that. The situation that was almost deadlocked was resolved by Xiao Yao in this way, and he also killed the silver-level summoner. This scene was like a dream, making them unable to calm down for a long time. Zwan Angry Beast experience plus 300 Minotaur Chief experience plus 300 Dark Demon power plus 50. After CLA died, Xiao Yao saw a system reminder in front of him. But he didn't have time to think about it, and hurried to Guijian, and said in a hurry, "Uncle Gua, Brother Jun, hold on for a while. I call someone over right away." After that, Xiao Yao immediately called Xiao Li, briefly introduced the situation on the scene, and sent the location. In less than 10 minutes, a clicking sound came from the top of the metal pipe wall. Soon, the familiar sandworm drilled out its head, and Wang Bihao and a middle-aged man jumped down immediately. "Old Gua, Wang Yihao saw Guijian's bloody palm, stepped forward, and asked with concern, "Old Gua, how are you?" Guijian pulled an ugly smile. "Not bad. I was poisoned by the pollen of the Solying plant. I can't move my body, and my hand is broken." "Oh! Pollen. Pollen." Wang Yihao slapped his forehead, and quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, and fed the pills in it to everyone. At the same time, the middle-aged man also summoned his war beast. Battle Beast name Holy Light Sunflower. Battle Beast level Silver. Level 4 Battle Beast skill Holy Light Energy Beam. Holy Light Healing. A 2-meter-tall sunflower suddenly appeared. The petals were pure white, emitting a bright white light. Then several petals fell off, floating on Guijian, Jiao Jun and Zhang Chao. The moment the petals touched the human body, they turned into a white light and merged into their bodies. Guijian's expression relaxed. He could feel his palm slowly healing, and the originally broken bones continued to grow. The injuries on Jiao Jun tibia and Zhang Chao face also recovered quickly. Muzin, Xiao Yao, and his war beast are also injured, Guijian said. "Don't worry. I saw it," Li Muzin responded, and his mind moved. A petal floated to Xiao Yao's palm, and 2 petals floated to the old cow. The milky white light was beating in his palm. Xiao Yao saw that his wounds were healing quickly, and he returned to his previous appearance after more than 10 seconds. The old cow was seriously injured, with scratches and blood holes all over his body. But under the healing of the 2 holy light petals, his health was steadily improving. "Uncle Li, thank you," Xiao Yao said gratefully. Li Muzin is one of the captains of the Yinqing law enforcement team, and the only one among all the captains who has a healing war beast. Li Muzin patted his shoulder and said with emotion, "Kid, we should thank you." Xiao Li just said a few simple words on the phone, ordering them to rush to the scene immediately, but when they really got here, they realized how serious the situation was. Guijian and his team members were all poisoned, people and war beasts were in trouble, there was a strange man, and the corpses of 3 war beasts in the distance, which showed that the other party was a silver-level summoner. When Guijian and his team members lost their fighting power, and Xiao Yao faced the silver-level summoner alone, this kid was able to kill the opponent. It was incredible. If it weren't for Xiao Yao this time, Guijian team would have been wiped out. It was a close call. It was really a close call. At this time, Guijian felt that his body began to regain consciousness, and his fingers could move slightly. He asked, "Old Wang, how many spirit flower detoxification pills are left?" The spirit flower detoxification pill is one of the important materials issued by the law enforcement team headquarters to each branch every year. It can dissolve almost all toxins below the gold level. But the number of Linghua detoxification pills issued each year is not much, and they are in short supply. Wang Bihao said, "There are still 2 bottles left in the inventory, 14 pills. 14 pills, really not many." Guijian felt a little guilty. Because of his negligence, not only did he cause the team members to be injured, but also lost such important supplies. Moreover, if it weren't for Xiao Yao, I'm afraid his team would be wiped out. It's really embarrassing for the captain to do this. After a few minutes, the toxins in the body were completely eliminated, and they stood up. "Xiao Yao." Yi Shirin hugged Xiao Yao's shoulders, and asked with gratitude and curiosity, "How did you dissolve the neurotoxin?" "That's it, Guijian." Jiao Jun and others were also very curious. Xiao Yao did not hide it. "My purple prison demon bull has a skill that can remove all negative states on the body. And I also inherited this skill." "Oh my god! You inherited another skill?" Yi Shirin covered her mouth, and the envy in her eyes could not be concealed. She knew that Xiao Yao had used a skill of the Black Wind Wolf to kill Xia Zhen and Xia Lei today. She didn't expect that he had inherited the skill of the purple prison demon bull. And this skill was so powerful. God is too partial. Yi Shirin was envious, but Guijian was shocked. After practicing with Xiao Yao war beast for so long, he never knew that the purple prison demon bull had such a skill. In this way, both the purple prison demon bull and the black wind wolf have at least 4 skills. Bronze level. 4 skills. This is as good as a gold level war beast. Is there really a child of destiny? He set his eyes on Xiao Yao, and suddenly felt grateful. He was grateful that Xiao Yao participated in the mission today and helped him and his teammates escape. He was also grateful that he could be one of Xiao Yao's guides when he was just starting out, and witness his growth. Such a genius, as long as nothing unexpected happens, is likely to become the new master of Dragon Country. Later, Lao Gua, can also declare to the public that I was the captain and coach of Master Xiao. Okay. Let's talk again when we get back. Captain Xiao is waiting for everyone. Li Muzhen said on the side. Yes. 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 Everyone realized it, and hurriedly carried away Xia Lei and his war beast corpse. Took back their own war beasts. And returned to the ground along the hole dug by the sandworm. When taking back the war beast, Xiao seemed very silent. As if he was still upset about being tricked. He also regretted not telling his master about the strange fragrance earlier. Xiao Yao touched his head, and kept comforting him in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao was also a tenacious person. When he encountered failure, he could quickly adjust his mentality, and become stronger with each setback. After getting in the car, Xiao Yao closed his eyes, and turned his attention to the system panel. Xiao and Lao Niu experience points were increased by 300 each, which meant that if he killed the summoner, and all his war beasts died, the experience points would be divided equally between Xiao and Lao Niu. This is good. The rain and dew are shared equally, eating from the same pot. Another important point is that after killing Xia Lei, he gained 50 points of dark demon power. This also confirmed his idea that dark demon power must be related to the Shadow Society. Although the real purpose of dark demon power is still unknown, he knows that the system panel will never show useless information. Perhaps when dark demon power accumulates to a certain value, he will know its real use. Chapter 86 Return to Campus. After returning to the law enforcement team base, Guijian quickly verified Xia Lei's identity. First, Xia Lei is indeed a core member of the Shadow Society, with the monster's eye engraved on his scalp. Second, he is also Xia's brother. His public identity is a fruit merchant, who often travels around the country. To be honest, after careful consideration, Xia Lei's identity really surprised Guijian. He had never heard of people who knew each other, or were even relatives participating in the Shadow Society at the same time. This would greatly increase the risk of both parties being exposed, which is intolerable for the tight-knit organization of the Shadow Society. Then why are Xia Lei and Xiaxin both core members of the Shadow Society? What is so special about them? Also, how did Xia Lei know that Xiaxin was killed by Xiao Yao? Is there a traitor in the law enforcement team? All these doubts made Guijian uneasy. He asked Yishirin to investigate the identities of the two brothers. And he went into Xiaoli's office to report. Captain Xiao, this is the situation. Xiaoli nodded, and said, Old Gua, don't be too emotional, you can handle this matter, but the scum of the Shadow Society are difficult to deal with. A momentary failure does not mean anything, don't take it too seriously, just be more cautious when facing them in the future. I understand. Captain Xiao. Guijian's expression eased. The new year is just a few days away. I don't think there will be much to do these 2 days. Rest at home for 2 days, and take care of the New Year's matters. Okay. Guijian nodded. The new year is indeed a relatively relaxed time for the law enforcement team. After all, summoners also have to celebrate the new year. So there are almost no cases of trouble and murder. Ordinary people may make a fortune before the new year because of lack of money. But the summoner group, as a whole, is not particularly short of money. As long as you are willing to work, you can have a comfortable life even if you are a bodyguard. And I want to thank you on behalf of my son. I see that he has made rapid progress recently. This is all thanks to you. Xiaoli patted Guijian on the shoulder and smiled. Guijian showed a trace of shame on his face. Captain Xiao. Don't say that. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back today. I still have to thank him. Old Gua. You can't say that. If it weren't for you, Xiao Yao's ability to respond to battle situations wouldn't be so fast. You taught him well. Xiaoli laughed. Guijian looked ashamed, but didn't say anything else. He knew that it was difficult to cultivate the ability to respond to battle situations. How many people are trained to be dragons, but become insects in actual combat? When faced with a life-and-death crisis, he would be more scared than anyone else. People with big hearts are basically born with it, and it is difficult to cultivate them. And Xiao Yao is undoubtedly such a person with a big heart. Okay. Lao Gua. After this case is closed, I will give your team a holiday. You don't need to come to work before the new year. Xiaoli said. Captain Xiao. I thank you on behalf of my team members. Okay. Go back and get busy first. After Guijian left, Xiao Yao also came to Xiaoli's office. Xiaoli asked him to repeat the whole case. From Xiao Yao, Xiaoli understood his son's entire psychological plan and the battle process more clearly. Xiaoli showed a proud and gratified smile on his face. Even if he himself, facing this situation, he would not do better than his son. Xiaoyao, you did a good job this time. Xiaoli smiled and said, the new year is coming soon. I gave Guijian and the others a holiday. You can rest at home in the next few days. Go back to grandma's or grandma's house if you have nothing to do. Xiaoyao grandparents, grandma and grandpa all live in Yanqing. When he was a child, his parents were very busy, and he was mainly taken care of by the elderly on both sides in turn. And they had a deep relationship. Even though he is in high school now, he will take advantage of the weekends to go back and visit often. Okay. Xiaoyao agreed readily. As the Chinese New Year is approaching, he also wants to take a break for 2 days and go back to spend more time with the elderly at home. This spring festival is very lively. When the family gathers, Xiaoyao War Beast makes the younger generation in the family very excited. Especially his cousin. When she sees Xiaoke and Lan Yo, she is so excited that she can't walk. Xiaoke still maintains a cold attitude. You can take pictures, but you must not touch them. Old Nyo, on the other hand, has a kind personality. Even if the younger generation climbs on him, he will not get angry. Sometimes when he is in a good mood, he will take the children for a walk around the community. During this period, Xiaoyao did not think about training or getting stronger at all. He was wholeheartedly with his family. He knew that as his strength improved, he would have less and less time to spend with his family. He should cherish the time he has now and not leave any regrets for himself. Happy times are always short. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, which was also the day when the students of the first high school returned to school. After arriving at the playground, Xiaoyao found that the 5 members of the Bagua team had already arrived, and their war beasts were also with them. Hey, you guys came quite early, Xiaoyao said with a smile. Suddenly, Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. He found that the war beasts of several friends had grown a lot, except Su Xingliang. The war beasts of the other 4 people all reached Black Iron level 3. And Su Xingliang Preserved Egg even reached Black Iron level 4. I came early to wait for you, Li Ming said with a smile. Xiaoyao, Liangliang has divided the rewards you, and he got with us. Our war beasts have all reached Black Iron level 3. Liangliang said that this was a decision you made with him. Lu Lei touched the feathers of the lightning falcon and said gratefully. Xiaoyao glanced at Su Xingliang and saw him wink at him. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Although he gave all the herbs bone-strengthening pills to Su Xingliang, he was even happier when he saw Su Xingliang distribute the pills to his other friends. He knew that this was Su Xingliang's character. Like himself, he valued feelings and was willing to help his friends. This was also an important reason why the 2 of them could become close friends. It doesn't matter. I hope we can all make progress together. And it would be best if we could all get admitted to Kyoto University together. Xiaoyao smiled. By the way, Liangliang, did you dye the preserved egg during the Chinese New Year? Why did it turn into a black coal ball? Wang Jieqi asked curiously. Su Xingliang did not hide anything and told the truth about what he and Xiaoyao had experienced. Oh my god, the twin fruits of light and darkness, you 2 are so lucky. Several people looked at Su Xingliang with envy. Su Xingliang shrugged, lucky? If it weren't for Xiaoyao, I almost died there. That's true, good and bad go hand in hand. Xingyi nodded and said, Xiaoyao, Paiten has gained the ability of shadow flickering. What ability has Xiaoke gained? Lu Lei asked curiously. Xiaoyao talked about the effect of light self-healing. This is also a very powerful skill. Everyone praised. But in their hearts, they still felt that shadow fruit was more powerful than light healing fruit. By the way, we have all made progress during this period. What about you? Su Xingliang remembered that when the 2 of them separated, Xiaoyao claimed that Xiaoke was about to reach the bronze level. Although he didn't quite believe it, he always felt that Xiaoyao said this to make him accept the herb bone strengthening pill. But since everyone was there, he still asked casually. Yes, Xiaoke is already at the bronze level. Xiaoyao nodded. Huh? What? WTF? Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Chapter 87 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 88 Kyoto Mizuki Joint Entrance Examination. You are at the bronze level? Really? Several people's eyes widened, with shock on their faces. You are at the bronze level in less than half a year. Are you still human? Can we still play together? You are at the bronze level? At this time, a low and hoarse voice came from behind. Xiao Yao turned around and saw that it was Coach Zhou. There was also a hint of surprise and shock in his eyes. Yes, I am indeed at the bronze level. Xiao Yao nodded and said, Oh my god. Beast. Beast. Seeing that Xiao Yao didn't seem to be joking, several people covered their chests, as if they were shot by an arrow. Come, summon it, and let me see it. Coach Zhou looked quite excited. After hearing this, everyone immediately straightened up, with expectations in their eyes. They wanted to see what Xiao Yao's second war beast looked like. At this time, most of the students had come, and seeing Coach Zhou standing next to Xiao Yao, they also turned around and looked here. Xiao Yao nodded. A flash of white light. Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared at the same time. Moo. As soon as they appeared, Xiaoke looked at the familiar defeated enemies, feeling kind, and couldn't help but raise his head and howl. The arrogant and brutal momentum raged around like waves. This group of war beasts experienced another spiritual destruction, and shivered on the ground. Compared with Xiaoke, Lao Niu seemed much gentler, like the boundless sea, calm and deep. 2 war beasts. Bronze level. Fuck, Xiaoshan has reached bronze level. This momentum is too scary. What should I do if I want to pee? Looking at the 2 mighty and domineering war beasts, all the students couldn't help swallowing their saliva, both shocked and envious. Bronze level, he is actually bronze level. Zhou Hongyu clenched his fists, with shock and unwillingness in his eyes. He has always regarded Xiao Yao as an opponent, as an imaginary enemy, but when he was still Black Iron level 4, Xiao Yao was already bronze level. A deep feeling of powerlessness came over him. I really overestimated my own abilities to consider such a person as my opponent. He laughed at himself, and his heart was filled with loneliness. Oh my god, this guy is too tall and strong. Su Xingliang couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yao is 1.82 meters tall, Lao Niu is a little taller than him. Su Xingliang stood beside him, and had to slightly raise his head to look at Lao Niu at eye level. And Xiaoke's body size has also increased a lot, probably up to Xiao Yao's shoulders, basically the same height as the girls in the class. Just this size alone gives people a strong sense of oppression. Xiao Yao, what race is your new war beast? What's his name? Lu Lei asked curiously. It's the purple prison demon bull. I named it Alistair, and usually call it Old Bull. Purple prison demon bull, so damn handsome. Li Ming looked at Old Bull's huge and powerful body, and then at his own small and exquisite chameleon, and his saliva almost flowed out. Coach Zhou glanced at Xiaoke and Old Bull, and said to Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao, you follow me? The rest of the people line up, Ahui, take them to start training. Yes. Xiao Yao followed Coach Zhou to the corner of the playground. Looking at the 2 war beasts beside Xiao Yao, Coach Zhou couldn't help but sigh. I haven't been in Yincheng for more than half a month. I didn't expect that when I came back, my students gave me such a big surprise. After many years of coaching career, he knew too well what the bronze level meant during this period of time. The vast majority of students who passed the college entrance examination and were admitted to Kyoto University and Shuimu University, when they took the college entrance examination, they were only Black Iron level 4, level 5. Bronze level geniuses are rare, and only 1 or 2 will appear in many years. And Xiao Yao actually reached the bronze level several months earlier than those geniuses. What a monster. Moreover, through the observation just now, he found that Zhou Hongyu and Su Xingliang war beasts had reached the Black Iron level 4. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 are also seedlings of Kyoto University. In this case, this year, at least 3 students from Kyoto University can be born in his class. Other schools can shut up completely. Coach Zhou smiled and asked, when did you break through? About half a month ago. Half a month, that's when the trial just ended. Coach Zhou guessed that. The shadow fruit was eaten by Su Xingliang war beast, and most of its energy was used for racial evolution, while the energy of the light healing fruit should be mainly used to upgrade the level of the Black Wind Wolf. This can also explain why the Black Wind Wolf was promoted to bronze level not long after the trial ended. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the residual energy of the light healing fruit that played a role. Have you updated the information at the Summoners Association? Coach Zhou asked. Updated? Xiao Yao nodded. According to the regulations of the Dragon Country Summoner Association, every summoner needs to go to the association to update his war beast information after being promoted to a higher level. After the update, summoners above the bronze level can enjoy national subsidies. The bronze level subsidy is not much, 3,000 yuan, which is deposited into the designated bank card on a regular basis every month. Many summoners may not look down on this subsidy, But the association has a function that no summoner can ignore. That is, the Summoner Association itself is an information exchange forum and a commodity trading platform. Only registered summoners are eligible to enter the forum and platform, and the higher the level, the greater the authority. Many treasures and information resources are only open to summoners with high authority, so almost all summoners will update their information in time. Well, in this case, I have something good to tell you. Coach Joe continued. At the end of this month, Kyoto University and Mizuki University will organize a national joint examination to select the top talents in the country and admit them in advance. Each city has 1 quota, provincial capitals have 3 more, municipalities have 5 more, and Kyoto and Magic City have 10 more. According to the rules of Yenching, each high school will be organized to hold a selection competition at this time every year, and the strongest will participate in this joint examination. But this year is different. Coach Joe smiled. You have been promoted to bronze level, and certified by the Summoner Association, then this selection competition does not need to be held. I will submit your name today, prepare well, and show the style of our Yenching. With Xiao Yao ability, it is a sure thing that he will be admitted in advance. And he can even be ranked first among all the geniuses in the country. He does not believe that except Xiao Yao. Anyone else can be promoted to bronze level within 4 months. Is it the joint examination of Kyoto University and Mizuki University? Xiao Yao touched his chin. He is very interested in this joint examination, and wants to see the level of the top geniuses in the country. Will the children of those big families also participate? I am looking forward to it. There are still 10 days before the joint examination. You should prepare well in the next 2 days. It is best to leave in advance and go to Kyoto. Understood. Back on the playground, many people immediately looked at Xiao Yao and his war beast. In just over 10 minutes, they were almost stunned. Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino was promoted to Black Iron Level 4. Su Xingliang Gray Shadow Cat evolved into Shadow Cat, and was promoted to Black Iron Level 4. The most exaggerated thing is that Xiao Yao was promoted to Bronze Level. Bronze Level, many assistant teachers are only Bronze Level, and now Xiao Yao has directly become an assistant teacher. You know, they all awakened at the same time. This gap is too big. Coach Zhou patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, the current training intensity of the school is already too low for you. You can go home first and prepare for the joint entrance examination. Understood? Xiao Yao nodded. Indeed. For him now, whether it is physical fitness, fighting or fighting beasts, he will not make much progress in number 1 high school. Although Coach Zhou is gold level, and there are silver level assistants, they will not only revolve around him. The purpose of number 1 high school is to cultivate as many outstanding talents as possible. Since he is sure to go to Kyoto University, there is no need to waste teaching resources. He was going to go back to the law enforcement team, talk to his dad about this matter, see what he needed to prepare. Xiao Yao waved to his classmates, and told a few friends about the situation, and then left the school. Alas, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Lei sighed. Don't compare with him, he is a beast, he is not a human. Su Xingliang curled his lips and said, Damn, that's right. I have a hole in my brain to compare with him. Lu Lei shook his head. Train well, although you can't beat Xiao Yao, but don't fall too far behind. Li Ming said firmly. If the gap between friends is too big, it will be difficult to get along as equals as now in the future. Come on, let's get started. Chapter 89 by Chengfeng. Law Enforcement Team Base. National Joint Examination. Oh, I've been graduated for so many years, I've forgotten about it. Xiaoli slapped his forehead and said, There are still 10 days, there is plenty of time. I make arrangements in the next 2 days, so that you can go to a place to stay in advance. Xiaoli was in a good mood. With his son's ability, it was a sure thing that he would be admitted to Kyoto University in advance. As a graduate of Kyoto University, he knew very well what Kyoto University was. There, one step faster, every step faster. The stronger the strength, the more resources. After being admitted in advance, the son still has a few months to arrange freely. He believes that when the university starts, the gap between Xiao Yao and other students will be further widened, and the whole university life will be much smoother. You go to Guijian first, he just took a case, you go to assist him. Okay. After Xiao Yao left, Xiaoli immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Before the call was connected, a smile began to appear on his lips. Hey, you bastard. Why did you think of calling me? A deep male voice came from the phone, with a light and teasing tone. Xiaoli smiled. Why, I can't talk to you if there's nothing to do. If you're being nice to me for no reason, you're either a traitor or a thief. Tell me, do you need my help with something? Brother. You're bullshit. You're 3 months younger than me. Xiaoli laughed and scolded, but lunatic, I do have something to talk to you about today. My son is going to take the joint entrance exam between Kyoto University and Mizuki University. That's your territory. Apart from anything else, I leave my son to you. I send him to Kyoto in a few days. Please arrange it for me. Take the joint entrance exam. It seems that your son is much more talented than you. You barely got into our Kyoto University. Damn, what do you mean by our Kyoto University? I'm not from Kyoto University. How come you become a teacher at Kyoto University and start looking down on your roommate? How dare I look down on you? Don't worry, I take care of the child. You can come to Kyoto to kill me if I lose a pound. That's more like it. By the way, is Xiao Xiao also taking the joint exam? Of course, Xiao Xiao has been striving for Black Iron level 5 these days. With her strength, she will definitely be among the best. The man's words could not hide his daughter-slave temperament. By the way, how is Xiao Yao's strength? He is the best summoner in Yanqing. I think he will not be weaker than Black Iron level 4. Iron level 4 is the minimum standard for participating in the joint entrance examination. If you don't reach Iron level 4, you will be cannon fodder if you go. Iron level 4. I can scare you to death if I tell you. Xiaoli said casually, the strength is okay. You will know when you get there. Okay. Then tell me when the child leaves. The man thought Xiao Yao's strength was weaker. Xiaoli didn't want to say it for the sake of face, so he didn't ask any more questions. However, the man planned that after Xiao Yao came, he would help the child well, strive to get good grades, and be admitted to Beijing University in advance. Okay. Then I hang up. I'll let you know in 2 days. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli still had a smile on his face. The man he just talked to was called by Cheng Feng, his college roommate and teammate. During their 4 years of college life, the two of them formed a team and completed many tasks through life and death. The two of them had such a deep relationship that they could block the knife for each other without hesitation. He had 4 scars on his chest and back that were blocked for Bai Chengfeng. And Bai Chengfeng also had 3 wounds on his back that were blocked for him. After graduation, he chose to return to Yanqing because of his family and love, while Bai Chengfeng stayed in Kyoto. After years of hard work, he became a teacher at Kyoto University. Although the two were far apart, their brotherly love had not diminished at all. Every time he went to the Kyoto Law Enforcement Team headquarters to report on his work, he would stay directly at Bai Chengfeng's house and get drunk. Bai Chengfeng would occasionally come to Yanqing to visit him. This guy also said that the word Xiao in his daughter's name was given because of him. Although it might be a joke, it was enough to prove their friendship. After all, the reason for making this call was also for Xiao Yao's safety. After all, this joint exam will inevitably eliminate a group of people and offend a group of people. He is worried that some of them may be dissatisfied with Xiao Yao and make a move. Although the possibility is very low, he still does not want to take this risk. With Bai Chengfeng care, Xiao Yao's safety is naturally not a concern. After all, no one wants to offend the teachers of Kyoto University and the diamond-level masters. Is it Lao Xiao? A gentle and beautiful woman beside Bai Chengfeng smiled. Her skin was white, without a single wrinkle. At first glance, she looked like she was in her 20s. But the temperament she had accumulated over the years was something that young girls could not possess. Did you hear that? Bai Chengfeng said with a smile. But I can't think of anyone else you can call a dead ghost except him. He Yu rolled her eyes at him. She knew that her husband, who was calm and steady in front of outsiders and meticulous, could only show a rare youthful aura when he was with Xiaoli. One of them is the head of the Yanqing Law Enforcement Team, and the other is a teacher at Kyoto University. They are both well-known figures. But when they get drunk, they will definitely brag, curse, and even fight. But this can only show that only when they get along with each other will they let go of their deepest defenses and show their truest side. What does Lao Xiao want to talk to you about? Xiao Yao is also going to take the joint entrance examination of Kyoto University and Shuemu. He asked me to take good care of his son. Really? It looks like old Xiao's son is very good. He Yu was surprised. No matter how big or small Yanqing is, being the strongest summoner of the same level in a city is enough to prove his excellence. Anyway, he is better than his father. His father barely passed the college entrance examination. Bai Chengfeng laughed. What you said? If you were better than him, would you two be assigned to the same dormitory? He Wan Yu mercilessly exposed her husband's dark history. That's different. Bai Chunfeng tried to explain. I had diarrhea during the college entrance examination. I didn't do well in the cultural subjects. Isn't this a special case? TSK, maybe Lao Xiao also had diarrhea. Hey, how come you don't support your husband at all? Instead, you are so ungrateful. I'm just telling the truth. By the way, how is Xiao Yao's strength? He is the first in Yanqing. He should be at least Black Iron level 4. Lao Xiao didn't say it on the phone, but I think he might be a little worse than our daughter. You are talking nonsense. What city is she in? What city is your daughter in? Can their resources be compared? Look at you. You are already turning your head after just a few words. I won't say any more. I will go and clean up the room. The child will still live in the same room as Lao Xiao before. Okay, you go and clean up. By the way, remember to cook for your daughter and son in the evening. I have something to do in the evening and need to go out for a while. I know. Chapter 90 Kyoto Trip. 5 days later. After saying goodbye to his family and friends, Xiao Yao embarked on a journey to Kyoto alone. The high-speed rail from Yanqing to Kyoto is very fast, about 4 hours. On the way, Xiao Yao habitually opened the National Summoner League video to analyze the tactical play of the contestants, the characteristics of their war beasts, and their countermeasures. After being promoted to the bronze level, he watched these videos again and had a new feeling. The contestants were the strongest players from the top universities in the country. None of them were lower than the silver level. Their war beasts were outstanding, and each person formed a unique tactical system based on the characteristics of his own war beast. From these videos, Xiao Yao learned a lot about how to deal with different types of war beasts, and also deeply understood the difficulty of winning the championship. The players who entered the finals in these sessions were at least silver level 4. Judging from the videos, their combat effectiveness was much stronger than Guijian, who was silver level 5. In the last 5 sessions, Kyoto University won 2 championships, Shuemu University won 2 championships, and Motu Junwu won 1 championship. However, looking at the last 20 sessions, Kyoto University still had the highest winning rate, and it deserved the title of the strongest university in Dragon Country. We have arrived in Kyoto West. As the high-speed train announcement sounded, Xiao Yao followed the crowd and got off the train. After leaving the station, Xiao Yao saw a man waving at him from a distance. Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao waved, carrying the suitcase, and walked away quickly. Xiao Yao, welcome to Kyoto. Bai Chunfeng smiled. Uncle Bai, you can just send me the location, you don't have to come to pick me up in person. Xiao Yao said a little embarrassedly. He and Bai Chunfeng were also quite familiar with each other. Bai Chunfeng would come to Yanqing to visit his father every 2 years. The two of them were very lively at home. Xiao Yao had never seen his father lose his temper. But every time Uncle Bai came, my father would drink until his face was red. When the two of them were excited, their voices could shake the ground. I learned from my father that Uncle Bai was actually a diamond level master. This time when I came to Kyoto, I was met by a diamond level master. This was more impressive than the leaders of Yanqing. If I don't come to pick you up, your father will fly over from Yanqing and beat me up. Bai Chunfeng laughed, took Xiao Yao luggage, and said, let's go. The car is in the parking lot. You can stay at my house for the next few days. The house is ready for you. Your father lived in that house before he came. Okay. Uncle Bai. I'm sorry to bother you these few days. Xiao Yao felt that it was not appropriate for him to live in someone else's house. But since Uncle Bai said so, he couldn't refuse. Starting from Kyoto West, after about an hour, the car drove into a high-end community. This is the residential area for our Kyoto University teachers. In the community, anyone you meet on the road may be the top scholar or summoner in the country. Bai Chunfeng introduced while driving. Wow, great. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, the lush garden scenery, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. We're here. The car drove into the garage of a villa. Bai Chunfeng got out of the car and took out Xiao Yao's luggage. Xiao Yao is here. After Xiao Yao got out of the car, a beautiful and gentle woman came over, and there was a little boy about 10 years old beside her. Hello. Aunt He? Xiao Yao said politely. He had never met Aunt He, but he knew her name from his father. He Wan Yu was as her name suggested. Gentle as jade. He also knew the names of the 2 children in Uncle Bai family. The eldest daughter was Bai Lingxiao, and the youngest son was Bai Lingyun. The person next to Aunt He now should be her youngest son, Bai Lingyun. Xiao Yun. Call Xiao Yao brother. Hello. Xiao Yao brother. Bai Lingyun called him rather obediently. Xiaoyao shuddered instantly. Xiaoyao brother. How could this name sound so strange when spoken by a little boy? Only Zhao Linger can call this name. And Lu Yifei version of Zhao Linger is better. Forget about others. Auntie, let Lingyun call me Xiaoyao or Xiaogu. Yaogu is fine. This name is simpler and more intimate. Xiaoyao said. Then I call you Yaogu. The little boy said directly. Okay. Come in first, don't pile up at the door. Bai Chunfeng said. Yes. 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 Xiaoyao, come in first. He Wan Yu led Xiaoyao into the house. Bai Chunfeng house is very big, with 3 floors in total, and there is a big yard at the door, with several wooden stakes and some equipment in the yard. The decoration style of the house is very warm, and you feel like you are home as soon as you enter the door. The room he lives in is on the first floor, which is not small, more than 20 square meters, with a 1.8 meter long bed in the middle, with the sheets neatly laid. It looks like it has just been made. Xiaoyao, come to eat. Your aunt he is cooking for you today. Bai Chunfeng smiled. Okay. As soon as he entered the door, Xiaoyao smelled a strong aroma of meat. He had never smelled this kind of smell before. And he almost drooled. Sitting on the dining table, little boy Bai Lingyun looked at the kitchen eagerly. After a while, he Wan Yu brought a large plate of meat to the dining table. Xiaoyao, this is the meat of the wild wind fang pig specially prepared by your uncle Bai. Come and try it. He Wan Yu said with a smile. Wild wind fang pig? Xiaoyao was shocked. As far as he knew, the wild wind boars were at least of the gold grade. It was too extravagant to treat him with gold grade pork. Come and try your aunt's cooking. Seeing that Xiaoyao did not move his chopsticks, Bai Chunfeng directly picked up a piece and put it in Xiaoyao bowl. Uncle Bai. And he? I won't be polite. Xiaoyao started to move his chopsticks. Being so close, the rich meat aroma kept tickling his nerves, making him almost greedy. As soon as the pork entered his mouth, the rich gravy burst directly in his mouth. The pork was extremely tender and smooth, and it slid into his throat with just a bite. After eating the pork, Xiaoyao felt a warm current in his stomach, and his appetite was immediately opened. Xiaoyao, is Auntie's cooking okay? It's delicious. This is the best dish I've ever eaten. Xiaoyao gave a thumbs up and praised. If it's delicious, eat more. Hearing Xiaoyao words, he Wan Yu couldn't help but smile. Mom, I want to eat it too. Bai Lingyun licked his lips and said, you can only eat 2 pieces at most. Bai Chunfeng said directly. Okay. Hearing his father's words, Bai Lingyun pouted, but still obeyed obediently. He knew that his father was doing this for his own good. When Uncle Xiao came before, his father also prepared a big pot of such meat, and he took advantage of his father's drunkenness and his mother's inattention to eat a few more pieces. Unexpectedly, not long after eating, his nose began to bleed heavily, and he couldn't stop it no matter what he did, and his whole body was hot, which was more terrible than a high fever. According to his mother, if she hadn't discovered it in time, and hurriedly found a summoner in the community to treat him, I'm afraid he would have been burned to a mental retardation a little later. After this lesson, he never dared to disobey his parents again.